अगर कोई प्रोजेक्ट अहमदाबाद में हो, गुजरात में हो, अगर बना है तो उसको भी चुनना और कलर लगा के बोलेंगे ये मेरा है.
Because it's been a campaign on steroids, both in Himachal and the state of Gujarat. I want to cut across to our reporters this morning. Milan Sharma joining us live from Gandhinagar, the Bharatiya Janata Party's office. Well, that is where all the action is touted to be. Milan, very good morning. Saurabh Vakhtania joins us from the Congress office in Ahmedabad. Milan, I'll come to you first because understandably it's the BJP that's touted to be the front runner and not just by a whisker. Well, where exit polls are concerned, by a huge shot, huge margin. What's up, Milan? What is it looking like this morning?
Good morning, Preeti, and came cho, because we are in Gujarat, and without that greeting, the day doesn't begin. But for the BJP, perhaps it looks like it's going to be a bright day today, because the Access My India exit polls have already predicted a lion seat share for the BJP party. But very interestingly, Preeti, when we toured throughout Saurashtra and the areas that we have gone to, voters will decide the fate. But whether voters who were voting for the BJP or the Congress the last time have swung their votes this time is going to be a major decisive factor. In 2017, the BJP still managed to make a government in Gujarat despite the Patidar movement, despite the culpable anger of the voters. But this time around, all that died down. You've traveled throughout, so have I, and both of us have seen that there is a sense of change. Some people have started voting for Parivartan because of the entry of the Aam Aadmi Party and Arvind Kejriwal bringing down all his might into the Gujarat elections as well. So that sort of set the mood in the beginning itself, and with BJP also picking it up to high decibel levels. And of course, Congress, still being said as silent voters, still being called silent voters in Gujarat. But most decisive factor, I feel, for the AAP party would also be whether the Muslims have actually stuck around with the Congress party in Gujarat, or have they voted a little bit even for the Aam Aadmi Party, especially for the seats like Khambalia, where Ishudan Gadhvi is contesting from, who's the CM face for the Aam Aadmi Party. Surely but not, as we have also predicted, the seats share of votes for Aam Aadmi Party increase, and which is a BP seems to be benefiting from that, Preeti. And all that and more will perhaps happen in the Kamalam office in Gandhinagar of the BJP, where I am at the moment. And hopefully in the early trends that trickle in, leaders will also come and put forward their best foot now. Despite the heavy campaigning, today is the D-Day.
Well, you're right there, and we're going to get all our viewers the front row seats to this political action, the ringside view, all the cliches that are possible. But you know, Milan, before I go to Saurabh Vakhtania, good morning, Saurabh. I want to ask you, yes, you know, you are right, there was an undercurrent. The big question is, has the undercurrent split in terms of anti-incumbency between the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress? But for somebody who's travelled across the state of Gujarat, you know, if I'm looking at, what is it that I'm looking at today once the results start pouring in? Number one, will the BJP, as predicted by even our polls, cross that proverbial Rubicon of 127 seats, which is their career best in 2002. Will that happen is what I'm looking at, or, you know, will it be a win but maybe not as emphatic? Number two, who's going to be number two? You know, I still feel the Congress has an edge over the Aam Aadmi Party and will pull through and will possibly maybe do better than what we were expecting it to be. And the Aam Aadmi Party, how much heft, how much just hot air, you know, is at least what I'm looking at in Gujarat. What are you looking at, Milan?
Well, Preeti, these are the proverbial questions that are being asked at the moment. It's not as if, you know, voters and the voter sentiment hasn't swung towards the BJP with more force, but we have seen low voter percentages. You know, the first phase, there has been a low voter percentage as compared to 2017. We've already had 63% overall voting, and the second phase as well has seen only 59% voting overall. And the voter turnout there, what direction is is the voter thinking in at this point really will be the decisive factor for the BJP, Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party. And we did see that, of course, in areas of Surat, Aam Aadmi Party was in full force and campaign, but the Congress party, bigger leaders of the Congress, whether it's Rahul Gandhi, campaigned only twice, once in Rajkot, once in Surat. We had Mallikarjun Kharge with jibes being exchanged between the Prime Minister as well as him on various issues, whether it was that Ravan jibe. So did the Dalits, did the SC, ST and the Adivasi vote still stick around with the Congress? Because in Saurashtra they happen to be stronger than the BJP the last time around. Are they going to maintain the same feat this time around is going to be a big question. And whether the urban seats are going to be the decisive factor for the BJP this time is also another question. Of course, that $1 million question is also who's going to be party number 2. But you and I, of course, agree on the fact that I feel Congress could still pull out seats and be party number 2,
agree,
despite the AAP juggernaut showing its power here.
True, I do agree. I think Congress, I feel, I feel the Congress might just do better, but then, we'll only know when that last vote is counting. And in just 2 hours from now, viewers, we're going to get you the entire build-up to a tectonic election. What an election it was. Saurabh Vakhtania, who's been on the election road for a very, very long time, joins us from the Congress headquarters in Gandhinagar. Saurabh, what is it looking like right now? Of course, it's the morning, desolate, not maybe as much activity where Milan is, because that's the BJP office touted to be the front runner in this election. Saurabh, what is it looking like? Good morning.
Good morning, Priti, and a very important day, not just for the Congress party, but all the political parties from Gujarat. And they have been doing a lot of hard work since last several months, and is the important day when the results will be out in few hours. Just let me show you the visuals right now outside the Congress office. The doors are closed completely. It's been barricaded from outside as well. The very important clock, that's the Parivartan clock, which was installed by the Congress top leaders, Mallikarjun Kharge from Rajasthan CM, Ashok Gehlot, and all were present when this particular watch, this is the countdown watch which was placed by the Congress leader. This is called the Parivartan Samay. And let me tell you what is written in Gujarati. Sattama Bhajapni Chhelli Ghadiyo. This means basically, Preeti, they are saying that these are the final hours of BJP in the government, and just 7 hours, exactly 7 hours from now, the Parivartan is going to happen. That is what the Congress believes. But on ground, we saw that Congress was not in the picture anywhere. They were not in so much of social media or in the public meetings as well. What we saw in Congress this time, Preeti, around that the strategy was completely changed. What they did is that they did not brought in the central leadership to Gujarat. In fact, there was a plan of Priyanka Gandhi also coming to Gujarat for 3 days trip, but that also got cancelled. What I found like Congress actually fought the Gujarat Assembly election was as an individual level, not as a party. We saw how BJP was an entire machinery was into the election, but as a Congress party, they did not fight as a Congress party. They fought as individual level at the local level. So what has happened over here is that I saw a lot of Congress leaders who were campaigning in their area for past several months. What they did is they went to small villages. They had 40 to 50 chairs available there with speakers, and then they did campaigning and then move on to the other village. But is that really going to help? That's the big question mark, because how BJP was fighting, BJP had used its entire machinery. I still remember that from Defence Minister Rajnath Singh to doing door-to-door campaigning to all the chief ministers of the BJP who were over here, did not just did door-to-door campaigning, but so many of the road shows, public meeting, Yogi Adityanath going and campaigning for Hardik Patel. So we have been seeing like BJP fighting like a machinery, whereas Congress fought as an individual level at the local level. Whereas Aam Aadmi Party, Preeti, they were here since last 6 months. They kept on giving the guarantees. Then Arvind Kejriwal, Manish Sisodia, Bhagwant Mann, Punjab CM, they all used to campaign over here. They used to come to Gujarat every week. So the campaigning was very much strong. There is lot of buzz of Aam Aadmi Party in the Gujarat voters. Now, how much that buzz creates into votes, how much the votes actually get split, that's the important question, and that answer will be given to us in few hours from now.
you know, what I asked Milan the same question. What are you looking at this time around? Like I said, I want to practically, number one, see if the BJP actually crosses the 127 mark. What are your big takeaways in terms of what are you going to be watching keenly?
So, BJP, I personally don't feel that it may cross around 130 mark, because I was speaking to some of the top leaders as well. In fact, they personally are not confident of winning so many seats. What they are picking it around is around 110 to 115 seats. What the sources in the top leadership of the BJP are telling us. There are two important factors, Preeti, we need to understand. That yes, one, there was a huge undercurrent in Gujarat. Who has picked up that particular current?
But you know, Saurabh, that's the problem. You know, I sense that huge undercurrent, but has that undercurrent been split between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP, and the Congress and the BJP has gotten ahead to such a massive lead? You know, this is what most traditional pundits are saying. What do you feel?
Well, it might split, Preeti, because, you know, it's very interesting, because here we are seeing that first time Aam Aadmi Party is into the Gujarat politics. They have very well fought in 2017 as well, but it was a practice match. They came over here, they tried their luck, and it was like a practice match which happened in 2017. They fought on 29 seats and they lost all the deposit. But for 2022, Aam Aadmi Party was here for number 2 party. But slowly, when the months were going past and the campaigning was going around, they thought that yes, we have a slight edge, and they were so confident around saying that we can win the election. That may be right from their side as well. But let me tell you, there was a lot of anti-incumbency as well. There were fractions in the BJP were completely split. Preeti, we cannot ignore that 42 sitting MLAs and the leaders were not given tickets. Ticket distribution was a major fiasco which happened in the BJP. It was Union Home Minister Amit Shah who had to come down to Gujarat, sit over here for over a month and speak to the leaders individually. He had to call up people, and that there should be no rebel. Having said so, even after Amit Shah entering into this, Preeti, let me tell you, over 19 people from the BJP, 19 top leaders from the BJP, they filed their nomination independent and they were suspended from the party. So we cannot ignore that this time around, what we call as a disciplined party, that discipline was somewhere down the line missing. It is Gujarat, and it's the Gujarat where state where Prime Minister Narendra Modi is a very important face. So having said that, the popularity of the Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his reach to the people is the only most important thing I see that BJP is winning this particular Gujarat Assembly election. But yes, there are a lot of problems inside the party as well. Now it's very important, like very rightly said by you, how the opposition votes are going to split around. If they're going to split like for the Congress we cannot ignore AIMM party as well. That party is also going to split votes of Congress party in 5 to 6 seats. So it is going to be a split of votes from the opposition. So it can be a benefit for BJP in those votes terms. So we never know that how that actually going to work out in a few hours from now when the results will be out.
What I'm going to do is with both Milan and Saurabh, I'm going to come and ask you what your exit poll numbers are. So, you know, mull about it. What I'm going to do is till then cut across to the big players of this election, the big VVIP faces. Let's cut across viewers. The biggest player, I would reckon, even though the name on the ticket was the Prime Minister's and the Prime Minister was the star campaigner. But let's begin with the Chief Minister, Bhupendra Patel. Well, this election was technically fought under the banner of Bhupendra Patel. He stands from Ghatlodiya. He's the incumbent Chief Minister. So his luck in the fray as well. Well, facing off with him would be Ami Ben Yagnik. Well, she's from the Congress. She's a Rajya Sabha MP. She's fighting her Lok Sabha election, and they have pitched her against Bhupendra Patel of the Bharatiya Janata Party. So this is from both of them facing off from the seat of Ghatlodiya. Let's cut across and get you the three Turks who were with the Congress in 2017 and propelled the Congress to a number of 77. Just, you know, the Congress actually lost that election from the skin of its teeth. Hardik Patel is from Virangam, and he was one of the key leaders in the Patidar movement. He jumped ship to the BJP now. On the other hand, so did Alpesh Thakur. He's touted to be the Home Minister's favourite as of now. He's standing from Gandhinagar South. He also is a big OBC leader face, Thakur, and was one of a big faces during the agitation in 2017 when it came down to the anti-liquor campaign in Gujarat. He's also jumped ship to the BJP. Now, Jignesh Mevani is the only of the trio who stuck with the Congress. He is fighting this election from Vadgam seat in Banaskantha, and Jignesh Mevani is in for a fight of his life when he's fighting from Congress. Ishudan Gadvi, the Aam Aadmi Party chief ministerial face, also has a huge fight on his hand, considering the Muslim vote is in question in his own constituency of Khambalia. On the other hand, you have Gopal Italia, Katargam, in a tough contest, but he is the president of the Aam Aadmi Party, was one of the key figures in the Patidar movement as well. Let's get you the other big players. All right, Alpesh Katheria, once again a big prominent Patidar leader where Aam Aadmi Party is concerned. He is standing from the district of Surat, the seat of Varachas. Payal Kulkarni, Naroda seat, controversial candidate. The BJP gave a ticket, viewers, to the daughter of a convict in the Naroda Pattaya riots. She's standing from the BJP, is touted to win. All right, so some of the key players there. Let's cut across back to our reporters. Saurabh Vakhtania outside a desolate Congress office, though a clock is ticking at his on that office which says time for Parivartan. In 7 hours, as per the Congress, there will be a Parivartan. Well, will it be a pro-incumbency vote or an anti-incumbency vote? All exit polls, viewers, have predicted a landslide win for the Bharatiya Janata Party, to an effect that it's going to even cross the proverbial 127 mark, the career best of the Bharatiya Janata Party in 2002. Milan, you know, right before we went in to the big players this time, I asked the both of you, what's your exit poll figure? With all your travels, where do you think in Gujarat the numbers stand or the numbers will stack up?
Well, Preeti, calling that out is just putting your neck out at this moment because this interesting election has been so eclectic that if the Aam Aadmi Party perhaps was not in the entry this time, it would have been still easier to predict what kind of numbers the BJP would still get. But if you are asking me to stick my neck out, I would probably go with a safer option, because I do feel that the split of the opposition votes between the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress Party, along with the independence that the BJP has due to the rebellion, plus the entry of AIMIM in a lot of Muslim seats as well, will result in some kind of benefit for the BJP. So I would give it perhaps more than 130. It's quite possible that they may be able to breach that 127 mark and get more than 130. But of course, it's not going to be a big landslide as I see it, because some of the voters that we have spoken to, whether it's the Patidar voters, they still remain pretty much entrenched. And despite Hardik Patel being part of BJP at the moment, they were pretty disgruntled with the fact that he joined the BJP after such a huge Patidar movement. At least in Saurashtra, that's the big sentiment. And so I would go around 130, 135, but not more than that. And of course the deciding factor for party number 2. And look at the dichotomy. Congress talks of bringing that clock to Parivartan, as my colleague Saurabh is there and you've been speaking, but they didn't field a CM face. That perhaps worked for the favor of the Aam Aadmi Party as well. At least they took a chance on Ishudan Gadvi and they fielded him as a CM face from the Aam Aadmi Party. Of course, perhaps the way they campaigned, and Khambalia, where he comes from, is going to be a tough fight for him as well, because casteist votes over there, Ahir plus Ahir, perhaps maybe split between the BJP and Congress, but all decisive factor for the Khambhalia win for Ishudan Gadbi will be the Muslim voters, because in that entire area there are at least 25 Muslim villages that have always been traditional Congress voters. And again, another star candidate that I would like to mention is this Rivaba Jadeja from Jamnagar, who is fighting on a BJP ticket this time, and of course her husband Ravindra Singh Jadeja campaigning for her extensively in the Jamnagar area, and that of course happens to be another focus area for the elections also, with the BJP fielding newer candidates to cut out that anti-incumbency. Has it worked? Because the Modi factor is a very big thing in Gujarat, and has that been retained by the BJP despite Bhupendra Patel being as the CM face? The Modi factor has perhaps still set in the minds of the people of Gujarat. And how much of a dent did Kejriwal and his rallies with Bhagwant Mann make here in the state of Gujarat is a very big question. But that vote share that they have chucked out from the Congress party is predictive of the fact, and we spoke to Aam Aadmi Party leaders as well, that they are saying we are preparing already for the next election cycle as well. So pretty ambitious, and therefore I think that 20% vote share predicted for AAP is also a big deal at this moment for the Gujarat elections, Preeti.
All right, 130 plus million, your figures, that is a landslide. That's not nowhere close to a modest number there. But Saurabh Bhaktania disagrees. Saurabh, what are your exit poll numbers, Saurabh? You've traveled extensively, possibly way more than me or Milan. What are your numbers?
So, well, Preeti, 135, the Milan which is giving the numbers for BJP is absolutely a landslide victory, because let me tell you, it was in 2002 when BJP won 127 seats, and it was just after the Gujarat riots, let me tell you. So, a lot of factors this time around, and the highest number of seats which is won by any party till now in Gujarat elections was in 1985 during the Madhav Singh Solanki government, which was formed, and that time around, let me tell you, Congress won 149, and after that there was a decline of the Congress party till now, and then there was an upward trend after 2012. So what I see around, a very interesting fact, just to bring back that for Ishudan Gadbi in Khambhalia, it was like it is between Ahir and Ahir always. Now it's the first time in Gadbi who has been contesting from Khambhalia, so I don't know how this has happened, because it's all about casteism politics which happens in Gujarat. It's the only casteism politics and the caste factor which matters the most. And Congress is banking very much on the OBC voters, the Dalit voters and the Muslim factor. So what I feel is that for BJP, it was anti-incumbency, it was the internal fights amongst themselves. We cannot ignore that how Hardik Patel was opposed for the Viramgam seat. When Hardik Patel joined BJP party, it was very much obvious that he was going to contest from Viramgam, but internally, let me tell you, all the Patida leaders within BJP were opposing Hardik Patel, in fact joining the party. So what I saw is, when Hardik Patel was campaigning in Viramgam, he has done a lot of hard work. He has spent a lot of time on ground, meeting people, doing so much work in Viramgam, but at the end, there were the fraction within the Patidar community, within the BJP, who was opposing Hardik Patel's campaigning in Viramgam itself. So for Hardik Patel, it is going to be a very tough fight. He is Patel, but let me tell you, there are the most number of voters in Viramgam are from the Thakur Samaj. Then comes the Koli Patel, and then the Dalits and the Muslims. So for Hardik Patel, it is going to be an interesting fight. Same factor will be for Jignesh Mewani, one of the another guy from the agitation which happened in 2015. Jignesh Mewani is getting a very tough time from BJP candidate Manibhai Waghela. Very important, interesting thing, Preeti, let me tell you about Vadgam. It was Congress sitting MLA Manibhai Waghela who was asked to fight from different seat just for Jignesh Mewani. And the candidate Manibhai Waghela, he lost when he fought from different seat. That time around, he left Congress and joined BJP, and now BJP has made sure that Manibhai Waghela fights against Jignesh Mewani from Vadgam. And we cannot ignore how many public meetings Owaisuddin Owaisi has conducted in Vadgam. So it is going to be a split of votes in Vadgam as well. Now
What's
coming
your
to
figure?
the predictable thing,
What's your
Preeti,
figure,
let me tell
Saurabh?
you what I... Yeah. So what I feel is BJP is going to get around 105 to 115, not more than that. It can be lesser. For Congress, I feel that due to their hard work and staying away from all the controversy, it can be around 55 to 65 seats. And for Aam Aadmi Party, 2 from Surat, 1 from tribal area and 1 from Saurashtra. So I feel around 4 to 5 seats, not more than that.
Well, that's a very precise exit poll, Saurabh. That's a very precise exit poll. Well, I tend to agree, Milan, a little bit with Saurabh, though I feel the BJP could, because if I've asked the both of you, I need to stick my neck out too. But I have a feeling that the BJP will get to about 115 to 120. I don't think it's going to cross or breach the 127 mark, but you never know.
Yes.
You never know. All poll pundits have predicted that. I do feel the Congress might do better than what has been projected. I feel that the Aam Aadmi Party might not do as well as that we have pitched it to. But having said that, it's all up in the air in the next 2 hours, viewers, or rather in the next hour and a half. The counting will begin and the real numbers will start trickling in. Gujarat, 182 seats. The contest has been, exciting. To cover the election has been fascinating. I have to say, for any political reporter, it's been one of the most fascinating of elections to cover. With the advent or the entry of a political disruptor like Aam Aadmi Party, it's very, very difficult to predict what really went down, because most reporters did see anti-incumbency, but how much has that anti-incumbency split with the entry of the Aam Aadmi Party? Trust India Today to get you the latest on that. Milan and Saurabh, thank you for now. We will be joining the both of you at the top of 7 a.m. I want to quickly shift focus right now, because it's not just the 182 seats of Gujarat. We were 68 seats of Himachal Pradesh are also going to polls, and the Congress has already preempted Operation Lotus in Himachal. Sources are telling us Congress will now shift winning MLAs to Rajasthan. Bhupesh Baghel will oversee the operations. The winning candidates to be transported by bus. Sources have also suggested Priyanka Gandhi is monitoring the situation very, very closely. So as the results start trickling in, if the Congress is inching towards the halfway mark or close to it, the Congress is going to swing into action and start shifting its winning candidates to Rajasthan. That's the latest that is coming in. That is what the Congress seems to suggest, that if it reaches the halfway mark or surpasses it, and if it's a close contest, it fears that the Bharatiya Janata Party could actually step in and get some of its winning MLAs on its side. It's fearing an Operation Lotus of sorts, and now sources have insisted that the Congress is all ready to watch the numbers carefully, and the minute there's an indication that Congress is inching towards a win, no matter how close, all its winning MLAs will be taken to Rajasthan. This entire operation of shifting the MLAs is going to be overseen by Bhupesh Baghel, Chhattisgarh Chief Minister, and Priyanka Gandhi. Meanwhile, the verdict of the high-stake Himachal Pradesh Assembly polls will also be announced today, viewers. The India Today My Axis poll predicted a neck-and-neck battle between the incumbent BJP and the opposition, the Congress, in the Himalayan state, with Congress likely to have a slight edge over the ruling BJP. This is what we've predicted in our poll. A sense of nervousness prevails over both the parties. Congress, which is predicted to win about 30 to 40 seats, faces a big challenge to flock its would-be MLAs together, to keep them together. Afraid of poaching and defection in its flock, the Congress is likely to bank on resort politics in case the Congress is inching towards a victory. Meanwhile, all preparations have been made and security has been beefed up around the counting centers. The counting of votes for 68 seats, Himachal Pradesh, will be starting from 8 a.m., which will seal the fate of the candidates.
आप देखिए, आज जहां कांग्रेस की सरकारें बची हैं, गिन करके 2 ही सरकारें बची हैं, एक है राजस्थान में और छत्तीसगढ़ में, और वहां से खबरें कभी विकास की आती है, नहीं आती है। कांग्रेस का आधार आज भी परिवारवाद ही है। ऐसी कांग्रेस पार्टी हिमाचल के लोगों की अपेक्षाओं को, आकांक्षाओं को कभी पूरा नहीं कर सकती। वहां से खबरें आपस में झगड़े की ही खबरें रहती है। अगर यही चलता रहा तो राज्य का विकास हो सकता है क्या? कांग्रेस का इतिहास क्या है और लोगों का कांग्रेस के प्रति गुस्सा कितना है? एक बार सरकार से गई तो फिर उसका वापस लौटना ही मुश्किल होता है। आज दिल्ली, पश्चिम बंगाल, आंध्र प्रदेश, नागालैंड, सिक्किम, कई ऐसे राज्य हैं जहां कांग्रेस का एक भी विधायक नहीं है।
कहते हैं हिमाचल प्रदेश में ईमानदार सरकार नहीं बन सकती। मैंने कहा जी क्यों नहीं बन सकती? बोले जी हिमाचल प्रदेश की सामाजिक और राजनीतिक परिस्थितियां अलग हैं। मैंने कहा भाई साहब परिस्थितियां अलग नहीं है, तुम्हारी नीयत खराब है। इनकी नीयत खराब है, इनकी नीयत चोरी करने की है। कहते हैं हिमाचल प्रदेश में ईमानदार सरकार नहीं बन सकती। बताओ क्यों नहीं बन सकती? तो वो कहते हैं नकल करने के लिए भी अकल चाहिए, नकल करने के लिए भी अकल चाहिए। ये अपनी अकल का इस्तेमाल नहीं करते। आपको नकल करने वाले चाहिए कि अकल वाले चाहिए? आज हिमाचल प्रदेश में सारी जनता कह रही है कि इन दोनों पार्टियों को देख लिया, दोनों ने हिमाचल को लूटा। अब एक मौका तो बनता है जी, तीसरी पार्टी को देने का बनता है कि नहीं बनता?
Well, the Aam Aadmi Party ever since has clearly pulled out of this election. Its resonance on ground, nothing more than what you see on your television screen as the number others. But it's a direct contest between the BJP and the Congress party where Himachal is concerned. I want to cut across to our reporters, Lalit Sharma, who's joining us from the counting center in Shimla. Kamaljeet Sandhu also live from Shimla. Very good morning. It's a very, very cold morning, Kamal. It seems like Lalit and Kamal. But Kamal, coming it to you first, do you see this as a neck and neck battle? Do you agree, at least with our exit polls, where we've given the Congress an edge over Bharatiya Janata Party?
Good morning, Preeti. We're looking at a very exciting elections, a nail-biter for definitely. But yes, there have been several speculations. This is going to be a neck-and-neck fight. Almost all polls are saying that there's a slight edge to BJP, barring Access My India poll, which says a slight edge to the Congress party. Now, 68 seats last time around in 2017, BJP had got 44, so it was a clean win. But this time around, there seems to be a traditional slogan which has been changed, saying "Rivaz badlega." Now, for BJP, it's all about naak and saak, because BJP President JP Nadda, who had been camping here throughout Himachal polls, but this is a time where both Congress as well as BJP trying and vying to outdo each other. But now it's time for poll results. So definitely, as far as Himachal is concerned, we are looking at a state which has traditionally voted against the government rather than for the government. Now, what will really change around? Is it going to be the Prime Minister's own appeal? He was reaching out. The other parties, more importantly, are the rebels who stood as independent candidates. Now, BJP had a massive number, as many as 21 of them. Congress saw as many as 7 of them. However, now since we are saying that this is going to be a neck-and-neck fight, these independents could play a crucial role. And that is why it's important, especially for Congress party, who's trying to keep its flock together already. It's almost as if they're counting the chicks before they hatch. But they have a plan in mind because they don't want something like a Manipur or a Goa to happen to them. So that is why strategically it's been said that if they get the numbers, they will be moving their MLAs either, or the elected candidates, to Rajasthan or even perhaps to Chhattisgarh. But one is, it's too early to say really which way it's going to go, but definitely it's going to be a nail-biting finish in Himachal Pradesh.
Well, you think it's going to be dead heat, with Kamal is giving BJP the edge there. Dead heat, what looks like where Himachal is concerned, neck-and-neck fight. But I am also joined by my colleague Lalit. Lalit, what does it look like? You've been traveling extensively through the state of Himachal. Where do you stand on the predictions made?
Well, Preeti, first of all, a very good morning. It's chilling in Himachal Pradesh, but if we talk about the political temperature, it's soaring high. And if we talk about the both arch rivals, BJP and Congress, it's a direct contest. And if we look in the history of 4 decades, there is a history that every 5 years the government changes. So BJP this time has already given a slogan that this time the rivas would change. So the old tradition or the convention would change. But if we talk about the Congress party believes that the old tradition will continue. And if we talk about the 68 constituencies which I have travelled in the past 15 to 20 days, what I personally feel that there is a direct contest. And it seems that if we talk about the voting percentage, overall there is a slight edge for the Congress. But let me tell you that the most important issues in Himachal Pradesh was the old pension scheme, and the way the government employees have voted, it would be a deciding factor for both the parties. So we just have to wait for some hours now, after which the ballot posts would start counting and the exact results would be out in the few hours. But it would be a direct contest between the BJP and the Congress. Yes, Preeti.
Direct contest, Rivas badlega ya Raj badlega, that will come down to where the state of Himachal is concerned. I appreciate both of you for joining us. I know it's biting, terribly cold there, Lalit, where you're standing. With that, I want to go into a quick break. We are starting 7 a.m. Rajdeep and Rahul will also be in the studio where we are going to put the spotlight on the 2 states going into election. It's a big day at the hustings. Trust India today to get you the ringside view of all developments, the front row seats to this political action. With that, quick break, coming back.
सो रहा था?
सो ही तो रहा था। सोते हुए जगाना पाप होता है लिया।
ये पाप तेरे मैट्रेस को लगेगा। हर मेमोरी फोम ऑर्थोपेडिक नहीं होता है। असली नींद के लिए स्विच टू ड्यूरोफ्लेक्स।
With doctor recommended Duroflex mattresses that have 5-zone full body support.
Nothing like Duroflex.
Oh, I wish he came with a mute button.
Oh, you know what?
What?
He does actually.
Really? Presenting Wave Plus by Duroflex. A smart bed with anti-snow mode. Designed for those who take sleep seriously.
Alright, where's my spot?
Perched on an Indian Army soldier's hand, this kite is quick to take a flight, detecting its target. That's Arjun, one of Indian Army's new anti-drone warriors. As the bird soars into the sky, fitted with a camera mounted on its head, there is a handler monitoring the flight. So the target, a quadcopter, is locked and taken down. This is a unique combination of a dog's instincts and the bird's hawkeye that is part of a new tactic to take drones down. The dogs, on hearing the buzzing sound of a hovering UAV, raises an alarm. That's when the bird is let off to detect the target, and within minutes it's down. The entire demonstration was part of a drill during exercise Yuddha Abhyas. The Indian Army's veterinary corps has been training these birds as part of a new tactic to combat drones. Not just anti-drone operations, the birds can also be used for surveillance with cameras mounted on their heads. Every activity that the camera catches is monitored from the ground. What started as a pilot project in 2020 has finally got the wings. In this era of drone warfare, unique ways are being found to combat UAVs. One of the experiments of the Indian Army that has been validated at the exercise Yudh Abhyas is how a bird, a kite, in fact, can take on a drone. It's mounted with a camera, and with the help of a dog that can detect the sound of an incoming drone, the kite is controlled by one soldier on the ground who has a monitor, and because the kite is it's mounted with a camera, all the activities as it flies can be monitored closely from the ground. So this is one of the unique ways in which the Indian Army is looking at combating drones. This is something that is still at the experimental stage, but what the Indian Army is saying is that in time to come, it's methods like this that will be used to take on drones, especially in forward locations.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You know how me and my Gen Z friends are extremely climate conscious, and we're actively trying to reduce our carbon footprint. That's one of the reasons why the clean mobility revolution ushered in by EVs excites us so much. Since most of us might be deciding upon buying our first vehicle sometime around now, is it practical for us to go electric? Does India, especially urban India, have the infrastructure to support EVs? Well, don't worry, Tech Today is going to give you the answer for that this week.
We started our journey from the India Today Mediaplex, which is based in Noida. Our scooter was at 57 kilometers range, and we had plans of covering 8 charging stations spread across Uttar Pradesh, Haryana and Delhi.
We started from the India Today Mediaplex, and we are at the Noida Sector 16 metro station. It's around roughly 2 kilometers away, but our charge has reduced to 5 kilometers. We are at 52 kilometers range. We are in dire need of charge, but this point is not functional. As you can see, the wires are all tied up. There's another charging station a few steps away, but this space is used as a parking lot. Now we are heading towards another charging point, which is a couple of kilometers away from here.
Our next stop is at a non-government charging station in Noida Sector 15.
Our charge is at 51 kilometers. We've come to the nearest charging point from the Noida Sector 16 metro station, but it seems like although this charging point is operational, it's not going to help us because it's only functional for 4-wheeler vehicles. But we've also come across this vehicle called Hop Charge, which helps people charge their vehicle at their doorstep.
We are now headed to a charging station near Scon Temple in Noida, maintained by the government.
Our scooter is at 45 kilometers range. We are 6 kilometers away from our previous point, and we found 3 charging stations here in Noida Sector 32, but none of them are functional. As you can see, the wires are all tied up and the machines are dust laden and not operational. We are headed towards Delhi now in hopes that we might find an operational charging station there. At our last stop in Noida Sector 32, we were at 45 kilometers range. Now we are at Connaught Place, roughly 20 kilometers away from there, and we have just 12 kilometers range left, which means we were in dire need of charge. We found this Ather fast charging grid here, and we are hopeful that we'll be able to charge our scooter in a couple of hours. There are several other charging points here in Connaught Place in the middle circle as well as in the inner circle, and this one seems to be most useful for us because it's a fast charging point.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
So sorry.
Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Co-powered by OLXautos.in. Only OLX Autos gives OLX extra price for every car. In association with Titan Eye Plus, expert who cares. AMD, take the quantum leap in performance.
Hello and welcome, namaskar, kem cho. It's the big counting day, the last big election battle of 2022. Rahul, me and Preeti are here to bring you all the very latest on all that's happening in the battleground states of Gujarat and Himachal as they are set to count.
Rajdeep, who would have been most sleepless last night? Would it be Jairam Thakur? Would it be Bhupinder Patel? Would it be someone like a Kejriwal wondering, Mera kya hoga Gujarat mein?
Look, I think everyone who's contesting the elections is sleepless because everyone knows that this is their big day for the next 5 years. You know, you look at MLAs, I mean, if they lose today, they're out in the wilderness for 5 years. You know, politics is not easy. You and I can get up every morning and just give gyan. Preeti can do it every day. Well, you know, the rest of the world can't. It's tough. And there's lots at stake. It's the Prime Minister's home state. It's the BJP President's home state. It's the chance for the Congress to break into the Himalayan region after years.
It's the BJP President's home state.
That's right. That's what I said. It's JP Nadda's home state. It's also Narendra Modi, Amit Shah's home state. It's huge. And therefore, I think the stakes are higher. Plus, it's the last election of 2022 before an even bigger year in 2023.
And if the BJP wins big in Gujarat, it sets the tone and tenor for the Prime Minister's re-election bid in 2024. Remember, he's aiming for history. Not since Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru has any Prime Minister won 3 successive terms in office. So will the BJP be in 7th heaven by winning a record 7th term in Gujarat? We'll track that and more all through the day today. Rajdeep, let's get started.
Okay, let's get started now with the headlines. It's the countdown to the big state of Gujarat. Exit poll predicts BJP could sweep the state and hit a record 7th consecutive victory, sharing that with the left in Bengal.
It's D-Day in Himachal today. All eyes on the hill state as exit polls predict a cliffhanger with a slight edge to the Congress. Is the grand old party in with a chance?
Congress preempts a potential Operation Lotus in the hill state, says it will shift all its winning candidates in Himachal to Rajasthan. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra monitoring the situation personally.
Blazing fast counting day updates of the 2022 elections, unmatched ground reports and deep data analytics. Unmissable, unrelenting coverage only on India Today.
Well, it's wonderful, as I said, to have you on a cold December morning here with your cup of tea, chai. I'm hoping to get some gathia and jalebi soon, so we've got plenty to look forward to in the studio. Preeti, what are you looking forward to today, apart from the jalebi gathia?
Well, where Gujarat is concerned, Rajdeep and Rahul, because I've travelled extensively, my number one lookout for will the BJP cross that proverbial 127, their own career best in 2002? Will they cross it or will they not? Number one. Number two, what's the second party? I have a feeling the Congress will do better than what we've projected. So will it be the Congress or will it be the Aam Aadmi Party there? I feel the Aam Aadmi Party will do well in tribal areas, but that's my second question. Where Himachal, I think it's dead heat. And I do agree with you. I think the BJP has an edge in Himachal.
I haven't said they have an edge. I just said women voters. I just said women voters could make a difference. If 4.5% more women voters have polled as per indications, then I think the BJP has a chance. And I think that's why Himachal is critical for the Congress. Rahul, you've got Bhupinder Singh Hooda, Bhupesh Baghel all heading to Shimla because they know that they cannot afford now to lose another state to the BJP, a state where there is anti-incumbency and history. 50 years of history, no government in Himachal has returned to power. So the Congress will then have to face both history as well as their obvious lack of chemistry on the ground.
Let's spend a moment looking at what's at stake in Gujarat and Himachal. I'll do some scenario modeling starting with Gujarat to give you a sense of what the best case scenario, the worst case scenario and a baseline scenario is for all the three parties in the fray. For example, if we take the BJP first, the BJP is hoping that it will get 150 plus seats. They're hoping that they'll get 50% plus votes. And if they do, then that sets up the BJP very nicely. They can claim we've been able to smash Madhav Singh Solanki's record. That's the Bharatiya Janata Party. What you have on your screen right now is scenario modeling for the Congress, which will hope that they'll get anything above 50 seats. It's a come down from the 77 of last time, but it is still better than what most pundits have been predicting for the Congress. So anything more than 30% of the vote, anything more than 50 seats is a good case scenario for the Congress. A terrible scenario, a nightmare scenario, Rajdeep, for the Congress is if they get less than 15% of the votes and if they get less than 30 seats. Then the Congress could potentially be, Rajdeep, on its way to oblivion in Gujarat, like it was, for example, in West Bengal or Tripura, Uttar Pradesh or Bihar.
And this is a state that was a Congress state. And I hate to reveal my age, but that's what I saw. In 1990, I still remember the first election I covered in Gujarat. Chimanbhai Patel had formed the Janata Dal Gujarat, but most of his candidates were ex-congressmen. So you had the Congress on one side, you had Chimanbhai Patel on the other, and the BJP was a very small party. They had until then got about 15% of votes max. Suddenly, from 1990 to 2022, the BJP has become this dominant party of Gujarat. हम वही के वही रह गए. I keep saying, मोदी जी और बीजेपी यहाँ चले गए, राजदीप सरदेसाई वही जमीन पर रह गया. हमारे 15% से 10% हो गए. वो लोग 50% के ऊपर हो गए.
Let's do scenario modeling now for the Bharatiya Janata Party. Remember, the general consensus this morning is the BJP is likely to win. It's likely to win big. The question is, how big will the victory be in Gujarat? Now, if they get anything less than 99 seats, that's a bad scenario for the BJP, because then they don't have bragging rights. Not since 1995 has the BJP won less than 47% of the votes. Anything less than 45 is not good news for the BJP. What they're really hoping for is that votes in Gujarat get split among the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party as far as the anti-incumbency opposition vote is concerned, and that drives the BJP to break Madhav Singh Solanki's record of 1985. If that happens, the BJP will be beating its chest and saying, yeah, we've done it.
It'll be huge. If the BJP gets, I believe anything over 140 is a remarkable performance for a party 27 years in power. Whatever be the reason, even if it's the arithmetic of a split vote, it suggests that the BJP has consolidated, built roots in Gujarat of a kind that I don't think any other political party has managed in any other state, barring the CPIM.
CPIM in West Bengal is the closest parallel you can draw, because from 1977 to 2011, the CPIM dominated West Bengal politics in quite the same way that the BJP has. But remember, then you had the Trinamool in 3 elections coming up and taking on and dismantling the CPIM edifice. But so far, there isn't enough evidence, Rajdeep, of a crack in the BJP's own vote share. What is splitting is the opposition vote share.
Absolutely. And you pointed out that since 1995, the BJP has never gone below 46%. There are 44 seats the BJP has never lost. Most of them urban seats. You go to Rajkot, Surat, Bhavnagar, Ahmedabad, Vadodara. And between these 5 cities, it's almost game, set and match in every election since 1995. So what will be different? This urban Gujarat citadel is unmatched in any other part of the country. The closest, actually not just the CPM, in Maharashtra for a long time, the Congress in its pomp would do that in Western Maharashtra. They would start the election.
Sarkar in Tripura.
Manik Sarkar.
Very small state, not as
you see,
significant.
So I think in the 21st century, no other political party has matched what the BJP has achieved in Gujarat. So today could be, as you said, 7th heaven for the
Let's
BJP.
do scenario modeling now from the perspective of the new kid in the block in Gujarat, the Aam Aadmi Party. Arvind Kejriwal would be ecstatic if AAP can end up with anything more than 20% of the vote share and more than 20 seats. Forget what they're saying on the parchas that Kejriwal's been writing in terms of how many seats he or Sandeep Pathak and the gang think they'll get. Anything more than 20 seats is thumbs up from the AAP's perspective. A bad case scenario, Preeti, could potentially be if they end up in single-digit seat share and single-digit vote share. Then the AAP's balloon in Gujarat, which they thought was flying high, would get pricked, and it's the BJP that will come away with bragging rights.
Well, you are right, because somewhere down the line, Rahul, if you look at it, you both are talking about arithmetic and chemistry. As a ground reporter, I do feel the arithmetic completely lies with the BJP. I don't quite agree with the chemistry, because there is anti-incumbency. We did see an undercurrent. Whether that's getting split and making us feel that the chemistry also lies with the BJP is a question I guess the numbers will answer. But you talk about the Aam Aadmi Party. Yes, the Aam Aadmi Party would be ecstatic if it touches the 20% vote share figure. Anything less than 10 is going to be demoralizing for the Aam Aadmi Party. And it's a party where it quickly reassesses its stock, and if it gets anything less than 10%, though it needs a 6% to be a national party. So today, if in Gujarat they register anything over 6%, Aam Aadmi Party then is a national party, for whatever it's worth. But having said that, if it doesn't get more than 7, 8, my hunch is that the Aam Aadmi Party would not go as big in Gujarat as it had hoped to in the next election.
You know, Rajdeep, that C.R. Patil had been given the task by Prime Minister Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah to ensure that the AAP doesn't open its account in places like Surat. So the BJP has been going all out to ensure that the Aam Aadmi Party stays in single digits in seat share. They realize they may get about 10% of the vote, but they want to ensure that Aam Aadmi Party can't get away by saying that we took on Modi and Shah. They want to ensure that their wings are clipped today.
You know, two things. One, you're right. The BJP does what Rahul Srivastav, who's just joining us, welcome to the show. And I have been calling man marking. It's a word I got from Gopi Maniara, Gujarat correspondent. I agree. The BJP targets the seats where they think the opposition has half a chance and goes for the jugular. Gopal Italia's seat, for example, is one in Surat. The Varacha seat, where there is, Alpesh Kataria, another face of the Patel movement of 2017. You go for them and try and defeat them. What did they do in 2017? Shakti Singh Goyal, Arjun Modwadia, all Siddharth Patel, all the Congress leaders were all defeated. The BJP goes for the jugular. That's point number one as far as the AAP is concerned. The second point that I think about the AAP in this election, the AAP is clearly punching above its weight at the moment in Gujarat. You yesterday asked...
How do you decide punching above its weight if it gets 15 or 20% vote share? Otherwise, they're just flying in the air with no base on the ground.
No. The point yesterday you asked me, which World Cup team do you compare which party to? And
I told you yesterday that Rajdeep will be thinking about this all night. He'll come back in the morning with a different answer.
That's
okay,
right.
let's go for it. Let me ask
got...
the question again for those who didn't watch last night, which is this. If this election was the World Cup of politics, Rajdeep, which team has been playing, which party has been playing like which party has been playing like which World Cup team? So let's start with the BJP. The BJP has been playing in this World Cup.
Yesterday I said Brazil, and I have changed that to Argentina.
Why Argentina?
The reason for that, because the best player in the world is in Argentina. Lionel Messi, by some distance, has been the best player in the world for the last decade and a half.
And Argentina depends on him.
And Narendra Modi is that best player and a half in politics of the country. If the BJP wins Gujarat, despite the anti-incumbency that Preeti spoke about, which is visible, it's because of the Modi factor. People in Gujarat say, Sarkar not nikammi, but koi zyada kaam nahi kiya, but Modi ji hai. So I am giving it to Argentina, which is still very much in the World Cup and could win. Lionel Messi has never won the World Cup. This could be his big chance.
Okay, now next question. If this was the World Cup of politics, the Congress has been playing like which team?
Yesterday I said Italy, which led people to suddenly say, oh, you're referring to Sonia Gandhi, she's Italian. And I said, for God's sake, that's not the case. That's because Italy is not in the World Cup. But I've got another analogy, Germany. Germany, powerhouse at one time in football, has won the World Cup 4 times, but is out in the first round for the 2nd consecutive time. So the Germans are, they aspire to win, but they are clearly not the same power that they once was. So Germany, as far as the Congress is concerned.
And if the Aam Aadmi Party were a World Cup team in the World Cup of politics, which team is AAP playing like?
There I'm sticking with Morocco, because Morocco, all said and done, is punching above its weight in this World Cup.
But I don't agree. One second. With Morocco, I don't agree, because Morocco is very focused. They were very low-key. They stayed at the back, did man-to-man marking, and weren't flying in the air. The Aam Aadmi Party is trying to punch above its weight, and therefore, it's a team. There's a lot of flair, there's a lot of dribbling, but will that dribbling lead to a goal being scored? We'll know that. So let's hold that till about 2 p.m. We'll know whether the AAP is like Morocco. They got through the quarterfinals much more than anybody would have expected, or did they flatter only to deceive?
But they are the X factor of this election. One of the reasons why Gujarat is exciting this time is in a bipolar state for the first time in a long time. For the first time in a long time, I should say, because Janata Dal was there in the 1980s. Swatantra Party was there before, Congress. But this time you've got in the AAP a new player. And that has, in a way, disrupted Gujarat's politics. This setting, there's a lot of...
It's an audacious party. It goes in for the kill. It is audacious. It goes in for the kill. And, with what you're talking about, Rajdeep, will it be all in the air? They know, they've done their surveys. It's like Morocco. They've done their surveys. They've come thinking that they're going to go
Before we
for the
give
kill.
any certificates, let's just wait for the results.
Sure.
Right now, they're a creation of the media. They're up in the air. How much do they exist on the ground in the eyes of the Gujarat voter in terms of conversion of intent to vote into actual votes?
That's
we'll
right.
know by 12 or 2 p.m.
And the interesting thing about the AAP in Gujarat is that their primary base, as we see it, has been in Saurashtra and South Gujarat.
Tribals.
You go into, no, that's
Tribals.
South Gujarat is predominantly tribal. That's where large tribal seats. But if you come into North and Central, the same party that makes so much of noise in Saurashtra and South Gujarat is less visible. So it's very interesting what they seem to be doing. So even if they get 20%, if they get anything over 15%, it could be disproportionately high in certain parts of Gujarat.
No, but remember, they've also been showing some traction in places like Surat, where the BJP has massive victory margins. So even if the Aam Aadmi Party comes in, takes away some of the vote, our poll shows that the Aam Aadmi Party is taking away about 2/3 of the vote from the Congress and about 1/3 of the vote is coming from the BJP. Even if they chip away at the margins, essentially the BJP's victory margin on some of those urban seats in Surat might come down, but would still lead to a BJP victory with reduced margins.
Absolutely.
But if you won with 30-odd% margin and you win this time with 20-odd%, it's still a victory.
That's right. But the Aam Aadmi Party will look for this election for vote share to provide a platform for future elections. Rahul Srivastav, kem cho?
Doing well, Rajdeep.
Majama. Huh? The man from Agra, you've got to learn a bit of Gujarati.
You spent so much time in Gujarat.
So what is the big thing, Rahul, you're looking forward to between Gujarat and Himachal? What is it that you're looking forward to from a big national picture today?
See, Rajdeep, I think if Aam Aadmi Party, see, BJP winning, largely the exit poll says, is done. It is, I think, the margin of victory of the BJP because, you see, the history factor and the loyalty factor of voters is unique to Gujarat today in India. It's unique. It's like what happened in Jyoti Basu in Bengal at one time. It's happening here. So it's a very unique phenomenon vis-a-vis BJP. But if the Aam Aadmi Party actually helps the BJP's conversion rate by splitting the votes, one, and second, in the process also establishes itself as a player in Gujarat, I think we are looking at a summit battle in the coming days. Next will be, as Preeti was saying yesterday, Karnataka. That's where the Aam Aadmi Party is looking at, where the Congress is slightly has a better edge than the BJP today. One doesn't know really, but yes, it's being said that it's got an edge. So next is Karnataka, where Congress aspires to do well, but the Aam Aadmi Party also wants to ride that wave in favor of the Congress. So that one...
Yeah,
but you know, that's getting carried away. Where is the Aam Aadmi Party in Karnataka? It's in the head of a lot of pundits. On the ground in Karnataka, the AAP hardly exists. They contested in the last Lok Sabha election. They got hammered everywhere.
But
let's
Rahul,
not
the
give
last
them more
elections,
credit than is due.
They contested 29 seats in Gujarat. They lost deposit and all, 0.05% vote share.
0.10. But that's true. But I'm saying, so a lot of this is just hype at this moment. You know, we will know in a few hours how factual is that hype. Right now, people are excited. Let's see how excited the actual voter is.
No, you see, one of the big things in the next 16 to 18 months is Kaun Banega Challenger. Maybe that's in TV studios, maybe it's not so much out there, but it is an important question because we know the BJP is a dominant party. The one constant theme, barring a couple of states of the south like Andhra, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, is the BJP is a constant figure in all these states across the country, whether it's now in Tripura or whether it's in a Meghalaya or whether it is in Karnataka or indeed in the northern states that will go to the polls next year. On the other hand, in different states, there are different challengers. So when you will come to Karnataka, Congress is going to be the main challenger of the BJP's dominance. Today, as we saw yesterday, Aam Aadmi Party was the main challenger in Delhi. When we come to Gujarat, the Congress would like to believe it is the principal challenger. If it loses that position in a state like Gujarat, it gives the AAP an opening, it gives them bragging rights. In Himachal Pradesh, the Congress desperately needs to win because we've seen in states, once the Congress loses 2 consecutive elections, it finds it difficult to come back over a period of time. Other parties enter. So I think it's a very complex situation, and because we are just 18 months away from a general election, Every election matters in terms of building momentum into the next election and then into 2024.
See, Rajiv, the difference is that Arvind Kejriwal is positioning himself as a challenger. Whereas in Congress, you have somebody who is actually abdicating that space.
Now, that is true. Here's someone who wants to fight. You saw the big BJP-style victory celebration they had, even if it was just a municipal election. They celebrated like they won the general election. So they have some tenacity. They do have ambition. And that's something which the Congress of the modern day sorely lacks. And therefore, Pandits also are looking for somebody to challenge the mighty BJP. It shouldn't be like the West Indies team of the 70s, which are winning and nobody looks as if they can even fight. Pandits are definitely looking for a fight. What are the voters looking for? We'll know soon. Let's go across to some of our reporters. Joining us this morning is Milan Sharma, live from the BJP headquarters at Gandhinagar. This is Kavalam. This is where Prime Minister Modi spent a lot of time during the campaign. So did Home Minister Amit Shah, sitting till late at night, oftentimes till 1, 2 a.m., working seat by seat on how to bring that story of the Aam Aadmi Party down, ensuring that they struggle to open their seat share and get as few votes as is possible. Joining us also is Kamal Jeet Sandhu, joining us from Shimla, and Pankaj Upadhyay joins us from Surat.
I see Saurabh Vakhtania also at the Congress headquarters. That's where he is. And his Gujarati is very good. Saurabh Vakhtania is Gujarati. But Milan Sharma came cho, madam.
She speaks Gujarati, huh? She's married into a Gujarati family.
She's married into a Gujarati family.
But she says her Gujarati is Baba Gujarati.
Yeah, that's right. But she knows exactly where you get the best gathia in Rajkot. She knows where you can get the best fafda. Kem cho, Milan, what have you had for breakfast today? Sweet chai, meethi chai lidhi ke nahi?
હું મજામાં છું અને તમે પણ મજામાં છો સ્ટુડિયોમાં. આમને બીજેપી ઓફિસમાં છું. And this morning, BJP office is where we are expecting all the fun to be, perhaps because the exit polls have given them a landslide victory. But we'll have to see what kind of dynamics we're going to look at, because, of course, for a Gujarati, and when we were covering the voting during Saurashtra, in the Saurashtra region and Ahmedabad as well, it was first vote and then Gatia, Rajdeep sir. So then people were all excited to vote, but still the turnout didn't as much bring forward that kind of excitement. And we all saw how the voting percentage has been lesser, both in the phase 1 as well as phase 2. So certainly, with the division of votes, with the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party juggernaut entering Gujarat is going to benefit BJP in a sense. But at the BJP office, it's too early to say which side, we are going to be cheering for. Certainly, it's going to be the saffron side. And for the Congress, at least where Saurabh is, I'm sure, there are some outlets out there near the Congress office where you get good gathia. But in the morning, we could only have tea. And despite that, we are all set for an action-packed day throughout, at least in Ahmedabad, where I am at the BJP Kamalam office in Gandhinagar, which has pretty much been decorated. And let me just give you one small a statement from CR Patil, because the BJP thinks that this time they were fighting these elections not to win. They most certainly knew that they would win perhaps, and that brings us back to the discussion of your voters being core and sticking to BJP. They were fighting to break that record. They were fighting to break that number of 127, which they are anticipating. And certainly the division of the opposition votes between Congress, between Aam Aadmi Party, between the rebel candidates that the BJP had to tackle, and also the AIMIM in Muslim seats will definitely add up to the benefits of the BJP and will then give them a marginal, advantage over the others. But Aam Aadmi Party very happy
Milan
with
is
that.
at the moment at the BJP headquarters in Gandhinagar. The land on which this BJP office has been built, the builder gave it apparently at a discounted rate, in return for which he's got the Mansa seat. That's how Gujarat works. Dhando che, bhai, dhando che. That's how he's got the Mansa seat.
Look also, Rajdeep, at the hunger, the ambition of the BJP leadership to be up from early in the morning to late into the night every single day. For example, someone like an Amit Shah, running the Home Ministry, sitting there, seat by seat, ward by ward, booth by booth, micromanaging the campaign. Up against someone like a Rahul Gandhi, who's in that Bharat Jodo Yatra, who thinks these elections don't matter as much.
Amit Shah is just 1 year older than me. I probably look a lot older than Amit Shah, but Amit Shah was born in 1964. And if you go back in time...
Why are you referring it to your age again and again?
No, because you see, we are all getting old and,
First he wanted to hide it.
Yeah.
First he wanted to hide it. He didn't want to reveal it.
I've never wanted to hide my age. But the fact is that Amit Shah, from the mid-80s, what you said about, we are in 2022. He's been doing this for almost 35 years consistently through good times and bad. And therefore, I think, there is a emotional attachment that he and Narendra Modi have to Gujarat.
Plus they love elections. No, it's not just to Gujarat. Just like, I'm hugely excited about how data moves in an election. They just love fighting, building, setting up elections.
They do.
It's their passion.
They do, but there is something special about your home state always. When you go back home, you know everyone, you know individual karyakartas, you built your career there. I mentioned yesterday 87 municipal elections, which was the first big breakthrough by the BJP in Ahmedabad. Amit Shah and Narendra Modi were on a scooter, Mr. Modi on pillion. I've still tried to imagine that scenario, the two of them sticking posters into the night, then going into the next Panchayat election where the candidate who came second was offered the opportunity of joining the BJP because the BJP didn't have enough candidates. So you've come from there. So I think when Amit Shah and Narendra Modi go back to Gujarat, the investment that they put in over 30 years means that there is that emotional attachment. You're right. I actually was at the media center when Amit Shah was at the office till 2 a.m. and I just wondered why. And I sometimes wonder whether it is simply to send out a message to your opponents ki main hu na. Whether even if you're just having jalebi gathia at 1:30 in the morning, you will still send out the message.
Also to ensure that the cadre doesn't sleep.
That's right. So the cadre also gets a sense that the boss is watching. This famous 2012 election that Amit Shah fought, assembly election, he went to the constituency and didn't find enough posters of his opponent. And told his people, put posters of the opponent, otherwise my voters won't come out thinking that it's an election that's won. So look at the level of involvement. You've got to give them credit for that. I mean, there's a darker side to it also, where the Sam, Dam, Danda, Bhed politics comes, where you will buy over Congress MLAs who win. But the sharper side is kuch bhi karega election jeetne ke liye.
Let's go to the Congress office in Ahmedabad. Yesterday we saw at the MCD elections, the Congress office was actually shut. They weren't expecting anything to happen over there and they didn't even open they literally didn't open the lock to their office. And what's happening right now in Ahmedabad, we saw a lot of hustle and bustle at Kamalam. Saurav Vakhtania, what's happening at the Congress office in Ahmedabad?
So well, Rahul, let me tell you that in Congress office there is a countdown watch which is installed by the Congress leader, and what it says that it's only 6 hours left, and what they are saying, this is the Parivartan watch, and Parivartan watch only 6 hours are left, after which it will be a Parivartan in Gujarat. There will be a change in the Gujarat government. That is what the Congress is saying through this particular digital watch. Right now, I am outside this particular counting center in Gujarat, in Ahmedabad, and here is where some of the important seats which will be, on which counting will be happening. First is about Payal Kukrani, daughter of Manoj Kukrani, who is an convict in Naroda Patia case. Then the Dani Limda, Jamalpur Khadia, a very important seat again, where we can see a split of votes. Now, what has happened over the period of last few months, Rahul, let me tell you, that Congress has actually been away from all the limelight. They have not been, they did not want it to be in any controversy after few remarks which were against the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. I did not see any of the central leadership in Gujarat. In fact, I should say that Congress, not as a party, they did not fight as a party, but they fought on individual leaders and door-to-door campaigning. Now, how much that is going to work is very important, big question. Now, for BJP, it has been a machinery, it has an entire machinery from Defense Minister Rajnath Singh to doing door-to-door campaigning, to all the chief minister, top leaders doing so many public meetings, Gaurav Yatra and what not. They have been into the campaigning and going to reach the voters. They have done a lot of hard work. Now, this is what the scenario looks like for the Aam Aadmi Party. Even if they get around 3 to 5 seats, remember Rahul, it is going to be a big win for them. I was speaking to one of the top BJP leaders yesterday. What they said is, for Congress it is fine for us, but Aam Aadmi Party getting seats in Gujarat, it will make tough for us in future. Therefore, we don't want Aam Aadmi Party to get into Gujarat in this particular election. But having said that, Aam Aadmi Party has campaigned very well. They have been doing lot of campaigning from June. Over 10 guarantees announced by Arvind Kejriwal. It will be first time when the Gujarat voters have an option of the third front, being so large party, and it will be very important to see how much the Gujarat voters actually support and accept this party, and based on which how the splitting of votes will happen. So in few hours from now we'll come to know, but definitely Aam Aadmi Party factor is very important for this Gujarat Assembly elections.
You know, I've always believed, and I don't know whether Rahul Srivastava will agree or Preeti will agree, that actually in a strange way in this election, the BJP fears AAP more than the Congress. Because they cannot allow AAP to have a beachhead in Gujarat. In the Prime Minister's home state, a party like AAP, disruptionist, will sort of start, raising troubling questions that have never really been raised by the Congress. Barring the odd leader like the Shakti Singh Goyal, very few congressmen over the last 20 years have on a sustained basis tried to expose corruption in the Gujarat BJP, which exists. You go across Gujarat, Srivastava did a piece about how in the dairy industry, corruption on the ground, political intrigue, but it's never fully been exposed because of the setting. Will the Aam Aadmi Party disrupt that? That is what the BJP is worried about. And therefore, there is a fear of the BJP more than of the Congress.
I think, Rajdeep, it's not. I think the Aam Aadmi Party has brought into the narrative in Gujarat issues which were not being talked about by the Congress at all. One very important factor. Then, AAP is a party which is hungry. It is not satisfied after winning Punjab. It wants to win more. Any party which is wanting to win more definitely is more trouble. Now, what yesterday, after when MCD was being lost, what was the Congress saying? We will go back to the drawing board. They need a new drawing board. Hum chintan karenge, hum manthan karenge. Preeti, there were a lot of...
But Rahul Gandhi said this in 2015 when they lost in Delhi.
They wanted to learn from AAP. They wanted to learn from AAP.
The Congress will change.
Now the point here is that Congress is a party that if you lose one cricket match, you know that it will get back and win the series. But with AAP, it's a different ball game altogether. It's a party which is on the prowl. It will scratch you, bite you, and then perhaps rise again, it will fall. But it will rise again.
But what is the mood in the AAP after yesterday's MCD election? Because it's, so therefore, is today very important, because you can't go around the country as Arvind Kejriwal does and write on piece of paper, I'm going to get 200 seats, I'm going to win Gujarat. Somewhere then people will say, is this strategy that, you keep your flocks, hopes up, or is it that Arvind Kejriwal somewhere has misread the ground situation, that he thought he'd get more than 200 in Delhi, he's going to win Gujarat?
No,
where is that coming from?
The sheer fact that Arvind Kejriwal went to town in Gujarat to say that hamari to 90 seat aayenge. We've got that original copy of that letter where he said hamari 90 seat aayenge. He's done this to maybe... I don't think the Aam Aadmi Party really believes that they're going to get 90 seats. It is rhetoric at a level, and it's been done, Rajdeep, primarily to make the voter understand that, listen, we are here to win. We can win this election. You can vote us in this time around because we have a striking chance of winning.
So was his main target the Congress in this election in Gujarat?
Yes.
That I will go to areas where the Congress is vulnerable and target them?
No, his main... Okay, to put it this way, Aam Aadmi Party and Arvind Kejriwal's main agenda was to replace the Congress in Gujarat, but their campaign was directed entirely at the BJP. Why is the BJP scared? For example, all through our campaign, Rajdeep, you were there, we were doing debates in Gujarat. Did one BJP spokesperson come if the Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson with us? No. They completely somewhere down the line didn't want to acknowledge the presence that there was the Aam Aadmi Party. Why is that? Number one, 18 corporators from the Bharatiya Janata Party have been inducted into the ranks of the Aam Aadmi Party and given tickets, corporator levels. So they understand they're infiltrating
I don't
their
think
systems.
It's fair to say the BJP is scared of AAP.
No, nobody's saying they're scared.
You just said it. You said they're scared.
Rajdeep said that is the BJP more scared of AAP?
I said, do they fear them more than the Congress?
Irritated, yes.
Irritated, yes.
Scared, absolutely not. Remember, I was speaking to one of the top BJP leaders yesterday. He said the Congress ki murkta that the AAP's got a space. The BJP is holding on to where they were. if at all the AAP is present, it's not because of the BJP, it's because of the weakness of the Congress. And
But
even
the fear,
if in the
but
future,
the fear factor, Rahul, also comes in from the fact that the Aam Aadmi Party is a lot more acceptable in the urban pockets, which is the BJP's gad of sorts. And the Congress, they would hate the Congress. But the Aam Aadmi Party in badges of Vadodara, in places, or, you know, in Ahmedabad, the Aam Aadmi Party is more acceptable as an anti-corruption party. It is
that's
a lot more than
the
Congress.
weakness of the Congress. Remember, in several of the seats in Surat and Ahmedabad, our BJP has won with more than 50% vote share. So it's the fight for the anti-incumbency opposition vote, but the BJP is sitting pretty.
See, it's basically
so to say that you've got the tiger of the jungle scared of a very small animal
but we've
that's
had a lot
entered
of
the same
reactions,
political
Rahul,
jungle,
a lot of reactions.
it's not the same thing.
No, we've had a lot of reactions when we've gone across to people where they've said that center में मोदी चाहिए पर अब टाइम आ गया है बदलाव on ground, and that is not the Congress.
We'll find out.
Yeah,
in a few hours.
But I actually feel the Congress will do better.
In a few hours,
way better than the Aam Aadmi Party.
I went through the content of Prime Minister's rallies. In the first phase, totally on development. It was very focused. But then when AAP started creeping in, the Prime Minister very carefully turned his target towards the Congress party. He wanted to make it a Congress versus BJP. I think BJP is not scared. I don't think it's. I think it is factoring in for Aam Aadmi Party.
Oh, sure. No, if there is one part of Gujarat which is fascinating in the context of this new player, it is Surat. You know, the diamond center of this country. BJP has dominated it. C.R. Patil won with one of the largest margins in 2019. And, you know, I remember in the, again, an old figure of the BJP, Kashiram Rana. One of the first OBC faces who came, predated almost Mr. Modi in the 1990s, used to win with 2 and 3 lakhs. It's the gad. You know, Surat is known now for Hardik Pandya, diamonds, and the BJP's dominance. Pankaj Upadhyay is there at the Surat counting center. Pankaj, is there any sense that that this time the BJP's gad, the fortress, is under threat? There are at least a couple of seats like Bharatiya, which the Aam Aadmi Party is hoping to win this time. Do you really see any prospect of that happening on the ground?
Rajdeep, as far as Surat is concerned, I think there are 2 seats, where the BJP seems to be a little uneasy. One is, of course, the Varacha Road, where from Aam Aadmi Party leader Alpesh Kathiria is in the race. And second is Katargam, where from Aam Aadmi Party state leader Gopal Italia is contesting. Now, Narendra Modi, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has done a roadshow in this area. UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has done a roadshow in this area. And all that the sitting MLA Kumar Kanani in the Varacha Road area has to say is that he hopes that the Modi magic is going to work. Now on ground zero, when I had a word with the people, they maintain that Kumar Kanani was absent during the COVID pandemic. He wasn't really helping much. And on the other hand, the Aam Aadmi Party leader, Alpesh Kathiria, was there on ground zero helping people. Alpesh Kathiria just went inside the counting center here and in Surat, and he has said for how long, after all, the BJP contestants are going to seek vote in the name of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. People now want change, and they see that Aam Aadmi Party is the option. Congress party is no longer the option, they say. The only visible and viable option for the people of Gujarat is Aam Aadmi Party. But the fact also remains, the presence of the Aam Aadmi Party is seen only in areas like Surat and Saurashtra. In Surat especially, the Aam Aadmi Party is hoping that it is going to get tremendous votes from the first-time voters, the youngsters, and also many people who are employed in the diamond industry. But the fact remains, when you go inside the diamond industry and various areas and talk to the people, they say, yes, what Arvind Kejriwal is saying resonates. What he is saying is fine. When he talks about free bijli, he talks about school, aspatal, that's all fine. He talks about cylinders, muft kar denge, ye muft, ye guarantee, wo guarantee. But they say at the end of the day, they trust Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
So you see, also, that really sums up what you are saying. What you are saying really sums up the situation across Gujarat. This Modi factor, you know, it goes beyond just normal politics. He's a cult figure for the Gujarati. Son of the soil has made it big, and it's remarkable, Rahul, then when you look at it, because that level of, you know, attachment is very difficult to change overnight. Even in 2017, at the height of the Patel agitation, The BJP got more Patel votes than the opposition. We sometimes forget that, you know. Yes, it dented the BJP in some parts of Saurashtra, but the Modi factor has consistently ensured anti-incumbency doesn't exist. If you look at even seats in the Lok Sabha in particular, the BJP has swept Gujarat now to the point where if this was a Lok Sabha election, you'd call it already in Gujarat. So I think the Modi factor has to be looked at. And looking at Surat, the fascinating constituency is Limbayat. And that shows the man-to-man marking that we took place there. It is a constituency with a 25% Muslim population. What has happened? 30 Muslims are contesting as independents, from a garment worker to a domestic help to an auto driver to a delivery boy. Who has sponsored them? Where have these 30 independents come? You've done it because you want to break the Muslim vote to ensure victory. So that level of micromanagement that the BJP does, plus the Modi factor, makes it very difficult even in Surat for the AAP to break through or anyone else.
It's not just in Gujarat that there is the Modi factor. If you look at the post-poll survey done by Access My India for the India Today group, you have about 12% of the overall voters saying they voted for the BJP even in Himachal Pradesh because of Prime Minister Modi. So 1 in 5 of those who voted for the BJP, whether it is in Himachal or Gujarat, in Gujarat, undisputedly there's a greater emotional connect. But even in Himachal Pradesh, the Prime Minister's ability to fetch votes for the BJP on the back of his image, his persona, is incredibly high. Let's go across to Kamaljeet Sandhu. She's in Shimla this morning, tracking all that's happening in the hill state. Remember, in the urban pockets of Shimla, the Congress this time expected to do well. And we had Rajiv Shukla, Bhupinder Singh Hooda, Bhupesh Baghel, all of them trying to keep prospective Congress MLAs in check. Kamaljeet, is it true that they're planning to take some of these MLAs to Jaipur, or is that something that the Congress is just thinking about or speaking about to ensure that none of those MLAs, in case of a hung house, run away and join the BJP?
Well, Congress has often been blamed for being outsmarted and being slow. So this time around, they're not taking a chance. Now, we all know this is a neck-to-neck fight. This is going to be a nail-biting finish in Himachal Pradesh. And before that, Congress wants to keep its flock together. We all know there's this big Modi factor, but there's also another factor, which is the rebel candidates. Now, we know that right from the beginning, there have been at least 21 BJP rebels and at least 7 of them from Congress. And in the eventuality that this could actually be something of a nail-biter, there is a huge possibility that if this is going to be hung in any possible way, that is when these independents or the rebels could play a massive play. And this is where it's also important that their own MLAs or own candidates are kept together, because BJP has more often been blamed by the opposition party, particularly the Congress party, for poaching. And this is what they're saying. The Operation Lotus could unfold even before Congress could spell it out. So that is why Bhupesh Baghel is there, Bhupinder Hooda, all been tasked to ensure that they keep their flock together. And that is why the viability and the option of keeping the neighboring Rajasthan to ensure that these MLAs can be taken away there, possibility also being taken away to Chhattisgarh. But this is almost as if it's counting chicks before they hatch. So they'll really have to wait once the trends really are unfolding. That's when Congress will really pick up pace. But meanwhile, they're keeping their options really open.
You know, the interesting thing, Kamaljeet, you're looking in lovely Shimla. I can see a little bit of snowflakes around you, so you're very lucky to be in Shimla in December. But, you know, that's the thing about Himachal. The Congress needs 35. Anything below 35, the BJP advance.
I don't think so. I think the Congress needs 40. If they win 40, then 40. You can. If they're anywhere close to the BJP, then anything can happen.
You know, but I think Pradeep Gupta made this point yesterday, which is partly true. In all the states where the Congress has, you know, claimed foul play by the BJP immediately after an election, it's been a hung assembly. Once you get a majority, you see, suppose I'm 35, I can go that very morning and claim to the governor that I've got a majority, please invite me. In Goa, what happened? They didn't have the majority. They delayed because they hoped to get some independence. BJP moved in. If it's a hung assembly, BJP will move in tomorrow itself. Once it's 35, I would expect the Congress has learned from past mistakes and go to the governor, sit in Raj Bhavan till we are
stand
invited.
outside the governor's house.
Yeah,
early in the morning, in the rain, in the snow, stand outside the governor's house. The moment it says you've crossed 34, jump in and say, here's our attempt to form the government. They're hoping to do that, but they still need 34 MLAs to actually have a chance.
Not even 34, they need 35. You see, 35 is your majority mark.
But remember, there are, according to the post-poll analysis done by the India Today group, there are 5 seats where the independents have a chance of winning. So either a rebel candidate or an independent. And remember, there are at least 12 BJP rebels. And Himachal Pradesh, because it's a hill state with sparse population, has fewer voters per constituency than, say, an urban pocket like Delhi or Gujarat. And therefore, even on small margins, that election can turn.
That's right. And the one time where we've had, in recent times, where we've had a lot of post-poll drama in Himachal was 1998. Sukhram, you know, whose story I once covered because there was cash found under his pillow. You know, in the telecom scam. Now, you know, he was the forerunner, by the way, of the telecom revolution.
I was there at his house when the raid happened.
If you went to a PC, the maximum number of PCOs was set up in Mandi when Sukhram was the Union Minister of Telecom.
His son fights on a BJP ticket this time.
Anil Sharma. Anil Sharma, and Anil Sharma was there outside the office, outside the residence when we went with the cameras, and he said, "Yaar, ye kyun aa rahe ho aap log? Ye sab chhod do. Kya karna hai?" You see, this was early days of TV, and you know, we were all trying to run around houses. Rahul Srivastava will remember. In those days, it was new for the politician also to see a TV camera in their house. And Sukramji was, you know, dressed, I think, in his pajamas. He was looking, you know, pretty dazed. He was a very powerful leader. Pandit Sukram was a very powerful leader in Mandi and in the Narasimha Rao government. From there, that was the one occasion he had to resign after this cash was found under his pillow. 3 years later, election is held in Himachal, and his 3 Himachal Vikas Congress MLAs held the key to who will form the government. And because Mr. Vajpayee was the Prime Minister, he chose to go with the BJP at the time. So, Pandit Sukhram is one example. There'll be lots of Sukhrams out there today in Himachal.
The interesting thing is that it's a Goa man who is the governor of Himachal. Mr. Rajendra Arlekar is there.
That's right. And he knows a thing or two about defections.
And he's been the Speaker of the Assembly in Goa.
देखो गोवा में हम लोग कुछ सीखते हैं उसमें से कैसे डिफेक्टर्स को
but today tell me, are you going to be a man from Goa or a man from Gujarat? Which is
today? Definitely from Gujarat. It is my Janma Bhumi. You know, it is Mr. Modi's Janma Bhumi, Amit Shah's Janma Bhumi, and Rajdeep Sardesai's Janma Bhumi. You can't get away from that. I am very much a Gujarati today.
Today.
આજે ખુશ્બુ ગુજરાતની છે તમે જોતા રહો અમારો પ્રોગ્રામ અમે ગુજરાતીમાં પણ વાત કરશું.
So is your Gujarati Baba Gujarati or Tit Gujarati?
It's terrible.
You know,
terrible Gujarati.
Actually, what happened? We had a cricket team in Bombay, in Mumbai, where 5 of us 11 players had the surname Shah or Patel. So we were we spoke decent Gujarati. If you come from South Mumbai as I do, you speak decent Gujarati. So that's where I learnt it. Plus, I would spend every holiday with my grandparents. My grandfather was the longest serving IG of police of Gujarat. And one small story on it. Narendra Modi or Narendra Bhai was arrested first time in Nav Nirman movement in 74.
By your grandfather?
My grandfather was the IG of police, and he rang up Chiman Bhai Patel, who lost his government over Nav Nirman, and said, "You can't arrest students. Please arrest those who are, you know, we cannot." The government was pushing them to arrest all students.
So your grandfather got Narendra Bhai freed?
Mr. Modi, in his weaker moments, will tell you, Panch Sahib got me freed.
बहुत याराना लगता है.
बहुत याराना. Okay. पुरानी कहानी है, पुरानी कहानी. But look, that's why, you know, 74 is a turning point, Mr. Modi says, in his career, because it was the first time that he really sort of got into mainstream politics as an anti-emergency activist.
Remember, the kind of analytics to explain what's happening in real time and why that we've got wired and fired up on that India Today election intelligence dashboard are simply unparalleled. Across no other television channel will you get to see live analysis in the way that you will starting 8 a.m., which is when the first trends will start coming in. It'll be postal ballots to begin with, and then we'll have actual EVMs being opened, and we'll have the numbers coming thick and fast. We'll break them down for you. We'll slip into a very quick break right now. We'll return on the other side. This is India's #1 election destination. Get your chai, your black coffee, your jalebi, your fafda, whatever it is that gets you going in the morning. Sit back and watch the fun.
रहा था?
सो ही तो रहा था। सोते हुए जगाना पाप होता है लिया।
ये पाप तेरे मैट्रेस को लगेगा। हर मेमोरी फोम ऑर्थोपेडिक नहीं होता है। असली नींद के लिए स्विच टू ड्यूरोफ्लेक्स with doctor recommended Duroflex mattresses that have 5-zone full body support.
Nothing like Duroflex. Oh, I wish he came with a mute button.
Oh, you know what? He does actually.
Really? Presenting Wave Plus by Duroflex, a smart bed with anti-snow mode, designed for those who take sleep seriously.
Alright, where's my spot?
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
मचा
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Co-powered by OLXautos.in. Only OLX Autos gives OLXtra price for every car. In association with Titan I Plus, expert who cares. AMD, take the quantum leap in performance.
Okay, strong rooms with the EVMs have been opened in Gujarat and Himachal. Counting will begin in about 7.5 minutes from now is what we are told. 8 a.m. is when the counting begins, starting with postal ballots, of course, and then the EVMs will open thick and fast. So all eyes now are on Gujarat and Himachal. One state on the west coast of the country, the other in the lap of the Himalayas. Preeti is with us. We'll have many of our reporters going right through the next few hours, telling us every little detail, micro, macro picture, lots of graphics to give you also. We will not just tell you who is winning, but why they are winning and what are the implications for national politics across the country. Preeti, you said that among the things that you're interested in to look at closely today is in Gujarat, what the AAP does, but also presumably what is of great interest is in Himachal Pradesh, whether the Congress can actually defeat the BJP in a direct fight, because they haven't done that since 2018 December in Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh.
Well, you're bang on, Rajdeep. I'm also looking in Gujarat whether the Bharatiya Janata Party will cross that 127 mark, which is their career best of 2002. So I'm keenly looking at that. But when you're talking about, the Congress's campaign in Himachal, it's very, very interesting, Rajdeep. If today I believe the Congress can pull this through, if they get a majority in Himachal, somewhere down the line, they succeed in introducing a new model of electioneering for themselves, which is low resource, low key, no big leaders, hyper-local, fought on local candidates, local issues, especially if it works. It could be a model that they can adopt when a presidential-style contest, which is there now with the BJP, where you're facing off with none else but the Prime Minister Modi. So in Himachal, yes, if the Congress does well, it's a model that they can actually adapt to.
A sort of hyper-local model, as you're calling it, low resource, hyper-local model.
No big faces.
And almost, make your sort of seeming liability of low resources into an asset by localizing the election. So it's interesting. And, all credit to the election officers on the ground. They election after election with almost metronomic efficiency, they carry on their tasks. There are questions that have been raised in recent times over the role of the election commission and commissioners, but let's give credit to all those officials who go through the winter of Shimla and Himachal to the early sign of winter in Gujarat and are out there.
There is no winter in Gujarat, Raj.
There's no winter.
There is no. I don't believe Saurabh Vakhtania is wearing a jacket.
No, 1 minute.
Where is the winter?
Preeti, please travel with me to Kutch in December, January.
Okay, only
it does
Kutch.
get cold. Yes. There are parts of this wonderful country that will give you different, you will have different weather patterns. Yes, in Ahmedabad, it gets hot most of the day, and that is the nature of Gujarat. We are people who like our
I have to say Gujaratis feel colder than the rest of India. It is a fact. Saurabh Vakhtania is wearing a puffer jacket right now.
I'll tell you why. The famous story. If you go to Rohtang Pass, you will usually get Bengalis and Gujaratis in monkey caps.
True.
We travel a lot. Yes. Gujarat. Today I'm completely Gujarati, by the way. Who Gujarati chu aaje? Mari Gujarati saras.
Rajdeep, your identity is what? Are you Gujarati? Today, when Maharashtra goes into election, you are Maharashtra. When you were Goan, when Goa was going to polls, you were Goan. And you're also Bengali.
I am a West Indian. I was born in Gujarat. I lived my early life in Mumbai, which is still my sort of heart is there. And Goa is where my father comes from. So, I'm fully West Indian. And when you're West Indian, you like the good things of life.
So the Karam Bhumi is at least Delhi.
Karam Bhumi has become Delhi. I am a Mumbaikar in exile in Delhi. Rahul Srivastav disagrees with all of this, thinks that I'm putting all of this out, but that's the way it is. But let's talk elections, Rahul. What are you looking forward to? Couple of minutes to go for the EVMs and the counting. Give us the big national picture. Why are these elections important from a national picture?
See, Razi, before 2024, this is one battle in which there is a new player, Rajdeep. I think you rightly said, and Rahul also said, that I think perhaps the entire political landscape in India is looking for a challenge. It cannot be, in a democracy, I think it's something missing if you don't have a challenger or if you don't have a challenge. For example, you don't want to watch a football match in which 20 goals are scored. Like on Australia versus India in hockey, where we do terrible. Now, in that scenario, I think we saw it, looked at Mamata Banerjee, and suddenly, after the Bengal election, we found that Mamata Banerjee got funneled into that Bengali identity. And that became her baggage. Arvind Kejriwal, till now, did not display any sense of baggage, though he didn't have a solid ideology element to talk about all the country. And that day, in Preeti's program, I said that it's very difficult for Pied Pipers without ideology in politics to survive for a very long time. The fact is that this has got a making of a political election in which you can have a challenger.
So are you saying this is almost like a trailer for what could happen 5-10 years down the line? Maybe possibly Arvind Kejriwal emerging as a challenger. But look, that's in the distance. Today is about, can the BJP also do what no other party barring the left has done in Bengal, win 7 consecutive elections? And that's huge in an age where people tend to get fatigued very easily. A government and a political party and a system that lasts for more than 2.5 decades. So BJP could be in 7th heaven, as we are calling it, and that therefore makes this election particularly important from a BJP's perspective and from the Congress. Remember, they are a party which is in power in only 2.5 states, Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan, and in alliance in Jharkhand. Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan go to the polls next year, and in Rajasthan, the Congress has been split wide open on more than one occasion. So remember, plenty at stake for the Congress, for the BJP, and yes, for the Aam Aadmi Party. Rahul Kanwal is joining me at this moment as we are getting ready to open those EVM boxes. Let's take a break and then let's play Counting Day. It's better than T20, and here everyone is a winner if you're a viewer. Back in a moment.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6,
5, 4, 3,
2,
1. Let's play.
Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Co-powered by OLXautos.in. Only OLX Autos gives OLXtra price for every car. In association with Titan Eye Plus, expert who cares. AMD, take the quantum leap in performance.
Hello and welcome. Namaskar. Kem Cho India. We are here with our special coverage on India's election destination. Rahul.
The big question today, who comes second in Gujarat? Will it be the Congress? Could it be the Aam Aadmi Party? This is the kind of World Cup of politics where you know who's winning the World Cup, you don't know who's coming second. The other big question, can the Congress win Himachal Pradesh? Bragging rights today depend on what happens in the hill state of Himachal. If the Congress can win, Mallikarjun Kharge will say, I led the Congress to power in my first election as party president. My record is 1 out of 2, which is in bad. If they lose, it raises very serious questions about who could be the principal challenger to the Bharatiya Janata Party in the years to come. Rajdeep, you've got your breakfast out, I see.
That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get the khakra out with lice.
Rajdeep's got his khakra, I've got my protein bar, different political voices, different dietary choices as well on India Today, and that will play itself out on India's democratic newsroom. This is India's election destination.
That's right. So we've got plenty ahead from you. The election EVMs are about to be opened, and we are going to go thick and fast into each and every constituency as those results and leads come. But first, it's time for the headlines this Thursday morning. Counting begins for 182 seats in Gujarat. Exit polls tilt the scales heavily towards BJP for a 7th consecutive win. All eyes though also on what impact will the AAP have. Will the Congress face oblivion, or will it make a comeback in what was once its bastion?
As counting is set to begin in Himachal Pradesh, all eyes on whether the hill state will see a cliffhanger as exit polls predict a possible edge for the Congress.
Congress preempts Operation Lotus in the hill state, will shift its MLAs, winning MLAs in Himachal to Rajasthan. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra monitoring the situation personally. Bhupinder Hooda and Bhupesh Baghel sent to Shimla.
Blazing fast counting day, updates of the biggest elections this year, unmatched ground reports, deep data analytics, unmissable, unrelented coverage on India's election destination.
Counting also underway for by-polls for Mainpuri in Lok Sabha and Rampur Assembly seat of Azam Khan. Can the BJP upset the Samajwadi Party in its bastion like it did in Azamgarh earlier this year?
Today is a day when history will be made. Not since the CPIM government of West Bengal has any party won 7 successive elections in a state. The BJP could potentially equal that record and be in 7th heaven if they manage to win in Ahmedabad and Gandhinagar today. And not since 1985 has any party in Himachal Pradesh won twice over. So if the BJP wins again in Himachal, they will be beating that record set by Veerbhadra Singh, who won in 82 and 85. If the Congress wins, then it gives them some whiff of a chance, something to cling on to. So Rajdeep, a lot at stake. Also, if the BJP wins big in Gujarat, in the Prime Minister's home state, in Amit Shah's home state, it sets the Prime Minister and the BJP up for a potential 3rd term in office. Not since Pandit Nehru has any Prime Minister won successively 3 times over in the general elections.
Absolutely. You know, I hesitate at times to exaggerate the importance of states because as we've seen in Indian politics, different states vote differently. But I think Gujarat matters because Gujarat was the laboratory of BJP, Hindutva. This is the state from which the BJP expanded to other parts. The Prime Minister, the Home Minister come from Gujarat. So I think Gujarat has a disproportionate importance in the national picture. And Himachal, as you rightly said, for the Congress, I think, is really do or die. Because if the Congress, has had literally nothing to smile about right through 2022. They lost Goa. They lost Uttarakhand, where again, governments changed every 5 years. They were demolished in Uttar Pradesh. What does even Punjab, they lost their government there. So for the Congress, this is really do or die moment. You need Himachal to at least have something, some kind of solace.
No, but this do or die for the Congress is a bit overstated, Rajdeep. It's been do or die for them forever. Listen, the Aam Aadmi Party in Gujarat is fine. No, they've already been dying for a long time. It's a patient which is already in ICU.
It's yet another do or die, but let's be clear. The Congress Party...
That's an oxymoron.
No, I think, look, every political party has a process of renewal. I've listened to congressmen in the last week saying, wait till what happens in Karnataka, April, May, we are winning Karnataka, and maybe they will. So I never write off a political party, but when you start losing election after election, then defeat gets embedded into your system, and a sense of defeatism creeps in. Today, what are congressmen saying in Gujarat? They want a respectable performance. What is respectable? 50 or 60. Earlier, privately they'll say this. Earlier they would talk in 2017 ki jeet sakte hai. This time they're not talking about winning. They're talking about respectable performance. So defeatism almost gets embedded into your body system, and that's why Congress needs to win Himachal to show that maybe they have it in them to take on the BJP.
There are congressmen, today morning I spoke to just now 2 of them. They are saying questions will be asked about the disconnect between the yatra and losses of 2.5 states.
Absolutely.
You cannot dealing these two.
Rahul Gandhi's yatra completes 100 days next week on Friday. Now you're going on a yatra through Rajasthan, through other parts, but you missed Gujarat. Rahul Gandhi campaigned 35 times in Gujarat and spent 4 weeks there. 38 days. Spent the last 4 weeks in Gujarat in 2017. This time he's just done 2 rallies. Never went to Himachal.
No, but think of it, Rajdeep,
I think it's important to see for the Congress, can they decouple a yatra with election results? These are all important questions.
If this is the World Cup of politics, think of it as the World Cup being on in Qatar and Rahul Gandhi playing a club league in Barcelona.
Absolutely.
It makes no sense. You're playing really well. Oh, look at his strokes. He's dribbling really well. He's taken on 4 players. The yatra's got so many people supporting for him. Arey, match to Qatar mein chal raha hai na boss. Aap wahan pe Barcelona mein bhi kya kar rahe ho?
Fair enough. We've got 2 Rahuls in the studio, and maybe we can wait for Rahul bashing once the results start coming in. But for now, I think it's going to be...
I do feel the Congress will do better in Gujarat.
Okay, but I think today...
than what has been projected.
But today really is a day for the BJP. 7 consecutive wins. I think we are going to have spend some time to explain this phenomenon that the BJP is in Gujarat.
Because the Prime Minister's political generator is fired from the fuel that comes from Gujarat. That emotional connect with the voters of Gujarat is the basis on which Messrs. Modi and Shah have built this mighty political edifice. Arguably the most formidable election machine modern Indian politics has seen. And that connect that they have with voters in Gujarat is what we will find out at about 12 or 2 p.m.
Okay, the first lead is there from Gujarat, and that first lead suggests from Abdasa that the BJP is leading in one constituency. In the Kutch region, Abdasa, BJP taking its first lead in Gujarat at the moment. So clearly, the BJP at least has...
These are just postal ballots.
Postal ballots, but it is, always nice to know who has taken the first lead early in the morning. Okay, for the BJP, Mahima Singh, spokesperson, Congress, joining us. Nitin Jain is spokesperson of the BJP, and Preeti Sharma Menon of the Aam Aadmi Party is also with us. Let's turn straight to the BJP. Ms. Jain, what are you expecting? What is it that you are... Niti Jain. I called you Nitin, I'm sorry. And lovely to have 3 women on the show. 3 women spokespersons, may your tribe increase. So Niti, what are you expecting in Gujarat? What's that number that will give you bragging rights? Crossing 127, your previous record, or trying to beat Madhav Singh Solanki's 149 out of 182?
You know, Rajdeep, I think I'll just repose my faith in the exit polls that you have come out with. And the mandate of the people is what we'll expect once, in another 2 to 3 hours, I think the picture would be very clear. But I think we're very confident in coming back in Gujarat, definitely. And that is what we're looking forward to right now. So the bragging rights, I think we're coming back for the 7th time. I think we have sufficient bragging rights. And that is what we're happy about right now.
But it's not just about winning. For the BJP top brass, it's about winning big. And Sheila Bhatt understands the mind of the BJP leaders who matter more than most political observers I know. Sheila Ben?
Yes.
It's not about just winning. The BJP wants to win big. There's a intra-party bet between the likes of Amit Shah, C.R. Patil, Harsh Sanghvi about who can ensure that the AAP doesn't open its account on their seat in the areas that they are micromanaging.
You are right, and this is a very serious subject for them, and we can laugh and have fun over it. But I think they are, and I'm seriously telling you that they are thinking of 2032 after 1 or 2 elections. Imagine, can we think of a politics in 2032 in national level and Gujarat? And Rajdeep, I can tell you one thing, in a post-Modi era, what will come, we will know today by 5 p.m.
Why do you say that?
I say that because just think, at a national, we are sitting in Delhi and one humble Jadu is doing something absolutely new in Gujarat. It's votes for a politician is a democratic wealth. It's a redistributing. Even though it's not in a big way, but just with what? Lotus I understand, Haath I understand, but Jadu, and it's so good.
So
it's so BJP for 50 years was telling water, I will give you fear, I will address your fear, I will address your insecurity. But this man comes in a bush shirt and he says that मैं झाड़ू लगाऊंगा, मैं रोटी कपड़ा मकान दूंगा. He's a Manoj Kumar of 21st century. And so I think I think the future we can see. And you know, now enough is enough. Now everybody, including BJP, Congress should come out of that ideological cocoon and NGO mold and take Kejriwal seriously.
Okay, while you're giving us this analysis, look at what is happening in Gujarat already. We've got 12 seats that we are giving trends for all 12. All 13 at the moment are going for the BJP, and they're coming from the BJP's bastion of central Gujarat. Remember, central Gujarat is what propelled the BJP in the 1990s to domination. This is areas in and around Ahmedabad, and it is in central Gujarat, Vadodara, and beyond that. Gujarat has got heavily urbanized in recent times, and that is where the BJP has tended to dominate. 19 plays 1. The one lead that the other lead is to the Aam Aadmi Party, but 19 is what we are getting at the moment, and central Gujarat is leading the way for the BJP at this moment. No surprise really. You travel through central Gujarat, and that is really the BJP's fortress, the gud of the BJP.
The gud of the BJP, and as many factors are there, there is one X factor, Rajdeep, which really foxed many of us who were on ground as political reporters, because they will say pani nahi aa raha, ye nahi ho raha, wo nahi ho raha, par vote to Modi ji ke naam pe hai. So you don't know which way this person's going to go when push comes to shove. But even with the Aam Aadmi Party factor, the fact is they see it in the long run. If they do well today, they see Saurashtra as their Malwa, they see South Gujarat as their Malwa, and they're hoping, if they get anywhere over 10%, hoping to come back big next election and target these very areas.
The fact is, when you're 21-4, Congress has opened its account, leading at the moment in 4. These 4, 3 of them are coming from Saurashtra. Remember, last time Congress did remarkably well in Saurashtra. They won 30 out of 54 between Saurashtra and Kutch. Bettered the BJP. Often lost out is the fact that the Congress actually was ahead of the BJP in rural Gujarat. This time though, will that happen? Doesn't look like it at the moment. But it's 25-7-1. So clearly the BJP is pulling ahead right at the very start, winning in the opening overs.
One of the big reasons why the BJP lost some seat share in the last elections was because the Patel vote, the Laua Patel and the Kadwa Patel vote got split. The BJP still did better than the Congress, but that vote got split. Because that agitation has largely run out of steam, because Hardik Patel is now in the BJP's fold, the Patidar vote has come back to the BJP, which will mean a lot of the seats that they lost on account of Patidar disaffection will actually start counting in the BJP's tally. 30 leads for the BJP this morning. They're off to a smashing start. 30 for 31 at this moment, 7 for the Congress, only 1 for the Aam Aadmi
and
Party.
The Aam Aadmi Party lead is coming from tribal Gujarat, from South Gujarat. So the Aam Aadmi Party actually doing better in seats that were traditionally Congress seats. So if you go into the Dangs, you will find in a small hut in remote Dangs now the Jhadu that Sheila spoke about.
Yes, this is the Narmada area. That is the Didiapada and others where the voting percentage is very high. You know, there are areas where tribals vote up to 85, 90%.
Sure, and very interestingly, the Bharatiya Tribal Party of Chotu Wasawa had earlier tied up with AAP and then realized AAP is taking away their vote. So decided, let's contest on our own. So clearly the tribal belt, and that is where the Congress will be worried. One more vote bank of the Congress, is it now being lost in Gujarat, the tribal vote being lost to the BJP? 27 reserved seats in Gujarat among tribals. We forget that sometimes 15% tribal vote.
No, but the
so that is going to be
BJP
important.
and the RSS have made a massive outreach to these tribal communities to try and win them over.
In fact,
and
Prime
the
Minister
Congress in many ways has been taking that vote for granted.
Absolutely, Rahul. And in fact, when the Prime Minister started his campaign, if you'll remember, he started it from tribal Gujarat and he said, my ABCD of Gujarat starts with Adivasi. A for Adivasi. So very important for the BJP to make those inroads.
We've got
also.
initial trends now coming from Himachal Pradesh as well, where the BJP at this moment has a very slight edge over the Congress. 7 leads for the BJP, 6 for the Congress in Himachal Pradesh, where we have a total of 14 leads so far. Just remember that these are postal ballots, which essentially means what you're seeing on the screen is just a handful of votes being counted. So any sharp panditry that you're seeing is basically coming from the head of the pandit, not necessarily on the basis of votes that have actually been counted, because it's too early to pronounce any kind of definitive judgment one way or the other. But in Gujarat, the BJP playing like Portugal at the moment, 41 plays 7 and 4. They're off to a smashing first half lead.
And Gujarat is a fast counting state, so you'll expect those results to come thick and fast. So clearly, look at those numbers, 46,074. If these numbers sustain, the BJP then looks at Madhav Singh Solanki's record and believes it can achieve that. Clearly, if the opposition vote gets split down the middle, the BJP has that chance. But at the moment, early trends suggest the BJP at least is heading for that 7th consecutive win. Whether it is 140 plus, 150 plus, we won't know at this stage. But as of now, and the interesting thing, Rahul, it's coming from all over. The Congress leads are coming primarily from their bastion of North Gujarat. Correct. There are 2 areas where the Congress had bested the BJP last time. North Gujarat, districts like Mehsana, Banaskantha, Sabarkantha. These are districts where the Congress had done better. That's where the Congress is getting its leads. The BJP all over. Saurashtra, Kutch, they're doing very well. And that for the BJP is the good news. Last time they were struggling in Saurashtra, Kutch. They're getting back their votes there. The Patidar vote could be coming back, opposition vote could be divided, and central Gujarat, as many of us have believed, will be a landslide because the BJP is a solid fortress in central Gujarat at the moment. So no real surprises.
And Jagdish Thakur, the Congress president, is from central Gujarat. Narendra Modi is from central Gujarat. Amit Shah is from central Gujarat. And North Gujarat, Mehsana. Jagdish Thakur, Congress President, Narendra Modi, Anandiben Patel and Amit Shah, all from North Gujarat.
That's right.
And remember, amongst
and North Gujarat became difficult for BJP.
Amongst reporters, prestige or vanity lies in the fact that if you're a good beat reporter, you won't let anybody else break a story on your beat, Rajdeep. In the same way, amongst the BJP leadership at this time, they're ensuring that in their constituency, take a Lok Sabha constituency, for example, they don't allow the AAP to make inroads. There's a lot. It's not just about victory, it's about margin and it's about who can keep the AAP out of his door. Whether it is in Surat, where it is down to a C.R. Patil or a Harsh Sanghvi, whether it's in Gandhinagar, where Amit Shah says he's taken personal charge to ensure that the AAP doesn't open its account in Gandhinagar. And therefore, there's a lot of prestige, vanity, bragging rights at play, not just who wins in Gujarat, where it seems at this moment that the BJP is running away to a historic victory.
You know, Gujarat is going to be about margins. The margin of the BJP's victory is what is critical. But when you start looking at Himachal, you realize that, you know, we thought that it would be a fight, but it's not at the moment. At the moment, the BJP is up 2-1. 16 is playing 9. So the BJP has taken an early, strong lead in postal ballots. Remember, these are small constituencies in Himachal. Average size of the constituency is much less than many other parts of the country. And therefore, you can expect Himachal to swing very, very quickly because there will be small margin. There were 20 out of 68 seats last time where the margin was less than 3,000. 10 seats where the margin was less than 1,000. So Himachal is a state where margins could fluctuate. But for now, the BJP ke dono haath mein laddu hai aur dono ek haath mein fafda. What do they have for breakfast in Himachal?
You can say apples.
Apples, okay. Ek apple hai. Apple bhi hai. We also have apple for you. So there is...
No, but our apples are not half as good as the Himachali apples.
Halfway mark for the BJP.
No, but this is turning out to be a landslide just from initial trends. And remember, the postal ballots typically favor the Bharatiya Janata Party because that's the kind of voter who tends to vote. Like, for example, in Himachal Pradesh, a lot of the Congress vote is coming from hilly rural pockets. So typically in postal ballots, even yesterday, if you saw, for example, in the MCD counting numbers, the initial trends that came in showed the BJP running away to victory, which is when Pradeep Gupta had his heart in his mouth thinking, oh my God, kya mera poll galat ho gaya? But then things kind of stabilized when actual EVMs were opened. 98 versus 14, 99 now versus 14. The BJP playing like a team of all-stars at this moment in Gujarat.
And if you look at that Gujarat map which is coming on your side, the wins are coming from all over. You see, the thing about the BJP is that while it has its fortress in central Gujarat, it has now built a base right across the state. There is no part of Gujarat where the BJP can say, ye hamara gad nahi hai. There are few constituencies where an individual candidate...
Many of whom have been broken and brought into the BJP.
That's right.
17 Congress MLAs from the past 4 years have been given tickets this time by the BJP.
Absolutely.
Disregarding disaffection amongst their own voters and their own leaders, yes?
So, wherever they were weak in 2017, they took over Congress MLAs and strong one and a good ones.
So, it's a take no prisoners kind of approach.
You made a very valid point about the Patidar vote. That's a very critical element because there are 39 odd seats where Patidars have hold sway. Now, last time, despite the agitation, the BJP lost only, they had 29 in 2012, they got 24, means lost only 5. But this time around, one, they are hoping to regain those 5 and also those pockets of influence of Patidars. Apart from these 39, they are hoping to win the match.
But look at how Himachal is changing.
It's a close match.
Himachal is becoming 16-15 in the space of 5 minutes. From 16 to place 9, it's 16-15. So Himachal is close. It appears at the moment Gujarat is the wipeout. Mahima Singh, spokesperson Congress, have you already conceded that Gujarat is a bridge too far? All your hopes now are on the Himachali apple, not on the Gujarati fafda.
Why would we do that, Rajdeep ji? Very good morning to all. Not at all. We have outdone the exit polls in the past. You remember you have been showing in your report how the last election was. So not at all. We are very hopeful. We are hopeful that the population of Gujarat has actually, the voter of Gujarat has actually voted for the local issues and that they have remembered that it is the local candidates who will be their voice in the future, who will represent their concerns in the future, who they can really walk up to, and not Modi ji, who actually breached the model code of conduct on the very morning of the polling. So, and there's nobody that questions, and I'm only reminded of George.
You're still holding out hope in Gujarat, but let's be honest, Himachal is where your best chances, 16-15.
Most certainly, Himachal will be sweeping. But Gujarat, I will say that the exit polls are, due to be proven wrong. We are definitely going to do outdo the exit polls like the last time. We are definitely going to perform, to the best of our capabilities.
So we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see how good that is. But Preeti Sharma Menon, quick word from you. At the moment, AAP leading in 4. What's your best case scenario? Please be honest this time. Forget about putting a number down on a piece of paper like your leader does. What is your best case scenario for Gujarat? 20 seats? 15 seats?
I think we'll be happy to open an account in Gujarat. We've got a huge amount of support when we were on the ground over there, and I'm sure it will translate into a few seats, and that will make our entry into Gujarat and prepare us for the next assembly elections.
Realistic
it'll lay
now.
the ground for that.
They started with 90 odd seats. They're now saying we're happy to open an account, which is a realistic assessment of what is actually possible today. At this moment in Gujarat, Rajdeep, the BJP doing to its opponents what Brazil did to Japan, 4-1, 91 plays 29. Himachal Pradesh is seeing an England versus France kind of match. That could be close, 17 plays 16. But in Gujarat, you just need to stand back and say, well played BJP. BJP will be in 7th heaven. They're already heading there. They're almost there, waiting on the doors, just waiting to go in and cross that 100 mark. 126 leads available at this moment.
And the 4 AAP leads at the moment, 2 coming from South, 2 coming from Saurashtra Kutch. So, you know, Preeti's been saying this for a while, that the AAP believes that Saurashtra Kutch and South Gujarat, between them about 89 seats, could become a potential Malwa-like situation for the AAP in the future, that you focus on a particular area and then build from there. Am I correct?
Well, correct. So they are going to be looking very keenly at the developments in Saurashtra. But, you know, Rajdeep, even when I went across there, I still believe the Congress will do a lot better in Saurashtra, because people don't still believe that the Aam Aadmi Party can win this election. So a lot of people who've been sitting on the fence will gravitate towards the Congress. But the BJP is doing well.
Seat share leads at this moment, 34 versus 4. Even if you leave BJP, which is clearly winning, even if it's a battle for second space, the Congress is way ahead of the AAP. And therefore, all those pundits who breathlessly built up what a powerhouse the Aam Aadmi Party was going to be in Gujarat also need to sit back and question some of their ridiculous assumptions. It takes time to build a party structure on the ground. Pundits may want a keener contest, but that doesn't mean you can turn your whim, your fancy, your dream into a reality. The reality is 37 leads versus 4.
I think the key will be vote share. Look, the Congress is a long-standing party of Gujarat. The Congress is
but this is reality in the way that the voters are perceiving it. Everything else is in the heads of the pundits, some of whom have really been talking up the chances of the Aam Aadmi Party breathlessly.
You look, the AAP itself is admitting today on our show that they
Which is a sensible thing to say,
Preeti Sharma Menon is finally saying what many people will say privately.
They just hit 100. BJP just hit 100.
You know, the BJP is hit 100, the AAP is at 4 and the Congress is 40. So I think Preeti Sharma Menon, you're being realistic in saying that you just want to open your account, become a national party, cross 6% vote share. If you get double digit, that's a bonus. Am I correct?
I think we're very thrilled to become a national party. We'll be the youngest national party in this country. And if we've managed to establish an organization in Gujarat which we can build upon, I think that's a very big achievement. It's a very difficult state to enter. It is supposed to be the guard of the BJP, the fortress, the stronghold, and no other party is ever allowed to enter that state. And if we've managed to get into that state, which was once a good Congress stronghold and then for many decades now has been BJP's home ground, I think that's a fantastic achievement to enter a state for a party with limited resources. And, you know, like you said, we're very young. It's too early days for us.
No, so this is realism. What we are hearing from Preeti Sharma Menon this morning is realism. This is possible. Sure. All those claims which were being made, 90 आएंगी, 90 से कम नहीं आएंगी, मैं लिख के दे रहा हूँ, मुझसे लिखवा लो, this, that and the other. That's all castles in the air.
If these numbers hold, the BJP is heading for its best ever performance in Gujarat.
Possibly the best ever performance by any political party in the history of Gujarat elections, potentially.
That may not happen at the moment.
148, 101.
You need 150 to beat Madhav Singh Solanki. So that may not happen, but you are heading to your best performance for sure.
And this is a party that's
127 you're likely to cross, which was in 2002, which was in the aftermath of the Godhra riots. Since then, interestingly, the BJP's vote has consistently declined in terms of seats. Now they are coming back. 20 saal baad. New picture. Narendra Modi, Amit Shah, 20 saal baad. They are coming back from 127.
Vote share hasn't declined. They have
seats have declined.
Seats have declined. The vote share has virtually remained the same because they have opened new territories.
That's right. But this time they look like they'll actually get
but they were on a
higher seats than they've ever had.
The BJP seat share graph was on a declining trend. Yes. From 127 in 2002 to 117, 115 and then to 99 in the last elections of 2017. So that slope was trending downwards. Today, it goes up. very substantially.
The
and if it
conversion will
heads up,
improve. Their
but
conversion
that's
to
also
seats
because
will
votes are being split. They're being split because the Aam Aadmi Party is gnawing away some of the Congress's vote. As a consequence of the vote getting split, the BJP improves its seat conversion ratio. That is essentially what is playing. The more exciting election is in Gujarat, where in Himachal Pradesh, where now the Congress has taken a slender lead, 22 versus 20. This is where the likes of Mukesh Agnihotri, the Brahman face of the Congress in Himachal Pradesh, or Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu, the Thakur face of the Congress in the Hill State, or Pratibha Singh, the wife of the former king, Veerbhadra Singh, former chief minister, would be thinking, kya mera number aayega? But 22 versus 20, 45 leads out of 68, it is still tough to call.
And one of the interesting seats I'm looking at is Jamnagar North, where you have got Rivaba Jadeja, the wife of Ravindra Jadeja. Ravindra Jadeja, good T20 player, and so is his wife, it appears, because she's leading. Early leads, tough seat, because you've replaced a two-time sitting MLA, and this is the BJP strategy in Gujarat.
And father and sister are campaigning.
Her sister-in-law is campaigning for the Congress. A seat where you've replaced a strong minister, Dharmendra Singh Jadeja, or Hakuba as he is known as, has been replaced. The BJP took a gamble there, and Rivaba is at the moment leading. So, that's the BJP.
Rahul is with Pratibha Singh.
Oh, let's go to
wife
Pratibha
of
Singh.
Veerbhadra Singh. She led the Congress's campaign, would be amongst the front runners if there is to be a Congress government in Shimla. Kamaljeet, take it away.
Right day, as far as the Congress party is concerned, the exit polls are, however, showing a neck-to-neck fight. Pratibha Singh is here with us. Ma'am, thank you for joining us live today on India Today. Do tell us, how are things looking up? Are you more confident than BJP is? Because obviously the exit polls are showing a sort of division, except for obviously Access My India poll, which is giving a clear edge to Congress party.
I am very confident. As you have seen, the weather is also very bright, and the Congress people future are also very bright. We are 100% sure we will form the government, because at least 40 to 41 seats are for sure for Congress. It can be more also.
But there's already a word around that Congress seems to be very worried about its own flock. There are a number of MLAs or elected candidates who would eventually be sent to Rajasthan. How worried are you that there could be a possibility of poaching or horse trading?
I don't know from where you get these sort of news. This is not at all true. There will be no horse trading. There will be no such thing that we will all, once they are elected, it has been happening in the past also. Once they get elected, they all get together in one place. Are
you going to be banking on the MLAs?
Obviously.
On independent or the rebels?
We are in touch with them also, and many of them are Congress-minded, and definitely if they win, they will support the Congress.
Do you feel this is going to be a clear mandate, or do you think this could possibly be a hung assembly?
No, it will be a clear mandate, and definitely Congress has a majority in these elections. We'll get at least, as I told you, 40 to 41 seats are for sure. And it can increase also, but no question of coming down.
Can we see that one final flashing a victory sign before?
Yeah.
Kamaljeet, one simple question to Pratibha ji before she leaves.
Speaking.
Is she hoping to be CM?
Is she the CM candidate, CM face or not?
Are you
जो प्रदेश अध्यक्ष भी हैं कांग्रेस की और वीरभद्र जी
will you be the CM face or not?
That is for the High Command to decide. Please don't.
Like to be the CM? Would she like to be the CM? Ask her that. Or would she prefer her son Vikramaditya to be CM? Okay, she's gone. But give us your sense, Kamaljeet. You were there in Himachal. You've been there several times in this campaign. Who do you think, if the Congress wins, is most likely to be the next CM?
See, we've been putting across this question because we've been camping here in Himachal Pradesh. They have actually left it to the High Command. But yes, Sukhwinder Singh, who's thrown his name in the ring, is one of the probable candidates. But many within the Congress party feel that it's way too early. He could not even campaign beyond his own particular seat, that he's not the right face. Now, Veerbhadra Singh was the clear choice as long as he was alive. But his legacy, will it really live on? But many say that Pratibha Singh is going to be actually the CM face. She seems rather confident. Her son apparently is too young. But we've spoken to both of them individually. Both of them kind of shy away from it because obviously this is something that they don't want the high command to really
interesting
think that
choice, Rajdeep.
I'll tell you what.
Let me frame my question, then you respond.
Yes.
Will they pick Pratibha Singh if it comes down to that, the wife of Veerbhadra Singh, a dynast, perpetuating the charge of the Congress being a party of dynasts, or will they pick somebody like a Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu who comes from a student movement, or someone like a Mukesh Agnihotri who's a Brahmin in a state where upper castes are very important?
It will be either Mukesh Agnihotri or Sukhu.
Why do you say that?
Pratibha Singh is an MP. They cannot
no,
take
but she was the party president.
When you are in a close race, you will not take someone from outside. She'll have to contest, win the election 6 months from now. Plus the charges will be there of dynasty.
No, but she will say that these MLAs support me in majority.
Both Sukhu and Agnihotri have decent relations with the other side. Please understand, when it's a close run race, you need someone jiske har taraf mere aadmi hai. You need that kind of a person. Pratibha Singh has entered politics on the name of Veerbhadra. I think we need to spend half a second to tell our viewers. Veerbhadra was a tall leader, 6 times chief minister, dominated a state for 50 years. You know, it's not, so for 50 years, the Congress always turned to Veerbhadra. The new generation is itching for its place, and Sukhu and Agnihotri are very clear, particularly Sukhu. If I don't get chief ministership, I will explore other options. If not today, a year from now. So they have to be very careful how they manage it. My sense, Kamaljeet may have a different view. My sense, though, is that it will be either Agnihotri or Sukhu. Yes, Kamaljeet.
We'll try and put that question across to her once again. But before that, let me just try and tell you, a lot of people saying that as far as Sukhwinder Sukhu is concerned or Agnihotri is concerned, they perhaps may not actually keep the flock together. And they need somebody who's actually a leader of sorts. And though Pratibha is very new, but very fact is that she does carry on that legacy. That's how people, and we've been speaking to a lot of common people also, a lot of people have been putting their weight behind Pratibha Singh. But for that, Congress must get the numbers first. And this is where things really look very uphill task as far as both Congress and the BJP are concerned. At this point of time, clearly, they want to see who's going to really take it away. But clearly, at this point of time, we'll try and say, get Pratibha Singh. Ma'am, one question that was really left was regarding the chief ministership. Now, you've been telling us that you're not really very keen in the sense of saying that you're leaving it up to the high command. But are you open to being appointed as the chief minister once you get the numbers?
I have told you earlier, why else you going on pesting on this point? The point is, as I told you, I'm repeating it again, that only the MLAs who get elected will be taken into confidence. What they want is very vital. Kya chahte hain wo? They want so and so, they want so and so, and what the majority is with whom, that will be conveyed to the High Command, and High Command will decide.
You know, many are saying that Vikramaditya, he's way too young, but would you want to see him as a CM face? There is Sukhwinder Sukhu, there is Mukesh Agnihotri. So you have names. Who do you think is the best?
Again, I'll repeat that we are not the ones to decide. Okay, these faces are there. I'm not denying that they are not there. As far as Vikramaditya is concerned, definitely not. He's a young face. He's a young man just now. So let it.
She's ruling out her son. She's ruling out
not herself. She's not ruled herself out. She said the MLAs will decide.
You know, very interestingly, remember in Himachal, you've got to win your seat first. Last time, Prem Kumar Dhumal lost his seat. And that's how Jairam Thakur got his entry. Today, Dhumal is completely out. So it's important to also win your own seat. So from that perspective also, it's not just enough to hope to be CM. You've got to win your seat. You've got to hope that your MLAs win their seats. Congress is faction-ridden. So whoever has the largest control, I think, over the factions has the best chance in Himachal.
So in Gujarat, you just need to sit back and acknowledge that the Bharatiya Janata Party is galloping to victory. There is nobody else in the political World Cup that seems to be challenging the BJP in Gujarat. Himachal Pradesh, though, is a more exciting.
Modi-Raj, we don't get inside story, but it would be interesting if at all AAP gets even 2 seats. Modi, what would be the conversation between Modi and Poonam Bhai, that is Amit Shah?
Okay, one second. The conversation will be with the leader on whose watch the AAP won. I'm fearing for that person. If there is a particular Lok Sabha constituency where AAP opens its account, that leader will need to explain to Messrs. Modi and Shah what happened.
Now, okay, let me give you one such. Isudan Gadvi is leading in Kambalia. So all the trip that Rahul did, jab we met, they sat on a tractor together, among other things, seems to have worked. Isudan Gadvi at the moment is leading in a very tough seat. Remember, it's a seat where usually a Ahir candidate is won. For a Gadvi to win would be very interesting. Gopal Italia is trailing. The Aam Aadmi Party is straight.
So Rajdeep, you have a political future as well. TV anchors don't necessarily lose.
Don't say this gets me into trouble. Next thing people will say, aap politics mein ja rahe ho. Harsh Sanghvi, another person who did Jab We Met with Rahul, is leading state home minister, young leader. So the secret is, do Jab We Met, you win elections.
Wait, let the results come. These are very early.
Arjun Modwadia.
Let they lose, then they say, nahi karni Jab We Met.
Very interesting. Arjun Modwadia, former state party president of the Congress, has gone through the ups and downs of politics in Porbandar. At the moment is leading. So Arjun Modwadia making a bit of a political comeback. Rivaba Jadeja, as I said, because of my cricketing interest in that, is leading, and that is a big win. It will be a big win if she does, because Bipendra Singh Jadeja, who's against her, is the head of the local CII FICCI group, an industrialist, and therefore is a powerful leader. And remember, as I said, a sitting minister was dropped to accommodate her. There's a story behind that actually it is Parimal Nathwani, the Reliance corporate communication person, who had a battle with Hakuba Jadeja, who was becoming a bit of a larger-than-life figure. And in a jungle like Jamnagar, there can be only one shape.
आप ऐसी कोई भी story सुनाइए, अब पता नहीं वो परिमल भाई will be watching the channel. He'll say ये राजदीप ऐसे ही बोल रहा है.
Let Parimal bhai tell me that he had a problem or not with Hakuba Jadeja. You see, I give you information that others don't. That's why I get into trouble.
This is political langar gossip. This should be consigned to the news.
No, that's true.
Not on TV.
No, that's true. I even asked him. I spoke to Parimal bhai when I was in Jamnagar. It's true that they were upset because they believed Hakuba was running it. You know, there were criminal charges against him, and there was a feeling that he had become a bit of a dada there. So they wanted a change, and the change has come in shape of Rivaba Jadeja, wife of Ravindra Jadeja. It gives you a celebrity sort of sense also. And, you know, it might work. And she was very articulate. I have very rarely met a debutante politician as articulate as Rivaba Jadeja. She said she wanted to be an IAS officer.
No, but does this help Ravindra Jadeja's cricketing future or hurt?
Now look.
Now because he's just come back from injury, if he comes back and plays well, now it will be linked to his wife having a BJP ticket. And
all I know is, given the way we played in Bangladesh, we need Ravindra Jadeja in the team soon. That's all I can say. And he's a damn good cricketer. So, you know, let's be clear. This is an interesting constituency that we are tracking, one of the many interesting ones.
No, plus you mentioned Kambalia. Kambalia is interesting because that's where Isudan Gadvi contests from. He was editor of a channel called VTV. Quite popular. He used to go out and do these Jan Panchayats, go village to village, built up some kind of fan base, quite the way that Rajdeep has.
No, he was not the editor. That's why.
Editor
he was the anchor.
Anchor and उसने मुझे बताया editor था. He said no, but also liked all television anchors. He has this larger than life image of himself.
That's true.
And doesn't stop talking, Rajdeep.
That's right.
You know, he goes on and on.
I wonder what that means. I wonder what that means.
So look, Isudan Gadvi, the interesting thing about this constituency, large Ahir population. Both the other candidates are Ahirs. So the hope that Isudan had is their vote gets split. It has a large...
But Gadvis are a very small community.
Gadvis are a small
community of Valedias, in this constituency, his Achilles heel has been, for the last 2 weeks, the Aam Aadmi Party has gone down to the wire trying to swing the Muslim vote in its favor in the constituency of Kambalia. They're going village to village, speaking to the Muslim vote because they think they've alienated that set in Kambalia. So it will be the test of that.
You know, while you say Gadvis are small, it's a point of fact. Some people sometimes we do Patel factor. The actual factor of Gujarat sometimes is OBCs, the smaller OBCs. You know, the Kohlis, of course, are the dominant OBC in Saurashtra, the Thakurs in North Gujarat. But there are other smaller OBCs like the Gadvis who are there in some substantial number in every constituency of Saurashtra. So the smaller OBCs do matter. And the BJP over the years, Mr. Modi himself, Ghanchi community, it's a small OBC. But these communities are the ones that have driven the Hindutva juggernaut. Patels have been at the top, 5 chief ministers. But these smaller OBCs do matter. So if Isudan, comes to the assembly, if he does, he will become the face in a way of the opposition. This seat, almost a done deal. Ghatlodiya, clearly at the moment, Bhupendra Patel well ahead, we are told, of his rivals.
But from Amiben Yagnik's perspective, this is really a symbolic fight.
Bali ka bakra.
She's a articulate Congress spokesperson, member of parliament, asked to fight against the incumbent chief minister. A tough fight. Rajdeep is calling her a Bali ka bakri. But
he had won with a margin last time with 1.7 lakh votes.
But look at it, it's a fascinating story. Bhupendra Patel's first election is 2017. Second election, he's contesting as an incumbent chief minister. He used to be the Ahmedabad Urban Development Authority head, basically a municipal corporator. Anandiben Patel's key man, real estate man. His son-in-law now does all the real estate deals for him. I'm giving you all the back information that you want. The fact is, Bhupendra Patel is remote controlled by Delhi. He won't even do a speech. He's scared to do a speech on his own. But in Ghatlodia, it's only Bhupendra Bhai. And because the BJP wanted a Patel candidate to replace a Jain like Vijay Rupani, that's why
Ganesh Mevani is trailing. That
is a surprise for me.
That's a surprise for me also.
Even though Pradeep Gupta did say that Jignesh is a fight, I do believe that Jignesh, I thought would win. Hardik Patel leading.
He has a lot of goodwill. He has a Jignesh Mevani on ground, especially after COVID and that oxygen plant. I went through the constituency, Rajdeep. A lot of goodwill. People actually like him for the work he's done.
There is an AIMIM candidate and an AAP candidate who are hoping to target the Dalit Muslim vote there. So if Jignesh loses, it could be because the Congress's vote, anti-Congress vote
is really funny.
Oh, the Congress's vote is getting split.
Came to the Aaj Tak Panchayat that we did, and he said all these seculars, including many journalists and pundits, are calling him saying, "Aap apna Mevani ke khilaf candidate mat do." And always he's saying, how do I grow my party if everybody stops me from giving candidates? And I think I have a whiff of a chance, and I want to give a candidate. But his presence or his candidate's presence could make life trickier for Jignesh Mevani.
Of course, I think BJP has taken care of totally concentrating on these big leaders, and even I'm saying Ishudan, if he wins, it will be historic because every trick of the trade has been employed in Jignesh constituency, in Ishudan's constituency, in Alpesh Katheria, in Gopal Italia, and it's where, if they win, we have to appreciate it.
It also shows at some level the kind of cheekiness or pugnaciousness of the Aam Aadmi Party. Alpesh Katheria, Rajdeep, there was a big Prime Minister roadshow in Surat. So people were queuing up many hours before the Prime Minister actually got there. The cops hadn't yet stopped people from actually travelling on that road. Alpesh Katheria got on the back of a motorcycle and travelled through the roadshow and waved out to people. Pokat ka roadshow, waving out to people, going few hours before the Prime Minister came. So at least unlike the Congress, which is showing no desire to fight, for what it's worth, the Aam Aadmi Party gave it all they had, fought, and doing some interesting things.
Rahul, also in that same roadshow, the audacity of the Aam Aadmi Party cadre to go there and start raising Arvind Kejriwal slogans. It'll happen nowhere in Gujarat. Only a few handful of them.
Okay,
but they still seem to put up a fight.
Let's go across to Gujarat, where Devankur Vadwan has the Congress in charge. That is Raghu Sharma, former health minister of Rajasthan. He's been there for 14 months, has even rented a house in Ahmedabad. What is Raghu Sharma saying? When he spoke to me a week ago, he said, "Aap dekh lena, we will do a chamatkar." The chamatkar not happening. Ask him, please.
Good morning, Rajdeep. Raghu Sharma remains buoyant, if not defiant. He claims that the exit polls will be, negated and that the Congress will emerge victorious in Gujarat. Raghu ji, आपसे जब पहले बात हो रही थी, आपने दावा किया था 125 सीटें गुजरात में कांग्रेस जीतेगी. पर जो एग्जिट पोल्स हैं, वो तो दिखा रही है कि जो 2017 का 77 का जो फिगर था, उससे भी काफी नीचे कांग्रेस जाएगी इस बार.
एग्जिट पोल ने 2017 में भी ऐसे ही दिखाया था. बीजेपी ने 2017 में भी 150 प्लस का दावा किया था. आई कितनी? 99. बड़ी मुश्किल से सरकार बनी. उसके बाद तो महंगाई ने कमर तोड़ दी. भ्रष्टाचार, बेरोजगारी, कुछ.
रघु जी, एक तरफ माना जा रहा है कि कांग्रेस ने एक डिफीटिस्ट कैंपेन इस बार चलाया गुजरात में, क्योंकि जहां एक तरफ नरेंद्र मोदी प्रधानमंत्री ताबड़तोड़ रोड शोज, रैलीज कर रहे थे, राहुल गांधी या तो राजस्थान या मध्य प्रदेश या कोची में थे. सर
देखिए, अगर उन्होंने बहुत अच्छा काम किया, अच्छी सरकार चलाई, तो इतनी ताबड़तोड़ रैलियां एक राज्य में प्रधानमंत्री जी को करने की जरूरत नहीं थी. कोई घबराहट थी उनके दिल में? 50 किलोमीटर का रोड शो देश के प्रधानमंत्री ने आजादी के बाद नहीं किया होगा. फिर दूसरे दिन 13 किलोमीटर का रोड शो. ये उनकी घबराहट को।
सर 2017 में पाटीदार का आंदोलन रहा, सूरत के ट्रेडर्स थे, डायमंड ट्रेडर्स, वो उनमें भी नाराजगी थी। इस बार तो दोनों बातें आपके साथ नहीं थी, हार्दिक पटेल आपका साथ छोड़ चुके थे, तो कहीं ना कहीं आप इतना एडमिट करेंगे कि आपका जो फिगर है 77 से नीचे जाने वाला है?
नहीं ना, बिल्कुल नहीं। चौंकाने वाले परिणाम आएंगे और जो मुद्दे पिछली बार थे उनसे खतरनाक मुद्दे इस बार चुनाव में हैं।
चलिए, कम से कम आज तो आप फ्रैंक हो सकते हैं सर, आज नतीजों का दिन है। क्या आप फिगर देंगे आपके हिसाब से, कांग्रेस क्या रिजल्ट रहेगा?
फ्रैंक ही रहता हूं हमेशा, और मैंने पिछले 15 महीने में यहाँ पूरे गुजरात को घूमा है। हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं ने जिस ताकत के साथ, अनुशासन के साथ, एकजुटता के साथ इस चुनाव को लड़ा है, आप परिणाम आने दीजिए तब बात करूंगा।
बिल्कुल, आपको राजस्थान के समय से जानता हूं सर, कैबिनेट मंत्री रहे हैं आप, राजस्थान में स्वास्थ्य मंत्री थे कोविड काल में, पर ये बताएं कि गुजरात में जिस तरह से कैंपेनिंग की कांग्रेस ने, एक तरफ आम आदमी पार्टी ने इसुदन गढ़वी का नाम डिक्लेयर किया, बीजेपी ने कहा कि अगर हम फिर से सरकार में आते हैं तो भूपेंद्र पटेल ही हमारे मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे, कांग्रेस ने अपने मुख्यमंत्री पद का दावेदार का नाम तक अनाउंस नहीं किया। क्या कहीं ना कहीं डर था कि आपसी लड़ाई हो जाएगी अगर नाम
नहीं? अगर भूपेंद्र पटेल जी उनका चेहरा थे या है, तो फिर प्रधानमंत्री जी अपना चेहरा लेके क्यों चुनाव लड़ रहे थे? भरोसा नहीं था ना, इसका मतलब। बीजेपी में
तो उनका बीजेपी का ट्रम्प कार्ड रहे हैं सर, जितनी भी रैलीज कहीं की हैं बीजेपी ने, उसमें
में कोई ट्रम्प कार्ड नहीं होता है। कभी एक जमाने में ये 2 सीट पे थे लोकसभा में, इसलिए लोकतंत्र में घमंड किसी का नहीं चलता है, ये डिसाइड पब्लिक करती है। अच्छे का घमंड टूटते हुए मैंने देखा।
आम आदमी पार्टी के बारे में क्या कहेंगे? मानेंगे कि वो आपका वोट शेयर बड़े तरीके से काटेंगे? 40% से ज्यादा पहले रह रहे थे, इस बार कहा जा रहा है कि 20% तक सिमट सकते हैं आप।
देखिए, ये सब एनालिसिस चुनाव के परिणाम आएंगे ना कंप्लीट, तब होगा। आज कहना मुश्किल है, लेकिन एक परसेप्शन की राजनीति गुजरात के अंदर खड़ी की गई। हमने तब भी कहा था।
परसेप्शन किसने क्रिएट की है?
आम आदमी पार्टी ने। मैंने तब भी कहा था ये बीजेपी की बी टीम है और इनका कोई असर नहीं होगा, इनकी 0 सीट आएगी।
सर 2 आखिरी सवाल ले लीजिए रघु जी, जब नतीजे आते हैं, क्या वो तय करेगा कि कांग्रेस की आगे की राजनीति क्या रहेगी? क्योंकि 2024 में माना जा रहा है कि परिप्रेक्ष्य,
कांग्रेस इतनी पुरानी पार्टी है, अनेक उतार चढ़ाव हमने देखे हैं, लेकिन अब भारतीय जनता पार्टी को उसका इंतजार करना चाहिए उतार का।
राहुल गांधी क्यों नहीं आए सर कांग्रेस में? जिस तरह से यहाँ पे गुजरात
यात्रा कर रहे हैं, राहुल गांधी भारत जोड़ो यात्रा कर रहे हैं, यही मुद्दे लेके कर रहे हैं, पूरे देश के मुद्दों को उठा रहे हैं, जिसमें गुजरात के मुद्दे भी शामिल है। घर थोड़ी बैठे हैं राहुल गांधी।
चलिए, अगर फाइनल फिगर कुछ इस तरह की रहती है, हाइपोथेटिकली स्पीकिंग, जिसमें कांग्रेस
बात ही नहीं होती,
कांग्रेस आम आदमी पार्टी के साथ हाथ मिला सकती है सर?
मैं कह रहा हूँ ना, काल्पनिक सवालों का जवाब नहीं दिया जाता है। हम यहाँ पर चौंकाने वाले परिणाम लेके आने वाले हैं।
Well, so clearly, Rajdeep, Raghu Sharma,
so Congress
one
is
of the
still
key,
hopeful.
Decision makers.
Devankur, as you said there, Congress still hopeful. चौंकाने वाले परिणाम, says Raghu Sharma.
Which is to come second, not third.
You know, it's very interesting. Sachin Pilot versus Ashok Gehlot has been a long-standing battle. Sachin Pilot has campaigned principally in Himachal. Ashok Gehlot, through his proxy, Raghu Sharma, is campaigning principally in Gujarat.
Why proxy? He was in charge of Gujarat election.
Proxy in the sense that Ashok Gehlot said that is the one who said that I am deputing Raghu Sharma to look at Gujarat, because Ashok Gehlot himself last time was organizing secretary, had time. This time he's chief minister of Rajasthan, didn't have time. So Raghu Sharma was asked to take charge of Gujarat. So lots at stake for Ashok Gehlot in a way, because last time he was deeply involved in the Gujarat
Even
campaign.
now, Gehlot is in charge of Rajasthan and Baghel is in charge of Himachal.
Yes, but
22 days in a month, Gehlot was in Gujarat.
Yes, but the thing is that that's what the point I'm making. If the Congress does well in Himachal, where Mr. Sachin Pilot has been involved, and doesn't do so well in Gujarat, where Mr. Gehlot has been involved, what is the message being sent out? There are lots of stories within a story.
In the World Cup of football, if this was to be a political World Cup, you were seeing the Himachal go down possibly to penalties. You know, it'll be as if you play out your 90 minutes, then you play out those 15 extra minutes, and then there'll be penalties. At this moment, it's a dead heat. We have leads for 60 seats. The BJP leading on 28 of those, the Congress leading on 28. Himachal Pradesh, ladies and gentlemen, seems to be going down to penalties. And in penalties, as the commentators in the World Cup keep saying, it's literally anybody's game. This is where luck becomes a factor as well, because on some of those seats, the margins will be incredibly small. It's literally throw of a dice.
What is clear though is BJP is heading for 7th heaven. Among the three candidates, we just saw Alpesh Thakur, for example, who last time was on a Congress ticket, this time is contesting from Gandhinagar on a BJP ticket, is leading. Hardik Patel trailing for now. But look, all of this could change. These are very early trends. But Charu Pragya of the BJP, who joins us very quickly, your sense at the moment, are you already in 7th heaven, Charu, now that the BJP looks set to win 7 consecutive times in Gujarat?
Absolutely, and I look forward to a massive double celebration at the BJP headquarters today, Gujarat and Himachal. We will be creating a record not just with the number of seats, I'm keeping my fingers crossed, but also with the vote share that we get in Gujarat. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, everyone, Charu. But, at the moment, Himachal is not quite going your way. The Congress has a slight edge. So, I know that the BJP believes that...
no, but look at the others, Rajdeep. 27 plus 4 others. In a tight fight, the others are more likely to swing towards the BJP.
Himachal,
so 27 plus 4, some of these are
Himachal
BJP rebels.
Is such a tiny state.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
BJP rebel.
May I?
Yes, go ahead.
Himachal is such a tiny state with a small population. Even a minuscule shift in voting, and that swing could be as small as 1%, 2%, will mean a big difference in the number of seats that BJP is going to win. So, like I said, I'm extremely confident. We'll wait and watch. I think even Himachal will very strongly go BJP's way, and we'll have our government there again. It's always said that Himachal changes its government every 5 years, but Uttarakhand used to do the same thing. Manipur used to do the same thing. We're changing those trends and we're coming back stronger every time.
It seems very clearly that Bhupinder Patel could beat Narendra Modi's record of 2002. The record stands at 127 seats in that election held when Narendra Modi had just taken over some time back as Chief Minister. In his first election, he set the record for the BJP. You got 164 leads at this moment out of 182. Deepal Trivedi joins us, tracks Gujarat politics very, very closely. This is a big historic victory for the Bharatiya Janata Party from the numbers that are emerging at this moment. 118 already, and we still have only 165 leads, Deepal.
Very true. I think the BJP is all set for a major 7th time comeback in Gujarat, but it was expected.
What is it about the BJP that makes it so dominant? I'm looking at urban Gujarat at the moment. As per our seats, 28 leads to the BJP, 11 to the Congress and just 1 to AAP. When I look at the semi-urban seats, it's 11 to the BJP, 3 to the Congress. It's only in rural Gujarat that there seems to be some kind of a fight, because if you look at the rural Gujarat numbers, 79 for the BJP, but 27 for the INC and AAP in some of the tribal belts, leading in 4. But urban Gujarat, what is it about the urban Gujarati that makes Mr. Modi and the BJP so attractive?
Very simple, Rajdeep. Urban Gujarat and rather largely Gujarat has lost appetite for any change and revolution.
Is it that, or is it the Hindutva factor? Let's be honest. Is it Hindutva or Moditva?
Hindutva factor was subsided right now, but I think because Narendra Modi is in Delhi, no Gujarati, particularly urban Gujarati, will move.
So it's Gujarati Asmita.
Gujarati.
I don't really...
I think because Narendra Modi's image in Delhi quite stable, strong, and Gujarati, urban Gujarati perception is that it is good for Gujarat. I think till the Narendra Modi is strong and stable in Delhi, I think BJP will not lose Gujarat.
I would say that, last few months there have been over 22 examination paper leaks. The unemployment rate has really gone up. But when a Gujarati goes to vote, especially, majoritarian Gujarati, they vote on Hindutva, number one. But this time, what is going to help the BJP is that in 2017, the Patidar agitation was very strong and it had a very good impact in North Gujarat and Saurashtra. This time, I think Congress is going to lose quite a number of seats in Saurashtra and North Gujarat.
Rahul
and
Verma,
this is going to affect.
Your sense of what's at stake nationally from the trends that are emerging at this moment, Himachal Pradesh seeing a close contest and the BJP running away to history running away to the history books in Gujarat? So Gujarat is a classic dominant party model, which you saw in West Bengal or Tripura, and classic dominant party models have certain elements. First, it's always presided by charismatic leadership, as you guys have been discussing on this, which is Narendra Modi and his emotional connect with Gujarat. Second element is always about the organizational machine. So and it was built by Narendra Modi and Amit Shah brick by brick. It's very, very powerful machine on the ground. Third is social and religious polarization. There is some social engineering that is created on the ground, which keeps giving you dividend again and again. And all these elements basically make a very, very disunited opposition. It's very hard for opposition to come up with a plank to mobilize. And
Let me ask you a rhetorical question. If you look at other dominant parties' political scenarios in India and elsewhere, what could potentially be the unraveling of the Bharatiya Janata Party? Remember,
in
the
Gujarat,
CPIM lost after 7 times. What could potentially go wrong?
It has to be undoing of the party itself. So you saw CPM losing in Bengal because CPM made mistakes on certain elements, Nandigram and Singur. So during their own regime, they have to do something drastic, which basically creates a popular agitation.
So that happened. That's what you're saying. That's just one aspect of it. The other factor which you would need is a credible alternative and challenger.
Yes, yes.
Who can channelize whatever anti-incumbency
Exactly. So you had Mamata Banerjee in Bengal, who basically sat on the ground, mobilized, and she was a very, very credible face. At the moment, what Congress lacks in Gujarat is a credible face on which this kind of agitation or mobilization can be built.
You know, for a while, Maharashtra was a dominant party state for the Congress. If you look at Congress's vote share through the 60s, 70s, then what happened? The Congress cracked up.
Yeah.
You see, either the party itself, which is in power, cracks up, or a credible alternative comes. The BJP has removed an entire generation of leaders in Gujarat. Please understand, Mr. Modi 1.0 removed the likes of Kashiram Rana, Keshubhai Patel, Suresh Mehta, all of them were pushed to the side. Modi 2.0 has removed the likes of Nitin Patel, the likes of Upendra Chudasama, an entire next generation is gone. Now you have the likes of Harsh Sanghvi, a third generation coming. But the BJP edifice has not cracked, as it did in Maharashtra. What happened in Maharashtra? Sharad Pawar left the Congress. That's when the Congress's decline started, when leaders started leaving.
If these numbers hold, that's very smart strategy, because you washed the anti-incumbency away by changing the face that was attracting anti-incumbency. And because the anti-incumbency wasn't so much against the Prime Minister or the party itself, they just washed the anti-incumbency away.
I don't know Rahul Srivastav, Rahul Verma can correct me. We have lots of Rahuls, by the way, in our show. Except for Rahul Gandhi, everybody seems to be around in this election. The fact is, and the question I ask, when is the last time, and I don't think it's ever happened, that a chief minister and an entire cabinet has been changed 1 year before an election? It's not happened. You may change a chief minister, you change the entire cabinet, and you got away with it. And no one can say a word. Nitin Patel's posters are there in Mehsana at the side. And I met someone close to Nitin Bhai. And I said, "Su thayu? Are su karai, retirement ma chali gaya." So you see, you have pushed an entire generation into retirement and yet you dominate.
But there's a difference, Rahul, between Himachal and Gujarat in the sense that they tried to do the same in Himachal Pradesh, where they weren't able to dislodge the rebels. More than 12 rebels who walked out of the BJP still contested. In Gujarat, though, because of the phone calls that were made, they were able to get the rebels to stand down.
So, see, Himachal is, so rebel factor is always there in every election. In Himachal, it's in smaller states, rebels can mobilize and win many more seats because the constituency size are smaller, the number of voters are smaller. To my mind, rebels are not going to be the most dominant factor which is going to decide what happens in Himachal.
Okay, that's an interesting
126 seats for the BJP in terms of leads at this moment, just one short of Narendra Modi's record set in 2002, and we have leads only on 175 out of 182 seats. So it's quite likely that that 2002 record, standing for 20 years now, could break at the end of the day.
And Hardik Patel is leading once again, so is Alpesh Thakur, who has, it's a prestige constituency for our Home Minister Amit Shah, because it's an assembly constituency that falls within
lots of people in the BJP didn't like Alpesh Thakur's candidature, didn't necessarily want him to win, but this was in Amit Shah's constituency, and if Amit Shah says you can't have AAP winning in my constituency, then everybody needs to rally around Thakur.
It's very interesting. Alpesh Thakur contested 2017 on Congress ticket 1. left the Congress, joined the BJP, had to contest again, lost. Wanted a ticket this time from Radhanpur, where he had, which is his original constituency. BJP said, we can't give it to you, come to Gandhinagar. Amit Shah personally decides to contest. You see, one thing about BJP which we don't realize, they're not rigid. Hardik Patel has abused the Prime Minister and Amit Shah, you've given him Viramgam seat. Alpesh Thakur took you on in 2017, you still embraced him and brought him into your own constituency. You see, under this Hindutva rubric, they bring all factors that you need to win. Winnability. Hindutva matters. I agree with Deepal. When a Gujarati, urban Gujarati goes into that polling booth, uska Hindutva jagta hai.
Rajdeep would say, Rajat Sethi, that this is Sam, Dam, Dand, Bhed.
Absolutely,
do what it takes to win the election.
Positive and negative, huh?
No, see, Gujarat is like the backyard of all possible experiments that BJP has really aced and mastered. And it's been done for over decades now. So I think over there, anything going wrong would be a big, big outlier event. Nobody expected that. And the way Congress, all folded in and caved in much prior to the election, this writing on the wall was pretty evident. But
128,
what is very interesting
they've just overtaken that 20-year-old record set by Narendra Modi. 128 leads at this moment for the Bharatiya Janata Party. The result is a foregone conclusion. 130 now. Whether they break Madhav Singh Solanki's record, 1985, 149. Rahul Srivastav, tell us a little bit about that famous election. This is where he set up the whole calm idea of calm.
See, Rahul, that was, why we say that it's such an experimentative period where the Congress was actually beleaguered in that period. And Congress was said to be losing ground. And then comes that calm theory in which they unite that segment of votes which was not talked about at one time.
So for our viewers who don't
it used to be the
understand
domination of
Kshatriya, Harijan, Muslim and Adivasi.
With one thing, that the Kshatriyas there are OBC Kshatriyas. You're referring, Mr. Madhav Singh Solanki himself was a Thakur. So he came from North Gujarat and therefore, from Central Gujarat, from Kheda area, correct me if I'm wrong. So they had an OBC, Muslim, Adivasi, 15% Adivasi, 7% Dalits, 9% Muslims and 34% OBCs. You come together, it becomes over 50%. But the story is that within 5 months of that victory, Madhav Singh Solanki was removed because you had anti-reservation riots that eventually became communal riots. The Congress has committed self-goals across this country. One big self-goal was removing Madhav Singh Solanki. He was brought to Delhi as a union minister. During Rajiv Gandhi's time, Rahul, the Congress committed a number of self-goals in several states. In Maharashtra, you brought in puppet leaders like Baba Saheb Bhosle, that was Indira Gandhi's time. In Gujarat, imagine removing a chief minister who gets 150 seats within 5 months.
Gujarat, what Rahul said, what is happening? Narendra Modi, Hindutva element, Dipali also said, works. Narendra Modi has not let his Hindutva image diluted anyway.
That's right.
He's persistent. Those visits to the temples, Ram Mandir, he has kept that intact, unlike an LK Advani. Then comes the governance part. Why did the left lose Bengal? It was not just Nandigram. 2008, they lost the Panchayat elections. Then came the Jungle Mahal where Naxals took over and virtually the police had to be sent to get him evicted. Industry was fleeing, laborers were suffering. Can you imagine in those years of 2010-11, there was 11% starvation in Bengal.
So,
Modi and BJP has not let governance suffer that much.
I have very important results coming in. All the 3 constituencies in Morbi, all 3 which the BJP lost last time under the Patidar agitation, BJP leading. Morbi, where a month ago 135 people died in a bridge collapse. Morbi, BJP leading in one constituency, 481 votes. Another one close, Tankara, 76. And in Vankaner, BJP 3,310 votes. And Vankaner is interesting. It's one of only 3 constituencies which has a Muslim winner last time. And he's a religious cleric. It's not a Muslim-dominated constituency, but it is has traditionally gone to a Muslim apart from Jamalpur and Daryapur in Ahmedabad. So 3 Muslim constituencies, but the BJP leading in all the Morbi constituencies.
34 leads out of 175. History is already in the making. The 2002 BJP record is likely to be broken. I think the BJP is looking to chase down Madhav Singh Solanki's record. Now, we'll still need to see whether that happens, but the Congress now down to 36. And the Aam Aadmi Party at only 4. So chastening this for the up, a lot of the castles that were being built in the air at this moment seem to be just that, castles in the air, not fructifying into seats on the ground.
Rahul, I think that, even AAP at 4 seats sounds a bigger number to me.
Why?
I think it's going to go a bit down because AAP has, they gave a very spirited fight. But when it comes to voting, I don't think AAP is really, it's going to dent into votes and get a good vote share. But when it comes to number of seats, I don't think AAP is going to make it.
But Kejriwal's wings will be clipped. If this is how you end up with 4 or 5 seats, then all this hawabaji which was going on about being the principal challenger in 2024 to Narendra Modi, it may still happen, but it will take a lot more time than Aam Aadmi Party and their cheerleaders would have imagined.
Look, the AAP needs, I believe, to get 15 to 20% vote share and double-digit seats.
Pehle 20 tha, ab aapne 15 kar diya.
No, 15 to 20%.
You started the morning by saying 20% is where they get some bragging rights. Now the bragging rights criteria is also coming down.
No, 15 to 20% is a solid number. You see, once you get 15 to 20%, you have a beachhead. Then it depends on how you build on it. BJP, please appreciate. You see, we don't look at history, Rahul. The BJP in that famous election of Madhav Singh Solanki was 15%. That 15% party within 10 years had taken over Gujarat. 15% is a starting point. 20% would be a huge achievement. So we have to wait and see. But look at Himachal. Story and a half. 29 BJP, 30 Congress, 5 others. आज लगता है बहुत सुख.
Razi, 3 are rebels, BJP rebels.
उनके हाथ में लड्डू ही लड्डू है in
the
Himachal.
rebels.
The rebels.
So plus the weather is inclement. There's a bit of snowfall. The political weather is inclement, the climate is not very pleasant at this moment, and Himachal Pradesh is going down to World Cup penalties. This will go down right to the wire. I have lots of very exciting data sets on number of votes, the margin. It will come down to that. But the ones smiling the most are those 5 others. They're going to be very, very pleased if this is the way it ends up.
You have penalties and you also have something called sudden death and golden goal. You see, so you never know what can happen in a World Cup match like Himachal. So Himachal looks like, I don't know if our guests are through. Rohan Gupta, spokesperson of the Congress, is with us. Rohan Gupta, you have been the face of the Congress in Gujarat in this election as spokesperson. When we look at the numbers, Rahul just said, BJP going well beyond even what it did in 2002. Are you depressed? रोहन भाई अच्छा फ्रीज हो गया है रोहन गुप्ता का लाइन फ्रीज हुआ है we'll wait and see when Rohan Gupta joins us. Charu Pragya still with us of the BJP.
Prithvi Reddy from the Aam Aadmi
and
Party.
Prithvi Reddy of the Aam Aadmi Party. Very quickly, Prithvi Reddy, the point we were discussing, 15%, 20% vote share, 5 seats, 4 seats. What will make the AAP take any kind of bragging rights in Gujarat today?
We didn't fight this election for bragging rights. We are here to fight and win elections. If the vote is converted from the support we saw on the ground, let's understand there is anti-incumbency in Gujarat. Whether the people who came out, whether their support will be converted into votes is what we have to wait and see. I think for a small party, we've received a lot of support and affection from the people of Gujarat. We are grateful. We would really, really hope that we can make a serious impact. And
Lots of information coming in right now. Sudan Gadhvi, the chief ministerial candidate of the Aam Aadmi Party, contesting from that key seat of Khambalia in Dwarka, is now trailing. And that
he was leading until a very short time ago.
Sure. So I'm just giving it on. I'm not even saying he'll lose. I'm just saying at this moment he's trailing. We're just doing ball by ball commentary.
It's very, very early days. I think probably the first round is completed.
It is early, but it's a very tough constituency. He's chosen a very tough constituency, not easy, given the fact...
No, but he's chosen what? He could have chosen anything. There is no easy constituency for AAP in Gujarat right now.
There is no easy constituency. Of the lot, I believe that the best chance the AAP has is in South Gujarat. In Saurashtra, they will get vote share, but very difficult in Saurashtra to break this Congress-BJP duopoly.
South also, Rajdeep, the tribal areas.
The tribal areas?
South also the tribal areas.
That's right. The one person, Alpesh Kathiria, has half a chance. So he in Baracha. So we'll wait and see. Rohan Gupta, your screen was frozen at perhaps the wrong moment. Are you depressed? Was that the reason why your screen suddenly froze? Depression much hota mein?
I don't know why your production team froze my screen, but I'm not depressed at all. This is the postal ballot till now, so I'm still hopeful. Let us see when the real numbers come. I'm also tracking seat-wise numbers, so too early to say. Let's wait for some more time.
But what is the, do you agree, unlike 2017, મજા નથી. આ વખતે 2017 માં તમે જોશથી લડ્યા. આ વખતે થોડું ઠંડુ છે તમારું. You are not really in the race.
નથી, એવું નથી. See, there are two different styles, right? When you fight elections, you work on particular strategy. This time, the overall consensus was to have, micro strategy where we go door to door. We give Congress concrete things rather than, just talking about BJP, what Congress is going to deliver. And that is a strategy we worked on. We were even yesterday also we had meeting. I think numbers were not looking bad. So let us see. The numbers are still coming. Even just postal.
No, but the Congress's worst case scenario is playing itself out. If the Congress ends up less than 30 seats, that, to my mind, signals the beginning of the end of the Congress in Gujarat, because typically wherever another party is come in, they've overtaken the Congress and established themselves as the opponents, like was the case in Delhi, where the AAP didn't do remarkably well in the first election, very quickly built a base, as was the case in Punjab as well. It's the Congress that tends, Rahul Verma, to completely implode. And not just that, the AAP is going, beating its chest, talking a lot more than they should, and at least attempting to do something. As Rajdeep was saying, the Congress is completely thanda, they're not even fighting.
Absolutely. See, we may keep criticizing that AAP makes noise without any substance, but any party which is going to go in the election can only get votes by making the noise. They can't say, oh, we are coming third, please vote for us. Sure. They will have to say that we are coming second or we are the main challenger to the BJP, and they were trying to mobilize votes. So in that sense, what you are seeing in Gujarat today, that may get replicated at the national level, which will basically so the fight for number 2 spot, even if it just looks like a fight, is going to make number 1 look bigger. And so in 2024, if Congress and AAP fights for the national opposition space, BJP will have a easy run.
No, but they are fighting only for mind space. On the ground, the Congress is ahead of the Aam Aadmi Party. It's just that everybody is getting carried away by this rhetoric.
Congress BJP vote share is going to be roughly around 46 to 50%. This was their vote share in 2017 as well. What is happening that Congress is going 10 or 15% down, which is being picked by the AAP. So basically, non-BJP votes are getting fragmented, which is making the number 1 party look bigger.
The interesting election, while we look at Gujarat, which is about breaking records, Himachal is about really going down to the wire. 32 BJP, 29 Congress, 4 others. BJP has now taken the lead. But
it's apparently Rohan Gupta's birthday.
It's Rohan Gupta.
Bhai, आपका birthday है क्या आज? अच्छा, इनका line ही freeze हो रहा है ना. Our producer is saying this is like the connection between Congress and the voter.
It is his birthday. He was on my show and he said on the 8th December it is my birthday and the Congress will do really, really well. I feel sorry for him.
But at the moment,
at least he's sporting and he showed up. Even if it's on his birthday.
Anti-party activity.
The interesting, Himachal Pradesh is interesting because it's often believed that the road to Shimla leads through Kangra.
Yes.
Now, Kangra at the moment, Congress is leading 14-10 to the BJP, 1 to independence. Go to Mandi, and in Mandi actually it's the BJP which is dominating. So in Jairam Thakur's own bastion, BJP 15, Congress
JP
7,
Nadda,
other
and
1.
the BJP president.
Sure, and then if you turn to Shimla, which is Shimla, Congress barely leading 9-6-1. I think eventually who wins Kangra will win this election. If the Congress holds on to Kangra, Congress will be ahead of BJP. If the BJP is even with the Congress, Mandi is going to the BJP, that's clear. Shimla, I believe, will go slightly to the Congress. The real challenge of Himachal is in Kangra. Whoever wins Kangra will take Himachal in terms of party number 1.
As long as the margin between the two parties is lesser than the others, I think the game is there. Game lies in the others.
Game lies in the others. Yeah,
Give the margin.
Yeah, sure, but I'm just saying in the bigger picture of Himachal, traditional, and Kangra, remember, used to be an area which the BJP last time swept. And Prem Kumar Dhumal not involved in the campaign, even though his son Anurag is, of course, a face. You did a Jab We Met with him. Rahul, by the way, did Jab We Met with Anurag Thakur, Isudan Gadvi and Harsh Sanghvi. All new young leaders and Raghav Chadda. So the young faces, we'll have to see how Anurag Thakur looks at these numbers also. But at the moment, very close race. 29-32, it's changing all the time.
But to build on that point about Kangra, in the 15 seats of the Kangra district and in the 25 odd seats of the region, whoever tends to do well, so in a very, in the concept of swing seats, this is the region which is the swing region. And whoever wins in Kangra typically tends to win Shimla, and that's just the way it's been. And the other interesting thing about the Himachal results is that so far, in the urban pockets of Himachal Pradesh, is the Congress that is leading, which is quite remarkable since 2009, when the Congress won in urban pockets, has the Congress won in urban areas, except that Himachal Pradesh is largely an agrarian, rural and hilly state, and there aren't too many urban pockets. You're winning in urban pockets in the one state where there aren't too many urban pockets,
But look
and
at,
therefore it doesn't matter.
Can I just give you just a data point on that? Look at urban Gujarat. At the moment, 46 seats. Actually, urban Gujarat is about 70. But in the 46 seats that we have, BJP leading in 41. You know, this is really the story of Gujarat. As Gujarat gets more urbanized, the so-called neo-middle class that Mr. Modi keeps speaking about, heavily Hindutvaized.
No, but this is where also all the pundits were seeing a lot of anti-incumbency against the BJP. They're saying, "Arey, hawa nikli hui hai, dhua nikla hua hai, haar rahe hain." It's true. They were all saying it. Rajiv, it's absolutely true.
Rahul, let's be clear. BJP's lead on an average in urban Gujarat, on an average is more than 20%. Yeah. Even if there is anti-incumbency, even if the opposition is making some inroads, you can't defeat them. मैं हमेशा कहता हूँ,
but that they're saying today on the 8th of December, so far they were saying, oh, after 27 years there's anti-incumbency. Now, there has always been anti-incumbency. The BJP gets 45% of the vote in Gujarat. The rest goes to the others. That's just
right.
the fact. It's
no, but in urban Gujarat it's not even 45. It's over 50
plus. True.
It's 50. It's in rural Gujarat that the BJP is vulnerable.
Actually, if you remember 2017, the gap in seats between Congress and BJP was very low. But in votes, it was very high. BJP had got 48% vote and Congress has 41% vote. Which means that in urban Gujarat, what Rajdeep is suggesting, that the BJP lead is really, really high in terms of vote.
Are you surprised, Deepal?
I'm not at all surprised. And Rahul, you said there is anti-incumbency. Yes, there is anti-incumbency. There was anti-incumbency in Gujarat. But Mr. Modi and Amit Shah very smartly replaced the entire cabinet, including the chief minister. The anti-incumbency was against local leaders. Sure. Mr. Modi and Amit Shah are worshipped in Gujarat.
So it is because of their Saurashtra is interesting. 3 constituencies which, the BJP had not even gotten a single seat in 2017. Morbi, Somnath, Amreli. Amreli, all 6 BJPs leading.
Yes.
Somnath out of 4, 2 BJPs leading. Morbi, all 3 BJPs leading. It's really interesting to see because they didn't get a single.
Is that the AAP vote cutting factor?
They didn't get a single seat in these 3 constituencies.
2017, I'll tell you what happened. There was you see, you had 2 years of drought, 15 and 16. Then in 17, minimum support price was not given to the groundnut and cotton farmers. So there was anger. You see, we tend to look at these local factors matter. And
no, in these 3 constituencies, what's mattered is, A, you've taken the Congress leaders, you've got them in Talala is one such constituency you see in Somnath, where the BJP is leading. This is a former congressman. Then you also have independents who are helping and cutting in the vote of the Congress.
Sure. So,
the good thing right now is, at least the India Today Access My India poll for the moment, and I want to hold my horses while I say this, seems to be coming right. The Congress with the lead in Himachal Pradesh, the BJP towards the upper edge of our margin, which was 149, so it's 146. So Madhav Singh Solanki's record is under threat. Rohan Gupta, I'm told, is back with us. Happy birthday.
It's his birthday today.
Rohan, happy birthday, Rohan.
Thank you.
Birthday, Rohan.
And it's good you're sporting.
Thanks
I mean, the Congress leading only on 23 seats at this moment in Gujarat, but you're a sporting kind of guy showing up on your birthday. Unfortunately, we don't have very good news for you, but happy birthday nonetheless.
Thank you, Rahul. And I think this is a part of the game. So you cannot just shy away from your responsibility, whatever is the situation.
No, but the problem is the Congress doesn't seem to be playing the game. You're calling it part of the game, but given that you got 77 seats in 2017, the Congress should have tried much harder. You've given the Aam Aadmi Party space to come and grab that opposition space. It's all because of the Congress's own failing in trying to put up a spirited fight.
I don't think so, Rahul. See, this time it's not that we have not put up the fight. Basically, we decided on a different strategy of going micro campaign. Because this was observed in 2017 that what Gujarat needs is what the party is going to do in future. So this time we decided to went with the promises, what Mr. Rahul Gandhi did to the people of Gujarat. We went door to door. And we worked on micro campaign. And let me tell you, Rahul, maybe number on what your screen is right now showing 23. What the number I have right now is we are around 45 seats, 45 to 50. This is the number I am getting from the ground. Let us see what is the real number.
Okay.
But yes, you are absolutely right. As of now, if I don't want to just deny the number and just talk that, okay. But yes, numbers are not as per what we thought. And I think Saurashtra, according to me, what I expected and what numbers I see right now, I think it's not expected as what I had expected from Saurashtra.
I'll tell you what are the Saurashtra numbers. As of now, BJP leading in 41, Congress in 9, AAP in 2, BSP in 1. Remember, this was the region where the Congress won 30. See, Saurashtra Kutch won 30 out of 54. Look at central Gujarat. Again, a sweep. BJP leading in 56. Congress in 7, AAP in 2. We are calculating Ahmedabad within central Gujarat. Therefore, it's a complete sweep in central Gujarat. North Gujarat, areas of Mehsana. Prime Minister Modi comes from Mehsana district, remember. Much tougher fight, but again, this time, the BJP is ahead. In 2012, Congress was ahead in North Gujarat. 2017, Congress was ahead. This time, BJP leading in 17, INC in 7, AAP in 1, Independents in 1. And then you turn to South Gujarat. And in South Gujarat, the BJP is sweeping 30 leads to the BJP, 3 to the AAP. So the AAP significant, out of those 8, 3 are coming from South Gujarat, Congress 2. And here is where the division of votes. Seats where the division between the Congress and AAP is leading to a sweep both in Saurashtra and South Gujarat, and the BJP holds its own in central Gujarat. So a mix of arithmetic and chemistry. The chemistry of Moditva and the arithmetic of a divided vote is leading to this huge sweep, 145, just 4 short of the record in Gujarat of Madhav Singh Solanki. And every minute, Himachal gets closer, 31 plus 32. Yes, Sheila.
Two others, independent, most probably Kandhal Jadeja from Kutiana.
Santokh Ben Jadeja's son, the Don of Porbandar.
No,
Madhu Srivastava is not winning, he's losing.
Boski of NCP, Jayant Patel Sarsa.
So here's the thing to look at. The Congress had 42 seats, which they haven't lost in 3 elections. These were supposed to be Congress strongholds. We have trends at this moment for 41 Congress strongholds. Out of those 41 supposed Congress strongholds, which the Congress has won in 3 past elections successively, the BJP at this moment is leading in 31, the Congress only 6. The Congress at this moment unable to hold on even to its own strongholds. Conversely, the Bharatiya Janata Party had 81 stronghold seats which the BJP had won in every election in the last 3 elections. The BJP holding on to 71 of those seats. That just demonstrates the difference between the Congress's ability to hold on to its supposed strongholds and the BJP's ability to do just that.
You know, the fact is, at the moment, this is a landslide, a complete landslide, and interestingly, rural Gujarat, because that is where the BJP trailed last time. They're winning big in rural Gujarat. And that's the big difference that has taken place between what happened in 2017 and 22. The BJP is holding on to its urban vote, but it's expanding into rural areas, including the tribal belt. BJP has touched 150. At the moment, the BJP touching 150, which remember is the upper end of the Axis My India poll. It's also where the BJP crosses Gujarat's all-time record for seats, which is Madhav Singh Solanki's 149 in 1985. So if these numbers hold, they just come down yet again, 149. So the BJP is certainly at the top end of our range, Rahul. We had given a 131 to 151 range, I think. The BJP is heading to the top end of that range. And one reason for that is AAP getting 8, which means that they are getting double-digit vote share and damaging the Congress in different parts of Gujarat.
One of the misnomers about this election has been that the BJP was supposed to be weak in rural Gujarat. I have trends now for 119 rural seats out of the 121 total rural seats. At this moment, the BJP is leading on 91 rural seats. The Congress leading only on 18, the AAP on 8. So all of AAP's leads are actually coming at this moment from rural Gujarat. So all this hype around Surat and how they were definitely going to win 4 seats in Surat, at least at this moment, from the trends that we are seeing is not true. 91 out of 119 leads, Rahul Srivastava, for the BJP from rural Gujarat. And in urban Gujarat, on the other side, they're virtually winning everything there is. Out of 46, they're winning 41 at this moment.
See, I think one, the Labharti element is cannot be ignored. In Gujarat, the schemes of the central government. I think also very clearly Aam Aadmi Party is now a more unidirectional damager in terms of vote cutting than being multidirectional. It's hurting
the Congress.
But Rajdeep, the real story emerging is that in a state where a party has been in power for 27 odd years, there is a lot of anti-incumbency. The principal opposition party is losing 2/3 of its seats. Rajdeep, that's a very, very serious story. That if you cannot capitalize on such conditions, then you're never going to do it.
Yes, Rajat.
Well, very interesting anecdote from this election. Prime Minister Modi was meeting the BJP leaders, like from the grassroots and all. They all gathered, and he asked, "What is the discussion? What is the topic being discussed among the people?" Some said Ram Mandir, some said Hindutva, and all of these things. And then Prime Minister was very angry with them. He said, "You're not going on the ground because none of these are the issues. The real issues are the benefits and the layers of schemes that I have provided to the people of the state, which will result in." So such anecdotes, because Prime Minister has a very, very strong understanding of what is swinging the votes in his favor and what is not, and he blasted the leaders because they were missing out on the grassroots.
No, but there was anti-incumbency.
See, there was
massive anti-incumbency in Gujarat. But a large part of that anti-incumbency was against the opposition, the Congress, because they are the ones who are facing the impact of the anti-incumbency. Forget the anti-incumbency against the government. The real anti-incumbency, and the story from the polls so far is that the anti-incumbency in Gujarat was principally against the principal opposition, the Congress, which has crashed from 77 at this moment to only 24 leads.
It's not the Congress as much as individual MLAs. You see, the lesson that the BJP is telling political parties, be ready to change your sitting MLAs. Be ready. More than almost half of the BJP candidates out of 182 are freshers.
It's easier said than done. I mean, if you have a leadership like that of the Congress party, it's very easy to say it.
No, but you've got to do it.
It's extremely hard for a Congress party whose entire leadership is in an NGO mode.
How will you help them win?
No, the fact is, I'm just...
It's not as easy.
Sir, you see, when you are in a situation where you've got the Prime Minister's home state, so the chemistry of Prime Minister Modi and a divided opposition, clearly the AAP increasingly is hurting the Congress. If you look at where the AAP is gaining in South Gujarat, in tribal belt, they are gaining at the cost of the AAP is gaining at the cost of the Congress. So the Congress is hit from both sides. It cannot match the emotional appeal and the charisma of Mr. Modi or the BJP's machine on one side, and it cannot also... It carries the baggage which the AAP doesn't.
They decided not to contest.
I wouldn't put the blame on Congress MLAs. I think the blame should lie on Congress state leadership and national leadership. There were issues present. Why was Congress national leadership not going in the state? Why didn't they campaign as they campaigned in 2017? Unless you create... So, Rohan may say that, we were having a micro campaigning strategy. But what was the complaint every reporter wrote in their pieces from Gujarat? That a lot of voters in Gujarat think that Congress is not actually campaigning hard.
But not just that. They feel that my Congress ko vote dunga, that congressman will go and switch to the BJP. Remember, 20 out of 77 Congress MLAs switched sides. And also, when we asked why is Rahul Gandhi, do you know the real story? Let's give you the story. Rahul Gandhi says that these local leaders are useless. They fight amongst themselves. I don't want to campaign for them. This is what was said by Rahul Gandhi to someone who told him, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, therefore they decided eventually not to even send her. Plus, there was the fear that we don't want to make this election Rahul versus Modi. As I told you, Rahul, at the start, you can't go into an election in a defeatist mindset.
Look
you
at
have to go ki jeetenge.
The BJP is celebrating already. This is history. BJP in 7th heaven this morning. 146, up 47 from the last time. I have the retained ratio matrix with me right now. The BJP is leading on 89% of the seats they'd won the last time. They had 99, out of those they're leading 88. That's an 89% retained ratio. For the Congress party, of the 77 seats that they'd won the last time, they're currently leading only on 16. That's only a 21% retained ratio, which means they're winning only 1 of 5 sitting seats. That just shows how badly the Congress is doing in this election.
You see, therefore, Himachal now becomes desperate times for the Congress. Because otherwise, even though it's Rohan Gupta's birthday, the only birthday gift that my friend Rohan can get is a victory in Himachal. Rohan, that is your only hope now. कि तमे कोई birthday gift મળે તો હિમાચલની birthday gift મળે. તમે હિમાચલી cap માં આવી જાઓ હવે. That is your only hope.
Let us see, Rajdeep. બંને મળવી
let us
જોઈએ
see, let us see કરીને ક્યારે તમે થશો? The candles are already now blowing out one by one.
Rohan, this is the typical statement, you know. હવે એડમિટ કરવું પડે કે કોંગ્રેસ was completely invisible these elections. Number one, this micro strategy. They said that we would not go to मैदान नहीं मोहल्ला में हम meetings करेंगे.
मैदान नहीं मोहल्ला.
You know, मैदान से मोहल्ला. This did not work. Later on, Ashok Gehlot was in charge and senior observer, and he had this serious problems about becoming the national president. So he didn't appear. He was absent from Gujarat for over 3 weeks. There was no leadership. There was absolutely no leadership.
Do you accept that? આજે તમારો birthday છે. On birthday we must all be honest.
Other days we must be dishonest.
क्या होता है birthday? Other days let's be honest today. Rohan bhai.
So આજે birthday હોવાથી honest હોવું જરૂરી. I am always honest and I always admit that whatever the flaws are there. See, again I am telling you, Rajdeep, this time it was decided by the party. It's not that high command is not there. Rahul Gandhi, before he started Bharat Jodo Yatra, it was started from Gujarat where he declared the 8 promises. After that also he came. All our local leaders, whether Gehlot ji or even after Mallikarjun Kharge ji became president, everybody was here till last moment. See, defeat is a defeat. You cannot just put reason on 1%, 2%. It is the overall strategy defeat, and we need to work on that. So on birthday again, as you told, that I have to be honest. Yes, I am honest. What we expected is not coming out, but yes, we will fight back and will ensure that in future we work on ground, we work on overall strategy well, and ensure that we come back in Gujarat.
But this is what is happening since 27 years. In 1985, Congress got 149 seats, and in 1990, it was reduced to 33 seats. This is how the Congress
At this
works.
moment, the Aam Aadmi Party's Gopal Italia, contesting from Surat in Katargam, is trailing. He's up against Vinod Moradia and Kalpesh Variya. He is trailing at this moment. He's the state party president, one of the big faces, big hopes of the Aam Aadmi Party.
And I can tell you that what's
even Isudan Gadvi is trailing.
That's right. And at the BJP office, where Milan Sharma is, typical Gujarati style, kadhi is being already served with the farsan. It's a very interesting combination. You should try it.
They'll bring out the jalebis as well
and
soon.
There you are, Milan Sharma. Have you had your kadhi and farsan or not? Have the celebration started? Fafda and kadhi? Milan Sharma is more... Milan Sharma is pushing her mobile. Milan Sharma is there with at the BJP headquarters with... We'll wait and see. Our producer says audio being checked. Meanwhile, Tuhin Sinha is joining us. BJP ready to celebrate. Tuhin Sinha, will you celebrate 7th consecutive victory? Big day for the BJP. This is remarkable. You should be in 7th heaven.
Well, absolutely. But unfortunately, instead of being in 7th heaven, we are always on the ground. And that explains why every time we get strong. But honestly, I think this was a foregone conclusion. On the first day when elections was announced, I was on your show with Preeti Chaudhary, and I had mentioned that 130 is the minimum, and it could well go up to 150, and that is what it seems to be. Because people of Gujarat over the last 27 years have developed a habit. They are habituated to the BJP, and this has been accomplished on account of many factors. Places like Kevadia, backward region, is a transformed region today. The economic activity over there vouches for the development which has happened across. At a time when Arvind Kejriwal talks about giving free electricity, there are so many villages in Gujarat that are at the cusp of a solar revolution. So I think the bond is unbreakable. But more importantly, I think these results are going to they are going to usher in an era of pro-incumbency votes. And that will be visible more so in 2024. As far as Himachal is concerned, I think you can draw similarities with Uttarakhand. People were calling it a close election because it's only natural in a small state which has a history of voting for one party on one occasion and, alternating with the other party. It is but obvious to draw inferences and to be speculative. But I think Himachal is also pretty much in BJP's kitty. And the deciding factor over there is the 15% extra women who have voted for.
Let's not give Himachal to the BJP just yet. It hasn't happened. 33 plays 32. this is going down to penalties.
Rajdeep, the team of Ishudan Gadvi has sent me a long list and a picture of the second round. Ishudan Gadvi is leading. He's saying, why are you guys trying to project a picture that he's failing?
That's a good we need to mark, there is a seat called Garyadar in Saurashtra in Palitana where Aam Aadmi Party. It's going to be a very interesting seat where, and it could be possibly the only seat where BJP could be number 3. Aam Aadmi Party could win.
What the Aam Aadmi Party is actually doing is wherever it's hitting the BJP, it's taking the margin of the BJP down. If you look at what's playing out, wherever it's hitting the Congress, it's winning. Or it's, completely taking the lot of the Congress out.
No, that's a very good point. And I think that will, that is something to look at. But just before Tuhin Sinha made the point about women voters, and I think that's going to be critical come Himachal. Himachal is about the BJP managing its rebels. Has it managed it effectively enough? The anti-incumbency it faces on old pension scheme, on Agnipat, on tourism down, on rising prices versus the woman voter who is the Labharti. I think the woman voter, when we keep saying Labharti, beneficiary of Mr. Modi's schemes, the women are being promised bicycles and scooties. They've been given 50% off on Himachal Pradesh state buses. They've been given the benefits of the Ujjwala scheme. The woman voter, Rahul, is, according to me, the real constituency of the BJP outside Gujarat, where it's Hindutva plus woman.
And at the moment, the BJP workers are dancing at Kamalam, the BJP headquarters at Gandhinagar, which is also where Milan Sharma is joining us from. Milan, big celebrations on our screen at the BJP headquarters. It seems the BJP has decided it's party time. They've broken their own past record. They're very close to beating the all-time record. This is history in the making. Okay, there's clearly a lot of disturbance where Milan is. So give us a moment as we try and patch that connection. They're celebrating, they're dancing, they're having a good time in Gandhinagar at the BJP office. A lot of song and dance over there, impacting our ability to get through to Milan, but we'll do that just in a moment. The current information coming in is 147. Gujarat is done and dusted.
I think Gujarat is now about, do they break Madhav Singh Solanki's record or not? That's the story of Gujarat. And if they do, I think it's historic. It is remarkable. And BJP, knowing the party, will not make the same mistakes that the Congress made in 1985. They will use 149 or 150, whatever they get, to build for the future. And that's, I think, why the BJP is a dominant party. Rahul Verma made some great points where he put, what is a dominant party state? Charismatic leader, organization, religious posts and social polarization, vote bank, call it what you will there. All of it comes together in Gujarat. Micromanagement, man-to-man marking that the BJP does. It makes the opposition almost invisible. I mean, let's be honest. I know editors of Gujarati newspapers who are rung up and told, you will not take an Aam Aadmi Party ad, we will give you double the money next morning. Now, that doesn't happen in too many other states. They agreed. Now, it's Sam Dam Danda Bhed also, but it's also an emotional connect. Prime Minister, son of the soil, makes a huge difference.
2 points. One, yes. I think in a dominant party state also what happens that the politics gets frozen. You have a permanent opposition. So what was happening in Gujarat, you had a permanent Congress opposition getting 35 to 40% vote. This is what was happening in Gujarat till now. So I won't say that even if BJP gets 150 today, the politics is close because AP and new entries happening. Same happened in Bengal where TMC came up. It took them 10 years. But then they not only replaced Congress, they challenged CPM. I'm not saying AP is going to do, but now what is happening in Gujarat, that Gujarat politics is getting a new player. So in years to come, it will get...
Yeah, but the difference was Rahul Verma. Mamta Banerjee was a Bengali folk hero. Right? She was the one who was the face. Who's that face who's going to take on the BJP juggernaut day after day, expose local corruption and the problems in the government? If they do that, will Ishudan Gadvi be the person? We don't know.
Internal surveys, you talk about the woman vote. The internal surveys of the Aam Aadmi Party has actually pegged the Aam Aadmi Party very popular with the women, and they've given them the, the ravery that you call. The ravery that you
call. They must question the internal surveys also, which are giving them 90 seats. You can't take the internal survey as gospel. Those same internal surveys were giving them 90 seats.
Who is taking it as gospel?
But the same internal surveys were giving them 90 seats.
For example, in the tribal belt, why are they doing well? Because the women are supporting them. The 1,000 rupee coming into their account every month.
Yeah,
so they
that's
are
true.
giving
Many
them
of those guarantee cards of the AAP, the AAP is at 10.
No, I have the vote percentages now.
What are the vote percentages for AAP?
Just a very quick initial sense of where the vote percentages stand. The Aam Aadmi Party has 13% of the current vote that's been counted. That's not an insubstantial number, make no mistake about that. The Congress is at 29% of the votes that have been counted. That's down 12% from the last time. The Bharatiya Janata Party is at 52% of the vote that's been counted. That's up 3. Remember, this will change. These are initial trends coming in from different counting centers, but that's the number as it stands. The BJP up 3, the Congress down 12.
And that tells the story. The 13% of AAP and the Congress is down 12%. So effectively, it would seem out of every 10 voters who voted for the AAP, 8 or 9 of them are Congress voters. But the BJP significantly, and I think that's important to say, is up. So the BJP is not only retaining its vote bank in Gujarat, it's actually up. So it's a huge performance by the BJP at the moment in Gujarat.
Radip,
incredible performance, yes.
Yeah, Radip, it's like, BJP has made most out of the presence of a triangle fight.
That's right.
And used Congress, Aam Aadmi Party presence to its best advantage.
No, but can I contest what you're saying to say that it's not just the division of votes. If their vote share goes up from 48, 49 to 52, they've actually been able to turn this into a pro-incumbency election. It's not anti-incumbency. What you're saying would hold true statistically if their vote share was coming down from 48, 49 to about 41, 42, and they'd still win.
Every single political leader in India should learn that how BJP has fine-tuned to shield the final election result from the anti-incumbency and the ground situation. So now next time when our tribe journalist goes to the people, please remember that anti-incumbency is not the final, input of.
No, but it also happened in UP also.
Yeah,
people were complaining, but eventually they turned Hindus inside the polling booth.
So BJP has.
Just stopping you for 1 minute for Himachal, because while Gujarat, as I said, is about whether they can beat the record. Look at Himachal. 33 BJP, 32 Congress, and 3 others. Two of those 3 others are rebels, who are BJP rebels. So 2 of the 3 rebels, one of them is from Nalagarh, KL Thakur, Nirdaliya, Himachal, he is Aage, and the other is Hoshiar Singh. So there are two BJP rebels who are ahead, and Kangra, which I said is going to be critical. It's 12 to the Congress now, 12 to the BJP, 1 independent. Whoever wins Kangra wins Himachal.
I have some vote percentages from Himachal Pradesh, where the gap in vote percentage is much bigger than the gap in the seat share. The possible explanation for that could be that the BJP is winning in a concentrated fashion on the seats where it is winning, and the Congress is winning with limited margins on the seat where it's winning. 46 versus 40, so a 6% gap in vote share in favor of the BJP at this moment versus a 1-seat gap in seat share, which essentially means that, and Rahul Verma can build on that the BJP's wins are more concentrated and their victory margin versus the Congress is higher on the seats where they're there.
Maybe not, but because these vote shares which are coming from Election Commission of India, at the moment BJP is also leading in seats there. Their lead is 31 by 23. So in Himachal, what would happen, because constituency size are small, few hundred votes here and there, both seats and vote shares will change very dramatically.
So therefore, it's advantage BJP for the moment, because particularly the BJP doing very well in Mandi. There were question marks. Why was Jairam Thakur retained? Why did the BJP Rajat Sethi not do to Jairam Thakur what they did in Uttarakhand to Rawat there, changed 3 chief ministers in a year? Here they kept Jairam Thakur even though there was visible anti-incumbency against the state government. Is it because they felt that they didn't want Prem Kumar Dhumal to get an entry back into politics? What is the reason?
No, I think it is the internal politics of the BJP. They wanted to ensure that, they have identified a face, and the entire central BJP has backed him strongly, and they would not want to see any kind of divisions percolating and the wrong signaling happening right before the election.
Rahul Srivastava, why do you think the BJP stuck by Jairam Thakur in Himachal?
See, it was a decision which was taken very consciously, Rajdeep. In the last election in Himachal, there was a rally in Sirmaur in Rajgarh, where Amit Shah had gone for campaigning. It is there, first he spoke about, he insisted in the rally that asking people to back Mr. Dhumal. Later, the next day, he was at a rally with Jairam Thakur, and he told Jairam Thakur कि आपको कुछ बड़ा काम देना है. This was in just before the results were announced during the campaign last time. 2017. So Amit Shah and Modi were plotting for Jairam Thakur right since then. They have chosen Jairam Thakur with a certain purpose and vision that they think he right now fits, and that's where they will stick with Jairam Thakur.
Yes, they don't have many options.
Okay, interesting observation. Gujarat, Rajdeep, Pratibha Jadeja is trailing now to the Aam Aadmi Party, while the AIMIM is actually leading on a seat in Kutch.
Yeah, that must be Abdasa.
Yes, exactly.
That is Abdasa. It's one of the few seats in Gujarat which has a large 30% plus Muslim population. Remember, AIMIM contesting 14 seats in Gujarat, then one of their candidates withdrew, so 13. But Pratibha Jadeja, so like the Indian cricket team, starts off well, but struggles in the middle overs. We don't know what the finish will be. But it's a tough seat.
But it's too early to say.
It's too early. It's a tough seat.
In Himachal Pradesh at this moment, there are 25 out of 68 seats which are being won or lost with a margin of less than 1,000. So they are poised on a knife's edge. You've got the BJP leading on 32, down 12 from the last elections. The Congress leading on 33, up 12. But out of those 25 seats, the gap between the winner and the runner-up is less than 1,000. The BJP is leading on 14 of those. The Congress currently leading on 10 of those. So that could change. 33 versus 32. This is going down to the shootout.
It's going down to the shootout. It's also because the constituencies are small and numbers will keep changing. What is very clear is, unlike previous elections, nobody's getting that big majority. Except for 98. Look at all the elections of Himachal. One party has had a clear majority. This time, as of now, it seems a tighter race. It could change. 5 or 6 seats change hands. One of the sides could be close to 40. And I think the Congress definitely needs more than 35 seats. BJP can still form a government with even 32, 33 seats. So BJP has more scope to maneuver in Himachal than the Congress has. The Congress has to get 35 plus.
But something really interesting is happening, Rajdeep, which is basically many of these states which were not electing the incumbent government, Uttarakhand, Himachal, Kerala, have now started bucking the old 25-30-year anti-incumbency sentiment. So even if BJP, reaches very, very close to the majority mark and doesn't get, it's basically part of the larger trend where they are managing to reverse the anti-incumbency, like the campaign in Himachal was Rivaaz Badlenge. So it seems that in many of these states, the old trend is getting
Milan
changed.
Sharma is at the Gandhinagar headquarters of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Madhav Singh Solanki's record has been touched. 149 is the lead count at this moment. We saw lots of dance, dhol, celebrations, Milan, at the BJP headquarters where you were. So if you can hear me now, give our viewers a flavor of what's happening on the ground. Okay, there's just too much song and dance over there. I think that's why she comes through, we check audio with her, and then we go and it doesn't happen.
Rahul, let me make a point
Please
here.
go ahead.
That, the BJP, for the first time, is doing very well in tribal seats in Gujarat. There are 27 tribal seats. The Congress has always led in the tribal seats, but this time, the BJP is doing exceedingly well. And the reason is, there are women and the women voters. Of course, they have Modi has been always a very charismatic leader. But there have been 38 lakh gas cylinders distributed, and this is becoming a very important point for every woman who voted for the BJP.
So you're saying that even in Gujarat, the woman voter is more inclined to vote for the BJP
because of the schemes.
Because of the schemes.
Women,
Yes.
the
And the
free food grain
tribal
was
women.
a big issue. For the tribal women, the free food grain during COVID period was lifesaver. Rajdeep.
So in a way, if the numbers hold, if the BJP's vote share is also increasing plus a divided opposition, the BJP's vote share increasing perhaps because of some of these schemes which have been effective in parts of Gujarat where traditionally the Congress was strong, like tribal Gujarat, plus of course the Modi factor, plus a divided opposition. The BJP has done everything right possibly in Gujarat in this election. They've left nothing to chance.
But and it is not, I'm sorry, it is not that just during the election time. It is
Milan is
the
finally
last
through.
5 years that
Milan Ben, can you hear us or not? Fourth time lucky. Okay,
Rahul,
tell
I
us.
can hear
Give
you
us a
very
flavor of
clearly.
the singing and the dancing. happening at Gandhinagar at the BJP headquarters?
Well, absolutely. Well, the supporters of the Bharatiya Janata Party have come out now, and in large numbers. You can see that there was Garba happening some time ago. Now they are waving the Bharatiya Janata Party flags here. And we also heard chants of Narendra Modi, of course, the Modi Juggernaut, and spoke to a few Karyakartas as well who say that it's all because of Modi's campaigning, all because of Modi's power that all this is possible today. Of course, in the early trends, we are looking at the lead that's been taken by the BJP, and we are even asking them some questions. आप बताइए, आप यहाँ पर क्या आयोजन करने का प्लान है? बीजेपी पहले रुझानों में आगे दिखाई दे रही है।
जी जी, अभी सभी लोग बहुत धीरे धीरे पहुंचेंगे यहाँ पे, तभी खुशियाँ मनाएंगे, भगवा लहराएंगे।
भगवा लहरा रहा है आज भी।
कार्यकर्ताओं की इतनी मेहनत सब सफल होने जा रही है।
तो क्या यहाँ पे पापड़ और जलेबी का इंतजाम होगा?
पापड़ जलेबी खाना जितना खाइए सब, दोनों टाइम खाने का इंतजाम।
We have some women supporters as well who have come in. मैम, आपसे बात करने की कोशिश करेंगे। सुबह सुबह आप लोग सारे कार्यकर्ता यहाँ पर पहुँच गए। बीजेपी का पहले रुझानों में आगे दिखाई दे रही है। जीत निश्चित है क्या?
जीत निश्चित है, इसीलिए तो हम आए हैं ना।
हाँ,
हम तो लड्डू लेके आए हैं।
लड्डू कहाँ है?
हमारी ऑफिस में रखा है।
अरे लड्डू फिर आपने खोला नहीं?
आपका भी मुंह मीठा होगा। ये गुजरात की जीत है, गुजरात की जनता की जीत है। गुजरात की जनता ने जो भाजपा पे भरोसा किया है, ये उसकी जीत है। ये लाखों कार्यकर्ताओं ने जो दिन रात संघर्ष करके भाजपा को जीत दिलाया है, उसकी जीत है।
अच्छा, so Rahul, of course, we've been told we're going to have some laddus here in the morning. There was a full breakfast of farsan with meaty kadhi, and there was papita ki chutney with that entire Gujarati breakfast that was fed here to the office bearers. But now, of course, colors coming in, dancing and flag waving, and of course Modi chanting going on in the Bharatiya Janata Party office at Kamalam in Gandhinagar. And once the laddu boxes are out, we'll come back to you for sure.
Okay, one of the stories, thanks very much Milan, one of the stories of this election, as Preeti Chaudhary is pointing out, is what's happening in the tribal belt of Gujarat. Because in the tribal belt, South Gujarat, across Dang, across Narmada, across parts of South Gujarat, which were traditionally Congress areas. Remember, the only tribal chief minister that Gujarat has thrown up, Amar Singh Chaudhary, was himself from the Congress. What is happening this time? It's a sweep for the BJP. The BJP is winning 20 out of the 21 tribal seats for which we have 20 out of 23. Aam Aadmi Party leading in 2 of them.
But you know, this is a big micro.
Very hard to create these frivolous issues like what is a Vanvasi versus an Adivasi. You know, look at the kind of topics that Rahul Gandhi raises repeatedly. These are so cut off and so theoretical in nature, which have zero resonance on ground. And let me tell you this repeatedly, you know, these new management terms which are being thrown around, that they wanted to make this election a micro campaign, something on those lines. You know, why do they come out with every time with this management trick, which they believe is going to finally play out and show some results?
But Rajat,
nothing of this is
it could work in Himachal. But having said that, when you look at this,
none of it is going to work.
See,
Himachal by the very nature itself is a local election.
And let me tell you where the AAP is leading in a tribal belt. Dediapada, which actually was number, all the focus was on Surat, but it's Dediapada where Chaitarbai, Damjibai, Vasawa, part of the Vasavas, some of whom are with the Bharatiya Tribal Party, that is Chotubai Vasawa, but Chaitarbai Vasawa leading at the moment in Dediapada. Please go ahead.
He's a former congressman.
He's a former congressman. Go ahead.
The Aam Aadmi Party story right now is only unfolding. If you look at it, in Saurashtra, they wanted to, and they thought they will score big in tribal areas. It's not happening. I think one of the biggest headlines of if this result holds is going to be the BJP's inroads into the tribal area. And the Congress has always played on the insecurity of the tribal.
Let's give these Saurashtra numbers because they are fascinating. In 2017, 54 seats Saurashtra Kutch, Congress won 30, BJP won 24. Now you have a situation, BJP is winning 39, Congress 8, AAP 6. So out of the 9 seats of AAP, 2 are coming at the moment from South Gujarat and 6 are coming from Saurashtra. AIMIM Asaduddin Owaisi's party is leading in Abdasa in Kutch, an area which has a 30% plus, 40% plus Muslim population. Interesting if he can make his actual debut in an election in Gujarat. So completely the map of Saurashtra has changed, and that's how politics changes. You know, the issues in Saurashtra this time very different from what they were in 2017. But look at the BJP, 151, setting a new possible benchmark. Congress has fallen below 20. The Congress's worst performance, Sheila Ben, was 1990. About 30 odd
33 seats.
33 seats. So this could be the Congress's worst ever performance in Gujarat. Are you surprised, Sheila?
No, I'm not surprised. I am joking to a lot of people that if 100 editors of India come in one room and investigate why Congress did not fight this election professionally, we will not be able to find out the mystery. It's an utter shame that the one political national party is not working hard enough to at least have a reasonable, respectable show.
But their troubles are of their own making.
The Congress was not just interested. You know, the national leadership, they said that
because they
took it for granted
they're all
that
busy
the
with the Bharat Jodo Yatra, and that's where their priorities lie.
Yes, the Bharat Jodo Yatra should have ideally started from Gujarat, from Sabarmati Ashram, because it was an election year.
And just for our viewers, Kantilal Amritya, someone who I interviewed on the campaign trail, leading now by 3,622 votes, leading by about 500 votes at the moment from Morbi. Remember, Morbi is where that tragedy took place, but Kantilal is leading at the moment. The seat where Mr. Modi's political career started, the first election, I asked people, was Rajkot 2, now renamed Rajkot West. Here you have Darshita Shah now leading by 8,000 votes, substantial lead. A big seat was Rajkot East, because this is where Indranil Rajguru, who switched at the last moment from Congress to AAP, back to Congress, as they often do in Gujarat, is now losing by 5,000 votes. The AAP is getting wiped out in these parts. Another interesting constituency is Vankaner, because this is one of the 3 constituencies where Muslims won last time. And in the past, the Congress has done very well. At the moment, Pirzada Saab is coming third. The sitting Congress MLA is coming third. AAP is second. The BJP is leading Jitendra Somani there. So there are interesting nuggets that are coming from different parts of Saurashtra.
But, you know, Raji, one trend, I think, at least when we constantly talk about the Aam Aadmi Party, and one trend which seems to have set in is everywhere where the Aam Aadmi Party is impacting the BJP, it's taking their margin down. But where it's impacting the Congress, it's advantage BJP. And that's what's playing out in most seats right now.
And Isudan Gadvi is leading. So all your sources, Preeti, who told you he's got 6,846. Interesting seat. He's got 6,846 seats at the moment. His immediate rival has got 3,631 from the BJP. Number 3 is Vikram Bhai Ahir, 3,426. What's happening is that the Ahir vote is getting split. And Isudan is holding on to an OBC Muslim vote bank. So Isudan could well be the face of the AAP going into the next elections if he wins. The AAP needs not just Kejriwal. You can't win Gujarat by bringing Kejriwal every week. You're going to need to build a local face. Can Isudan be that? We don't know whether...
Isudan Gadvi is a very popular, rather the most popular face in rural Gujarat.
Really?
Because... during his television stint as a journalist, his main focus was rural areas, farmers' issues.
Let's look at Varacha Road, because that is a constituency 8, just by 8 votes. Alpesh Katiria of AAP is leading by 8 votes, 3,842, placed 3,834 of Kishore Kanani, and the Congress is third. This is one of the seats that they hope to win. Then look at Surat North, another interesting seat. Here the BJP is leading, but look at where Gopal Italia is. So Katargam, which was their other hope, BJP is well ahead, 3,000 votes ahead, Vinod Bhai Moratia. So the best hope for the BJP, for the AAP, is tribal area and Saurashtra.
Yeah, Garyadar and Khampalia. Garyadar in Saurashtra and Khampalia.
No, Dari.
I think Garyadar.
They're doing very well in
So let's walk across to the election intelligence dashboard. We have a fair base to now try and do some analytics and to give you a sense of where things stand. And there are some new interesting data sets that we worked on, which I want to introduce you to and give you a sense of where the fight is really going on. So I'll start with Gujarat, and here's what I want to show you. This is called the tug of war. So what this essentially means is it will give you a sense of what's happening on the seats where the 1 and 2 is BJP versus Congress at this moment. And just hear carefully what I'm saying. There are 112 seats out of 182 where the direct fight, winner and runner-up, is either BJP or Congress. Out of those 112 seats, the BJP is winning 82%, 92 of those 112 seats. The Congress, in a head-on-head winner-runner-up fight with the BJP, is winning only 18%, 20 out of 112. If I come now to the fight between AAP and Congress. Now, these are seats where the 1 and 2 fight is between AAP and the Congress. Here, you've got the Aam Aadmi Party winning 67%, 2 out of 3. So, there are 3 seats where the 1 and 2 fight is between AAP and Congress. The Congress is losing 1, the AAP is leading on 2. Let's look at what's happening when the fight for 1 and 2 is between BJP and AAP. So, there are 42 seats. Now, this is an important number, because it means forget what AAP actually ends up with, which at this moment seems to be 8. But this number of 42 is important because that's the number of seats on which the AAP has been able to establish itself as the number 2 force, pushing Congress to number 3. And there you've got the BJP at this moment leading on 33, which is 79%. But this number of AAP being second at this moment on 42 seats is an important number. That's the extent of penetration that AAP has actually had.
What it also shows is how the Congress is getting decimated. It shows that actually the BJP finds it much easier to take on the Congress than even the AAP now. The moment it is the Congress, you saw those numbers that you showed me right at the start, Rahul, it's a wipeout. You know, it's a complete wipeout, and the Congress will well say that, you know, there was an AAP factor, but this is a wipeout. If I get 52% of the vote, you're down to less than 20%. The gap is much too huge. The Congress is finding it difficult to even take on the BJP in direct fights anymore. So the AAP may damage them in some places, but effectively, the BJP just wipes out the Congress.
There is another interesting data set I want to show our viewers. This is called the vote share heat map. What this will do is give you a sense of how many of these seats are being won by what kind of margin. At this moment, the BJP has 40% plus votes on 141 seats, 40% plus votes. 30 to 40% vote on 19 seats, 20 to 30% vote on 4 seats, which essentially means on most of the seats that they're winning, they're 141 plus. Let's now come to Congress. The Congress has 40% plus on 38 seats, 30 to 40 on 34 seats, 20 to 30 on 36. But let's come to AAP, which is where the analytics become important, because the Aam Aadmi Party on 95 seats is between 0 and 10% of the vote share. This is critical. On 95 seats, the AAP is between 0 and 10. On 30 seats, the AAP is between 10 and 20. On 17 seats, the AAP is between 20 and 30. And remember, these analytics are important because A, they are live, B, you won't see them anywhere else. And even the political parties don't have this depth of analytical processing capability at this moment. 30 to 40 seats, the AAP is between 10. And AAP has more than 40% seats, 40% vote only on 12 seats. So the seats where they've established themselves in a way that they could potentially win is 12. That's the number of seats where they've been able to make deep, genuine inroads.
And we'll add those 10 seats where they are 30 to 40, essentially 22 seats where the AAP is in the fight in this election. So even at best they can get is about 22 seats.
Not really, Rajdeep.
At
you
best.
have to leave. No, I don't agree. You have to leave this aside. 30 to 40 you have to leave aside. They're in
the race for the future.
In the future, yes.
You have to look at where the AAP is.
The
AAP is a factor. Look,
the AAP is a factor on these 12 seats.
Can you just give me the regional map?
If you want to theoretically bolster up the number, then you can also say that, okay, the data
फिर तो कुछ भी जोड़ लो ना, फिर तो ये 0 to 10 वाला 95 भी जोड़ लो.
Fundamentally, the problem of newsrooms across the country, they bolster the image of Aam Aadmi
what I'm trying to say.
Much more than what it genuinely is on the ground.
There are 182 seats in Gujarat, right?
This is all in artificial.
So just a minute. 95 to plus 30. That is 125 seats where it's below 20%. It's virtually not a factor. AAP is essentially, as we've been saying in the past, a force in Gujarat, in Saurashtra and in South Gujarat. Just do a regional map. Okay. If you go into regions, I'll explain this to you. That how the politics of Gujarat works at the moment. It's a supposed three-cornered race. It's not. Actually, if you look at it, Here you're looking at North Gujarat. North Gujarat last time, Rahul, 2012 and 17, Mehsana, Banaskantha, Sabarkantha, Gandhinagar was dominated by Congress. This time, what is it? BJP 18, Congress 8, AAP 1, which means that AAP is not really a serious player in North Gujarat. Take a look now at South Gujarat. In South Gujarat, the BJP is wiping it out 30-3. But for AAP, South Gujarat was a hope because all these seats are in the tribal belt. It's a small beachhead. Take a look at Central Gujarat, which is the BJP's bastion. Wipe out, AAP is zero. So you're seeing AAP is not existing at all in North and Central Gujarat. So large parts of Gujarat, it's not there. Saurashtra, which is a relatively poorer part, which believe that the Gujarat model has not fully reached parts of Saurashtra, is where the BJP, I believe, is benefiting from the split vote. AAP is winning 4. So what is the AAP? AAP is a party at the moment in Gujarat, in the relatively poorer backward parts of Gujarat, deep south, that's the tribal belt, and also parts of interior Saurashtra, not the cities. As a result, it's not a pan-Gujarat party at all. It's a party where, as you showed in the heat map also, there are only 22 seats where it's above 30% at the moment. 22 out of 182.
No, which also means that a lot of the breathless commentary was Hawabaji.
Exactly.
By the AAP and by the cheerleaders. That's the fact. Once again, the AAP is a factor, but a very limited factor. If they are 40% plus in 12 seats, that's the genuine impact that they've had. Everything else is Hawabaji.
Rahul, AAP is denting heavily into Congress votes. Let me give you an example. The ex-leader of opposition, Paresh Dhanani, his driver, Ravi, is leading in Amreli.
Okay,
yeah.
I want to know that.
He was his driver, Ravi Dhanani.
North Gujarat and
yeah, let's look at this.
Adivasi seats. We have 29.
The AAP not featuring there. The places where the BJP is leading right now.
This is
the Aam Aadmi Party is cutting heavily into the
this is the story of Gujarat.
Because this is very important. Remember, the Adivasi belt has been a belt where the Congress has been dominant for decades. Out of the 20 reserved scheduled tribes seats,
29.
Out of the 29 reserved seats for the scheduled tribes, the Bharatiya Janata Party at this moment is leading on 24. That's a gain of 13 from the last time. This shows, this is the real story of this election. The depth of the proliferation of the Bharatiya Janata Party vote into areas where they've typically been strong. They've been weak. Now they've gone and built inroads over there.
Can we get the vote share here?
But even in the tribal belt,
is it possible to get vote share in the tribal belt?
Even in the tribal belt, if you look at it, the Aam Aadmi Party was poised to do better. It's a Congress bastion. The Aam Aadmi Party has eaten into the Congress vote. Advantage BJP, not taking away that the BJP anyway which way had made in
No, the Aam Aadmi Party could have done better if they would have had a tie-up with the Bharatiya Tribal Party, the BTP.
The BTP didn't want it because the BTP saw the Aam Aadmi Party taking its votes. But look at tribal, just a minute, look at Dalit votes.
Out of the 12 Dalit seats reserved for the scheduled caste, the BJP leads on 10. This again is the proliferation of the BJP's vote into areas which typically have been strengths of the Congress. 10, the AAP not
Can we look at the Patidar seats?
Can we look at the Muslim votes, please?
Sure.
Just for a moment, 9 seats where the Muslims are in substantial number to be able to determine who wins and loses. The BJP there leading on 7 because of the split of the AAP vote. Now, what's happened here, Ajdeep, is that initially in the initial sets of surveys, the AAP seemed to be doing well because there was no clear position that was taken by Arvind Kejriwal on issues like Bilkis Bano, like the riots. You've got the Congress getting a part of that vote, which is how BJP ends up with 7 of those seats.
These are the 2 traditional seats which are won by the Congress, Jamalpur and Daryapur, both in Ahmedabad. These are the 2 seats where the Congress is ahead. The one other interesting seat, of course, is AIMIM, which is in Abdasa. But this was expected. The fact is that the Congress today is preferred to the AAP, as our exit poll said, by Muslims. 54% as per our exit poll among Muslims preferred the Congress to the AAP.
No, but
Patidar seats?
Oh, I just came to strike rate, which is very important because what it tells you is the BJP has a current strike rate of 84% in Gujarat. It almost seems like a CBSE exam where you got a student topping it. The Congress is failing this exam very badly, a strike rate only of 11%. The Aam Aadmi Party on the seats that they contested at this moment has a strike rate of 4%. 4% is the strike rate that the Aam Aadmi Party has. You want to look at something else?
Patidar. I said the Patel seats, because those were the seats which in 2017 had made a difference. If you look at the Patidar seats, you'll see the big difference that's taken place in Gujarat. And that's it. This is the big difference. 45-6-2. This is where the Congress was competitive in 2017. 5 years later, the Patidar agitation has fizzled out. Reservations have been given. Hardik Patel has switched over. Other Patidar leaders have gone and joined AAP. No one's come to the Congress. No major Patel. Who is the major Patel leader today that Congress has? Really no one. There is no major Patel leader.
Congress is down 12 on the seats that they won last time, which are Patel dominated.
So the big dent that the Congress has taken is among tribals, where the hit is because primarily the AAP has dented them there, and Patel seats where the BJP has gone up. So the BJP's vote share is also going up among the Patels, and the division is taking place among tribals, Dalits and Muslims.
Interesting as well. If I were to convert these initial assembly trends into Lok Sabha seats, and remember these are live analytics. Usually it takes psephologists, and I don't say this with any disrespect to any of our pundits here, several hours of processing to be able to do this. We're doing it on the fly for you. If this was converted into a Lok Sabha trend, the BJP would have 25, the Congress would have only 1. They won 26 the last time.
I believe eventually it would be 26.
Okay, but this is where it is.
But at the moment, but let's go to our guests, Supriya Srinath, Syed Zafar Islam and Akshay Marathe joining us. Syed Zafar Islam, you must be smiling your way today because it's a big day. The BJP is set to sweep Gujarat, possibly break records, but Himachal is turning out to be a little tough. At the moment, marginal edge, sir, to the Congress. How do you see it at the moment? Dono haath mein laddu ya nahi?
Of course, dono haath mein laddu hai, Rajdeep, and as you rightly said, that is all the way BJP in Gujarat. Because you were in Gujarat, we had told you very clearly that Gujarat this time BJP will create history thanks to the support of the people of Gujarat. We draw comfort and confidence from the people of Gujarat, and we are grateful to them that they have given up their blessing. And this time the vote percentage also has significantly improved, and in terms of number of seats, you can see that we will break all the previous record, even in the break of Chimanbhai Patel's record of 149 seats. It's very apparent from the current trend that 155 seats where we are leading. As far as Himachal Pradesh is concerned, we will form the government there. We are confident. It is initial trend, and the margin, the gap between the two parties is not much, and we are confident that as we go during the day, that we will see that the Bharatiya Janata Party will come out as the victorious in
Himachal as well.
On Himachal Pradesh,
yeah, please.
And give our viewers a sense of where things stand. What I love about Himachal Pradesh, I mean, love only in the sense that it's very interesting cephalogically. Love in the sense of who wins, who loses, I don't particularly care about. But love because it's really interesting in terms of the data. Okay, so here are the seats where the margin is less than 100 votes. So at this moment, there are 6 seats in Himachal Pradesh where the gap between the BJP and the Congress is less than 100. The Congress is leading on 4 of those. So this is Baijnath, Bhattiya, Bilaspur, Fatehpur, Nachan and Nahan. These are the 6 seats where the gap is less than 100. The Congress's lead on those is 4. So very precarious gap that. At this moment in Himachal Pradesh, there are 16 seats where the gap is less than 500 votes. You see them on the map right now. The BJP is leading on 8 of those, the Congress on 7. There again, those 16 seats, literally anything can happen. Let's now come to seats where the gap between the winner and the runner-up, or the leader and the person coming second, is less than 1,000. There are 27 such seats. So I think it's basically going to come right down till the end. Because if there are 27 out of 68 seats where the gap is less than 1,000, this, as the voting rounds continue, would keep us in the hunt, Rajdeep. So if you've got your, have you had your fafda or not had your fafda
and the worry for the Congress is here. The Congress is 17 out of those 27 is where the Congress is leading. So therefore the Congress's risk is more, but they've opened up an 8-seat gap, which is the largest gap that we have seen, and they've crossed 35 for the first time. But Supriya Srinath, you've got to smile a bit. But while you smile, there will be nervousness, because as Rahul pointed out, 27 seats, margin less than 1,000, 17 of those at the moment with the Congress. So it could change very rapidly. Are you going to smile or very nervous as always? This is a big, next 2 hours could decide your day for you.
I think Himachal we will win, and I'm absolutely confident about that. Gujarat has been a downer, and I will not deny that. Huge disappointment, but I'm absolutely confident about Himachal. I think the issues that we went to the electorate with will bless us. I think you're talking about some 27 odd seats where the lead margins are less than 1,000. I don't think that is a cause of concern. I think we will have a full majority government in Himachal, and Himachal will show the way to India as far as democracy is concerned. I think on Gujarat, you haven't asked me a question, but I'm going to preempt that and say it's been very unfortunate. I think there is a lesson for us there. We need to reinvent and reimagine Gujarat completely, and there is no denying that. But I'm absolutely confident about Himachal, and I think Himachal will hold us in good stead.
Election, because at this moment I'm looking at the 25 seats of Kangra. The Congress is leading on 13 of those +7, the BJP at 11 -7. Now if this is the way it ends up and the Congress ends up at 35+, Mallikarjun Kharge will say, I managed to help as president of the Congress lead the Congress to power in Himachal Pradesh.
You need more than 35, Rahul, to say that. He needs 40. You see, the problem for the Congress is their margin for comfort is very low in Himachal. At 35, he is vulnerable. And remember what has happened on the other side. When the other side has just broken a record in Gujarat, what's going to be your big headline tomorrow morning? That the BJP breaks, a 37-year-old record, highest ever seats. In that sense, the Congress needs 40. 35 will put it in danger area.
Interestingly, in Himachal Pradesh, the Bharatiya Janata Party enjoys a 2% vote share lead over the Congress. The BJP is at 44% vote share, down 5 from the last time. The Congress is at 42, which is where they were. Others are at 13. The Aam Aadmi Party, for all the song and dance they made initially about Himachal Pradesh, has 1% vote share in Himachal. AAP has 44, down, BJP has 44, down 5 from the last time. They actually have a 2% lead. Rahul Verma, 2% lead for the BJP, yet in terms of number of seats, they're about 6 short of the Congress at this moment.
So it might be happening that in the seats where BJP is leading, they are leading comfortably, which is giving them advantage in the vote share. And Congress, as you rightly mentioned, there are a lot of seats where they are leading, but they are leading either within 100 vote margin or 1000 vote margin. So they're going forward, we don't know which way these seats are going to go.
Rahul, the rebels could be spoiling the BJP's conversion in Himachal.
Yeah.
So it's a combination of rebels and anti-incumbency, but, Akshay Marathe, very quickly, just 6 seats to the AAP in Gujarat. Do you concede that, as Rahul said, for all the song and dance, the AAP is still very much a marginal player in Gujarat politics? Or do you believe if you get 10-12% vote share, you're at 12% vote share at the moment, is that enough?
Rajdeep, today is a historic day for all Aam Aadmi Party supporters. Within 10 years of our formation, Gujarat has made Aam Aadmi Party the fastest growing nationally recognized party according to the Election Commission of India's qualification rules. That is a very big deal for the Aam Aadmi Party.
Akshay, you have changed the goalpost. Akshay, you have changed the goalpost. Until yesterday, it was about winning Gujarat. Now it's about becoming a nationally recognized, which is a huge achievement. I don't deny it. But then you should have said that's our goal. Our goal is to become nationally recognized.
No, 1 second, but that's also not factually true. No, 1 second. Since the morning, this is the third Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson who said AAP has become the party which has gone from being a local regional party to national party in the fastest time. That's actually not factually correct. It is the National People's Party, which was launched in January 2013, led by P.A. Sangma, which became a national party on the 7th of June 2009. The NPP took only 6 years. So obviously this is part of some AAP toolkit where they go out and say the same thing.
No, I'll tell you why.
The NPP became a national party in 6 years, unlike AAP, which has taken 10 years. So that record is not correct.
No, the rule is that you have to have 6% or more in 3 states.
NPP.
In 4 states. Sorry, 4 states. NPP went across the northeast.
Arey Baba, everybody is saying that this is a record, it's a record. I'm saying just in terms of the data, it's not a record. What they've done is commendable. That's not in dispute.
Yeah, but
it is not a record.
Is a national party.
They are now clutching at straws because the fact is...
No, but they're all saying it's a record. It's a record. It's actually not a record. NPP, Sangma has that record.
Rahul, being a national party is no big deal because even BSP is a national party.
What does it get you?
What does it get you?
Rajnath Singh, let's listen in.
27 साल से लोगों ने हमारे प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के प्रति गुजरात की जनता का बहुत ही बेहद विश्वास है
मोदी मैजिक ही सब कुछ है, मतलब मोदी मैजिक जो है।
थैंक यू, धन्यवाद।
खड़ा गुजरात में आपने भी बड़े अग्रेसिवली कैंपेन किया था, क्या लग रहा है कि एंटी इनकम्बेंसी
What is the situation?
What is the
situation, Mr. Singh? एंटी इनकम्बेंसी थी ही नहीं, प्रो इनकम्बेंसी गुजरात में रही है।
सर, गुजरात में नया रिकॉर्ड बन रहा है जी,
नया रिकॉर्ड बन रहा है और इसके प्रति हम लोग पहले से ही आश्वस्त थे। ये कोई हम लोग इससे चमत्कृत नहीं है।
सर, क्या ऐसा कारण है कि 27 साल से लोगों ने भरोसा?
हमारे प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के प्रति गुजरात की जनता का
At this moment is one of the senior leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party in Gujarat. Purushottam Rupala is the fisheries minister, animal husbandry, dairies minister. Rupala ji, बीजेपी 7वें आसमान पे है। आज सुबह 156 लीड इस वक्त। माधव सिंह सोलंकी का 1985 का रिकॉर्ड आप तोड़ रहे हैं। ये तो एक तरीके से चुनावी इतिहास दर्ज हो रहा है।
जी जी, आपने सही फरमाया। हम ऐतिहासिक जीत की ओर जा रहे हैं और इसके लिए गुजरात की जनता का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और शुक्रिया अदा करना मैं चाहूँगा। और ये गुजरात की जनता ने हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी की बातों पे भरोसा किया है, प्रधानमंत्री जी पर प्रेम जताया है।
नहीं, प्लस आम आदमी पार्टी काफ़ी हवाबाजी कर रही थी, कह रही थी कि 90 सीटें आएंगी। इस वक्त 6 लीड्स आ रही हैं, तो 6 और 90 में 84 का फ़र्क है। जिस तरीके से बात हो रही थी कि आम आदमी पार्टी धूम मचाने वाली है, बहुत बड़ा धमाका करने वाली है, लगता है कि वो टाई फिश निकला धावा।
नहीं, वो तो पहले से ही मेरी तो राय थी ही। जो आपने मेरे पुराने इंटरव्यू भी इलेक्शन के दौरान के देखे होंगे, तो मैं तो मानता ही नहीं था कि उनका कोई वजूद इस चुनाव में रहेगा। मगर ये मेरा मानना ये है कि किसी के असंतुष्टों को इकट्ठा करके राजनीति करने से चुनावी रणनीति नहीं बन सकती। वो कुछ हलचल कर सकते हैं, गुब्बारा कर सकते हैं, मगर धरती पर कोई रिजल्ट निकालने में कामयाब नहीं हो सकते।
आपको लग रहा है इस चुनाव में कांग्रेस खत्म हो गई? 77 से अब 16 पे आके सिमट गई है कांग्रेस। क्या आपको चिंता है कि आगे चल के आपकी लड़ाई बीजेपी और आपकी होगी? कांग्रेस का वजूद तो खत्म होता दिख रहा है।
नहीं, ये कांग्रेस को सोचने का वक्त है। हमारा वक्त, हम तो हमारे ही दल के लिए सोचेंगे, मगर हम लोकतंत्र में हैं, इसलिए तंदुरुस्त विपक्ष का होना भी लोकतंत्र के लिए ज़रूरी होता है। मगर वो अपने हिसाब से वो कांग्रेस के लोग इनके बारे में सोचे।
पुरुषोत्तम भाई केम छो? કોંગ્રેચ્યુલેશન્સ, તમે બહુ મોટી જીત હાસિલ કરો છો ગુજરાતમાં। 158 થઈ ગયા છે। સાચે કહો, તમારે લાગ્યું कि આટલી મોટી जीत થશે? डिड यू थिंक, आपको लगा इतनी बड़ी जीत होगी? जीत होगी सब कह रहे थे, इतनी बड़ी?
ये આ ગુજરાતની જીત છે, અમારી જીત નથી। ગુજરાતની જનતા જીતી છે, ગુજરાત જીત્યું છે અને ગુજરાતની જનતાએ ભારતીય જનતા પાર્ટી ઉપર અને પ્રધાનમંત્રી શ્રી નરેન્દ્ર મોદી ઉપર પ્રેમની વર્ષા કરી છે।
नहीं, ये आप मोदी जी का करिश्मा मानते हैं? ऑपोजिशन का वोट स्प्लिट हुआ था ये मानते हैं, या जो लाभार्थी स्कीम्स है उसकी वजह से? क्या मेन कारण क्या? इतनी बड़ी जीत के लिए कोई मुख्य कारण तो होगा।
नहीं, ये कारण तो ये मोदी जी का प्रत्येक गुजराती के साथ जुड़ाव है। और मोदी जी ने जो भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी की दोनों सरकारों की ओर से जो कार्यक्रम चलाए हैं, वो कार्यक्रम की उपलब्धियां नीचे लास्ट माइल आदमी तक पहुंचाने में दोनों सरकार कामयाब रही है, पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता भी कामयाब रहे हैं और पार्टी एकजुटता से लड़ी। ये तीनों कारण आप इसमें सम्मिलित कर सकते हैं।
पुरुषोत्तम भाई, खूब अभिनंदन। And this is a very good moment for Purushottam Bhai, who is from Amreli district. In 2017, Amreli district did not give a single seat to BJP. અને પુરુષોત્તમભાઈ, તમે અમરેલીમાં ખૂબ મહેનત કરી આ વખતે, અને I think it's a big victory because the campaigning that he did in Saurashtra.
No, I can give the data from Amreli. 7 seats over there, 5 leads for the BJP at this moment, 1 for the Congress,
and 1 for AAP.
But 5 leads for the Bharatiya Janata Party in Amreli.
And in 2017, they had 0 seats.
You see, what has happened in Saurashtra, all the parts of Saurashtra where the Patidar agitation, farmer unrest, all came together, have switched. Importantly, the BJP changed a lot of the candidates here. So a lot of the new candidates, पुरुषोत्तम भाई, क्या आप मानते हैं कि उसका भी फायदा हुआ? कई कैंडिडेट्स को आपने बदला, नए चेहरे दिए, इसका फायदा हुआ कि नहीं? पुरुषोत्तम भाई, इसका फायदा हुआ जितने कैंडिडेट्स आपने बदले? Okay, we seem to have lost Purushottam Rupala. Yes.
Amit Shah met media in Ahmedabad and he said there is an undercurrent of BJP. I can tell you, Ahmedabad, the Gujarati journalists, they were little bit laughing at the claim. But it looks, nobody, if you are saying if they have increased their vote share, we have missed something that actually this anti-incumbency, we will have to understand how to read
because
that.
I keep making this point again and again, and I want to drive this point home. There was massive anti-incumbency in Gujarat, but that anti-incumbency was against the Congress party, which has come down from 77 to 18. It is the anti-incumbency against the Congress which has led to the kind of split in vote share, which has created and ceded some space to the Aam Aadmi Party, which has also helped the BJP break Madhav Singh Solanki's record. This is history in the making. Massive anti-incumbency at play, Rajdeep.
Also this word undercurrent. We journalists must stop using this word undercurrent. Either there is
but how do journalists make the same mistake again and again?
No, either
they go each and every time. It's like a confirmation bias. Each and every time they go and the same set of journalists go and make the same set of mistakes. It's almost as if...
1 minute. I'll tell you, the problem is TRP. It was a boring election. Now, how do you make a boring election exciting? So you have to say there is something, some undercurrent happening.
This was not a boring election.
This was a boring election.
This is
an election
Rajat is being unfair. Rajat is being unfair to the BJP. No election is boring. You ask anybody.
What was interesting?
You ask anybody who's fighting an election, he'll tell you no election is boring. Elections are very difficult.
Can I
since people were discussing was
देखो ऐसा है थोड़ा कभी तुम लोग है ना हमको बहुत गाली देते हैं वो ठीक है ट्रोल करते हो my column written 10 days ago the Gujarat 2022 assembly elections are a unique contest. The winner is certain, but the real interest lies in who the runner-up will be, and that's what has happened. That is exactly. This is not an election of the BJP.
No, but what happened to AAP ki 90 seats? The AAP was supposed to get 90 seats. They're sitting at 6 seats right now.
Rahul, please appreciate this. While we gun for the AAP, and the AAP has much to introspect. When a political, look at the difference between the way the AAP goes into an election and the Congress.
Of course.
You see, if I went into an election saying मेरे को 5-6 सीट मिलेगी तो कोई मुझे वोट नहीं देगा.
That's fair.
I have to go into an election believing that
Devu Singh Chauhan joins us. He's the Minister of State for Communications. Devu Singh bhai, welcome and congratulations. ये तो बहुत बड़ी जीत है. माधव सिंह सोलंकी का जो रिकॉर्ड है 149 सीटों का वो आप तोड़ के 156 पे इस वक्त बैठे हैं. ऐतिहासिक जीत, 7वें आसमान पे बीजेपी इस वक्त.
जी बिल्कुल आपने सही बताया, ये ऐतिहासिक जीत है और हम डे 1 से बोल रहे थे कि इस बार गुजरात चुनाव में भारतीय जनता पार्टी अपने सारे रिकॉर्ड तोड़ेंगी. न केवल रिकॉर्ड तोड़ेगी सीट का, लेकिन वोट शेयर भी बढ़ेगा और लीड जो होगी वो लीड का जो गैप है वो भी सबसे ज़्यादा रहेगा. और बिल्कुल वैसा ही नतीजा आज हम देख रहे हैं. इसका कारण यही है कि हमारे श्रद्धेय प्रधानमंत्री आज जो विश्व के नेता हैं और जो हमारी गुजरात की सरकारों ने 27 साल तक गुजरात की जन अपेक्षा के हिसाब से जो कार्य किया है, जो विकास का मॉडल जो जनता चाहती थी वैसा विकास हुआ है. न केवल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, सोशल सर्विस, यहाँ तक कि हमारी गवर्नमेंट की हर कोई योजना है वो डोर स्टेप तक पहुंचती थी. चाहे सेवा सेतु हो, चाहे वो ऐसा कोई कार्यक्रम हो, शाला प्रवेशोत्सव, कृषि महोत्सव, गरीब कल्याण मेला. तो एक तरीके से जनता और पार्टी और सरकार ऐसा इतना समन्वय इतना अच्छा था जिसके कारण हम डे 1 से बोल रहे थे कि इस बार हम सारे रिकॉर्ड तोड़ेंगे.
बट देव सिंह भाई ऐसा है, गुजरात में ये हो रहा है, हिमाचल में नहीं. अगर ये स्कीम्स इतने सक्सेसफुल है, इतने आप जमीन तक पहुंच पाए, वही हिमाचल में क्यों नहीं हो रहा है? वही हम देख रहे हैं जो गुजरात में होता है हिमाचल में नहीं होता. तो गुजरात में डबल इंजन चलता है, हिमाचल में नहीं लगता कि डबल इंजन उस तरह से चल रहा है.
नहीं, ये जरूर आपकी बात सही है कि हम केवल 2 या 3 सीटों से हिमाचल में पीछे हैं। इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि हमारा कोई रकाश हो गया वहाँ। वहीं हम सरकार बनाने में करीब करीब नज़दीक में पहुँचे हैं। लेकिन आप ये नहीं कह सकते डबल इंजन की सरकार फेल है। गुजरात में भी चल रही है, हिमाचल प्रदेश में चल रही है, और ये 2-3 सीटों का जो गैप है, इसके कारण आप अगर ऐसा बोल रहे हैं कि हमारा वोट शेयर कहीं कम हुआ है, तो आप देखो, ध्यान से देखेंगे तो आपको पता चलेगा कि हिमाचल प्रदेश की जनता का भी समर्थन विकास को और हमारे श्रद्धेय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व के प्रति आज भी इतनी आस्था से लोग वोट कर रहे हैं।
Supriya Srinath, as you are looking at that, आप सुन रहे हैं what the मंत्री is saying, BJP is ecstatic, the ministers are coming out. Is there going to be any acceptance now of the Congress that Gujarat is a state that you messed up? You know, while we can go into the AAP factor, the AAP fought the election. The Congress accusation in Gujarat now will be that this hyper-local model doesn't work.
And which is why even before you asked me the question, I said we will have to reinvent and reimagine the whole Gujarat way of handling an election. I said it up front. And I will say one more thing though, and I think the BJP has every reason to be ecstatic in Gujarat, but the BJP is really clutching to straws in Himachal Pradesh. Actually, they are 14 seats down, so what exactly are they celebrating? And we will form a full majority government. I reassert that with equal gusto. My question is really on the Aam Aadmi Party. You're all talking about how they fought an election in Gujarat. They also fought an election in Himachal Pradesh. What has happened to them there? What is their vote share there? What are all the tall claims? You remember the whole Solan victory show that Arvind Kejriwal ji did? I think some questions should be asked of the Aam Aadmi Party for Himachal as well. Don't let them be scot-free in that state just because...
Don't worry about AAP, worry about yourself. AAP is not living up to its claims and promises, which is absolutely true. But the Congress can't cite what's happening to AAP. Your fight wasn't with the AAP, your fight was with the BJP.
No. Rahul, 1 second. No, Rahul, 1 second. I am not worried about the AAP. I started off, I don't know if you heard my answer or not, I've said it 3 times. I'm worried about what has happened in Gujarat. I don't know if you heard me and so you're hurling back at me. I'm absolutely and very worried about what has happened in Gujarat with the Congress. I think there is some deep introspection that's required. I think we need to reimagine how we are contesting in Gujarat. I also feel we perhaps needed to put up a more spirited campaign. There is no denying that. You know, the winner takes it all. I'm not going to deny, sit here and say, I'm not worried at all. Absolutely, I'm worried. But I will ask questions of other opponents as well. Because there was this huge hawabazi that was being made of the Aam Aadmi Party, including on channels like yourselves. And I'm entitled to ask this question, am I not?
Yes, Mr. Bharatiya, you know, I think it's a good point to ask. You've got about 13% of the votes. You're leading in 7 seats in Gujarat. You're wiped out in Himachal Pradesh. You had a tough day in the MCD. You just scraped through. Has the AAP's bubble been burst after all the high of Punjab earlier in the year?
Rajdeep, there are some Gujarat-based journalists on your channel. I request you to please ask them. They will attest to the fact that it was the Aam Aadmi Party that set the narrative for this election 6 months ago. When Manish Sisodia went to visit government schools in Gujarat, he made education a mudda in Gujarat. When we talked about the plight of job seekers who have lost the opportunity to get government jobs, we set that narrative in Gujarat.
Akshay, the last 20 days you based your campaign in Surat. You had the Delhi Chief Minister who was practically in Surat. Every day you were tweeting out these visuals of thousands or lakhs coming into Italia's rally, the roadshow of the Delhi Chief Minister. Bhagwant Mann was in Surat. Look at your showing in Surat. Your party president in Gujarat is also trailing if you look at Surat.
Our party president in Gujarat, Gopal Italia, has got 42% of the vote share in Surat. Yes, the votes are being counted. Hopefully we will win the majority mark there. But
but you promised to, you made a promise to the Janata of Surat in a rally that out of 17 in the district you will sweep 11.
The Bharatiya Janata Party getting 42% of the vote is a huge victory, Preeti. I think let's acknowledge that. It's a big day for the Aam Aadmi Party.
Okay, so you're saying it's a big day. You know, different definitions of what's a big day. Yes, vote share 13% is not bad, but it's not a big day. It would be perhaps an overstatement.
Milan Sharma joins us from the BJP headquarters. Just 1 second. Milan Sharma has lots of dole, nagada, and then in that drum, we tend to lose the audience. Audio. So let's just go across to Milan Sharma. Milan, the BJP dancing, they're celebrating Garba, Dandiya once again.
Oh yes, absolutely. Look at that. BJP office. At the moment also I'm trying to show you that the people here, firecrackers, in the morning you may not be able to see the kind of colors that they are leaving behind in the air, but firecrackers here being burst with gusto outside the BJP office at the moment, and of course this is because of the big lead. On the other hand, I just want to show you that they have a live orchestra here too. Look at that. So there are singers that have come here, and that's the live orchestra playing all the songs of the BJP's party celebrations, Gujarati songs, along with a little mix and fusion music. And we see women here grooving and dancing to these tunes, of course. Rahul, it's a big celebration here. Look at the lead that BJP has taken, and this has given them the confidence to go ahead and celebrate with gusto even before the complete results are out. It's only morning time, 10:30, and look at that. Look at that. I just want to leave you with this color and with these visuals where people have come from across, not just in Gandhinagar, from across various places. And I think it's going to be a very happy, celebratory, long day, at least in the BJP office. And soon perhaps we'll look at a box of laddu or a gatia or a fafda jalebi perhaps, and we'll come back to you with that. But leaving you with that live orchestra at the moment, where youngsters wearing the BJP saffron are dancing and singing to the tunes of the party, and with women also swinging to the beat here, whether it's fusion music or just the sound of the Bharatiya Janata Party's victory in Gujarat.
Aparijita Sarangi is joining us from the BJP, but before that, a quick look at some of the key candidates, because interesting results are coming out in Gujarat. Bhupendra Patel, for example, is at the moment through. He's almost through, leading by a huge margin at the moment. Take a look at some of the other VVIPs at the moment. Jignesh Mevani, the Dalit face last time, he is at the moment in Vadgam trailing. Now, I thought he would win because he had done work during COVID. Clearly, the BJP bringing in a congressman, former congressman there against Jignesh. Jignesh Mevani is trailing in his constituency. Isudan Gadvi, the Aam Aadmi Party's face, is at the moment leading. So the big story for AAP is maybe they found a local face who could win in a tough constituency. And there's a message for news anchors who want to turn politicians. You can be successful. Who knows? Don't get me into trouble. Hardik Patel.
And with 3 states to contest from.
Okay, 3 states to contest from. I'm not going anywhere. I like Hardik Patel is leading. So Hardik Patel, making his political debut at the age of 29, last time was too young to contest, is leading from Viramgam near Ahmedabad. Take a look at some of the other key contenders in Gujarat at the moment. Take a look at Harsh Sanghvi. Remember, Harsh Sanghvi is possibly a future face of the BJP. We are trying to get into Harsh thing. Rivaba Jadeja, let's see how Rivaba Jadeja is doing. She is leading now, so she's gone up and down, but as of now, Rivaba Jadeja is leading in a tough seat of Jamnagar North. Sitting Minister Dharmendra Singh Jadeja was removed in the BJP. Let's take a look at just a couple of more key candidates there. The young Turk Alpesh Thakur, how is he doing? Alpesh Thakur is here, and Gandhinagar South is leading. So this is Amit Shah's, of course, home base, and therefore Alpesh Thakur switched sides after 2017 is leading at the moment. And Payal Kukrani, Naroda Patia worst massacre of 2002, she's leading again by a big margin. Some things don't change in Gujarat. So those are some of the key candidates.
Rajdeep, what's interesting is when you're talking about the key candidates and the lead, we were talking about the Hindutva card there. Godhra candidate in BJP is actually leading with a margin of over 25,000 votes. And they ran an explosive campaign there.
So you've had 3 young Turks. Alpesh Thakur leading, switched sides, joined BJP. Hardik Patel switched sides, joined BJP leading. The one young Turk, Jignesh Mevani, who switched from being an independent to the Congress, is trailing. He built an oxygen plant in Vadgam. We don't know the margin at the moment because this is, as I said, a seat which could be very close let's just
He's
take a
trailing,
look.
sir, there, right on top, Raj.
Yeah, that's right. No, we are just looking at the margin by which he's losing at the moment. Let's look at...
Rajiv, he had no support from his party.
Crowdfunding your own election. This is a question that you should ask Supriya
I don't
Singh.
think so. I don't think so. I think
You know,
it is
Supriya
the
Singh,
attitude.
you want to respond to that?
Yeah, that is also
You know,
true.
even Jignesh Mevani had to crowdsource his election. He didn't have the resources, he said, to fight it. Supriya Singh?
That elections in this country are increasingly, I said that's exactly what we are saying, that elections in this country are increasingly very difficult to fight because there is no level playing field. I mean, look at the point that we make about our mics being switched off in Parliament. Yesterday, Adhiranjan Chaudhary was speaking on committees and his mic was suddenly switched off. Election bonds are opened at will of the BJP. I honestly feel that as far as Jignesh Mevani's election is concerned, I personally want him to win.
Just one
and I
question.
desperately want him to win.
Supriya, just one question, and that question comes from Jignesh Mevani only. The fact that he had to crowdfund his own election.
Unfortunate as it may seem, but that is the reality of elections today. That parties other than the BJP are not flushed with funds. And as far as Jignesh Mevani's election is concerned, I am really desperately praying that he wins. He deserves to win. He's done a lot for his people there. But I think questions should be asked of the AIMM and the Aam Aadmi Party as to why did they all field candidates and corner that one man.
The problem is that you are allocating your resources behind a failed politician, Rahul Gandhi. All your money went into organizing Bharat Jodo Yatra in some other state. You did not even support Jignesh Mevani, who had a fair chance perhaps of winning this election. Why are you allocating your resources after a failed politician?
No, that's not... No, that's not true at all. I take huge offense to this. You are today wearing an analyst hat, but I know what your political preferences and alignments are. So please don't ask me questions that I would...
No, it's a fair question, Supriya ji. Why was the planning of Congress party's election completely bereft of any kind of leadership interest? Who was busy, your Rahul Gandhi was busy doing his Bharat Jodo Yatra and didn't even bother to come in and campaign for some of his future young leaders of Gujarat. Jignesh Mevani was brought into the fold, made the working president.
Okay.
He could have got the support of the Congress leadership. And it was missing throughout. And he, poor chap, he had to fight on his own.
I am really touched. I am very touched by your rant. I really am. I'm happy that you're wearing an anchor's hat today. But I will answer that question. I think Bharat Jodo Yatra is very, very important. I am sorry. I am not going to sit here and take any criticism on that. I think that's extremely important. Elections are a different machine. Elections should have been fought better.
So Congress party has transformed itself into an NGO now.
Blamed for management from the center. Why
you
are
agree
we today?
The Congress party is an
sorry,
NGO?
You know, I'm not taking your jibes. Let me answer a question. Okay, I am here on a show anchored by Rajdeep Sardesai and Rahul Kanwal. I am not here on a show to suddenly see a BJP man turn an analyst. Let me answer what the point that you have raised. I will not take criticism against the Bharat Jodo Yatra.
I'm a conscientious citizen of this country and I'm worried to look at the level that your party has stooped down to.
I don't think so.
It is now struggling to
No, but is it also not a fact, Rajat Sethi?
I'm not a primary
one second. Is it not a fact that if it's a fight between, say, BJP and the Congress, it's like a fight between the mighty West Indies and Zimbabwe. You punch them, pummel them to the ground,
and therefore
you,
all around. What do you do then?
No, but the BJP is more irritated.
There is no Australia in this battle anymore.
The BJP is more irritated with having to take on AAP than they are take on Congress. Taking on Congress is easier.
This is what, Rahul, we need to settle this today. Aam Aadmi Party has got disproportionate access to media channels and newsrooms, courtesy they are sitting in Delhi. You know, tomorrow you have an Aaj Tak show, a big, annual show that you do. You will only call Aam Aadmi Party.
By all your top ministers are coming.
Just one second, quick plug.
The one thing, Rajat Sethi, just a minute. The one thing,
You know, I'll
No,
one more
Rajat,
point.
1 minute.
He wins an MCD
Aparajita
election
Sarangi
and
is
he
waiting.
becomes a claimant to the chair of the Prime Minister in 2024. What kind of an arithmetic this is?
1 minute.
You win a corporation election and you suddenly boost the entire day is only focused on this one man.
Okay.
Why was
Rajdeep,
MCD
Rajdeep, just
telecasted
one
the entire day?
second. I just want to make a quick plug.
If there is one party,
newsrooms.
if there is one party that should not complain of disproportionate media space, it is the BJP.
Because it is at least proportional to its presence
Okay,
nationally.
that's your view, and there is a view that
it
the
is nationally the most relevant political force.
Sure, there is.
So it will get a proportional response.
Rajiv, can I come in?
That's the second time you want to comment on how newsrooms operate. I have been a reporter for 36 years. I will go and cover something
Please,
which... No,
please,
1 minute. Rajat, don't do this to me. You do this to Rajdeep, not to me.
I'm giving you the courtesy because all of you
may give me the
have
courtesy. You are being
consistently for the past 1 year.
You are not allowing me to speak, and
This
I
has
am
been
not...
the consistent
I
policy.
will not allow you to speak then.
So please go ahead.
No,
speak.
let me speak.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Do this to anchors. I am as panelist as you.
No, you pointed out to me, na, right?
Because
so you
I want
lost that courtesy, by the way, but
No,
please go ahead.
Because I'm
Please
saying
speak.
because you are talking about newsrooms.
Yes, of course.
Yes. I will, as a reporter, go and cover anything which I find raises my curiosity. Any new entrant does it.
Very well.
Similarly, yes. Same has happened. I have done it with Mayawati. I have done it with Mulayam Singh Yadav. I have done it with Yogi Adityanath. And we will do it with anybody.
How many times have you shown Manpuri's election results today? Samajwadi Party is trailing in Manpuri. Have you shown? You have not shown. This is also very important.
You will not decide.
You will go on ad nauseum debating a frivolous party who is not there.
Rajat, you made your point. You claim AAP is a fringe party that is getting...
For the past 2 hours, I'm just trying to say,
Rajat Sethi, there's a time.
One party has won 7th time.
Your time is over.
No, it's the 7th time
I am a
the party has
decent...
won.
Do not take advantage of my niceness.
No, I'm also being very decent.
So you are
welcome.
You made your point. You made your point.
You cannot take it if you want to make it a personal battle. Let's do it then.
Kindly do not raise your voice. I raised it only now because you are now interrupting the flow of the program. This is not your show.
It's a rant now.
Now it's a rant. Please keep it out to here. Aparajita Sarangi, the fact is at the moment, we can discuss the disproportionate media space, and I know southern politicians who also feel that because Aam Aadmi Party is located in Delhi, it gets disproportionate space. But the fact is at the moment, and Rahul Srivastava made a good point, when a party is a new party, it will always attract a lot of attention. And because the Congress has weakened, people do look for challengers, and many believe the AAP could be a future challenger. We are in 2022. The one thing I would advise all political analysts is hubris. Arrogance when you win is something which leads you to make disproportionate claims about your own party and about your opponents. Aparajita Sarangi, when you don't 1 minute Akshay Marathe, because otherwise you will be accused of getting disproportionate space. Aparajita Sarangi, you are of the BJP, you are the ruling party, you are getting 155 seats as of now in Gujarat. But Himachal is a tougher battle. Is today about only Gujarat for you, or you need to win both for real bragging rights? Your remarkable win in Gujarat, for you, which you deserve full congratulations. Winning 7 elections, not easy. I want to ask you very simply, ma'am, how do you see the larger picture? Is Himachal as important as winning Gujarat by such a big margin?
Yes, of course. Himachal is as important as winning Gujarat, and I can tell you that for Bharatiya Janata Party, every state, every election is important, and that is why we put in so much of hard work. I can only say that कितने नादान थे ये शहर के सारे जुगनू मिलके कहते थे सूरज को नहीं उगने देंगे. And today the sun is rising in Gujarat. And please don't forget that it is after 27 years of our continuous rule in Gujarat. And this is the 7th time we would be forming the government in Gujarat. There is pro-incumbency wave. And in Saurashtra Kutch region, we had thought out of 54 seats, we would be around 40. But, it's very surprising. To our great delight, we are beyond 40. We are closer to 54. This is amazing. And I can only say that we are very thankful to the people of Gujarat who have reposed confidence in the leadership of Bhupendra Patel ji, and of course,
I'm glad that Bhupendra Patel has finally been mentioned by a BJP leader.
With the people of Gujarat.
I'm glad that Bhupendra Patel has finally been mentioned. Many believe he's remote control from Delhi.
It's always a team effort, though Honorable Prime Minister
Can I
is our
please come in
tallest
and make a
leader, but
small
yes,
point?
we acknowledge the contribution of each and every leader. Now, let me please complete. As far as Congress is concerned, see, Congress has the habit of blaming Mr. Modi for everything before the election, and after the election, they blame the EVM or the law and order situation. They have the habit of blaming the chessboard, and that is why they are where they are. They should have gone into self-introspection long time back. Instead of getting into that Bharat Jodo Yatra, which has hardly any impact on the people of India, I think they should have put their homes right, and they would have jodoed their own party. So that's the problem with Congress. There is no neta, no netagiri, no netritva, no niti and no niyat. And that is why Congress is suffering like this. And as far as AAP is concerned,
can I please come in?
आप के लिए प्रदर्शन का सवाल है और कांग्रेस के लिए अस्तित्व का सवाल है.
So I just want to make a mention of the fact that we have this big agenda Aaj Tak program happening tomorrow, which is just a day after this massive BJP victory in Gujarat, this humdinger of a contest in Himachal Pradesh. We'll have the Union Home Minister Amit Shah there, we'll have the BJP President JP Nadda there, we'll have the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh there, we'll have Nitin Gadkari, multiple leaders from the ruling government and from the opposition. Bhagwant Mann will be joining us from the Aam Aadmi Party, Chief Minister of Punjab. So it's a power-packed political fest where we'll talk about what the import of these elections is for the BJP, for the Congress, and for newbie upstarts who think they're the next big thing. At this moment, some of that looks like a question to be asked and answered in the future, not at this moment. So maybe some people were getting ahead of themselves, and that's a fact also to be looked at very carefully. So do watch out for Agenda Aaj Tak coming up across the India Today network all through the day, tomorrow and the day after. Quick plug-in, just so that you know this is where you need to be, not just today, but also tomorrow and day after.
Supriya Srinath, you were putting your hand up while Rajat Sethi was attacking you on why are you focusing so many of your resources on Bharat Jodo Yatra. Aparajita Sarangi makes the same point. Let's clear this once and for all. Is for the Congress this election result going to halt your Bharat Jodo Yatra's so-called momentum? Do you concede that you can't be on a yatra that decouples itself from electoral politics? Electoral politics matters in this country as much as going to the people through a yatra.
No, I take your point, and both to Rahul and you, I will only say that please do not allow your fellow panelists wearing political hats to and unleash them on political guests to settle petty political scores. I expect both of you to not do that, but it has happened and I take offense to that. I will have to leave after this. As far as the point on the Bharat Jodo Yatra is concerned, I appreciate everybody's concern. But to say that Bharat Jodo Yatra is not having an impact is actually reading ahead of themselves. I think Bharat Jodo Yatra is creating a huge momentum. I have no doubt in my mind that when the yatra finishes in Srinagar, we will have seen a very changed political scenario in this country. Already the states through which it has passed, we are seeing an impact. I will only make one point before I
No, 1 second. Supriya Srinath, let me question you on this. While the crowds are coming up and... No, 1 second, Supriya. Answer this question. How do you gauge the political success of the Bharat Jodo Yatra? How do you determine that this effort was to some political use?
Because there will be elections that will be held in Madhya Pradesh and in Rajasthan and in Karnataka, through which states this yatra has passed through, and you will see positive results there. I think that will be the barometer of the success electorally, if you insist on it. But I think the success of this yatra is on the motive of this yatra, to keep this country united. But I will make a 30-second observation on BJP's victory. Yes, the winner takes it all, and we've lost, and we are perhaps losing very badly in Gujarat, so it will be rich coming from me. But 40 lakh unemployed in Gujarat, people reeling under high prices, the 137 people who lost their lives in Morbi, and surprising, the BJP still wins there, 22 paper leaks. These are questions that will continue to haunt however the BJP comes back to power. These issues don't cease to exist. These issues will haunt anybody in the BJP who comes to power, and anybody who's going to be made chief minister. I hope he gets a seat next
political
to the Prime
litmus test of the Bharat Jodo Yatra is what happens in Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Karnataka and Rajasthan. That's where you judge whether the yatra was a success or a failure?
See, I think that is for Congress party to decide where they want to see the success of it.
I've been waiting for the last...
Electorally, and the party may have some strategy that we are going through this yatra and we are going to reap benefits of this 5 years later. who am I to say it's not right for you to do? I think Bharat Jodo Yatra has some positive political traction. It is giving some image advantage to Rahul Gandhi where nothing was happening in the Congress party. So comparison to that negative side, there is some positive build-up, but it's not enough or putting them in a pedestal where they can actually challenge BJP. And the problem which Congress party is not realizing is that more you go down electorally, like you lost, you are now not a party in Delhi. You are not going to be a serious player in Gujarat. More states you are going to lose, you will not be able to recover.
You know, which is why I believe that for the Congress party, the next 2 hours are critical. If they don't win Himachal, you see, if they win Himachal, they can at least claim that there is one state ruled by the BJP where they have managed to wrest it away. That's very important. In psychology.
But as of now, Rajdeep, Himachal seems to be a hung house, and whatever's happened, whether it's Goa 2017, Manipur 2017, Meghalaya 2018, Haryana 2019, whenever there's been a hung house, it's usually the BJP that wins.
As I said, if they reach 36, they have reason to hold on to something. The next big state that goes to the polls is Karnataka. And that is the state where out of all the states, I believe the Congress perhaps has its best chance in the next 12 to 18 months. But you need to start winning. You can't all the time say moral victory. You can't say this is a Modi-run state. They need Himachal desperately. That's why I said the next couple of hours will decide the complete mood. I'll tell you, you mentioned the Aaj Tak conclave. Mallikarjun Kharge, Congress president, said, I need to wait till Thursday afternoon before I can confirm that I can come.
Because it depends on Himachal?
Because they are all waiting to see, can they at least have some positive talking point? The positive talking point for them can only come. The AAP, you know, Akshay Marathe says he's been waiting here, for a long time and, wants to answer. But Akshay Marathe, you can claim MCD. The BJP has got the big prize of Gujarat, which is why all that is left is Himachal. Now, will you accept at least before you leave us, that for the Aam Aadmi Party also, it's time to introspect. This constant being on a high energy treadmill, ye hoga, wo hoga, will eventually, recoil on you unless you're a little bit more focused.
Rajdeep, we will do whatever learning has to be done. We are a party that is constantly evolving. And even in this victory that we feel in Gujarat, we will still take lessons for the next 2027 elections, hoping to win the next Gujarat election. But let me make one point before I go, Rajdeep. We were talking about Isudan Gadvi, our chief ministerial face leading from the seat of Khambalia. For the last 2 weeks, all the political pundits who used to come on your show and other shows were saying that it is an Ahir-dominated seat and Mr. Gadvi has no chance because of the caste combination. I think it's time to realize that the Aam Aadmi Party is a party that has managed to build class coalitions beyond the traditional lens that we have seen politics through.
Do you remember Himachal, Akshay Marathe? The last rally which was held by Arvind Kejriwal in Himachal said that the Aam Aadmi Party, of course, before your entire leadership defected to the BJP, will again come with a huge mandate in Himachal. That Satyendra Jain was your face there. What happened there? You are actually being counted in as others, not even as your individual self as Aam Aadmi Party. It's BJP, Congress plus others.
Preeti, I have no hesitation in admitting that we have not done well in Himachal Pradesh. And the fact is that we were very occupied with the Gujarat campaign where we saw better results for ourselves. We saw an opportunity to breach the fortress of the Prime Minister Modi and Amit Shah ji. And we have been able to do that. We have breached the fortress of the duo that runs the country. In Himachal, it is a very good state for us. The next election will be...
I don't know what you're saying. Are you listening to what you're saying and are you comparing what you're saying with the actual results? You're saying you breached the mighty duo in Gujarat. They've just gone to a historic victory. They're at 150, you're at 7 seats. What have you breached?
Rahul, it is very easy to make fun of the Aam Aadmi Party.
I'm not making fun. I'm just saying be realistic. No, one second. You fought a good fight. We're not making fun at all. I'm just saying measure what you're saying. You're saying you breached the bastion of the BJP top leadership. You're at 7. They've just made a record.
It doesn't mean we have defeated them.
Okay, I've got Akshay.
We have made inroads. You have to admit that.
Time out. I want to look at Himachal because in the next 2 hours, Himachal will decide what happens in... Rahul, why don't you join us and give us... Because, in a way, this is going to decide what happens. Less than 1,000, which is critical at the moment because you still have several rounds to go. There are 17 seats at the moment, less than 1,000. But the BJP is leading in 8, the Congress in 8. So it's even Stevens now, which was earlier heavily weighted in favor of the BJP. It's now even Stevens, less than 1,000. Less than 500. 5 seats BJP leading, 3 Congress leading, 1 other. Less than 100. You actually have 2 seats, one with the BJP, one with others. So it's still very close. It could go anywhere, Rahul. But I think the key thing is the region-wise map. Because this is where the story of Himachal is unfolding. In Kangra, the Congress has once again taken the lead, 14 to 10. They hold this lead. The Congress has the edge over the BJP. It's a 6-seat edge, which is for now the Congress is over the halfway mark. Look at Mandi, and the situation is completely reversed. Here the BJP has 14, the Congress has 8, others have 2. Shimla is where the Congress was expected to do well, and it is doing well, 13-5-1. So that, BJP tried to give reservations to the Hatis. The BJP tried to sort of get back. The scheduled caste, the Dalits, have come in large numbers in Himachal to the Congress. We often forget, we think of it as a Rajput Brahmin state. 25% of Himachal is Dalit.
We can look at what's happening on the Dalit dominated seats or the reserved seats. So if you give me a second, I'll pull that out for you right now. If you look at what's happening in the Dalit dominated seats of Himachal Pradesh, on those 13 seats, the BJP is leading on 8, the Congress on 5. If we look at the Brahman dominated seats of Himachal Pradesh, on those 14 seats, the Congress is leading on 7, BJP leading on 4. If you look at the Rajput dominated seats of Himachal Pradesh, of those 27 seats, you've got a dead heat between BJP and Congress at 13 and 14 each.
Do we have something to know who these others are at the moment? Would we know who the others are? We know a couple of them definitely are BJP rebels. Do we know who the others are, possibly, at the moment?
There's one rebel from Kangra.
One rebel from Kangra. So once we know who the others are, it will give us a better sense. But the BJP presumably is counting on those others. If they are BJP rebels, Rahul Srivastav just told us Vinod Taude from Maharashtra BJP has been also sent to Shimla to see what to do about the rebels. Remember, Prime Minister Modi rang up one of the rebels who didn't agree to withdraw, even though the Prime Minister.
But look at the power map of Himachal Pradesh, and here you've got the 2017 results on this side, and you've got the 2022 leads on this side. So in the upper Himachal region, the region where the erstwhile Maharaja Veerbhadra Singh was the formidable political presence, even in his absence, the Congress has swept in that region. This is where the BJP had done well last time. Now you've got a situation where the Congress has done well in the lower part in the last elections. Right now they're doing well, not just in Kangra, but in the Shimla belt as well. It is in Mandi, mercifully, which is where JP Nadda comes from, which is also where Anurag Thakur comes from, where the BJP is still ahead. So there'll at least be some solace for the BJP president in the fact that in his belt around Bilaspur, you still have the Bharatiya Janata Party in the lead. What we can do is a Lok Sabha conversion. If you convert these assembly trends into Lok Sabha, you've got both the parties at 2 each. 2 each. So it's a dead heat.
It's fascinating what's happened in Himachal. In 2012, the Congress wins. 2014, Lok Sabha, BJP sweeps. 2017, BJP wins again. Then 2019, BJP gets 69% of the vote, wins all. Come 2021, Vidhan Sabha by-elections and Lok Sabha Mandi, Congress wins. So Himachal has gone through a lot of shifts in recent times.
So you mean to say in 24 Modi is winning again?
I would expect so. Look, my belief is when in the national election, Mr. Modi is on the ticket. I want to make one point. The limitations of the double engine. You see, while we are doing the BJP deserves a lot of credit for what's happened in Gujarat. There are limitations of the double engine if you put a weak chief minister. Mr. Modi can only do so much. We've seen in state after state, Mr. Modi is expected to pull up the BJP.
But he swept the Gujarat this time around.
Ma'am, he's on the ticket. Mr. Modi is a son of the soil.
Nobody even knows who the chief minister is in Gujarat.
Yeah, it's Gujarat.
Preeti Chaudhary, Mr. Modi is a son of the soil. He's on the Gujarat ticket. He's not. Himachal, what did he say? When you press the lotus, you're voting for me.
Vote mere paas aa raha.
Right? He tried the double engine. There are limitations of the double engine. Anti-incumbency is a reality. It gets arrested at times, it doesn't. We saw it in Haryana. BJP lost 25% of the vote between 2019 Lok Sabha and Vidhan Sabha. We saw it in Jharkhand. We've seen it in other states. When Mr. Modi is not on the ticket, the BJP doesn't necessarily... If the chief minister is weak, Yogi Adityanath, strong chief minister, BJP benefits. And I would like to see that Mainpuri, if the BJP, as Rajat Sethi just said, if the BJP is winning Mainpuri, it's huge.
No, Dimple
Yadav.
Dimple Yadav
by 1
leading
lakh. That's what he claimed.
double the amount.
1 lakh.
1 lakh.
So he claimed that Mainpuri, this was Rajat Sethi claiming that in Mainpuri the BJP was winning. It's not Rajat Sethi. Dimple Yadav is winning. I'll get into trouble with Samajwadi Party for saying that.
This is the most important thing right now. In Himachal Pradesh, the victory margin is 35. So you've got a assembly where you've got 35 as the victory margin. You've got 34 for the Congress, 30 for the BJP. These four independents, if they come here, the Congress goes to 38, and you've got Mallikarjun Kharge jumping very happily.
He'll come for your agenda.
He'll come for agenda Aaj Tak tomorrow. However, if those four MLAs go on the other side, then nobody really gets to say. That's very tricky. And the problem...
There is a problem, Rahul.
Which is?
The total number the Congress commands has to be more than BJP plus others. Because if it is not, the governor will technically call anybody who has got the largest numbers. If the BJP gets the others and it's one even more, BJP will get the invite. That gives the BJP...
No, I'll give you the example of what happened in Goa in 2017. If I have 34, right, 68 member house, I have to go 34 plus 1. The mistake Congress made, they didn't go to the governor. I take 35 people, the governor has to call me. Yes. I have to take the 35. You see, in the past, in Manipur, the examples that Rahul gave, they didn't take their numbers. Yes. Therefore, the other side got enough time. The Congress, Bhupinder Singh Hooda, is perhaps the only person, I believe, who can swing it for the Congress here. He has very good connections in Himachal. And I know some of the rebels, there are a couple of the rebels with whom he has... he's built connections in the past. So for Mr. Hooda, who's been given full charge of Haryana, this is a big assignment. If these numbers hold, at 35, the governor, like it or not, will have to call.
35 plus BJP and others. Then what?
Sorry?
35 Congress, BJP and others are more.
If the BJP and others are more, the BJP forms the government. How can 35?
At 35, how can there be more on the other side? Yeah, there's 68 seats over there. There can't be more. Okay, here is the way it is. There are at this moment 9 seats where the gap between the winner and the runner-up is less than 500. These are the seats of Banjar, Bilaspur, Fatehpur. Bilaspur is where JP Nadda ji comes from. Dhanduta, Jubbal Kothal, Manali, Rampur, Shilai and Una. These are the seats where the margin is less, and I can actually do this seat by seat. So if you see the Banjar seat, you've got the Congress's Khimiran at 10,310 votes, trailing from Hiteshwar Singh at 9,609. So that's the first seat. Let's now go to Bilaspur. Bilaspur, you've got Trilok Jamwal at 8,646 votes counted last of the BJP. Trailing is Bambar Thakur, 8,235. That's in Bilaspur. Now this becomes critical, and this is the kind of micro detailing that you don't get to see on any other network, because we can do this live straight out of the India Today Election Intelligence dashboard. This is now Fatehpur, where you've got Rakesh Pathania of the BJP at 11,041. Trailing is Bhavani Singh Pathania of the Congress at 10,565. I can go on, but just to give you a flavor that this really is how tight this battle actually is. Shehzad Poonawala of the Bharatiya Janata Party with us. Shehzad, one is to win 2-0 and to make this a complete BJP day. History in Gujarat, history in Himachal if you win again. At this moment though, it seems some of these balls are up in the air and Himachal Pradesh is going to a penalty shootout.
First of all, Rahul and Rajdeep, who Gujaratna lokano abhar manu chu. My family partly comes from Gujarat, and I remember I got the honor of being on a discussion with you. You've
got to get your Gujarati right, Shehzad. Lokonu. Not lokanu, lokonu. Your Gujarati, my Gujarati is better than yours, but go ahead.
Well, maybe the dialects differ a little bit, but I am an authentic Gujarati. I am not part Goan.
They don't. They don't. You got it wrong. Go ahead.
Anyway, the jury is out on that. My mother taught me well as well. But anyways, let's not get into all of that. See, Rajdeep, couple of days when I was with you, I had predicted that perhaps the exit pollsters have got it wrong on MCD. I was proven right on that. You all have obviously got it wrong on Gujarat. You all didn't predict that it would be a historic sweep. We are right about that.
No, we did. No, Shehzad, again, Shehzad, we predicted 151. Please do not criticize the exit poll when you got it right. Learn to give credit. Learn to give credit.
મને complete તો કરવા દો ભાઈ. તમે બોલી રહ્યા છો, મને complete તો કરવા દો. Now I hope my Gujarati is right. let me at least complete, sir, with all due humility. Sir, what I'm trying to tell you is that even in Himachal Pradesh, we will be forming the government. एक जगह इतिहास हम बरकरार रख रहे हैं गुजरात में और एक जगह इतिहास बना रहे हैं हम हिमाचल में. The reason is that the women of Himachal, just like the women of Gujarat, have voted for us in tremendous manner. Perhaps right now it is a close fight, all said and done. When we had lost the 4 by-polls, nobody was giving us a chance. You mark my words, we will form the government in Himachal, just like we have formed the government in Gujarat in a big historic manner, because the women of this country, and particularly the women of Gujarat and Himachal, have backed the policies of Prime Minister Modi. Rajdeep, the Himachal state is a state where Nal Se Jal Yojana has worked most effectively, where Ration Yojana, where the Yojana that was given for Ujjwala, all of these have converted women of Gujarat and Himachal into our prime labharthis, and all of these women are coming and voting for us. You mark my words, in 1.5 hours the situation will change, and you will find that in Himachal, Rivaj badalega, Raj nahi badalega. This is the first time politics of pro-incumbency will become part and parcel of political lexicon of Rajdeep and Rahul Kanwal, the most sought after political analysts in the country on election day. Now from now onwards,
you made our day. Thank you.
अरे अच्छा ही बोल रहा है, अच्छा ही बोल रहा है. मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि अभी केवल प्रो इनकम्बेंसी, राहुल और राजदीप का हर एनालिसिस प्रो इनकम्बेंसी से शुरू होगा. जो पिछले 8 वर्ष पहले एंटी इनकम्बेंसी से शुरू होता था, वो अब प्रो इनकम्बेंसी से शुरू होगा, क्योंकि उत्तराखंड में भी आपने देखा है, उत्तर प्रदेश में भी देखा है.
What's really remarkable is the seriousness with which everyone who matters watches India today. And oftentimes when you say something, you're saying it just in the spur of that moment based on what's happening later. And you later find out that the most powerful people in the country were actually watching, noticing and remembering what was said. So you have to be very, very careful about that. Now, I've just heard from our Congress reporter that the Gandhi family is off to Ranthambore to celebrate Sonia Gandhi's birthday, which is tomorrow. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra and Robert Vadra are to join Sonia, and Rahul Gandhi could come from his Bharat Jodo Yatra as well for this birthday celebration. This is in Ranthambore. If we saw what happened at Uttar Pradesh last time, the moment the verdict came in, Prime Minister Modi was in Gujarat doing a big roadshow leading up.
Bharat Jodo Yatra is passing through Savai Madhopur on the same date, so they've managed to, the dates are clashing.
By the way, just as a talking point, the one place, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra has a house in Mashobra. And therefore, she was sent into the campaign. She did 5 rallies. Rahul Gandhi, as I said, did 2 meetings. Knowing the way the Congress is, they may well say, Priyanka aayi, Congress khilai. You see, this is how the party works. The party works there. Gandhi may
join the Bharat Jodo Yatra in Rajasthan at Savai Madhopur, where they are going to be at Ranthambore.
For
it could also be a photo.
No, but you've got...
Yeah. It's planned. Sonia Gandhi will join the
Bharat Jodo Yatra. We don't grudge anybody the right to celebrate their birthday, but you're up against people who, like many of our viewers, I hope, care about their birthdays, and you should. There's nothing wrong with that, absolutely. Who are up against a relentless political machine that eats, breathes, sleeps politics. There's no birthday celebration for Messrs. Modi and Shah. They'll be out trying to figure out how to set right the hot mess in Karnataka.
Prime Minister will be at his BJP headquarters as usual. You know, customary speech.
No, just a minute. Will he do the customary speech if the BJP loses Himachal?
Rajdeep, from the Prime Minister's perspective and Amit Shah's perspective and the BJP,
so
150 seats.
So he'll do
That's the big one. That's the big one.
No, I'm saying just 2 points that Supriya ji was saying that litmus test is where Rahul went for Bharat Jodo. You should check those states. So I think she may be wrong, because in this case, if you see Gujarat figures, it clearly suggests that Prime Minister Modi visualizes things, he dreams, then he builds the bridges with the people to connect with them, and then enters Amit Shah. Then Amit Shah goes to all constituency, reviews all constituency, and that dream is translated into strategy, and strategy is translated into votes. So how will Bharat Jodo Yatra, where is the Amit Shah of Modi, Congress? Who will take this ideology and high talk and moral
no, absolutely right. I think Sheila has hit the nail on the head, because you see, you can do all and there Rajat Sethi had a point also. If you put the same organizational resources, you know, the manner in which the Bharat Jodo Yatra has been worked upon by the party leadership, put it into an election. And then you will perhaps over time see results.
But he doesn't think elections are important. He doesn't think this.
If he thinks power is poison, but look, let me.
No, but if power is poison, find something else. Yeah, become a consultant for Boston Consultancy or for McKinsey.
Let me be fair to Rahul Gandhi. If you are in politics for a Lamba race, you have to have ideological convictions and you have to build organization. Rahul Gandhi today may be mocked at and every reason to do that. But if the Congress stays around for 10 years, the only reason they will is if they retain the ideology. Why is the Congress
but you have to build a Sangathan. Where have they built any Sangathan?
That's right. So it's a long race. You see, the problem is...
If you want to focus on ideology, you can also run an NGO. It's a less expensive way of doing it.
Rahul, you know, we in television studios tend to be very... You know, we live in the moment. Politics is evolving. Many of the 10 years from now, if Arvind, this is a lesson for Arvind Kejriwal as well. You're going to have ideological convictions and organizational rebooting.
Right now.
If you build, if only then can you survive. Just a yatra and then, you know, all your energies are on a yatra, then you go off for a holiday somewhere, it won't work.
Ranthambore.
Or wherever, your party, who is your next run?
You know, Prime Minister will give a news value to today's speech. This election will give him a fantastic platform to start his G20.
He will, no,
his G20 and all other things.
Campaign from this evening.
And 2024 first step is today.
No, he'll start his campaign from the evening.
Yeah, sure.
First of all, within an hour or two, Prime Minister Modi will address BJP in Gujarat.
See, Rahul,
this is how it works.
Rahul,
you know?
I'll tell you something very interesting.
So that consolidates.
On the day the Prime Minister Modi went to cast his vote in Ahmedabad, he flew back at 1 o'clock. He was sitting in a meeting of all the office bearers and others in the BJP. After that meeting, Rajdeep, out of the 52,000 odd polling stations in Gujarat, in Rajasthan, the BJP has its entire structure ready in 42,000. Can you believe it? That
you see,
that's the level. They have already started sending people out to their polling booths. Right?
Politics is about competition. It's not about entitlement. And I think the Congress has to recognize that politics has changed. If they don't recognize that, they will always be a step behind and keep introspecting as the BJP moves ahead. The BJP is a machine. And it's been built over years. It's a party which started with 2 seats in 84 to where it is today. Let's give them credit. This is a huge achievement, particularly in Gujarat. Let's get a Congress perspective on that. We are joined by Prashant Pratap Singh. You agree at the end of the day, the Congress now needs to wake up and smell the coffee. You know, you can't constantly say, hum introspection karenge, atma-chintan karenge, and nothing happens. Is it time that you realize that India is otherwise leaving you behind? This new India wants action, wants to see something actually, some narrative. What is your narrative? Please give me a narrative. Aam Aadmi Party, for good or bad, is giving a narrative. What is your narrative?
You know, firstly, if the Congress bashing is over, I might like to say Siya Ram, Jai Siya Ram to the BJP spokesperson. And starting with the Congress, yesterday BJP lost 1 election. Today, out of the 2, they are losing 1. We are going to go to 40. And still, Narendra Modi ji is being hailed as a charismatic leader. People are suffering.
No, but why are you saying Jai Siya Ram to the BJP? If you were to say it, you could have said it to the viewers, you could have just said it in general. Why are you making a political point by saying Jai Siya Ram to the BJP spokesperson?
Rahul.
No, they were just trying to, because Shahjaz Poonawala made a point that we put women on priority. We are seeing everywhere that in Himachal also, women have not voted. I don't know why he was trying to put that point. So that is what I was trying to say. If you put women in priority, you would have not been
getting Shehzad.
Rahul, if they stop saying Rom Rom and come to Ram Ram, I am the most happiest. So Jai Siya Ram, Jai Shri Ram, Jai Shri Ram और Jai Siya Ram में कोई अंतर नहीं है. Shri stands for Lakshmi and माँ सीता is an avatar of Lakshmi. शायद चुनावी हिंदू आप हो इसलिए आपको ज्ञान नहीं है. जय श्री राम, जय सिया राम, रोम रोम बंद करो, राम राम बोलो. इससे मधुर बात क्या हो सकती है?
आप तो आइडियोलॉजी रखते नहीं है. पहले कांग्रेस में थे, बीजेपी में तो इसलिए तो आप इस बात को ना करें तो ज्यादा बेहतर होगा. You are part of Congress itself before, so you know, when you say this that कि हम चुनावी
and guess what you lost?
No.
And guess what you lost?
Shehzad, let the other, you know, but Mr. Singh, you're holding on to Himachal. Are you, where Rahul Gandhi did not campaign at all? Are you saying now that a hyper-local model focusing on local issues is your future? It didn't work in Gujarat. It may work in Himachal. We don't know the final numbers. But is there a template that you are going to go into elections in 2023 as India's still biggest national opposition party?
You know, I think the point people are missing is that we have decided to be on the ground. Though you say Bharat Jodo Yatra is something on the ground. When you talk about Sri Rahul Gandhi missing from the campaign, Bharat Jodo Yatra is a political campaign. It may not be going to the states which are in election, but it's a campaign on the ground.
No, but there's a club match going on at a time when the World Cup of football is going on. What is more important? Would you be playing that club match, or would you try and get your team first from the quarters to the semis and then to the final? It's a question of political priority for any politician. He's not running an NGO.
We've always been criticized for not being on the ground and overtly being there.
Sir, but कौन सा ground match का चल रहा है? आप बैटिंग का कर रहे हो?
वो पहले से डिसाइडेड थी भारत जोड़ो यात्रा. अभी उसको छोड़ के गए होते. Everybody would have said कि राहुल गांधी left भारत जोड़ो यात्रा in the middle.
But you knew, sir, the Gujarat and Himachal elections were pre-decided. It's not as if their timing wasn't known, so you could have picked another time for the Bharat Jodo Yatra.
See, we had Bharat Jodo Yatra, so there was an introspection which was requested.
Maharashtra se Gujarat enter kar gaye hote.
No, but you know, it can't be for television channels of anchors to feel bad for the Congress. The Congress needs to feel bad for the Congress and do something about it. There's no point in there being a rant in the TV studio.
No, Rahul, I'll tell you something. I asked a Congress leader in Saurashtra, you're doing this Bharat Jodo Yatra. Why didn't you think about the fact that maybe this is Gandhi's land? You can do at least a sub-yatra from Porbandar to Rajkot. Forget about the whole state.
Or take this yatra through Gujarat.
Do one part. Do one part.
Or take this yatra through Gujarat.
You see, that they said geographically not possible, but Porbandar...
Why Maharashtra se upar aa jate? What is difficult? It's about how you form the route of that yatra.
One day in each state.
Sir, symbolically,
they could have come earlier.
The two biggest...
You were in Maharashtra, you could have gone to Gujarat.
Mahatma Gandhi and Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel hail from Gujarat.
That's the point.
So Bharat Jodo Yatra had to pass through or begin from Gujarat. And Prashant, when Rahul Gandhi did not take Gujarat seriously, the state leaders also took the election very lightly. That's the fact.
But
and meanwhile, we are having news that you know, the swearing-in ceremony in Gujarat has already been fixed for December 11th. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi is coming to Gujarat.
Oh, naturally, he will. 152.
December 11th
The biggest story of this election is not that the AAP balloon went kaput in the way that they were building it up. The biggest story of this election is that the BJP is on the verge. If it let the final vote be counted, but 152 out of 182 is around 80% plus. In terms of strike rate, that is a phenomenal achievement for a government that is now coming back to power for the 7th straight time. Next time, they would be trying to break the record of the CPIM. The CPIM won 7 times from 77 to 2011, but 2 terms before they were actually ousted, Jyoti Basu wasn't there any longer, and therefore Buddhadev Bhattacharya couldn't take on Mamata Banerjee. But that record, Rajdeep, at this moment, if this is where their starting point for the next elections in 27 is, BJP would be very difficult to dislodge, and they could break that record as well.
I keep using the Don dialogue. BJP ko Gujarat mein harana mushkil hi nahi, almost namumkin hai. I use the word almost. But to answer the, you know, my story of why, when I asked them, why didn't you take the yatra through Gujarat, through, let's say, the land of Gandhi, land of Patel? They said, देखिए अगर आप यहाँ, if we bring the yatra here, it will become all about elections. So I said, isn't that what you want to do? There is an election. They said, no, we don't want to confuse the yatra with an election.
We want to build the nation.
So therefore that's, you see, in a way, look be honest, the Congress has given up on Gujarat.
Definitely.
While we will look at the AAP's performance today.
Sorry, Radhi. I see arrogance of Congress in this.
No, whether it's arrogant.
I don't see arrogance.
I tell you why. They are not doing well in electoral politics, and they want to still hold the opposition space.
Absolutely right.
How?
Absolutely
but
right.
No, but in a cricketing metaphor, it's a pitch where the bounce is very tough. The batsman find it difficult to bat, so he's batting ही नहीं करनी. मैं पट्टा विकेट पे खेलूँगा, यहाँ खेलना ही नहीं है, मुझे batting ही नहीं करनी है.
No, that's why.
Just 2 days.
You know, that's why even
because again it's a difficult pitch to play.
You know, that's why even though Rajat will not like it, I actually believe that the Aam Aadmi Party has taken a calculated risk. Please understand there are two reasons, Rajat, now that we are quietened down. You go into the Prime Minister's home state. Dare the Prime Minister. For 30 years, the Congress has rarely fought Modi. 20 years, they have not even fought him. Finally, someone comes and starts saying things. Hum Modi ko takrayenge, we'll take it on. Naturally, as journalists, we get excited. We have found a challenger maybe to Modi. Obviously, it can't happen in an election. But the calculated risk the AAP has taken is twofold. One, you're going into the lion's den. And therefore, whether you win or lose, people will say, "Yaar, dam hai, aapne Modi ji ko takkar de di." Which what Kejriwal tried in Varanasi.
किसने दम है यार? 152 पे वो बैठे, 7 पे वो बैठे.
Sir, 1 minute. That's one point. Number two, you have realized that this is a state where the Congress is on sharp decline.
That's true.
And therefore, as we've seen, and Rahul Verma will confirm, where the Congress goes on sharp decline over a period of time, it starts ceding space. You will see what will happen after this election. Don't be surprised if a number of Congress leaders leave to join AAP.
But no, the real challenge, I beg to
fights a
differ.
panchayat election 2 years from now, seriously.
I beg to differ. The real challenge for the Aam Aadmi Party begins now. I'll ask Deepal or, no. The 7, do you think the 7 people will stick here? The challenge will be, will they go to the BJP?
So,
no,
they
will make their...
No, I don't think they would go because
7 of them
I would
they
say
will
that
find
the
that this is a
Aam
huge
Aadmi Party
opportunity.
It will be very difficult.
Oh,
Look
wow.
at what
There's
happened
something
in
that
Surat.
just
Aam
happened.
Aadmi Party has given a very spirited fight and they were
people,
already
yes.
expecting.
Spirited
They did
people,
not
There's something very important that happened, which is very critical, which is that the India Today Access My India, you can see the smile and relief on my face, is finally seeming to be coming true. The Congress at this moment leading on 38, the BJP at 27, the BJP at 151, which ironically was the upper end of our range.
Okay.
So 151 is what we had said. The Congress at 20, the AAP at 7. So it's pretty darn close at this moment to being an exact poll. We are waiting for the final goal to be scored. But at this moment, Rajdeep and Pradeep Gupta can do a bit of a dance.
I said it yesterday.
You will dance, you said.
You see, I unfortunately got into trouble 2 years ago because
that time you were dancing for AAP. Now if you don't dance, then they'll say AAP haar gayi, isliye Rajdeep ne dance
You
nahi
should
kiya.
dance for BJP.
I will
Today
certainly.
you should do Garba for BJP.
I'm bad at Garba, but let me tell you
like
what.
to see the Garba.
Can I tell you what happened? It was 2 years ago. Rahul Kanwal was away in Harvard. I was alone with my friend Ankit Tyagi, and it was afternoon 3 o'clock. Only one state, Delhi. Election a washout. Producer says, "Yaar, thoda humko abhi thoda naach gana karte." He comes and says that Pradeep Gupta, like you, also likes Hindi music. Played some tune from Salman Khan. I told Pradeep, "What do you want?" He said, "Dance karte." We went and danced. That dance went viral. Then we were told you are dancing because AAP is winning. We told people we are dancing because our poll is right.
No, but the BJP, one second. Many top BJP leaders called me and said, will Rajdeep dance if the BJP breaks a record? They actually called.
No, but you did dance. He did dance in 2019 exit polls. You did dance.
100 boss.
On Dawn, I remember.
I started this morning by saying, today from morning to night I am a Gujarati. It is my Janma Bhumi. It is a land I love dearly. I love the people of Gujarat. And I am determined today to show you how well I can do. I can't do the Garba well.
I'll sing a Garba. You can.
I will try.
नाचना यार प्लीज बाहर हमें झेलना पड़ता है
अच्छा ये देखो ये श्रीवास्तव बड़ा बदमाश है यार
यानी लोग हमसे हम यानी गाली हम खाते हैं
But Rajat Sethi, do you agree with that? That because AAP has challenged Modi, whether they win or not, naturally they'll get disproportionate coverage. Why not accept that?
Rajdeep, one point I want to make here.
Rajdeep,
you see, 1 minute. Sheila, 1 minute. You see, there is a state called Kerala where the battle is between LDF and the UDF since independence. Has the BJP won 7 seats till date in that state? It has not. The day it does, it will get attention. So, to say that undue attention, I think it's very unfair comment on young journalists who are out on the ground. They work very hard. They give a lot of attention. Just see how we covered when PM Modi went to vote on that day. We had 5 reporters.
Forget about when PM Modi went to vote, Rahul Srivastava.
Yes.
When he went that mammoth road show, I remember
it is
being
an
there
effort.
from morning to night and the road show 50 kilometers.
You get 7 seats. You become a challenger to UDF and LDF in Kerala.
That is true. Only because you have the Congress on that same side. See, actually the Panja is a very strong political symbol, and if they weren't so listless about it, they could do better. But if the Congress is determined on ceding space, then nothing can be said. Okay, now we've got, and this is exciting that the India Today Access My India exit poll is coming right, and that is very, very critical at this moment. You've got in Himachal Pradesh, the Congress now leading on 38 seats plus 17. Rajiv Shukla would be delighted. 27 for the BJP, down 17. So this is not good news from the BJP's perspective. History in Gujarat, history being repeated in Himachal, where that wave of Parivartan, the government changing every 5 years. Aam Aadmi Party, which again in Himachal Pradesh, after the victory of AAP in HP, made a big song and dance or a bhangra over Himachal, saying, oh, it's several of the areas of Himachal are close to Punjab, we'll do well in Himachal next. Hamare poll dikha rahe hain, kya dikha rahe hain? They're at 1% vote share and 0 seats in Himachal Pradesh at this moment. That is the reality. Let's now come to the margin, which will give you a sense of how close this battle is at this moment. In Himachal Pradesh, where the Congress is now leading, there are 2 seats where the gap between the winner and the runner-up is less than 100. These are the seats of Manali and Jhanduta, where the gap, and both are with the BJP at this moment. Let's now look at seats where the gap is less than 500. You've got 9 such seats, the BJP leading on 3, the Congress on 6. Now the problem here potentially could be that if some of these 6 seats switch to the BJP, then Rajdeep, the gap could become tighter. But at this moment, the Congress at 38, are they planning Rahul Srivastava to rush some of these MLAs to a resort, take them to Jaipur, put them under Gehlot's care? But you never know with Gehlot. What is he thinking in his head?
Who's managing it?
Taking them to Chhattisgarh is tougher, na?
See, Rahul, the problem is that their numbers are good, and it will be very difficult for the BJP, because if the BJP tries to split in a situation where the Congress has larger numbers, it will go to the Supreme Court.
Let's just make the point now. For the first time since the morning, the gap is 10 seats.
Yes.
For the first time since the morning, the
BJP
gap
plus
is 10
others.
seats. Once the gap goes to 10 seats, that means, and this is where Axis has got it right. You know, we get a lot of flack. And as I told you, I was also skeptical of Pradeep's numbers because of the woman voter. He's got it spot on. All the other polls, Rahul, every other poll put the BJP ahead of the Congress in Himachal Pradesh. We have got it right. I also want to salute the London top team, because they kept telling me, Rajdeep bhai, we have got it a clear mandate for the Congress anti-incumbency. And I'll tell you one thing, it's not great economics. Sometimes good economics makes bad politics. The BJP said we want to go ahead with the new pension scheme.
That's true.
The Congress, which had actually pushed the new pension scheme, said if we come to power, we'll bring the old pension scheme back. The old pension scheme is what? 50% of your last salary. This is a state with 1.5 lakh government employees and 1.5 lakh retired employees. It will drain your state's finances if you go back to the old pension scheme. But it's a winning scheme. And therefore,
even BJP leaders in Himachal want that scheme back. But
now
the central leadership doesn't want it.
And now, Rahul, while we go on about Mr. Modi and Shah, what about Mr. Nadda? Mr. Nadda is from Himachal, and actually in the areas, in Mandi is not, in some of the areas.
I'll show you.
In some of Mr. Nadda's areas, the BJP is doing badly.
I can show
that. It's time for the BJP also. That's why Himachal becomes important. The bubble of Gujarat, they can celebrate. But as I said, anti-incumbency is there. Poorer parts of the country are feeling the pinch of rising prices. Wake up and smell the coffee for all sides.
In Mandi,
Congress, BJP.
In Mandi at this moment, in the region of Mandi, the BJP is leading on 11 seats, the Congress on 6. That's the region that JP Nadda comes from. So they're leading in Mandi, but that's of no great consequence if the party is not winning in your state. That's a problem there, there's no doubt about it. Let's now try and show you the swing seats. The seats which change the winner every election for the last 3 elections, the 38 such seats, 22 of those going to the Congress, a lead of 13, 14 of those going to the BJP, down 12. So a lot of these swing seats have continued with that trend of being swing seats. Let's now look at the routes to power. The Congress at 39. You've got Mallikarjun Kharge dancing on that chair, the political chair, because at 39 they are quite comfortable. The AAP at 0. You've got 3 independents. Even if those 3 independents went to the BJP would only be at 26. If some of these independents, and these independents typically chase wherever they think they can be part of the political gravy train, then the Congress is 42. When Pradeep Gupta comes, he can definitely dance. Because if against conventional wisdom, he gets this right. This is as close to being an exact poll as there is going to be.
In fact, I'm just getting a message from a Congress friend of mine from Himachal. He's saying, Rajdeep bhai, please stop this analysis. We are reaching 42 on our own. Now, I don't know where he's getting these numbers.
No, plus the independents will come to them.
No, he's saying without it. 42 on our own is his last message. 42 on our own. We have won Himachal. Start giving us some credit also. You see, Congress ko bahut bash kar diya aaj.
That would happen if you look at the seats where the margin is less than 500. BJP is leading on 2 such seats. If those seats switch, then they still go up from 39 to 41. So 42 to fir bhi nahi ho raha. If they look at seats where they're hoping for margin is less than 1,000, so there are 12 such seats. Congress is leading on 8. So at the most, the Congress can get those 4 seats. In a small state, getting more than that would really be difficult. So they can add 4 more at the most, but some of those, Rajdeep, can also go the other side.
Can you just tell us the Kangra region, Rahul? What is the Kangra position?
Just 1 second.
Because according to me, as we've said, the road to Himachal leads through Kangra. There's not a single election where the party that has not got a majority in Kangra has not won
In
Himachal.
Kangra, the Congress is leading on 16 seats out of 25. The BJP leading on 8. That's down 10 from the last time. The Congress gaining 10. This is the swing region of Himachal Pradesh. Whoever wins Kangra, typically in the past, has won Himachal Pradesh.
Yes, Shehzad Poonawala is still with us. He said, I want a last comment.
Shazia is with us.
Shazia Ilmi is joining us. Shazia, you're joining us at a time when we are dissecting Himachal. Great news for you from Gujarat, but not so good news from Himachal. So technically, we are at 1-1 today. How do you see it? Will the huge win in Gujarat offset any disappointment that could come from Himachal?
No, I mean, it's a huge win from Gujarat for sure. But about Himachal, why would you say it's not great news? I think it's fantastic. An incumbent government having done so well.
Ma'am, you're leading in 26, Congress leading in 39. That's a 13-seat gap. They are forming the government as of now.
Well, let's wait a while, but I think it's great, and that BJP has done this well, having been the incumbent party. So I don't see it as dismally as you do. But I think overall, when you see these elections and how they are panning out, the results, I see a lot of myths being busted also about the delusions some other party members had. So I feel that the whole thing about pro-incumbency, Rajdeep having been a journalist of yesteryears, I mean, pro-incumbency was not even a factor. The only thing we ever discussed was anti-incumbency. And here, I think we're on the verge, we're there, we're getting there, maybe we're inching slower than what we expected, but I think we will make it, in Himachal. So I wouldn't call it bad news at all, to say the least. And I feel that Congress has done very, very well. I will not begrudge them that at all. But also to say that, thankfully here Congress does remain the principal opposition party, as opposed to all the conversation in the media about Aam Aadmi Party having taken their space. So there is some kind of a lining in that for others. But where BJP goes, I mean, it's fantastic stuff for a party which has been in power for so long, and as an incumbent party having come this far. And I'm sure it's going to get better.
Nitin Tyagi of the Aam Aadmi Party is also with us. Nitin, after the Punjab results came out, we saw a lot of bombastic claims from the Aam Aadmi Party about Himachal Pradesh being the next bastion of AAP. Because Himachal was adjacent to Punjab, you thought you could do smashingly well over here. You were convinced, especially in the lower regions of Himachal Pradesh, that you would do very well. 0 seats and 1% of the vote share. That's why AAP stands in Himachal right now.
See, I think it's very clear from quite a few months that Aam Aadmi Party was concentrating on Gujarat and Delhi elections, MCD elections. And we're a very small party, probably the smallest party that we have here in contention in these 3 elections that we had. So we had limited resources, extremely limited resources, limited number of people who could go and represent the party and talk to people everywhere. So I think we have done pretty well in Gujarat. So many votes coming in Gujarat. I mean, more than 12-13 lakh vote people voted for Aam Aadmi Party. It is a big start for Aam Aadmi Party. Aam Aadmi Party becoming a national party because of this, and so many, I mean, we are getting a few seats over there, and definitely for the first time in so many decades, Gujarat will see a proper opposition where people's voice would be put forth, at least in the assembly. We would be actually, this is a good start. We cannot thank enough. I mean, we are so thankful to the people of Gujarat who have given us this kind of votes and this kind of faith they have shown in us, and I think it has been fantastic for Aam Aadmi Party. Good, great beginning.
You've got people dancing at Gandhinagar at the BJP office where there is a Garba taking place. This is a big victory. There can be no question about it. The fact that they're at 154, breaking Madhav Singh Solanki's record of 1985, you would have thought that this kind of a record is very difficult to break. Remember, it was in 1951 that the Congress won 90.2% of the seats. The seat strike rate of the Congress was 90.2 way back in 1951 in Uttar Pradesh. The other big victories like Sikkim 2009, where the SDF won all the 100% of the seats, right? So they won all the seats, but that was really in a much smaller state. So in a big state, 154 out of 182, the BJP is on 7th heaven in Himachal. But everybody has something to take home today because the Congress is winning in Himachal Pradesh.
And guess who is going to smile? You know, not a bad day for journalists because you've got a news anchor turned journalist, turned politician, Isudan Gadvi, who's now he's trailing. Okay, he was, but you've got Rajiv Shukla, journalist turned politician, was in charge of the campaign in Himachal. And many people said, is he the right person to handle a state like Himachal? Rajiv Shukla could well turn out if these numbers hold. And Mr. Huda was on the line just now with me. He's in Shimla. He's saying, "Hum safe hai.
Wow.
Hum kar denge sarkar." Now, how he's going to do it, we don't know. But at 26-39, obviously,
no, if they're at 39,
at these numbers, he's very comfortable. And think of the number of Congress leaders who left to join BJP. You know, Harsh Mahajan, one of the senior leaders of the Congress, left to join the BJP, and he was, he was telling everyone, "Arey Congress khatam ho gayi Himachal mein."
No, Anand Sharma was saying the same thing. Bad ticket distribution, bad selection. They've sold tickets.
But Rajiv, the accolades need to go to the local leadership, not Rajiv Shukla, not Huda, not anybody, not even Priyanka Gandhi. It needs to go to the local leadership of Himachal who ran a hyper-local campaign.
Will you give the credit in Gujarat to Bhupendra Patel or Narendra Modi?
They're two very different campaigns that they were fought.
Okay, so one is a national campaign, one is a hyper-local campaign.
Rajiv Shukla cannot be the hero of the story.
No,
it is
not
the
about being the hero, but he sat there as the party in charge of the state. He ran the party's campaign. There are different factions. The Pratibha Singh faction, the Mukesh Agnihotri faction, the Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu faction. He kept them all together, and whoever runs the campaign gets credit for it.
Rahul Verma, but to understand for our viewers, there are some states which are uniquely anti-incumbency. And Himachal Pradesh is one of them. Since 1985, no government has got repeated. In fact, even that was a government that had lasted only 3 years. If you go back to 1972, 50 years, no government has got repeated. Why is it that this hill state wants to change governments every 5 years? There are some parts, Rajasthan is another example where governments seem to change. Why do you think that is?
So, I don't think it would be right to put big states and small states and then come up with an answer. I think in smaller states, governments change largely because constituencies are smaller and local leaders can mobilize here and there, and that's why every time you see change in government. But for places like Tamil Nadu, except one election, or Kerala, except one election, Rajasthan, I think in these states, perhaps the social sort of coalitions have not settled in. And so you don't have that kind of deep party caste loyalties as you see.
Because I wonder, and Rahul Srivastav, you could give us an answer. Uttarakhand takes place 9 months ago. That also had governments changing every 5 years. BJP defeated anti-incumbency and had a pro-incumbency vote despite changing 3 chief ministers in the last year. In Himachal, it's not working as of now. Congress has touched 40 as we speak. So my sense is, what is the difference that you see between a Himachal and an Uttarakhand? Is it the old pension scheme that made the huge difference in a state with a population where government employees matter perhaps more than any other part of the country given the size of the state?
See, Rajdeep, Uttarakhand and Himachal don't have a lot of difference. Uttarakhand is also dependent a lot on tourism and agriculture and other elements. Uttarakhand also has a lot of people in the army and government services. They want the old pension scheme. The fact is that in a state where a political party gets, as Rahul said, creates those tie-ups with these caste and subgroups, which are of a slightly more permanent character, like a Mulayam Singh Yadav and Yadavs, or for example, the Brahmins and Thakurs in some region. In Himachal, if you see, the Thakurs and the Brahmins haven't stuck to really one party or group. They remain as flexible in their political affiliation as anybody. And I think that is what is a problem. The day they get a fix, somebody gets a fix on one particular, say the BJP says the Thakurs of Himachal are totally with us now, come what may, I think things will start changing. But I think right now, Himachal remains one of those states where people are not affiliated to political groups, they vote as a caste group, more as a caste group. One important thing, I've just got news that the BJP is likely, as Shiv Deepal was saying, soon after the result, they will likely to go soonest. 10th and 11th are the two dates which are being talked about. PM and Amit Shah and others, Chief Minister allies are likely to be there.
For a swearing in.
PMO has been asked for timing on these two dates. The auspicious time is being said to be 12:39.
All of this.
Sir Vijay Mohan.
Yes, Rajat.
That's Sir Vijay.
We might see a Congress swearing in. It's been 5 long years. I mean, it was Madhya Pradesh.
No, I think Madhya Pradesh, it's been 4 years, what you're right, since 4 years, in a direct fight between the Congress and BJP, the first time the Congress could be defeating the BJP since Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan. And let's not minimize that. I keep repeating. It shows, Rahul, there are opportunities if you're willing to fight. In Gujarat, the fact is it's a Hindutva state. You know, we keep giving, just as it was a left citadel, Gujarat is sui generis. If I was a BJP today analyst, I would be worried. Because on the ground, the fact is, in times of economic decline, post-COVID, you thought that you can win every election. The voter sends you reminders from time to time that not sab changa nahi hai. You don't, maybe they could have changed Jairam Thakur. I wonder why they didn't change an unpopular chief minister. I wonder whether there were internal politics within the BJP.
Don't have, Rajdeep. They don't have.
Dhumal never campaigned.
Why did you keep Mr. Dhumal out of the campaign? His son is a minister, but you kept him out of the campaign. Why? Do you not want strong leaders? See, the BJP, Rahul,
also not let too tall a leader stay.
That's the point I'm asking you. You see, the worry that the BJP has, all very well in Gujarat where Mr. Modi is on the ticket, you can have Bhupendra Patel, you can have anyone. Rajdeep Sardesai ko bhi ticket par rakhiye, you will win the election in Gujarat. Trust me.
On a BJP ticket?
On a BJP ticket in Ghatlodiya, I will win. Trust me. I will speak. She agrees.
Yeah.
And Ghatlodiya, I will
live
win.
in Ghatlodiya.
But the fact is, you can't all the time have weak chief ministers. Because somewhere if the opposition gets its act together, and Preeti makes a good point, when you hyper-localize the election, run it well, Sukhwinder Sukhu, Agnihotri, all of them were there on the ground this time in Gujarat. In Himachal. You can win.
There was no infighting. Did you see any infighting between them?
But please understand, all of this is at this stage.
Yeah, now is a different ballgame
altogether. At the moment, we don't know what the final numbers will be. But there was clearly anti-incumbency, and there is another stage. Go to Karnataka today. There is huge anti-incumbency there against that government. Now, can the Congress be good enough to? You have to be good enough.
No, but this will give. No, one second. What's happening in Himachal Pradesh will give the Congress a lot of solace and strength for Karnataka, where they have more than half a chance. At this moment, all the opinion polls in Karnataka suggest that the Congress actually has the edge. And even BJP leaders, when you talk to them privately, call Karnataka a hot mess, that this is a problem they realize, and they thought they would be able to work on fixing it after winning Himachal and Gujarat. The fact that in Himachal Pradesh the Congress is ahead will give the Congress some strength, at least for the campaign in Karnataka, where the Congress will go all out to try and win. There can be no question about it. But Rajdeep, like the Bangladesh team against India, they're also capable of finding some way of imploding between now and March, April to keep Shiv Kumar, Siddaramaiah, Parameshwara together between, and now you got Kharge as well, is complicated.
And even in Himachal, the Congress has warning signals like they had in Madhya Pradesh. You formed a government in a very close run.
How do you reconcile the aspirations of Mukesh Agnihotri and Sukhu?
You see, everyone wants to be a CM. I kept saying for 50 years there was no option to Veerbhadra Singh. Then when the towering figure goes, everybody wants to fight for the spoils. Now all of them think, mera number kab aayega? I know that Sukhu was thinking, agar mera number nahi yahan hai, dusri taraf jayenge. You see, the Congress, this is where the BJP has got Gujarat spot on. Mr. Modi left 8 years ago. They've had 3 chief ministers. But there has been no major revolt Because Mr. Modi is so powerful. The double engine works. The one downside for the BJP is double engine size doesn't fit all. तुम हिमाचल जाओगे 1 week before, say मैं uniform civil code लाऊंगा when people are talking about old pension. You want to change the narrative to suit you. Some states it may not work. And I think there's a lesson in that for the BJP. Today, what are they doing in Karnataka, Rahul? What is the need to bring up Belgavi? Because your government is failing, you're trying to bring up an issue of Karnataka Kannada sub-nationalism. You brought in hijab. You have realized that somewhere people will start saying, "Tumhari sarkar achhi nahi hai, hum aapko vote out karenge." Mr. Modi is not the solution to every problem. We in the studio think Modi sab kuch kar sakta hai, BJP thinks sab kuch kar sakta hai. Mr. Modi also has his limits.
No, but to come back to the point you made in the morning about the BJP being like Argentina, at least they have a Lionel Messi.
Oh, absolutely.
Who can win the match for them.
Absolutely.
Who does the opposition have, especially the Congress, who can win a match single-handedly for his team?
And I will tell you this, if there is a 2024 Lok Sabha election in Himachal, BJP will probably win all 4. Yeah. Because then it will be on Mr. Modi. That's how it is. The BJP won 69% of the vote when Mr. Modi was on the ticket in Himachal in 2019.
It almost seems as if the Himachalis vote on one day and next day start working against that very government.
No, it's also one of the states where the Congress's machinery isn't corroded. If you go to Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, there is no Congress worth speaking of. In Himachal Pradesh, because a lot of the politicians actually come from the student movement, the Congress on the ground has a strong organizational base. And I think part of what the result that we're seeing is actually on account of the fact that they still have a machinery on the ground.
Meanwhile, the independents are hoping that 37 becomes 34. So that they can be back in the race.
See,
so
Rahul, you make a good point that they have a structure. It's because Veerbhadra Singh was so tall, he could keep the high command away and he could cultivate leaders there in the state.
And that's what the Aam Aadmi Party realized, and they backtracked because they realized when they tried to look for candidates, they were not getting candidates to fight for them. They realized it is a state where even losing on a Congress ticket will help a candidate than actually fighting on an Aam Aadmi Party ticket.
Let's go and see some of those key candidates. Rahul, you want to tell us?
We can see, because if you're at 37, what could potentially change from here? I think
from Himachal. Let's get our election dashboard up. It comes up like the...
You know, I'm very fearful of this motor, because any of these motorized things...
You are a young man, I am an old man.
No, I'm not worried about myself, I'm worried about the motor functioning.
Okay, sorry. He laughs at me, my friend Rahul Shiva.
No, because he's dating you also, Raj.
Okay, what are we doing? We are looking at margin, because this is the critical factor now in Himachal. Less than 500 at the moment, there are seats.
5.
BJP leading in 2, Congress in 3 in less than 500. So
no, one second. So let's explain that to our viewers.
Yes.
Which essentially means if 3 of these Congress leads where the margin is less than 500, switch the other side, the Congress could potentially be down to 34.
Less than 1,000, which is also interesting what happens here.
3.
BJP leading in 5, Congress in 3. So what's happening is the BJP is also leading in a number of narrow seats.
So that means the Congress
could
potentially come down to 34.
Yes.
The BJP can potentially get these 3 extra seats and go up then
to
past
31.
30. Yeah.
So that's one possibility. Less than 100, are there any which are less than 100? Yes, there is one, which the BJP is leading.
So Congress can become 38 then.
Yeah,
so Congress can become 38.
So you've got a very close contest, but at the moment
that seat is Rampur. In Rampur, where the margin is less than 100 votes, you've got Kal Singh at 15,123 of the BJP, trailing Nandlal at 15,218.
Okay, let's look at some of the VVIPs, because everyone wants to be a chief minister now.
Who do you want to start with?
You start on that side with Anil Sharma.
Anil Sharma.
Sukram San from Mandi is leading. Interesting. Joined the BJP. Remember, was once part of the Himachal Vikas Congress. He's leading. So that's an interesting seat.
Just go back. Just 1 second.
Okay. Let's look at the chief ministerial candidates. Jairam Thakur. Leading, and the party is doing very well in Mandi.
Yeah, so he's already won.
Okay, so he still hopes to become chief minister.
Now let's come to the 2 guys who could potentially become like a Gehlot, Sachin Pilot kind of situation if it comes to that.
Yes.
So you've got the Brahmin face Mukesh Agnihotri. He hopes to be chief minister. He and Sukhu don't get along particularly well.
Yes.
A lot of time was spent trying to keep these 2 camps together. He is leading. He's got 15,730 votes. He's the leader of the opposition. He's currently leading.
And is it a good margin? Okay, so we'll wait and see. The other one is Sukhu.
Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu.
Brahmin factor.
Okay, he's leading by a decent margin. He's got 18,796. What it means, both the chief ministerial candidates at the moment of the Congress are leading. So that battle, in a way, remains. Himachal has had only one Brahman chief minister so far. Shanta Kumar is the only Brahman chief minister that Himachal has had so far.
So let's look at where the Thakur and the Brahmin seats are going at this moment. So in the Brahman seats, there are about 14 of these seats. The Congress leading on 8. They're winning almost 2/3 of those seats, right? So BJP only on 4. Let's now come to the Rajput seats. In the Rajput seats, 27 of those seats. So the Congress is doing well, both on the Brahman and it's a tough one. It's a tough one now for Mallikarjun Kharge to figure out how to resolve this.
Look, Mukesh Agnihotri versus Sukhu is going to be a problem at some stage. You see, this is what happened in Madhya Pradesh as well. That eventually individual ambitions brought down that government. They tried to sideline Scindia and the rest is history. Here also the Congress's challenge is management. Now who's going to do that? You see, the Bharat Jodo Yatra can't do that. That has to be done by some person at the wheel.
Priyanka Gandhi would have to do this.
Priyanka Gandhi, actually, you know, there are those around Priyanka Gandhi Vadra.
And Rajiv Shukla is a blue-eyed boy of Priyanka.
Priyanka Gandhi Vadra's people won't say this openly, but typically there are those within the Congress who are privately saying Priyanka Gandhi Vadra went and campaigned, we've done well. Please, this is how the party operates.
But she hardly campaigned. Come on.
5 rallies, Mallikarjun Kharge did 1.
Look at Amit Shah and Modi in Gujarat. Sir, 5 rallies means what? No, come on, this is a bit ridiculous. 5 rallies, she doesn't get credit for the Congress's victory in Gujarat. She had a peripheral role to play.
I will be very direct with you.
Which is?
How does the Gandhis operate like I operate with exit polls? When we get it right, I take all the credit. When we get it wrong, I put it on our friend Pradeep Gupta. Similarly in the Congress, when they win, the Gandhi family gets the credit. When they lose, you will blame the local leadership. The point that Preeti made, local leadership has worked. God forbid if they lose, all those local leaders will be told, you failed us. Not that the Gandhi family failed us, you failed us. That's how they work.
No, but Rahul Gandhi never came to Himachal and they still did fine.
अरे वही तो है, फिर भी कहेंगे भारत जोड़ो यात्रा ने हम सबको इतना enthuse किया था. This is how the party works. The Congress's party's biggest problem has been that they need to start getting
the Congress's real problem, Rajdeep, is that Pandits are more worried about the Congress than the Congress is itself.
Good point.
It is true. You look at the manner in which the Congress fought the election in Gujarat. You look at how worried our Pandits and other Pandits have been about the Congress's fortune. The Congress wasn't worried about the Congress's fortune in Gujarat. Rahul Verma, when I ask you about the Congress, you mujhse kyun puchte ho?
Last time because I think that was
but that's true.
You are absolutely right about it, and in some ways, see, at some point Congress is like 19 or 18 or 17 seats. We are forgetting that if Congress goes below 19 seats, it may actually lose the leader of opposition position also, because you need to be above 10% seat share mark, and if you don't have even that.
No, but because this is Gujarat, the BJP may give it to them. It's better to have a Congress leader.
No, BJP didn't do that to them in 2014 nationally. So BJP is not going to be perhaps. But see, the larger point, yes, there is a good message for the Congress party from Himachal Pradesh. If they manage to win that state, form government, it's going to give them some sort of boost up. But they should be really, really worried about losing or actually becoming a very marginal player in big states like Gujarat. Because you can have smaller states, but then the total would not add up to many, many more seats.
I would want to add that since we are talking about Gujarat, we have the Daryapur constituency in Ahmedabad, which has over 65% Muslim votes. And this is after 2007 that for the first time the BJP candidate Kaushik Jain has won. Ghasuddin Sheikh has lost.
The vote got split, the opposition vote.
Yes, and it is because of Owaisi mainly. And it is after 2007
No, but
that
Owaisi
the
is in
BJP
this
won.
catch-22 situation,
Right.
Rajdeep, when we met him in Ahmedabad. He said, if I don't fight, why should I not fight? How do I increase my presence?
And in Khambalia, Isudan Gadvi is now trailing by over 5,000 votes.
Well, as I said, I didn't expect him to win Khambalia because it was an Ahir-dominated constituency.
And BJP is ahead.
But you know, the point I will make, you asked about Owaisi. And this is the point we need to know. The Congress has never really fought an election in Gujarat and Muslims have got invisibilized. 9.7% of the population, they won 3 seats. And interestingly, when the calm was there, that's when they won double-digit seats.
19 seats.
19 seats to now winning 3 seats. The Muslims do not matter in Gujarat's electoral calculus anymore. So if I'm a Muslim today and I know I'm not winning any seats, then at least in a municipal election like in Godhra, like in Ahmedabad, AIMIM comes, मैं कहता हूँ यार ये तो मेरा झंडा है कम से कम, मैं इनके साथ कौम की लड़ाई है. It actually is a double-edged sword because Owaisi's visibility is used by the BJP to play Hindu-Muslim politics. Let's be honest, I don't know whether Rajat will agree with this. BJP also plays its toxic Hindutva politics. In what did Himanta Biswa Sarma come? What did Yogi Adityanath come and say in Gujarat? You bring, agar Gujarat mein isi tarah se love jihad chalega to hazaron aftab hoge. This is the Chief Minister of Assam saying this in Gujarat. Why? Because you want to play the Hindu card.
But there were
so
riots
somewhere
that happened even during this Navratra. We all know that.
Yes.
There were communal incidents, and why not? I mean, if it is happening and over it has the same sort of a
there are no riots now in Gujarat. In fact, the BJP takes great credit. Have been shown their place.
Stone-pelting incidents that happened.
In Kheda there was. What did you do? You flogged the people in public. There was to be an inquiry. The inquiry never took off. Let's be honest now, Rajat. BJP's Hindutva state is Gujarat. So while there is the Modi factor, while there are Labhartis, while there are women voters, बीच में ये भी है कि लोगों को रिमाइंड करना है कि लतीफ हुआ करता था और वो लतीफ राइट्स करता था कांग्रेस के जमाने में. ये सच्चाई है.
Maximum rallies of Yogi Adityanath, which area? Saurashtra. Maximum rallies.
Yogi Adityanath, Himant Biswa Sarma and Smriti Irani, these three people focused only on Hindutva.
Exactly. And in Saurashtra, where till now it was caste which was the calling card, didn't fall to, at least communally they would never vote.
Rahul,
that's changed.
there is something we need to look. The Congress has lost 77% of its seats compared to last time. The BJP has gained 55. Something has happened in Gujarat which was not seen on the ground.
See, I'll tell you something.
55% rise in seat and the opposition losing 77% of their seats.
See, what happened is in 2017, Congress won 77 seats. But then, over a period of time, like right now, when the Congress went to polls, they went with 56 seats because the others had defected, right? I spoke to a couple of Muslims. What is happening in Gujarat is a very clear-cut division. I spoke to Muslims. They're totally dissatisfied with Congress. And Aam Aadmi Party's Jai Shri Krishna and Hanuman Chalisa put them off. So they knew that meme is not winning, meme. But still they said, we want to give some confidence to Owaisi, that we will stand by Owaisi. Even if he does not win, we want to give him some votes to show that Muslims are supporting a Muslim party.
Owaisi might be, an easy sort of an exigency here, but it might snowball into a major problem because his politics is even more communal than what the way he has been saying. But what if he projects? He made an entry into the MCD elections. He won one seat. You will see him playing up this rhetoric over and over again. And what will it leave the electorate at?
Rajat, in Gujarat, okay, people love the lotus, right? And they call Owaisi Lilu lotus, Lilu Kamar, green lotus.
Green lotus.
This is how Owaisi is taken. So it's either you vote for lotus or you vote for green lotus.
Nationally, what is happening on the Muslim vote right now, the way the game is stacked, Muslim consolidation and Muslim fragmentation, both is going to advantage BJP. If it consolidates, then BJP is going to play the counter consolidation Hindutva card, and if it's fragmented, then basically Muslim vote is not going to put any opposition candidate in a position to be basically fight.
Bihar was one state. It was because of Owaisi, his play in certain regions where...
But at
what is the battle to contest? You can't tell, Mr. Owaisi, you can't contest, but the real battle is Himachal Pradesh. Now,
Kamaljeet Sandhu joins us from Shimla. 37 versus 28. The Congress at this moment with a marginal lead and seeming Kamaljeet in a position to form the government. Have they already started claiming "Main hu CM"? What's happening to these prospective MLAs? Are they being taken to Jaipur as was being thought of earlier?
Well, a loud sound of chair coming right from behind, and if you can try and see how things are panning out, a lot of people now jostling. Vikramaditya is speaking to the media. We'll try and get him in some time from now. But yes, Congress party elated. Now he gave a victory sign once he did step out. But what is significant and clear is that everybody here switched on Aaj Tak and India Today. We just try and pan you out the big boardings out here very clearly because this is the only channel which predicted an edge to the Congress party. The Congress has been extremely confident. They say we wouldn't have to do anything of that sort. The reason being they firmly believe they have the numbers. So based on that particular confidence, they feel there is no requirement because Congress will emerge as a single largest party. The trends are now firmly placed, and that is why if we can try.
But Kamaljeet, our numbers are showing the Congress at 36. That's just one above or two above the halfway mark. The BJP at 29. Does the Congress have a backup plan B, or are they relying on reaching 35 and then going and staking claim right away? What is, I mean, are they worried that this 36 could go to 34 and then it's, you know, once again, all options are open? So what is that? Where is the Congress's confidence coming from?
Well, they believe the numbers may be fluctuating, but they're giving us a number of 42, 43. That may not be the case, but the number of independents have actually come down. Now, what Congress now needs to do is to keep its flock together. One, because they haven't announced the CM face. Who's going to be the top leader there? Is it going to be Sukhwinder Sukhu? But many believe that he's not a man who's actually gone out beyond 6 constituencies, may not be the right candidate. Mukesh Agnihotri, another challenger. But many believe
Nitin
it is
Patel is now joining us. Kamalji, we're coming back to you in a moment. We're going across live to Mehsana. The ex-Deputy Chief Minister of Gujarat is going to be with us in just a moment. But till then, Kamaljeet, go on. Between Agnihotri and Sukhwinder Sukhu, who do you think is more likely, or will they find a third khiladi so that these two can be kept at bay?
Well, the laddus being distributed, this is a sure sign of victory. But yes, if we can try and get you a sense of what's really happening here, it is about the top leadership. And we spoke early this morning to Pratibha Singh. She kept saying that this is not the time to decide. It is going to be, let's see, a lot of jostling happening here. We'll try and get you a word with Vikramaditya. He is obviously surrounded. This is a moment of joy and elation for the party. But we also asked that question whether Vikramaditya is a man who could actually be the face of Congress party in Himachal Pradesh. And Pratibha quickly retorted that he's too young. And then we spoke to Vikramaditya and he said, before I finally officially speak, this is not my time right now. So yes, they're keeping in mind what the high command really thinks. And this is a time they would want to avoid any sort of controversy. But yes, the Congress is looking for problem because yes, there is an issue because Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu has already declared himself as the CM face. He was already looking at appointments, perhaps too early. But how to keep the flock together is something they would consider. If the numbers are pegged at 42, 43 as what they're suggesting, then they don't have to really worry about taking, because remember the number of independents now really sharply coming down, and the rebels, whether it's the Congress or the BJP, they are obviously not forming a position where they can help BJP. But again, the laddus, we'll just try and track down how it is being distributed out here. So a moment of joy. Again, we'll try and get back to the crowd. Perhaps in some time, we will have that interview with Vikramaditya, who's firmly here, surrounded by lots of media persons. And yes, a lot of cheer going on. It's not like the Punjab scene, you know, where there's dhol, nagada. We kept asking them what really happens. But you can see the Himachali topis and the laddus being devoured out here. Kis tarah se celebrate kar rahe hain?
We are very happy. Because our leader, Shri Vikramaditya Singh, is winning from Shimla Gramin. And it is proud moment for us that Holy Lodge, जो अपना जो रुतबा बनाए हुए हैं आज भी कायम है।
ये सीएम फेस किसका होना चाहिए? ऐसे सुखविंदर सिंह सुक्खू है, मुकेश अग्निहोत्री है, किसको आप देखना चाहेंगे?
मैम, हम चाहते हैं कि रानी प्रतिभा सिंह जी हिमाचल प्रदेश को लीड करे, क्योंकि ये
प्रबोध हिमाचल प्रदेश की जनता जिन्होंने कांग्रेस पार्टी में अपना विश्वास जताया है,
और अभी रुझान हमारी तरफ है। मैं ये नहीं कहूँगा कि अभी हम पूरी तरीके से जीत चुके हैं, मगर जैसे ही हमारा बिल्कुल क्लियर हो जाएगा उसके बाद हम प्रदेश की जनता का फिर से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करेंगे। और जो हमारे आगामी हमारा टास्क फोर्स है, जो हमने 10 वादे प्रदेश की जनता ने किए हैं उनको पूरा करने के लिए हम वचनबद्ध हैं, जिनको हम पूरा करेंगे।
क्योंकि बीजेपी नजदीक दिख रही है, क्या डर है किसी प्रकार का आप लोगों का को कि विधायक तोड़े जा सकते हैं? भूपेश बघेल, हुड्डा साहब वगैरह को भेजा जा रहा है।
हमारे बहुत श्रेष्ठ अनुभवी नेता यहाँ पर उपस्थित है। कोई भी ना बिकेगा, ना कोई हटेगा। हमारी सरकार बनेगी, पूर्ण बहुमत के साथ बनेगी और पूरे 5 साल हिमाचल प्रदेश में कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार चलेगी। वीरभद्र सिंह विकास मॉडल के ऊपर ही सरकार चलेगी।
नेतृत्व कौन करेगा? नेतृत्व कौन करेगा? किसे मुख्यमंत्री बनाया जाएगा? आपकी क्या चाह है?
देखिए, मेरी चाह और ना चाह से ये फर्क नहीं पड़ता है। चाह जो है वो विधायक दल की होगी, हाईकमांड की होगी और हम मिलकर हिमाचल प्रदेश को आगे ले जाने के लिए हम सब वचनबद्ध है। ये निश्चित तौर से ये बात मैं कह सकता हूं कि वीरभद्र सिंह जी का एक बहुत बड़ा नाम था जो इस चुनावों में हमको, जिससे कांग्रेस पार्टी को फायदा मिला है।
उनके ही चेहरे पर चुनाव लड़ा कांग्रेस ने।
उनके चुनावों पे, उनके नाम पे ये चुनाव लड़ा गया है निश्चित तौर से, और हाईकमांड का भी उसमें पूरा सहयोग था। प्रियंका गांधी जी की ताबड़तोड़ रैलियां हिमाचल के अंदर हुई है। सब चीजों का मिलकर
आप चाहेंगे कि प्रतिभा सिंह मुख्यमंत्री बने, क्योंकि उन्होंने अगुवाई की प्रदेश अध्यक्ष के तौर पर।
जो विधायक दल चाहेगा, हाईकमांड चाहेगी, हम उस चीज की पैरवी
करेंगे। वो रेस में है?
हाँ, बिल्कुल। शी इज वन ऑफ द कंटेंडर्स फॉर द नेक्स्ट।
क्या विधायकों को बाहर ले जाया जाएगा, प्रदेश के बाहर ले जाया जाएगा खरीद फरोख्त से बचाने के लिए?
हम हर वो चीज करेंगे जिसके लिए हमको लोकतंत्र को बचाना है, क्योंकि भाजपा कुछ भी कर सकती है। हमने छत्तीसगढ़, हमने महाराष्ट्र में देखा है, मेघालय में देखा है, गोवा में देखा है। वो चीज हिमाचल के अंदर रिपीट नहीं होगी, इसका मैं आपको विश्वास दिला सकता हूं।
सर, सोनिया जी ने फोन किया सर मेजोरिटी आने के बाद,
अभी
बात हुई प्रतिभा जी के ऊपर?
अभी करेंगे बात। अभी थोड़ा सा मेजोरिटी क्लियर है, उसके बाद
करेंगे। The son of Veerbhadra Singh and Pratibha Singh, people around him, of course, hoping that Pratibha will be the chief minister. Would that be a Rabdi Devi kind of situation where you bring in the wife of the former chief minister, in that case Lalu Yadav, or will they pick somebody else? We don't know just at this moment, but Vikram Aditya Singh is winning. Sambit Patra now joins us. The BJP at 154 seats at this moment in Gujarat, breaking Madhav Singh Solanki's record of 1985. I hope you've got some jalebi for Rajdeep and me, Dr. Patra. This is history in the making. You've actually scripted a new history. You must be in 7th heaven.
And if you don't give me jalebi, I will give you gathia. So either you take my gathia or give me jalebi.
No, of course, Rajdeep. No, we will give you phafda also, we will give you jalebi also. You are welcome to our party office. We have a stall for the same. But nonetheless, on a serious note, I would say this kind of celebration of Indian polity in Gujarat is something which is phenomenal. I mean, just imagine 27 long years of performance and thereafter beating anti-incumbency. There's nothing called as anti-incumbency in Gujarat, and breaking the record both ways, in the sense that we have broken our record of 127 seats. We have broken the record of Gujarat of 149 seats, as rightly pointed out, Madhav Singh Solanki ji's record. And the Congress also has broken its record of the lowest seats. In fact, 33 was the lowest that the Congress had ever gone. They have gone below 33, so all records have been broken.
Remember, I want to go across to Nitin Patel. Nitin Patel is the former Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, joining us from Mehsana. 154 leads, Nitin bhai, for the Bharatiya Janata Party. ये माधव सिंह सोलंकी का बहुत पुराना रिकॉर्ड आपने तोड़ा है। बीजेपी तो आज 7वें आसमान पे होगी।
नहीं, हम बिल्कुल 7वें आसमान पर नहीं है। हम जमीन पर, फील्ड पर रहते हैं और रहेंगे। ये गुजरात की जनता का आशीर्वाद हमको मिला है। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी का नेतृत्व और हमारे गुजरात सरकार के जो भी काम है वो लोगों को पसंद आए हैं। और हमारे प्रदेश अध्यक्ष CR पाटिल जी ने जिस प्रकार से संगठन को, कार्यकरों को प्रोत्साहित करके इस चुनाव में जिस प्रकार से हमने प्रचार किया, लोगों के बीच गए, लोगों को साथ में लिया, इसका ये परिणाम है। और हम कोई किसी प्रकार आसमान में नहीं है, हम प्रजा के बीच है और प्रजा के बीच ही रहेंगे।
पर नितिन जी, आप खुद एक तरह से आप क्या रिटायर हो गए हैं, आपने चुनाव नहीं लड़ा? क्या एक नई पीढ़ी आ गई है गुजरात की राजनीति में? क्या एक नए चेहरे आ गए हैं सर?
देखिए, मैंने 30 साल तक पॉलिटिक्स में रहा हूँ। मैं 6 बार एमएलए रहा हूँ। मैं 19 साल गुजरात के सभी सीएम हमारे बीजेपी के साथ उनकी कैबिनेट में, मैंने कैबिनेट में काम किया है। और गुजरात की संगठन की जो हमारी पार्टी की जो व्यवस्था है उसमें भी मैं जुड़ा हूँ। तो मैं काम करता रहा हूँ और काम करता रहूँगा, ऐसा मैंने बार बार बोला है। तो ये लोग नए उम्मीदवार आते हैं और हमारे जैसे उनको मदद करते हैं, मार्गदर्शन देते हैं, उनको प्रेरणा देते हैं और हम प्रजा के बीच जाके
નીતિનભાઈ તમે માર્ગદર્શક મંડળમાં ચાલી ગયા છો કે શું કરશો હવે? હવે લડશો, રાજ્યસભા આવશો, શું કરશો તમે સર?
वो पार्टी को तय करना है।
નીતિનભાઈ તમને ટિકિટ ના મળી છતાં પણ આ કારણ શું છે કે ભાજપમાં ટિકિટ નથી મળતી તો પણ જે વિદ્રોહી હોય છે जिनको टिकट नहीं मिलती है फिर भी वो कैसे कांग्रेस में तो झगड़ा થઈ જાય? તમે લોકો કેવી રીતે કામ કરો? તમને તો ટિકિટ, તમે બહુ ડિઝર્વિંગ કેન્ડિડેટ હતા।
तो તમે બધા ગુજરાતી બહુ સારું બોલો છો, એ બદલ બધાનો આભાર। लेकिन मैं हिंदी में जवाब दूंगा क्योंकि पूरा देश सुन रहा है। देखिए, मैं एक कार्यकर हूँ। मैं 77 से बीजेपी जनसंघ के समय से मैं काम करता रहा हूँ और अभी भी काम कर रहा हूँ। तो मैं एमएलए या मिनिस्टर बाद में बना, पहले मैं कार्यकर था और अभी भी कार्यकर हूँ। तो ये पद लेने की लालसा या किसी भी प्रकार का विद्रोह कर देना, पार्टी के खिलाफ बोलना या पार्टी के खिलाफ काम करना, ये मेरा संस्कार नहीं है। ये मेरा संस्कार है कि मैं पार्टी के लिए
ये
काम
बहुत
करूं,
बड़ी बात आपने
देश
कही और
के
मुझे
लिए
लगता है
काम करूं।
बाकी नेताओं को जानना चाहिए कि बीजेपी गुजरात में इतना अच्छा क्यों करती है।
Yeah, Radip, I would want to add here,
Yes.
you know, that...
Because he could have easily been, you know, he was logical choice when he thought for
the
being a
next
chief
chief
minister, one day
minister.
never became. But, you know, today he's still, you're right, still fighting for the party, still was there in Mehsana campaigning.
He went with I want to give an example of Rajkot.
मैंने पूरे गुजरात में प्रचार किया है।
बिल्कुल।
मैं आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी की 3 रैली में, महसाना में, दहगाम में और हिम्मतनगर में मोदी जी के साथ रहा हूँ। मैंने वहाँ प्रवचन भी किए हैं। मैं सूरत भी गया था, मैं अहमदाबाद भी गया था और पूरे गुजरात में सोशल मीडिया के माध्यम से हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं के साथ मैं लगातार जुड़ा रहा हूँ।
बहुत सरस काम કર્યું
But Nitin bhai, good to see you on the show. Thank you very much for joining us and congratulations. તમારું બહુ અભિનંદન, તમે આવ્યા. Thank you so much.
Radip, I would...
સંબિત પાત્રા, how is your ગુજરાતી? તમારી ગુજરાતી કેવી છે સંબિત? તમે ગુજરાતમાં હતા, તમારી ગુજરાતી ઇમ્પ્રૂવ થઈ ગઈ કે નહીં? સંબિત, कुछ गुजराती बोल सकते हो कि नहीं? संबित पात्रा, डॉक्टर पात्रा?
Rajdeep, yeah, Rajdeep, I have got you.
No, I was just asking, તમારી ગુજરાતી કેવી છે? તમારું મૂડ આજે
No,
કેવો છે?
Rajdeep, I cannot speak Gujarati. I can understand Gujarati, of course, but I will learn. I have been listening to you since morning, and you have spoken
I hope you are only
Gujarati.
watching
It's
India
good
Today
to
since
hear
morning.
Gujarati from you. We are watching all the televisions because every cabin is side by side. I can hear the other spokesperson speaking from the other side as well. But let me come to a serious issue. As far as Gujarat is concerned, look, I have always maintained one thing, Rajdeep and Rahul, that PM does not just stand for Prime Minister. It means pasina and mehnat as well. Despite the performance of 27 years, despite there being no anti-incumbency, the kind of hard work that the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi had put into the campaign, just imagine. I mean, at his age, the kind of hard work that he has done is an inspiration in Indian politics for all those who call themselves youth leaders. I mean, this is the way he has to work at the booth level. This is the way one has to go ahead. And remember, you were just now talking to Nitin Patel. I was in the other channel with Vijay Rupani ji. I mean, look at the discipline of the party, the dedication of our senior Karyakartas. They have given way to the younger generation without any dissent, without any kind of disenchantment. This discipline is unheard of in other political parties, and this happens only when you are trained over a period of time. So what has happened in Gujarat today is a case study in itself.
You know, you're saying that, but also there is some disappointment in Himachal or not?
See, as far as Himachal is concerned, Rajdeep, you and Rahul both, in fact, are aware of the fact that Himachal, Uttarakhand have their own way of voting, you know. They have their own way of voting, rivas, in the sense that every 5 years they do change their government. But despite that, the kind of fight that Bharatiya Janata Party has put up there, and I'm sure by the time this whole thing settles down and we have the consolidation of the result, Bharatiya Janata Party is going to do far better than what the numbers are right now, because there are 12 seats as of now, while the counting is still on, which has a margin of less than 1,000 votes. So that may go this side or that side, and we have about 7 of them being Congress battlefield. So I firmly believe that by the time the sedimentation takes place and the consolidation of the results happen, it may go either way.
You know, the BJP was speaking a lot, Dr. Patra, about pro-incumbency, so far not taken very seriously. But right now, with the BJP at 54% of the vote share in Gujarat, 5% more than the last time, you know, the point that BJP is not winning because the AAP is in the fray. BJP is not winning because opposition votes are getting split. BJP is winning because more than half the population of Gujarat voted for the Bharatiya Janata Party.
See, Rahul, because of a very poor network, I could hardly hear what you have asked me, but I could make out that you were asking about the vote performance in BJP, the vote share performance of BJP in Gujarat, and something about the opposition's vote share getting divided. Now, I believe as far as democracy is concerned, opposition is a very powerful tool and we should have a strong opposition. But ironically, that's not the duty of Narendra Modi ji or Amit Shah ji or JP Nadda ji to, in fact, see to it that the opposition is strong. I mean, remember, as far as Aam Aadmi Party in Gujarat is concerned, the kind of hype the Aam Aadmi Party had created, AAP, all about propaganda. I mean, in fact, Mr. Arvind Kejriwal in every sabha was writing a letter that Hamara hi sarkar banega, signature, and all those kinds of propaganda, all those kind of drama did take place as far as Aam Aadmi Party is concerned. But I am sure, while BJP is breaking the records, it will get the maximum number of seats in the history of Gujarat's election. Congress is breaking its own record of getting the minimum number of seats. Aam Aadmi Party would also create a record of, in fact, losing the deposit in maximum number of seats as predicted by us. So, if one prediction has come true, it is a prediction of the leaders of Bharatiya Janata Party that we are going to set record and Aam Aadmi Party is going to lose deposits in maximum number of seats, which it has done.
Interesting. We've got spokespersons from the AAP and the Congress. Meeta Chakrabarti is spokesperson of Congress from the AAP. We also have a spokesperson, Anumita Mathur, joining us from AAP. But Meeta Chakrabarti, are all the Congress's eggs in the next 2 hours on Himachal? Your entire election, it seems, this date depends on what happens in Himachal. It could be your one victory of 2022, and as was suggested, the first Congress Chief Minister who could be sworn in almost 4 years, 5 years now, in 4 years.
Okay, let me make a couple of very quick points. Before this set of elections, we had 2 states, mainly Gujarat and Himachal Pradesh, which were governed by BJP. And then we had Delhi Municipality Corporation that was also being governed by the BJP. At the end of this results, it looks like that AAP is replacing BJP in Delhi Municipality Corporation. And we are very confident and comfortable as of now that we'll be able to form a stable, comfortable government in the state of Himachal Pradesh, again replacing BJP. Yes, I'm not taking anything away from their decisive victory in the state of Gujarat. And I do accept that we have to do a lot of self-introspection and reflection and course-correction in the state of Gujarat. But a big reason as why the numbers went up to the numbers that they did in the state of Gujarat can be attributed to the fact that the opposition vote, whatever be the opposition vote share, got split between the Congress and the new entrant AAP in the state of Gujarat. So less to do with the performance. I'm not taking anything away from their victory, but more to do with the hype that was created around
AAP. The BJP is getting a record. Ma'am, we must be clear with our facts. The BJP is getting a record 54% vote share. So it's not just this is the highest vote share.
Not across all constituencies, sir. 54% not across all constituencies. That's an average figure that you have come up with.
Okay. Let's not, it's not
that
you
is
versus
an
me.
average figure that you have. And lastly, give me 10 more seconds.
Yes.
This entire media perception that was created 2 months back that is going to be a BJP versus AAP battle in Gujarat is completely exposed. That was completely an over-exaggeration because obviously we see that AAP is a lot about hype and very low on substance.
Ms. Mathur, you want to respond? You are more hype than substance.
You know, we are definitely very...
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm afraid
ahead,
I can't hear. Is your question for me?
Yes, ma'am. Are you more about hype than
Is your
substance?
question for me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thanks. Right. You know, we are actually not very concerned today about how we are perceived, and especially what the Congress party that's on the decline wants to comment, because we are very happy that we have become a national party today. And if you see any other party's history as well, including the BJP, in fact, I was just looking at some data on their victories, on their journey in Gujarat, BJP's journey. They started in 62 as Jansangh, and it was only in 1990 that they formed their first government. Congress, of course, has inherited a political space. But other than that, I think that, what Aam Aadmi Party has received today is remarkable. We'd like to congratulate the BJP and the Congress. We're in a good place as well. And no, I don't think that, I think our contribution to the Gujarat election was very significant. We actually ruled or controlled the narrative.
The Minister of State for Home Affairs,
we created visuals of Amit Shah and Modi ji on
to the young Gujarat
kindergarten.
Minister.
चलो रेडी एक बड़ी जीत है लाइव जा रहे हैं नेशनल चैनल लाइव जा रहे हैं हिंदी में बोल दीजिए क्या कहेंगे आप
गुजरात के अंदर સૌથી મોટી લીડ સાથે જીતી શકે हिंदी में सारे
आज गुजरात की जनता ने 27 साल के ये संबंध को एक ऐतिहासिक तौर पे आगे बढ़ाए हैं। पिछले कई महीनों से विपक्षी दलों द्वारा मेरी गुजरात की धरती को, मेरे गुजरात के लोगों को बदनाम करने में कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ी। आज गुजरात की जनता ने मोदी जी के प्रति, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रति उनका जो विश्वास है, संबंध है, दिल का जो नाता है, वो निभाया है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी और गुजरात की जनता दुनिया की जोड़ी नंबर 1 आज साबित हो चुकी है। गुजरात की जनता ने फिर से एक बार नया इतिहास लिखा है और गुजरात में नफरत की राजनीति को, बहकाने की राजनीति को, देश को तोड़ने वाली राजनीति को गुजरात के लोगों ने बाहर भगा लिया है। गुजरात की जनता और भारतीय जनता पार्टी साथ में मिलकर फिर से एक बार गुजरात के कोने कोने में विकास का काम आगे बढ़ाएंगे। हर्ष भाई, आप लोगों ने कहा आम आदमी पार्टी का क्या योगदान रहा है जीत में?
देखिए, मेरी आपसे विनती है कि वो पत्र जो आप हर रोज दिखाते थे, वो मुख्यमंत्री जो पत्र देते थे लोगों को, लिख के जो गारंटी देते थे, अलग अलग रिपोर्टों के बारे में बातें करते थे, वो सबको आज सवाल जरूर से पूछना कि गुजरात के लोगों को मात्र एक चुनाव के लिए और चुनाव में जीतने के लिए आपने गुजरात के लोगों को इतना बदनाम क्यों किया? मेरी गुजरात की धरती को बदनाम करने में कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ी है। आज गुजरात के लोगों ने चुन चुन के जवाब दिए हैं। गुजरात के हर एक कोने में ऐतिहासिक तौर पे भारतीय जनता पार्टी का विजय हुआ है। मोदी मोदी के नारे गुजरात के हर कोने में, जिस प्रकार से कश्मीर से लेके कन्याकुमारी में मोदी मोदी के नारे गूंज रहे हैं, उसी प्रकार से आज सौराष्ट्र, उत्तर गुजरात, दक्षिण गुजरात या मध्य गुजरात, चारों ओर
विकास के नारे, संबंधों के नारे, मोदी मोदी के नारे गूंज रहे हैं। गुजरात की जनता को दो हाथ जोड़ के नमन करता हूं कि आपने जिस प्रकार से दिल का ये संबंध, विश्वास का ये संबंध, आपने फिर से एक बार देशभक्त होने का एक बहुत ही बड़ा ये नतीजा एक प्रमाण पत्र के तौर पे देश के सामने रखा है। गुजरात की धरती पे सकारात्मकता की राजनीति चलती है। गुजरात की धरती पे कभी भी नकारात्मक राजनीति का कोई स्थान नहीं है।
गालियां दी गई, जो गुजराती में अपनी चैनल में उसकी वजह से असर हुआ। मोदी जी को जो गालियां दी गई, गुजराती अस्मिता का जवाब दिया गया है यहाँ की जनता की तरफ से।
देखिए भाई, गुजरात के लोगों ने इन सबको जवाब दे लिया है। गुजरात के लोगों ने गुजरात के हर एक कोने में ये सभी को जवाब दिया है। मेरी तो एक ही विनती है कि हर रोज टीवी चैनलों में चमकने के लिए जो नए नए पत्र जो लिखते थे, जो नए नए आंतरिक रिपोर्टों की बात जो करते थे, उनको ये सवाल पूछना चाहिए।
लेकिन क्या उनसे आपके वोट बटे हैं? आपके खिलाफ के जो वोट है वो बटे हैं आप आम आदमी पार्टी के?
देखिए, रिजल्ट आपके सामने है। रिजल्ट में जनता ने ये तय कर लिया है कि ये चुनाव सत्ता का चुनाव नहीं था, ये चुनाव विश्वास और संबंधों का चुनाव था, और विश्वास से महान कुछ नहीं होता।
आउटगोइंग गवर्नमेंट में आप जो है गृह राज्य मंत्री हैं, अगली सरकार में क्या आप और कोई पद चाहेंगे और कोई पोर्टफोलियो चाहेंगे?
गुजरात के लोकप्रिय मुख्यमंत्री आदरणीय भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल जी ने पिछले कई महीनों से गुजरात के कोने कोने में गुजरात के हर एक वर्ग के तबके के लोगों की सेवा की है। वो एक बेहद अलग प्रकार के व्यक्ति हैं जिनके मन में सभी व्यक्तियों के लिए बहुत बड़ी जगह है। हर लोगों को मदद करने में वो हमेशा तत्पर होते हैं। गुजरात सरकार आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल के मार्गदर्शन में हम सभी विधायक गुजरात की जनता की सेवा करने के लिए तत्पर हैं।
ओवैसी ने कहा था कि गुजरात की जनता जवाब देगी, आपको लगता है ओवैसी का जवाब देगी?
देखिए, हर एक व्यक्ति के सवालों के जवाब जनता ने दे लिए हैं। आप सभी की स्क्रीन पे गुजरात का एक एक नागरिकों का जवाब आज झलक रहा है। जिस प्रकार से गुजरात की धरती को बदनाम करने का प्रयत्न किया गया, गुजरात को अलग अलग रीत से तोड़ने का प्रयास किया, चाहे वो कांग्रेस हो, चाहे वो ओवैसी हो या केजरीवाल जी हो, सबको चुन चुन के गुजरात की जनता ने जवाब दिया है। इससे ज्यादा कुछ बोलने की जरूरत नहीं है।
150 થઈ છે, શું કહેશો? 150 ગુજરાત में 150 પ્લસ ઇતિહાસમાં પહેલી વખત।
આ તો આપણે સૌ ગુજરાતીઓએ ભેગા થઈને ગુજરાતના હિતમાં ચૂંટણી લડ્યા આપણે સૌ, અને આપણા ગુજરાતને માત્ર સત્તા માટે જે લોકોએ બદનામ કરવાનો પ્રયત્ન કર્યો।
Okay, there was Harsh Sanghvi, Gujarat's Home Minister, the young face of the Gujarat BJP. Rahul, you spent a lovely day with him. You played cricket together. What's your sense? Do you see him as a future leader of Gujarat,
No,
potential chief minister?
Let me ask Deepal and Sheila that question.
No, you're not answering it. What's your sense?
No, I think he's being built both by Prime Minister Modi and by Home Minister Amit Shah for something special in the future. His caste potentially goes against him. He comes from the Jain community, he's a diamond trader, still knows how to, polish diamonds. Would Gujarat accept somebody who doesn't come? Because why have they got Bhupinder Patel? They got him because he comes from the Patidar community.
Hold on, Vijay Rupani was not from one of the dominant communities.
He had to be removed then.
He had to be removed. But the fact is, I asked somebody, is Harsh Sanghvi from the Anandiben group? Is he from the Amit Shah group?
He's in everybody's group.
I was told he speaks directly to PM.
He
so
does.
He has a
and
direct
to Amit
connection
Shah,
to the PM.
He's a blue-eyed boy for both.
So is he a potential chief minister of the future? You don't think so, Sheila?
No, I don't think so.
I think he's a potential junior Amit Shah of Gujarat.
Why do you say that?
He can be the Amit Shah to Amit
He has good organizational abilities. He communicates well. He is good at management, strategic management.
Are you trying to say that he is the Amit Shah to Amit Shah?
Meanwhile, there's another hero there, C.R. Patil.
153. You have to give him credit.
He's the Gujarat Congress.
Here's another blue-eyed boy of the Prime Minister.
Yes.
Who again talks directly to the Prime Minister, gets his instruction very often. उनके जनरेटर में ईंधन वहीं से आता है पीएम से. And he's born in Gujarat, brought up in Gujarat. He's Patil, and therefore his family traces its roots to Maharashtra.
He has his own house.
But he's a full-fledged Gujarati, and this is very irksome for him. You know, you call him Marathi, he gets very irritated with that. He comes from Navsari, which is where he won with the biggest mandate in 2019, biggest record margin in that
India.
election.
He comes from Jalgaon. He's from Maharashtra. You want to give us his surname Patil just because he's added 2 A's.
So that means that in Gujarat, we just don't want Patels and Shahs. See, we can have a Jain or we can have a Patil also.
So you're saying, but C.R. Patil cannot be chief minister, surely.
No, no, no.
He's not a chief minister. He's more the manager of the party.
I even doubt if he's going to get a repeat as the BJP state president.
No, but this is a big achievement, and a lot of the credit goes to him. Before the big guns got activated at Kamalam, it is C.R. Patil who was leading the campaign. He kept saying 180 आएंगी. He had to be ticked off by the BJP top brass saying 180 मत बोलो ये ठीक नहीं है. People will get complacent. You know, say that we are fighting a good election. His war room management, his office has an ISO stamp. That's how methodical he is in terms of how he runs his campaign and how he manages his office. In fact, it's a case study where people can give complaints, they track what happened to those complaints. So in that sense, he's a master manager.
And remarkable career rise. In the 1970s, he was a constable.
He was suspended. He was
suspended because he allegedly was supposed to be part of these of the so-called bootlegging groups. He was linked to them. He was suspended from the police.
And then Rajdeep,
Nomination के बाद he doesn't go to the constituency.
Rajdeep, do you know that he became a journalist and ran a newspaper and was an editor?
चलो अपना नंबर भी आ सकता है.
Maharashtra, Gujarat, Goa, Delhi. Rajdeep has multiple choices. He can jump onto any board.
But he's a very hardworking.
There though now, suddenly is the fact that the Congress is at 39 in Himachal Pradesh. We're going to call Himachal Pradesh up on the screen. Some relief for Mallikarjun Kharge, some relief for the Congress party. In Himachal Pradesh, they're now sitting at 39 seats. I'll bring up the current map of Himachal Pradesh, 18 plus for the Congress. If they hadn't got this, it would have been a washout for the Congress. The BJP's vote share is at, oh my God, 43. The Congress's vote share at 44. Just a 1% gap. This is exactly the kind of modeling that Access My India had done for India Today in Himachal and in Gujarat. So a very, very credible performance by the exact poll. Let's look at the power map, which will give you a sense of where the Congress is picking up these seats from. It's across, whether it is Shimla in the lower reaches or it is the Kangra region, except for Mandi where the BJP still has done reasonably okay. In the other regions of Himachal Pradesh, the Congress is doing very well. 39 seats now. Rajdeep, they'll be comfortable. The fact that they've now almost come close to being able to win. Let's look at how many seats are at close margins. So only one seat is at a margin of less than 100 votes. That's currently being won by the Congress. This is the seat of Bharatiya. Let's now look at seats with a margin of less than 500. You've got 8 such seats. Oh, this is interesting. There are 7 seats where the Congress is leading at this moment, where the margin is less than 500. The BJP is leading on only 1 such seat. So there's a little bit of luck rolling. And Rahul, does luck play a role? Politicians believe that whichever way the hawa is blowing, you tend to win more tight fights. Statistically, but statistically that's very improbable, right? But do you think that's possible?
No, statistically what will happen that now the leads are going to consolidate in the favor of whoever has edge, right?
No, but at 500 votes you can't really
you
say.
can't, but think of it, right? Like now they are leading in 7. It's less probable statistically that they will lose all 7.
Sure.
Right? So if it's a 50-50 probability, Congress, because now it has a 10 seats lead, it's very less likely that it will get reversed.
And what is also happening is that their vote percentage is identical. So the BJP, where it's winning, is obviously winning with a bigger margin. The Congress is winning on narrower margin, but is winning in Kangra. And it's a clear lead now. 16 is playing 10. So once you've got that lead in the biggest constituency of Himachal, or the biggest district of Himachal, unlikely that you will go below the halfway mark.
Yeah.
13 seat requires a huge swing now in the next 1 hour, which seems unlikely.
No, also politicians
the BJP is facing a lot of...
Politicians are very superstitious. If they lose, they'll say, "Yaar, ye luck ne hara diya, hum to jeet hi rahe the. We just about lost." The fact is, in a tight fight, there's an equal probability of the dice rolling in either favor. It's 500 or 100 votes. You don't know which way it's going.
And with equal probability, Congress now, because it has edge, it will continue to hold on
and
to
even
edge.
If they lose some of those edges, they'll still win. So the Congress seems poised now. Mallikarjun Kharge may come to agenda aaj tak. We continuously saying it because he's under pressure. The entire Congress media cell should be under pressure. We want to see him there at agenda aaj tak. And if he's at 39, he has something to talk about. Forget the 20 seats in Gujarat. 39 in Himachal is not a bad performance.
You see, this is where the BJP is the master of the game. What will happen at 6 p.m. today? The Prime Minister will address his cadres, and it will all be about the historic and no doubt remarkable achievement. Drowned in that will be the fact that the BJP is actually losing a state government. Now, had it been the reverse, the BJP would have, if they had won Himachal, would have made a noise about it. Now the Congress will worry, pehla kisko credit dena hai, kaun banega chief minister, who is going to address the gathering.
I hope they don't say we won because of the Bharat Jodo Yatra.
No.
They can turn around and say because the Bharat Jodo Yatra galvanized the Congress worker and the class and the cadre. Some of these guys, in a hope, in the bid that they can become chief minister.
They will not be able to really, draw the volumes and the sort of focus that they want to that. They
I think, see, when PM is going to speak today, of course he's going to talk about the historical nature of Gujarat verdict. He will congratulate his workers in Delhi and he will also congratulate his workers in Himachal Pradesh. No, he would basically say, हिमाचल में कभी हार होती है, कभी जीत होती है. मैं अपने वर्कर्स को बधाई देना चाहता हूं कि उन्होंने बहुत टफ फाइट की. See, it's also important for the leader to stand with the party and the cadres when they lose. And that's the message that he will give.
There is a very important data set that's just come to me. I want to read this out to our viewers. Of all the people who are watching, and this is a live exit poll as it were, of all the people watching television stations or a live election video feed across different channels and their social platforms, 47.62% of the viewers are watching India Today television.
Wow.
Republic is being watched by about 30, NDTV by about 11, Times Now by about 7, CNN by about 4%.
Wow.
So the India Today television enjoying a vote percentage similar only to the Bharatiya Janata Party in terms of its dominance.
No, we have not reached 54%.
Thoda kam hai. 48 ho gaya.
You see, now I'm going to be like Amit Shah. You can be Mr. Modi and say, nahi, aur badao.
Arre,
Or I will be Modi. And you're Amit Shah.
48 is
and I'm
good
saying,
enough.
nahi,
48 is 1 in 2 people watching, which is why every neta who's coming is saying we are watching India.
मुझे 55 चाहिए.
राजदीप प्रॉब्लम ये है कि हम लोग सब भूपेंद्र पटेल टाइप हैं. तो परसेंटेज आप ही को बढ़ाना है.
Preeti is Pratibha Singh. You're Bhupendra Patel.
हम लोग
That means I'm still in the race.
Preeti is fully self-made.
Very much in the race, absolutely.
But you're Sukhvinder Sukhu. And he's Agnihotri. You're Mukesh Agnihotri.
No, there is no discord. You're 48% of the vote share in terms of those watching television at this moment is quite significant. That's the kind of dominance the Bharatiya Janata Party enjoys at the centre and in Gujarat.
In Gujarat, you know what is the talk right now? I'm a member of lots of WhatsApp group. Very first thing is that in Saurashtra, Congress people are very angry on Aap, and so many angry messages, incredible.
They say, this has to stop because you see the constant.
They say Aap spoiled our party. Just a minute, I will give you a lot of messages. Then Amit Shah's constituency has 7 assembly seats, and out of that 4 has got 1.25 lakh. Massive lead, and another 3 has a 50,000 plus lead. Then Bhupendra Patel back to action, meaning governance and all other issues already on, and now everybody in the bureaucracy is asking me, which I don't know the answer, that what will happen to Kailash Nathan? Will the things change or will remain here?
Why won't it change? Kailash Nathan is the Prime Minister's key associate.
Yes.
He runs the key part of the bureaucracy.
And Amit Shah is in the gym. He is happy with his gym. He is in the, meaning he is relaxing.
He's on the treadmill.
He is relaxing now because he has because of his caste combination and caste strategy in every single.
He is the master of this campaign in terms of how he stitched it and brought it together.
But he inquired about Himachal Pradesh, and then he went to the gym. That's what WhatsApp messages are telling me.
Amit Shah goes to the gym.
Treadmill. No, he's also lost a lot of weight as he's gained
No, he's
political
lost a lot of weight.
weight.
What's worrying me, then I must start going to the gym. If Amit Shah goes to the gym, it's about time I did too.
आप भी तो walk के लिए जाते हो?
मैं walk, मेरा walk बहुत, मैं टहलता हूँ।
Amit Shah is your inspiration.
मैं बहुत धीरे से टहलता हूँ, वहाँ किसी से बात करता हूँ. Somebody
gives jalebi.
Why don't you in our park, we end up talking more than walking. That's the problem with being in a park. Yes,
something about Gujarat, which is, I think, like Congress and AAP can keep complaining about each other playing vote cutting exercise. But think of it: Congress has 27% vote, AAP at 13% vote. They are still both added are 40%, where BJP is 53%. So even when you add, BJP is leading by 13 percentage points. That's a huge number.
And that's where
cannot be filled up in 2024.
And that's why I said this logic that the AAP is the B team of the BJP doesn't work this time in Gujarat, because the BJP has actually grown in its vote share. Had it been only because of a split, it's chemistry plus arithmetic that's worked in Gujarat. RP Singh, good time to get you in. Congratulations, Sardar Saab. What are you feeding us? You're a man who likes to feed people in good times. Kya menu pe kya hai? Congratulations.
Rajiv, I will send you a personal message for a tweet at a new place. So I'm right now sending it to you. Preeti knows about that place, so I'm sending you that message. Although Preeti has also not visited that place. But coming to the issue, sir, I was waiting for that 20% vote for Aam Aadmi Party, which you were expecting that they will get in Gujarat.
That's right. They've got 12. No, 1 minute. They've got 12% vote. So in terms of vote share, our one prediction that's gone wrong in Gujarat is that we overestimated the AAP. But they've got 12%. Now you could argue that's nothing. Others would say that's not a bad debut. How do you see it?
Let me take it further. Uttarakhand, where are their party leaders today in Uttarakhand? Their party head, person who was heading the party there, has joined our party. Wait for time, because this party has no ideology. But other day, your colleague Rahul Srivastava rightly said that white paper can sell dream to a certain extent, but till the time you have ideology on issues and subjects, till the time you have clarity on issues and subjects, people don't come to you. You can keep coming and saying, okay, this free, but that will also taper off after a certain time, and that time has come today. And by saying that they have won Delhi, I'm sorry, I'm adding Delhi to this. मैं एक मिनट दे दीजिए सिर्फ आधा मिनट. By saying that they have won Delhi, that's why उनके सब पाप धुल गए. पाप तो पाप है, वो अगले 10 दिन में, 15 दिन में, महीने में आउटकम आएगा ही आएगा. I mean,
there's an interesting comment that's just come from Rajiv Shukla, who ran the Congress's campaign in Himachal Pradesh. Interestingly, he credits Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. His comment is, if Congress wins in Himachal, we'll do everything in the people's interest. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra worked hard, campaigned extensively. This is Rajiv Shukla just now.
I told
you,
this is the one party that never fails to disappoint you. Because that's the, look, having said that,
no, but why have expectations given their track record?
No,
the record
having
is
said that,
is.
I will at least say one thing, that Priyanka Gandhi Vadra did step into Himachal. She put herself in front. I know that even in
the
ticket...
hardly, Rajdeep.
Look, even in the ticket selection, I believe that she had a role to play. She even today is the one who has, was day before yesterday directing. We are told the likes of Hooda and Baghel. Baghel is very close to her. Please go there.
As is Rajiv Shukla.
As is Rajiv Shukla. So, look, it is when the Congress got decimated in Uttar Pradesh, Priyanka Gandhi must take responsibility.
No, but there she campaigned. You can't compare this. How can she get the credit for this? Come on, she hardly campaigned at the periphery, at the margin, in comparison to how Amit Shah ran the BJP's campaign, sitting in Kamlam till 1 o'clock at night. You can't give her credit in the same
I'm
way.
not saying it cannot be suitable. It can't be suitability.
But it cannot be the other. One minute. Sir. If we criticize Priyanka Gandhi Vadra when they were decimated in UP,
but she ran that
campaign. To say that she had nothing to do with Himachal is also wrong.
No, but 1 minute. Yes, I agree with you. But she cannot be credited.
I'm not crediting her.
You see, no.
Rajiv Shukla is.
See, Rajdeep, if she's a good leader and she did well in Himachal, she should have been there in Gujarat for losing how many? 60 seats.
You see,
helping Congress win 39 seats.
No, and you don't
losing
do anything.
70
If you
seats
go
in
5
Gujarat,
days to
60
a
seats in
campaign,
Gujarat.
you're hardly doing anybody a
can't give
favor.
credit
It's
like this.
upper se campaign.
Can I
You have to
make
put
a
your-
point about Himachal? I think something what BJP needs to think about Himachal. Think about it. Congress has gained marginally. They had 42% vote last time. This time they have got 43. The introspection for BJP should be that last time in assembly elections they were at 49 and in Lok Sabha they were at 69%. So basically they are losing a very, very big portion of Himachal votes, and the Congress needs to think or the BJP needs to think what is it about Himachal Pradesh voters or which segments are deserting it. That should be like if the way BJP likes to think about elections ahead, they need to think where the losses are.
This new pension scheme versus the old pension schemes debate should be addressed and completely, even the fiscal aspect of it should be handled only by the states. It should not be like the Congress chief minister, whenever he's sworn in, he comes with a fiscal begging bowl before the center that now you need to support the OPS. Because this OPS thing, even the Congress thinkers, by the way, they came out and called the fiscal irresponsibility of the old pension scheme.
No, that's the likes of Praveen Chakravarti,
Yeah, these
for which
people
they
have been talking
pulled up by
about
their
it.
own party. You see, now what the worry is, having one Himachal or possibly won it.
How will they do it? Yeah.
They will now go to other states and say, we'll bring it here. Already they are talking of bringing old pension scheme in Rajasthan. It is a disastrous scheme fiscally. It needs to be communicated, new pension scheme better.
Yeah.
You see, we've seen in the past, good economics sometimes makes bad politics. Chandrababu Naidu, was a good example of what went wrong. A lot of his reforms were forward thinking, but he suffered electoral defeat. So I think we have to disconnect at times politics from economics. Unfortunately, our politicians are not willing to do so.
No, and BJP needs to do this work. They need to have a better policy communication specialist because they are not able to effectively say that this is where things can go wrong with an OPS.
Rajat Sethi is offering himself for a job.
I'm not. I'm just saying that somebody needs to
for the BJP.
The BJP. No, we had Mr. P. Chandabaram for an interview, and he actually was the person who introduced the new pension scheme. And he came out and did criticize the old pension scheme. And of course, he wanted to decouple it from the promises that were being made in Himachal. And then Sheila ji.
Sorry, sir.
And going forward, he says the same thing, that we can't take the same barometer to a Rajasthan, to a Chhattisgarh, and they will not do it because it was easier to do in Himachal, he said, because it's a smaller state, easier to do it here than maybe to bring the same model to a Rajasthan or a Chhattisgarh.
Either way,
or a Madhya Pradesh.
in an ideal world, the BJP and Congress should be working together on such schemes. These are policy formulations. You can't state by state start changing pension policies in this country.
When I was in Himachal Pradesh during the campaign, the BJP state leaders over there actually wanted the old pension scheme. They were saying, yes, central leaders are not agreeing. We actually think that the old pension scheme makes sense.
Well, if you give free money, who will not want it, right? That holds true for all the kind of election promises, and this is where political leadership has to mature out. Then you can't go out and literally start distributing and emptying the coffers. Because then you will end up in a situation like Punjab, Andhra, etc.
Rivaba Jadeja is speaking.
States, right?
Now the MLA, she's one, Ravinder Jadeja's wife. Let's listen to Rivaba Jadeja.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ ही जुड़कर वो आगे बढ़ाना चाहेंगे और ये नतीजा साफ है कि गुजरात की जनता भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ थी और आगे भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ रहेगी।
नरेंद्र मोदी का चेहरा भी पूरे
डेफिनेटली यस बिकॉज जिस हिसाब से सर ने उनका जो रोड शो चला, ठीक है, 32 या 35 किलोमीटर तक का जो रोड शो था, और गुजरात की जनता पर जो हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी का एक इम्पैक्ट रहा है, वो सीएम से लेके पीएम तक अभी तक उत्तरोत्तर उसमें जो बढ़त है, लोगों की जो एक लोक चाहना है, सिर्फ गुजरात ही नहीं, आप विश्व में देखें जहाँ भी गुजराती हैं तो एक मोदी जी की जो एक अमिट छाप है लोगों के दिल में, तो वो कहीं ना कहीं उसकी जो एक इम्पैक्ट है वो होना जाहिर सी बात है।
150 से ऊपर बीजेपी जा रही है, एक पाथ ब्रेकिंग विक्ट्री कहा जाएगी। पूरे गुजरात में क्या बीजेपी अब कांग्रेस खत्म हो गई है?
देखिए, मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी की तरफ से तो डेफिनेटली कहूँगी कि हम विकास की यात्रा में आगे बढ़ना चाहते हैं। गुजरात का जो मॉडल है उसमें जहाँ अभी जो विकास चल रहे हैं उसमें हम बेहतर मॉडल के तौर पे आगे बढ़े, और वही एक मंत्र रहेगा मेरे साथ जितने भी प्रत्याशी के रूप में हैं, जीत के धारासभ्य बनते हैं तो उनका एक वही चयन रहेगा कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की विचारधाराओं के साथ जुड़कर जो डेवलपमेंट के काम हो वो आगे बढ़ाए।
That's Rivaba Jadeja.
Just Rahul.
Yes.
Massacre in Gujarat is continuing. In the heart of Ahmedabad, Sabarmati and Narayanpura, Congress is about to lose deposit.
Lose their deposit?
Yes.
This is
and so pension scheme and all that can wait, but what is happening to Congress in Gujarat?
But the way the Congress usually
Congress is going to lose deposits in half the seats in Gujarat with this vote
for the
share.
Congress. for all time to come.
But it's been a lost story for 25 years.
They were number 2, now they may not be number 2.
They will be number 2 in this.
That lost story.
My point is very simple. If I was a
They
Congress...
had a district panchayat and many things.
Ma'am, they've won once or twice. Let's be honest. Since 2002, even in municipal elections, barring 1 or 2, the Congress has lost virtually everyone. Few panchayats they've won. But if you look at the 2017, very interestingly, Rahul, Prashant Kishore once told me 2012 Gujarat was the toughest election that Mr. Modi had because there was drought for 2 years. He was vulnerable and the Congress never really fought it as it should have. 2017, you had the whole Patidar agitation. You had a great chance. You messed up and in Mehsana gave tickets to the same Alpesh Thakur who switched over to the BJP, and that's why you suffered. So the Congress had its opportunities. I think the voters of Gujarat have decided, A, they are with the BJP solidly. This is our party, son of the soil, Prime Minister. You can't beat that emotional connect. Plus, they've decided somewhere Congress ka koi banta nahi hai Gujarat mein. And therefore, they are... So, if I was... I think the Congress has 10 rupees in their bank balance. I would preserve my money for other states and give up on Gujarat.
Razi, one more thing. With a drop in the voting percentage in Gujarat this time, and with this result, it is possible that a lot of anti-BJP vote did not come out.
Yes, that's right. That's also possible. Let's listen to Harsh Sanghvi.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेता हर्ष संघवी इस वक्त हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं। चेहरे पर नई चमक है और आज नई उमंग के साथ, बुलंद हौसलों के साथ अब नजर आते हैं। ये जो ऐतिहासिक जीत भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने आज दर्ज की है, इसका क्रेडिट किसके सर है? ये चेहरे पे जो चमक दिख रही है जी, वो पुराने संबंधों की चमक है। 27 साल से चल रहे ये संबंध को आज गुजरात के लोगों ने फिर से एक बार मोहर लगा ली है। ये चुनाव सत्ता का चुनाव नहीं था। ये चुनाव भारतीय जनता पार्टी और गुजरात के नागरिकों के बीच, खास तौर पे मोदी जी के साथ गुजरात के प्रत्येक व्यक्तियों का जो दिल का संबंध था, ये संबंधों को उजागर करने वाला चुनाव है। मोदी मैजिक अभी भी बरकरार है। इसका मतलब कश्मीर से लेके कन्याकुमारी तक मोदी जी ने जिस प्रकार से काम किया है, जिस प्रकार से हर एक गरीब तबके के लोगों का जीवन स्तर सुधारने का प्रयास किया है, मध्यम वर्ग के लोगों को स्वनिर्भर करने का मोदी जी ने जो प्रयास किया है, जिस प्रकार से मोदी जी ने हर एक गांव तक सड़क, पानी, बिजली, गैस पहुंचाया है, वो देख के कश्मीर से लेके कन्याकुमारी तक मोदी मैजिक, मोदी मोदी के नारे गूंज रहे। तब आज गुजरात में, गुजरात की धरती को बदनाम करने वाले लोग, गुजरात के नागरिकों को बदनाम करने में जिसने कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ी है, ऐसे प्रत्येक व्यक्तियों को गुजरात की जनता ने चुन चुन कर जवाब दिए हैं। 2024 का रास्ता क्या गुजरात से प्रशस्त हो जाता है नरेंद्र मोदी के लिए? 2024 का रास्ता हर एक राज्य से मोदी मोदी के नारे के गूंजे। अमित शाह ने यहाँ पर कहा था कि जीत दिलानी है गुजरात में, क्योंकि नरेंद्र मोदी को फिर से प्रधानमंत्री बनाना है 2024 में। देखिए, वो तो लोगों ने ऑलरेडी बनाया है। हाँ। जिस प्रकार से मोदी जी और ये देश के प्रत्येक व्यक्तियों का दिल का संबंध है जी, वो संबंध को समझने की जरूरत है। हाँ। गुजरात में भी कई लोग ये संबंध को समझ नहीं पाए थे। हाँ। आज उसका परिणाम आप देख। लेकिन मौत का सौदागर से लेकर रावण तक की संख्या क्या फिर से महंगी पड़ गई कांग्रेस को? देखिए, कांग्रेस हो या आम आदमी पार्टी, ये सब लोगों को, सभी विपक्षी दलों को, मेरे गुजरात की धरती, गुजरात के लोगों को बदनाम करने की जिन्होंने कोशिश की थी, हमारे नेता मोदी जी के बारे में जो जो कुछ बोले थे, गुजरात के प्रत्येक व्यक्ति ने, हम हिंसा वाले लोग नहीं हैं, हम मतपेटी में, ईवीएम मशीन पे उनको जवाब दिए। लेकिन उनको परिवर्तन का भरोसा था, भविष्यवाणी कर दी थी। 3-3 जगह उन्होंने कह दिया था उनके कैंडिडेट जीत रहे हैं, भविष्यवाणी कर दी, सरकार बना रहे हैं। देखिए, उनका परिवर्तन हो ही चुका है। हाँ। मैं तो उनको भगवान से उतनी ही प्रार्थना करता हूं कि भगवान ये सभी लोगों को सद्बुद्धि दे, क्योंकि भारत ये बहुत भावुक देश है। भारत के लोगों के साथ, प्रत्येक नागरिकों के साथ इस प्रकार का खिलवाड़ करना मात्र सत्ता प्राप्त करने के लिए ये सही नहीं है। मेरा आखिरी सवाल है, आप यंग डायनेमिक लीडर हैं काफी, क्योंकि हर नेता की एस्पिरेशंस तो होती हैं, अगला मकाम क्या है राजनीति में आपका? एक कार्यकर्ता हूं। हाँ।
और सर्वश्रेष्ठ कार्यकर्ता बनने का हमेशा प्रयास करूंगा।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया सर। कैमरा पर्सन राकेश सालस्कर के साथ पंकज उपाध्याय, सूरत, आज तक।
The interesting thing is those images that you saw on your screen right now are from a sweet shop in Ahmedabad, where you've got people distributing sweets. These are people from the minority community. They're distributing laddus at this sweet shop in Gujarat, and that's a pretty interesting thing. It's happening at the Roshan Bakery in Ahmedabad. These laddus coming in from there.
You know, this is a day also for us to celebrate. Yes, Rahul.
We're just waiting for a moment, Rajdeep. 39 seats for the Congress, 26 for the Bharatiya Janata Party.
And what did our exit poll say? I think we were the ones who said 32 to 40 for the Congress, for Himachal Pradesh.
In both the places.
In Himachal Pradesh, the India Today Axis My India exit poll had predicted BJP 24 to 34, they're at 26. Congress 30 to 40, they're at 39. AAP 0, they're 0. Others 4 to 8. So, you know, that's spot on in a tough state. It's a small state, so not easy. And if you look at Gujarat,
this is why it's called the exact poll. There were some people taking the odd pot shot yesterday when it wasn't exact. It was pretty bang on.
We got the trend right.
Yeah, and Rajdeep, remember, in the midterms that happened in the United States, the pollsters, all of them together, picked the trend wrong. They were suggesting that the Republicans would do better. The Democrats ended up winning. So to be able to pick the trend in the MCD elections, which was a ward election, very small election, is very, very commendable. To be able to say that the record of Madhav Singh Solanki, remember, 151 is what the India Today Access My India exit poll had said for BJP in Gujarat. They've ended up at 154.
And there again, most other channels played safe. 120 to 130 was the usual range. So, you know, we went into this sort of possibility of breaking Madhav Singh Solanki's record. 151 is what was Pradeep's top end. So I think Pradeep Gupta deserves a lot of credit.
No, more importantly, Madhav Singh Solanki got calm theory in place, but this is bursting of calm theory plus lot of addition.
That's right. So you know, the map of Gujarat has changed dramatically since the calm theory of 1985 of the caste alliance forged by Madhav Singh Solanki to now the Hindutva plus, or as I call it, the Moditva plus alliance of Narendra Modi. So a lot has changed. What hasn't changed is the fact that we have the most accurate pollster with us. Rahul, band baja Bharat kare ki nahi?
Now, let's welcome the man of the moment, the man with the exit poll, which is the exact poll, both in Himachal Pradesh and in Gujarat. The only pollster who picked it absolutely bang on. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a warm round of applause as we welcome Pradeep Gupta. Pradeep ji, welcome.
Well done, Mr.
Look at the relief on his face. He's like very happy that he's won and then he's done well.
I have
brought some sweets for you.
This is Sutar Feni. It is something very famous in Gujarat. It's from Gujarat. So Sutar Feni for you from Gujarat. Thodu leso ke nahi? Ek aje.
He speaks Gujarati, yeah? Madi Madi. I heard him in action.
Are you feeling good today or not?
No, I am feeling very challenged.
Why challenged?
Because if you score century every time, people expect the same thing. And the moment you are out on 80, they say you are failed.
Yesterday you were out on 80, today you have scored 100, right?
That is what is the challenge all about.
Yeah, yes.
Challenge of expectation, bearing the expectations of people like Rajdeep Sardesai, very difficult.
But you know, I'll tell you what my challenge now is. You see, 2 years ago, when we got it absolutely right, Pradeep and I did a dance. The dance became famous. Now I have asked my producer to play some music, some Gujarati music. You don't have to dance.
No, he dances very well. Once again, but I must tell you,
we and I have a lot in common. We love football. In fact, we've been talking more about football than elections.
Cricket.
In the last few days, we love cricket. Now, has my director got the music right? Are you ready with some?
No, let me give you full credit to Rahul Kanwal, Rajdeep Sardesai and entire India Today group. They always trust in our numbers, and most importantly, our Access My India team. More than 300 persons, we call them Amit. Access My India team, which is Amit.
You see, when you do this, I get worried that you're going the Modi way. All these acronyms. You know, Modi ji has perfected the art of acronym. What is it? Amit.
Amit.
What does it mean?
जो कभी मिट नहीं सकता. Amit. Access My India team.
Producers are
okay. The music is ready. Okay. Rahul Kanwal, are you going to join us?
Dance watch nahi. I have to
ready?
This is my exit. Dance watch. You ask us to crunch the numbers. I can do it all night long.
Hey, मैं dance नहीं रहा.
Come on, you must dance, yaar, Pradeep.
Otherwise, we'll get into trouble if we don't.
So this dance is for BJP's victory
in Gujarat
and Congress victory in Himachal, and most importantly, Access My India Today group exec poll. Once again,
what it means now is that we dance when the AAP wins. We dance when the Congress wins, we dance when the BJP wins, but most importantly, Rahul, we dance when we get our polls right.
No, we only dance when we get the India Today numbers right. That is most important. Baki koi jeere, koi hare, it doesn't really matter.
So now
Rahul Kanwal's problem is, ये dance नहीं करता है, ये खाना, ये सूतर में नहीं तो थोड़ा सा
dance करवाता है.
अरे ले लो यार, कुछ नहीं होता. Very little.
राहुल का प्रॉब्लम है वो डांस करवाता है. Dance करवाता है.
No, but I must tell our viewers that I had the opportunity to join Pradeep Gupta during the exit poll. We were in and around Rajkot. It is a lot of effort to go to people. When we go with the bells and whistles of a television camera, you've got people excitedly coming to you, wanting to talk about what they think is happening. When you're trying to do a poll, it's very difficult. Between 1 to 4 in Gujarat, they all go off to sleep. You're literally banging on the door, trying to wake somebody up. She's thinking that you're a salesman trying to sell her shampoo. She's nahi kuch nahi kharidna, jao. It's very difficult.
Let's give credit to Pradeep for two. In this particular poll, viewers need to recognize MCD poll was ward level, where the margins are very narrow, and therefore polls can sometimes, go wrong. He picked up the direction. Then take a look at Himachal Pradesh. It's a state sparsely populated. Many constituencies, Lahore, Spiti, from one place to the other takes several kilometers. To get that right when everyone else is going the other way. You see, it's important also to realize what has happened today. Every other poll I've gone through all said BJP ahead of Congress.
Including all the top BJP leaders.
Everybody said
that's Himachal, Gujarat ka theek hoga, Himachal.
And I remember telling Pradeep, are you not worried that the women voters like in Bengal, like in Bihar, may put up poll? He didn't change his numbers, which is also credit because he had faith in his numbers. And then number 3 is Gujarat, which remember this time had a new player in AAP. So it's always difficult when a new player comes. I'm doing this so that I get my friend to again well up. He starts tearing up.
No, and he's got this.
Come on, Pradeep.
Now my
pressure था कि नहीं इस बार?
बहुत solid pressure. Score reads Access My India. 60 elections we called so far, including 2 general elections. And now it is 56 bang on, most accurate.
Achha, he's got this one dance move. He does something funny with his
legs. How do I do that?
What is it? Where did you pick up this dance move from? It's part of what you learned
at
Harvard.
This is the sports. After scoring the goal, you got 2.
Lovely. But the Brazilian...
What do you do with your legs? What do you do with your legs? One second. Look at what he does with his legs. He's got this one move. Rajdeep, try it. You should try it. Rajdeep can also try it. He can do it. Come on, Pradeep ji. One more. This leg move of yours is a very famous one. He actually practices it. I'm telling you. No. Long shot dikhao na.
Boss, Pradeep and I both are originally from Mumbai. We have always wanted to do a Bollywood film. You see, we come from Mumbai. We want to do a Bollywood film. We love football. We want... who's your favorite football team?
Argentina or France is winning the World Cup.
He believes it's a final between Argentina and France.
This is not an exit poll.
Either are winning the World Cup.
This is not an exit poll. This is a punt. I don't know what is a poll, what is a punt. There's a difference.
I'm hoping it's a Brazil-Portugal final. But either way, whatever happens, well done today. Come, join us. Well done, Pradeep. Good.
He picked the song, Pradeep Gupta picked this song.
You see, all of you are laughing, starting with Preeti Chaudhary at our dancing. Won't we okay? No.
Okay, he is an excellent pollster, the best in the country. You are one of the best political analysts, but
My God.
You both are uncles when you dance.
Uncle, when you dance, Preeti, they were a good
Full
sport.
uncle
You are sitting over there
Full
like this.
uncle move.
At least they dance.
Full uncle moves,
That's
but
a terrible thing, yeah.
I'd say you're the best. He's the best pollster in the country. You're the best political analyst, but your dance moves are full uncle
Pradeep Gupta
moves.
is more uncle, he is more grandfather.
Oh, I'm not saying.
So he was a great sport. I disagree. For once, I'm on
No,
Rajdeep's
great sport,
side.
yes.
He
Great
was a
sport,
fantastic sport. He danced. Preeti, it's unfair to call him Uncle Moose. What is it? You are sitting over there like one, sitting
I
with your
am
arms
saying-
crossed
I'm
and
not-
calling them Uncle.
No, great. The
So
sporting
much
spirit
effort
is-
went
no,
into the dance
sporting
and these
spirit is
numbers.
great, and they learned it. They're super.
Somebody has just sent me a message. Rajdeep, please learn some dancing.
See?
Here I thought, this is not exactly. Well, we'll get there. We'll get
No,
there.
but hats off. Seriously.
Yeah, and as I said, I think Himachal is the big one. Pradeep, was that more difficult than Gujarat? Himachal?
Of course, 100 times difficult because more than 200 villages, very less population, 80,000 average size of the electorate, 75% was the turnout, so 60,000 voters. If they divide into two, then 30,000 each. And last time also, there were 22 seats which were won less than 3,000 margin. So it is very difficult, and particularly when Congress is doing good, then you have to think twice.
No, also I have to spend a moment talking about the challenges in polling. Remember, a lot of the other pollsters, and this is with no disrespect to any of the other polling agencies, are actually working the phones and doing what is called the catty technique of polling. You're basically just working the phone lines with the database you have. What the Access My India team and everybody at the Access office in Mumbai is watching at this moment, and this is hats off and a tribute to the effort that they make. And we saw some of that firsthand, where you're actually going in every single constituency. They have what is called the back and the front poll. The front is where you have a very detailed questionnaire. You sample at least 100 people in every constituency with a very, very extensive and detailed survey. On the back end, you've got a shorter survey just to reaffirm whatever you picked up on the front side. So it's a very extensive poll that is carried out in every single constituency, which is also why the probability of the Access My India team and India Today getting the poll right is higher than the other pollsters, because what can go wrong? Remember, in the old generation of polling, and this again is with no disrespect to all the previous generation of pollsters, what they would do is they'd go to say 1/4 the constituencies, use the trend from 1/4 the constituencies, Rajdeep was involved in some of those polls, extrapolate to the other 3/4. But in a situation where every seat has its own dynamics, that business of extrapolation is a big tukka. It's like jigri pokri.
No, and
Lagne mein lag bhi sakta hai, nahi lagne mein nahi lag
You see,
sakta.
in the 80s, when the Congress was dominant, the index of opposition unity often decided what happened. Now what's happened, you have new players. There's an Asaduddin Owaisi who comes in. There's the Aam Aadmi Party who's come in. Even in Himachal rebels, many of whom are taking away BJP votes. All of this makes, I think, elections more complicated. Just one final thing on dancing. My friend Rhythm Desai, who was on your India Today,
He's also telling you about dancing.
Morgan Stanley says, dancing on live TV is about courage, not skill. Polling is about skill, not courage, live or not.
He always has a way with words.
So basically, you see, the thing
Polling
is
is about skill,
you see,
not
you have
courage.
ensured that I will be trolled by my own children who believe I'm a terrible dancer.
What do
which
they
I
tell
don't
you when your dance moves go viral?
You know, my
Okay,
my
disclaimer.
daughter's
Okay,
given...
I think both of you did a great job. You danced also very well. It's very courageous.
Thank you. Don't use these words, uncle.
No,
and all,
no,
yeah?
I'm taking. You are making ageist jokes since the morning, and you're telling me not to use that.
Ajay, if anybody else had made ages jokes, they would have been in trouble.
That's
now, we leave that on the side. Yes, you were telling us what your
Rahul.
children say about your dance.
No, not about that. But I think, let's come back to the polls. I think we have to recognize how difficult it's become
He's also
compared to
getting
20,
feedback
30
on his
years ago.
dance.
Yes.
Yes, Pradeep.
No, seat by seat accuracy in both the states is more than 90% as of now. Seat by seat accuracy.
Can I just ask you one thing though, Pradeep?
Yeah.
If you look at the numbers, maybe the one thing that we got wrong, and here I'll give credit to the Gujarat journalists who all told me, "Aap 10 par nahi karega." They're
No,
at
but
5.
yesterday you remember. No, one second.
No, our numbers
yesterday
for
we-
Gujarat.
No, one
I'll
second,
tell
one
you,
second.
I'll tell you, Rajdeep, I'll tell you. See, in Gujarat, phase 1 was Saurashtra and South Gujarat. Phase 2 was North and Central.
Yes.
Phase 2 is the time and day when we have to give all the data to you through the channel by maximum 3 o'clock, right? So we need to validate the same thing. This is the compulsion, we have to live with it. And I requested channel also if we can come next day for the Gujarat, but for there are various and obvious reasons. They said no, puri dunia dikhayegi. Let's do.
So what you're
same
saying?
day. Then listen
Yes,
to me.
go ahead.
Second day, our team went again, and we did about 4,000 sample size, which is day before yesterday. And I reveal, if
That's
you
true.
see the yesterday's this thing. Day before yesterday, in fact, I said AAP is being reduced from 20 to 15% vote share, and this is now 100, though we have given 9 seats, which is our lower range. Now this is pretty clear that AAP will be the single digit for sure.
You see what happened, I think, in Gujarat, and we'll know with the numbers. If you look at region-wise, AAP probably, we still are, will probably be, and your maybe your analysis will give us, will be probably more than 20% vote share, possibly in a Saurashtra or a South Gujarat.
Yes.
But will be very low single
Very
digits,
less.
4 or 5% in Central and North Gujarat.
Yes.
So AAP has become a party not of Gujarat, but of Saurashtra and South Gujarat. More Saurashtra than South Gujarat, in fact, because initially they had a sort of hope that, you know, Surat, other places they will do well. It'll be interesting to know where are those 5 AAP seats also. Where are the 5 seats of AAP? And I think they're all Saurashtra and South Gujarat.
Saurashtra, one in North I was seeing. Is that still on?
And if you see Himachal Pradesh, our vote share, because election held long back, so we have enough time to do so. So we predicted 44% to the Congress. It is 43 point something. And to the BJP, we predicted 42. Now they are 43.
That is a
So which is
phenomenal
like
level of accuracy.
absolutely matching, absolute matching.
No, and can I just explain?
Like general
That
election.
One of the reasons why we make life complicated for the pollsters is because whatever is the last phase of polling, you're expecting the pollster to give you the results by 3 p.m. so you can put them on air by 6, which essentially means a lot of the polling for the last days actually happened in advance. Before the polling actually took place. So it's a pre-poll. So it's part exit, part pre, which is where the potential of an error creeping in is higher. So when he corrected it yesterday, he was actually able to say that AAP would be in single digits and their vote share would crash by at least 5 to 7%, which is exactly what has happened.
And also I told now my range is more towards 151 plus. You remember?
Yeah.
I said, and for Himachal Pradesh, I say it will go towards 40. The range.
And ultimately, in politics, in polling, jo jeeta wahi Sikandar, and this is as close to exact as exact can be. You can say, oh, you get 100% mark, this time you only got 90. Yeah, you can make some fun and you can have the odd snide joke on social or on television, but this is the best, which is why this is India's election destination. This is why this is India's #1 television station.
We are getting interesting flashes that Congress has arranged a charter plane winning Congress candidates to be flown out. So despite the fact that the Congress is at 39, the Congress doesn't want to take any chances.
Raipur ja rahe.
They're being taken to Raipur. No, because Bhupesh Baghel is in charge of Himachal. You see, there are only 2 states.
But there are better resorts in Jaipur though.
There are better resorts in Jaipur.
But MLAs would have had a better time in Jaipur.
Yatra is there.
The holiday, the birthday, and
the Ranthambore visit.
Passing through Ranthambore.
Yeah,
It is passing through Savai Madhopur as well.
And Gehlot.
But if these MLAs had been asked, they would have said Jaipur. But ultimately, Bhupesh Baghel made a point, and even the campaign in Assam, which he ran, he's got some resources because he's chief minister. B, he didn't do a bad job. In Himachal, before that in Assam, trying to keep all these different factions together. He did a decent job, Rajdeep.
See, also they will not like to do anything which will signal that they are depending on Gehlot.
And Gehlot managed Gujarat. And this is an abysmal showing on Mr. Gehlot as well. He was, Rajdeep, right till the end day, he was there in Ahmedabad.
You know, the way the Congress has run all their campaigns in recent times, they have told Mr. Baghel, you handle the finances in one state, Mr. Gehlot, you handle the finances
But those
in
are the
other.
only finances they have.
That's all that they have. So in this instance, now you finally got a possibility of a third state, and Rajat made the point, possibly the first Congress chief minister to be sworn in after 4 years. That's a long time. You know,
but I hope they don't start fighting amongst themselves now.
You know, I do think that eventually power is a glue that holds people together.
It wasn't in Madhya Pradesh. It wasn't in Madhya Pradesh.
No, it held you in year 1.
It wasn't in Uttarakhand either.
It
wasn't in Arunachal either.
No, Uttarakhand, they didn't lose their government. They lost their government Really, there are...
Vijay Bahuguna went over.
No, he went over, but they could not. The BJP could not eventually form the government. Harish Rawat continued. The one state where they messed up after having a slight majority like this, wafer thin, is Madhya Pradesh, where Kamal Nath is accused of completely sidelining Scindia, who then saw his opportunity in the BJP. Will they do that in Himachal? Not for year one. Remember, all of these people.
No, but this is the Congress you're talking about, so you can't be sure. You're saying not so. You're not in year one with confidence.
No, I would find it very... You see, now, to split the Congress, you will need a substantial number of people to go. Why will I leave?
No, you don't need that.
26.
One second.
Why will I leave? Why will I leave?
Why did they leave in Madhya Pradesh? Why did the MLAs leave in Madhya Pradesh?
I'll tell you why. The MLAs left because in Madhya Pradesh, when Kamal Nath and Digvijay Singh, in a way, were the two sort of top guys, Jyotiraditya was completely isolated.
The same can happen. You pick Sukhu Agnihotri's people could leave with him, or you pick Agnihotri, Sukhu's people. You have to find a way of being able to keep them together.
But Rahul, that's the question I want to ask the both of you. Now in Himachal, as the cards actually fall, what if Sukhwinder Sukhu actually says he has the MLAs? Could a similar Rajasthan-like situation play out, where you are just muscling your way and saying, I have the MLAs? You have no option.
No, I think...
Can that happen?
I think it's a good question, which I think for today, we have to accept the fact that once you got 39, initially at least...
Will it be the High Command which will decide, or will it be
the MLAs decide?
No. I think
or will it come down to the MLAs? Because what happened in Rajasthan, it was practically the MLAs told the High Command to take a walk.
Look, we say do you think Bhupendra Patel has the support of the majority of Gujarat MLAs?
But he has Modi, there's no Modi over there.
That's right. In every state, legislators can decide up to a point. Eventually, the High Command fills in. So even in the Congress, I think the decision will be taken at 10 Janpath. And let me make this very clear, that while Mallikarjun Kharge is the Congress president, I do expect that he will consult Sonia Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi is out of it. He doesn't want to get involved in this, we are told. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra and Sonia Gandhi will consult with Mallikarjun Kharge, and they will take a choice.
157 for the BJP just now.
Remarkable.
In Gujarat. This is history. This is...
All five of Aam Aadmi Party is from Saurashtra.
But none of them are from Surat.
One Dediyapada.
And
both Kateria, Gopal Italia,
I think it's four from Saurashtra, and one is the Dediyapada seat, which is in South Gujarat.
Right.
But again, very, very interesting. The seventh win of the left, since we keep talking about it, was similarly comprehensive. When Buddhadev Bhattacharya won in 2006, he got about 230 odd seats out of the 294 in West Bengal. 5 years later, he was out.
Yeah.
But that's
at that time, his party wasn't in government in the center.
Right. And I think Gujarat...
And there was a Mamata Banerjee.
Gujarat is India's Hindutva kingdom. Make no mistake about that. That's what it is. At the end of the day, I remember speaking to a BBC friend, we were in Jamnagar. He said, Radhip bhai, tame always kaho cho Gujarati jare box ma jaye che, he only thinks first of a Hindu. I said, yes. He will complain to you on camera about roads, about water, about education, health. When he goes into that box, he sees Modi, he sees Hindutva.
We're seeing a big press conference being set up, that C.R. Patil, flanked by Bhupinder Patel, doing a press conference, the Chief Minister and the party president for Gujarat. Also at this moment, Paulami Saha is with us from the BJP headquarters in Delhi. The moment C.R. Patil starts speaking, we'll cut across there. For the moment, Paulami, give us a flavor of the celebrations at the BJP headquarters.
That's right, Rahul. This is, of course, the BJP headquarters. This evening, of course, the Prime Minister will be here and he will be, of course, addressing party workers. But you can see already party workers have started gathering over here at the BJP headquarters. They are, of course, chanting Modi, Modi. There are placards of the Prime Minister. Of course, he is the star mascot of the party, and this entire win in Gujarat, the historic win of the party in Gujarat, is being credited to the Prime Minister as well. You can see some very interesting props that the BJP party workers are displaying over here in Gujarat, crediting that win to Prime Minister Modi. I will ask Kirpal to stay with those pictures, and of course we'll try and get in some reactions as well from the party. If I could request Kirpal, my camera person, to come over here. National General Secretary of the party, Tarun Chugh, is with us. He, of course, is already distributing sweets. Tarun ji, हिस्टोरिक जीत गुजरात में माधव सिंह सोलंकी का रिकॉर्ड ब्रेक करने वाली है भारतीय जनता पार्टी।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी जिंदाबाद।
ऐसा है कि ये नरेंद्र मोदी जी के प्रति गुजरात की जनता का आशीर्वाद है। गुजरात की जनता पिछले 20 वर्षों से नरेंद्र मोदी जी को देख रही है, उनके काम को देख रही है। 12% एज ए मुख्यमंत्री और 8 वर्ष उन्होंने एज ए प्रधानमंत्री काम किया है और वहां की जनता उनसे अपार प्रेम करती है। उनके प्रति ये आशीर्वाद जनता ने उनको दिया है कि मोदी जी जम के काम करो, आगे बढ़ो, देश का नाम रोशन करो। मोदी जी के प्रति लोगों के मन में कि ये आदमी गरीबी के खिलाफ लड़ रहा है, ये आदमी देश की सुरक्षा के लिए अपनी बॉर्डर को मजबूत कर।
पर जो एक इंटरेस्टिंग चीज हुई है तरुण जी, वो ये है कि अब तिकोनिया लड़ाई होने वाली है गुजरात में। उस तरह का एक पिच बन चुका है। आम आदमी पार्टी की एंट्री हो गई है। आम आदमी पार्टी कह रही है हम नेशनल पार्टी बन गए।
ऐसा है कि आम आदमी पार्टी को तो समझ आना चाहिए कि उनका मुख्यमंत्री का उम्मीदवार भी नहीं जीत पाया। अगर 100 से ज्यादा जमानतें जब्त गुजरात में उनकी हुई, हिमाचल में उनकी जमानतें जब्त हुई, दिल्ली में भी दिल्ली की जनता ने उनके अहंकार को तोड़ा है। ये कहते थे 20 सीटें नहीं मिलेंगी, ये कहते थे हिमाचल में मुख्यमंत्री आ रहा है।
और भाजपा एक बार पुनः 27 साल के बाद और 5 साल के लिए सरकार बनाने जा रही है। गुजरात की जनता ने पहले से ही प्रदेश में प्रचंड बहुमत से भाजपा की सरकार बनाने का संकल्प कर लिया था। आज गुजरात की जनता ने अपना आशीर्वाद भारतीय जनता पार्टी को दे दिया है। मैं गुजरात की जनता का नतमस्तक होकर आभार प्रकट करता हूं। इस ऐतिहासिक विजय में जनता के आशीर्वाद के साथ साथ में अंतःकरणपूर्वक माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का आभार प्रकट करता हूं, जिन्होंने भाजपा को विजयी बनाने के लिए कठोर परिश्रम किया। उन्होंने 31 जनसभाएं की, 3 भव्य रोड शो किए। इस विजय के शिल्पकार माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी है। गुजरात की जनता माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को अपने हृदय से चाहती है। भाजपा ने आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में गुजरात में सर्वस्पर्शी और सर्वसमावेशी विकास करके दिखाया है। इस विजय के लिए मैं माननीय गृह मंत्री श्री अमित भाई शाह साहब का भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, जिन्होंने पूरे गुजरात में 33 जनसभाएं की, रोड शो किए, कार्यकर्ताओं का उत्साह बढ़ाने का और कार्यकर्ताओं को मार्गदर्शन कर एक वातावरण तैयार किया। साथ में मैं राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष माननीय श्री जेपी नड्डा जी का भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। उन्होंने गुजरात चुनाव में हमारा मार्गदर्शन किया और जनसभाएं संबोधित कर एक वातावरण तैयार किया। पूरे प्रचार अभियान के दौरान हमें पार्टी के वरिष्ठ नेतृत्व का निरंतर सहयोग और मार्गदर्शन प्राप्त हुआ। इसमें हमारे सहप्रभारी श्री गुप्ता साहब का भी बहुत बड़ा योगदान रहा। इसमें अपार शक्ति और प्रेरणा मिलती रही। कार्यकर्ताओं का उत्साहवर्धन होता रहा। मैं माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। इस चुनाव में भव्य विजय के लिए मैं भाजपा के केंद्रीय नेतागण, मंत्रिमंडल के सदस्य, भारतीय जनता पार्टी शासित राज्यों के मुख्यमंत्री, अन्य राज्यों के हमें चुनाव में सहायता करने आए हमारे महिला एवं पुरुष कार्यकर्ता, गुजरात भाजपा के 80 लाख कठोर परिश्रमी पेज कमेटी के कार्यकर्ता और सदस्यों का मैं से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। भाजपा कार्यकर्ताओं का विजयी संकल्प लेकर चुनाव के मैदान में उतरे। ये हमारे लाखों कार्यकर्ताओं ने अपने अप्रतिम परिश्रम से जनता की सेवा करते हुए ये विजय प्राप्त किया है। मैं जब पूरे प्रचार अभियान पर नजर डालता हूं और मेरे मन में 3 शब्द आते हैं: संकल्प, कठोर परिश्रम और संतोषजनक परिणाम। चुनाव अभियान में मुझे सबसे ज्यादा प्रसन्नता कार्यकर्ताओं के उत्साह और उनके अथक परिश्रम को देखकर हुई। चुनाव प्रचार अभियान कार्यकर्ताओं के लिए जीवन का एक यादगार अनुभव होता है। यह संगठन के दृष्टिकरण और विस्तार का अवसर होता है। जनता और संगठन के रिश्तों में विश्वास और मजबूती लाने का भी अवसर होता है। कार्यकर्ता घर घर गए, उन्होंने पार्टी के संदेश और आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री की केंद्र की सरकार और गुजरात में भूपेंद्र पटेल जी की सरकार के विकास कार्य को जन जन तक पहुंचाया। हमें उन पर बहुत गर्व है। हमारा प्रचार भाजपा के प्रत्येक कार्यकर्ता के कठिन परिश्रमों की कहानी है, जिसने एक बेहतर गुजरात के सर्जन के लिए निस्वार्थ योगदान दिया है। भाजपा की यह भव्य विजय 27 वर्ष के भाजपा के सकारात्मक कार्य का विजय है। हमने जनता की सेवा और कल्याण को आदर्श मानकर कार्य किया। हमने अपने प्रचार अभियान के दौरान सुशासन और विकास के हमारे जो वादे थे वो साकार किए। संकल्प को गुजरात के हर कोने तक पहुंचाने का प्रयास किया। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के विकास कार्य को धरती पर उतारने का काम गुजरात की भूपेंद्र पटेल सरकार कर रही है। हम भव्य गुजरात, वैभवशाली गुजरात और अग्रसर गुजरात का सपना साकार करने का लक्ष्य लेकर चले हैं। गुजरात की जनता ये जानती है और समझती भी है कि गुजरात का विकास केवल और केवल आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की डबल इंजन वाली सरकार ही कर सकती है। इसी का परिणाम इस चुनाव के नतीजे हैं। गुजरात के युवा, महिला, किसान, विविध समाज के मतदाता जिन्होंने गुजरात के हित में और गुजरात के विकास के लिए गुजरात और देश को सुरक्षित रखने के लिए आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी साहब के ऊपर फिर से मक्का विश्वास रखा है और भाजपा के ऊपर भरोसा किया है। यह विश्वास को बनाए रखना, यह विश्वास को दृढ़ करना और सत्ता प्राप्ति के पर्याप्त सत्ता के माध्यम से लोगों की सेवा करने की परंपरा भारतीय जनता पार्टी के चुने हुए प्रतिनिधि और भाजपा आगे बढ़ाएगी। गुजरात में बाकी राजनीतिक दल ने भी बड़ी बड़ी योजनाएं बनाई, बड़े बड़े वादे किए।
C.R. Patil, of course, the Gujarat Congress, the Gujarat BJP president, is the one who has much to celebrate. He is, of course, the MP also from Navsari, close to Prime Minister Modi, has handled the Varanasi seat for him. So C.R. Patil and in the entire Gujarat unit, that's a message being read out by him of the Prime Minister.
The only person who believed that this kind of number was possible was actually C.R. Patil. Others would never say, they would hope at the back of their head that this is possible, but they would never voice it. C.R. Patil is the man who ran the BJP's campaign, publicly said he'd get 180 and everybody thought, you know, God knows what he's smoking, this is dangerous. 157 out of 182 is electoral magic.
Absolutely.
A 5% increase in vote share when your vote share base starts at 49. Pradeep Gupta, this is what epic legends are made of.
Yes, definitely yes. And in fact, the basic reason is when you are comparing last time and this time, when you say 49 to 53, is the Patels. Last time, bulk of the Patels were with Congress. And this time, they have shifted completely back to the BJP.
Let's look at that.
That is one. And secondly, the Modi is the biggest factor, and particularly on account of social delivery.
You know, let's look at that.
And Rajdeep, the idea of pro-incumbency.
Sure.
Rajat,
yeah.
You know, the BJP talks about it, the pundits don't like to believe this to be true. This verdict shows if on a base of 49, you can increase your vote share almost by 5%. This is pro-incumbency in action.
It is really not that simple, by the way.
You tell them it's simple, they'll say no.
No, certainly, and they always, you know, kept pushing the limit on that, and they kept saying that it is not a.
They're stretching the realm of what is possible in electoral politics.
Exactly. Yeah.
You know, let's look at this because they've last done that in Uttar Pradesh. You know, a state where they've consistently shown that they can buck anti-incumbency and create pro-incumbency as they did earlier this year. But to take Pradeep's point forward, let's take a look at what has happened in Gujarat, because I think when you look at Gujarat, there are stories within a story, as they often are. There's an AAP story also building, and we'll tell you that in a moment. But let's look at the Gujarat map, and let's look at the caste base, since the Patidars was so important last time. What has happened in the Patidar dominated seats, Rahul? BJP has won 47, Congress 2, AAP 4. That's a wipeout. The other interesting community which one needs to look at is the ST seats. Take a look at the way the ST seats went. This is the first time in the history of Gujarat that the BJP has swept the Adivasi seats. 25-3-1. Complete sweep. So these are the two, I would say, which have made the huge difference to the BJP numbers. The third is the original Congress base, Thakors in North Gujarat. Congress is leading in 4, but the BJP is ahead of them in 12. Never happened before that Adivasis and Thakors have gone in such large numbers to the BJP.
But Adivasis vote share is split in a big way between Congress and Aam Aadmi Party.
Which benefited.
Yeah.
Which is why, Rahul, if you look at regions, and that is the other story of Gujarat which is building up, just take a look at what has happened in Saurashtra, Kutch. This is where the AAP has actually made
These are their 4 seats.
That's right. There are 4 seats here, and if we look at vote share, I'm sure it will be more than 20%.
No,
so the Aam Aadmi Party has been restricted, confined almost to Saurashtra and to some extent South Gujarat. Because in South Gujarat they are leading in 1, which is a tribal seat. Look at North, they are wiped out. So in North, it's a sweep. This is a big change from 2017.
Pradeep, in terms of vote conversion, if you look at it, there are 36 seats as per Pradeep, where Aam Aadmi Party is second.
Okay, so let me
look at this. 59 in central Gujarat, Rahul, around Ahmedabad, Vadodara, more urbanized. 59 place 5, others 1. So it's a complete sweep for central Gujarat, North Gujarat. Saurashtra is where the AAP has made a mark, and to some extent benefited the BJP because of the split vote, and to some extent in South Gujarat.
We're just being told that the Chief Minister of Gujarat, Bhupinder Patel, will be sworn in on the 12th of December, Monday. So you get your Sunday, Rajdeep.
I would have got my Sunday in any case.
There are 2 data sets that I curated, which I think are very important because they give you an empirical evidence to that one question which everybody has an opinion on. And I want to take our viewers through those. You know, the first one is the heat map of the vote share. And as you see this, you will notice that this is, just 1 second as we bring that back to the screen. Now this is something which, we're just telling you again that the Chief Minister of Gujarat will take oath on Monday, the 12th of December. This is somewhere just soon after noon because that's the auspicious period. Bhupinder Patel will be sworn in. His cabinet, you know, and look, he's relieved, he's happy, he's delighted, and his name will be written in history. Now, how much of this is thanks to Bhupinder Patel, you can argue about, but as the incumbent Chief Minister, Bhupinder Patel's name will be written in the annals of history as the man who led the Bharatiya Janata Party to this historic victory, 158, something which has never happened before this. Okay, let's just listen to Bhupinder Patel and then we'll come back and do some data analysis.
हम सबके नेता और देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र भाई ने पहले ही कहा था कि गुजरात की जनता यह चुनाव लड़ रही है। गुजरात की जनता ने यह मन बना लिया है कि 2 दशक से चली आ रही गुजरात की इस विकास यात्रा को अविरत चालू रखना है और वास्तव में हुआ भी यही। गुजरात के लोगों ने एक और कार्यकाल के लिए श्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी के नेतृत्व वाली भारतीय जनता पार्टी को राज्य के शासन की जिम्मेदारी सौंप दी। एक बार फिर गुजरात के लोगों ने भारतीय जनता पार्टी और यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी पर अटूट भरोसा और विश्वास दिखाया है। गुजरातियों ने एक बार फिर विकास की राजनीति को समर्थन किया है। यह एक बार फिर साबित हो गया है कि गुजरात के लोग अपने प्रिय नेता श्री नरेंद्र भाई पर अपार विश्वास, प्रेम और आशीर्वाद की वर्षा करते हैं। गुजरात की जनता के इस जनादेश को हम विनम्रता पूर्वक स्वीकार करते हैं। गुजरात की जनता ने एक बार फिर देशद्रोही तत्वों को नकारे और राष्ट्रवादियों को सेवा का मौका दिया। झूठा प्रलोभन देकर जनता को ठगने वाले लोगों को जनता ने ही नकार दिया, क्योंकि गुजरात की जनता को सिर्फ विकास चाहिए और नरेंद्र भाई का नेतृत्व चाहिए। इस चुनाव में जीत के लिए भाजपा के एक एक कार्यकर्ता को जितना धन्यवाद और बधाई दी जाए वो कम है। भाजपा की जीत के पीछे कार्यकर्ताओं की अथाक मेहनत, पूरी लगन और संकल्प है। भाजपा का हर एक कार्यकर्ता जन सेवा के लिए भाजपा का प्रमुख सिपाही बना है, न किसी पद, प्रतिष्ठा या लाभ के लिए। भाजपा के इस जनाधार को श्री नरेंद्र भाई से हमारे समर्पित नेतृत्व ने बनाया है और इसे बचाए रखना अब हमारा कर्तव्य है। भाजपा का ध्येय जनता का विश्वास बनाए रखना है। हमारा संकल्प जन कल्याण है। पंडित दीनदयाल उपाध्याय, श्री श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी, श्रद्धेय अटल जी और अब वैश्विक नेता श्री नरेंद्र भाई के पद चिन्हों पर चलकर सेवा ही साधना हमारा मंत्र है। इस चुनाव में हमारी जीत का एक कारण हमारे लोकप्रिय और वैश्विक नेता आदरणीय नरेंद्र भाई और यशस्वी गृह मंत्री श्री अमित भाई शाह साहब का निरंतर मार्गदर्शन भी है। वे एक आम कार्यकर्ता की तरह हमारे साथ रहे, लगातार हमारा मार्गदर्शन किया। इसके लिए आदरणीय श्री अमित भाई जी को विशेष धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगा। उन्होंने हमारी छोटी बातों का ध्यान रखा और वे हमारे साथ चले और हमें निरंतर प्रेरित करते रहे। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आदरणीय जेपी नड्डा जी, केंद्रीय मंत्रियां, भाजपा शासित राज्यों के मंत्रियां और प्रदेश अध्यक्ष श्री आर पाटिल जी और रत्नाकर जी और गुप्ता जी, अन्य सभी ने एक बार फिर सामूहिक नेतृत्व के साथ गुजरात में भाजपा की विजय पताका लहराई है। साथियों, एक जितना जश्न मनाने का मौका है, उतना ही ये परिविकता और साथ विचार करने और जनता को विश्वास और प्यार को समझाने का अवसर भी है। जनता के विश्वास के प्यार को भी समझने का अवसर है। अगर गुजरात की जनता बार बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जिम्मेदारी सौंपती है, तो आइए हम आदरणीय नरेंद्र भाई के दिशा दर्शन में पंचनिष्ठा और सांस्कृतिक राष्ट्रवाद के प्रति अपनी प्रतिबद्धता को मजबूत करें। राज्य के विकास और कल्याण के अपने लक्ष्य की और हमें तेजी से आगे बढ़ाएं। साथियों, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का संकल्प अन्य पार्टियों की तरह सिर्फ चुनावी वादों का घोषणा पत्र नहीं, बल्कि यह गुजरात की अगले 5 वर्षों की लंबी सुनियोजित और वैश्विक यात्रा का प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र भाई के मार्गदर्शन में बना हुआ दस्तावेज है। पिछले 2 दशक से हमने आदरणीय नरेंद्र भाई के नेतृत्व में जन सेवा को साधना बनाकर गुजरात के कोने कोने में विकास किया। हम सभी को गर्व है कि गुजरात आज पूरे देश का ग्रोथ इंजन बना है। प्रदेश का कोई ऐसा क्षेत्र नहीं जहां भाजपा सरकार ने सेवा और सुविधा नहीं दी हो। प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी की कड़ी मेहनत और मार्गदर्शन का परिणाम ही है कि गुजरात आज शासन और विकास के सभी मानकों पर देश में अग्रणी है। अब इस विकास यात्रा को और तेज गति देने हैं। इस संकल्प पत्र में श्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी ने शेड्यूलेशन 100% लाभार्थी तक पहुंचने का जो विचार दिया है, उसे आने वाले दिनों में चरितार्थ करने का पूरा रोडमैप है।
The Bharatiya Janata Party has stomped home to a historic 7th term in office. The BJP is on 7th heaven. There's been a lot of chatter about the role of the Aam Aadmi Party in Gujarat. Everybody has an opinion on how important the role was. Nobody has a specific understanding of exactly how the AAP did just at this moment. I've got over here the vote share heat map of the Aam Aadmi Party, which will tell you how the AAP did across the seats that they contested. On 96 seats, the Aam Aadmi Party got between 0 and 10% vote. Zamanat Zabt. 10 to 20, 37 seats. Between 20 to 30, 29 seats. It's only on 19 seats where the Aam Aadmi Party candidate got more than 30% of the vote. So it's only on 19 seats, Rajdeep. All this mahal which was being built around the Aam Aadmi Party, that 90 seats mujhse likha lo, main kagaz pe likh ke de raha hu, is essentially, in reality, they're only on 19 seats with a vote share of more than 30%. Their victory, the number of seats they won is actually just 5. But even in terms of how many seats they got more than 30%, it's only 19.
I'll just slightly revise it. Okay. 29 plus 7 plus 12.
20 also you're counting.
20%. Once you're above 20%.
Grace marks.
No, because once you're over 20%, it gives you a base. 29 plus 7, 36, 48. That's 1 in every 4. What is even more interesting, most of them have come from a particular region, i.e. Saurashtra, some from South Gujarat. What the AAP could do now is use that as a base for the future.
Sure, that is possible.
And what, therefore, I think for them...
No, but the question is the hype and the exaggeration around their fortune in this...
North and Central Gujarat, they were not in the race. And that's the mistake they made. If I was Aam Aadmi Party, I would have put even more energy in Saurashtra and South Gujarat and forgotten about North and Central.
Preeti, is there likely to be some consternation within AAP around all these internal estimates? Was that just external projection and hawabaji, or were they convinced about their own rhetoric?
No, the fact that they were reaching 90 was all hawabaji. It was all rhetoric, and they had to say it because they were entering a very, very competitive political arena. You know, they were fighting the BJP, so they had to go out all guns blazing. So that was all strategy in that aspect. But they are of the firm belief, and you know, going from here, I think what they will take heart in as a party is looking at how badly the Congress has done.
Sure.
And in 37 seats, they are number 2 right now, and they will look at Saurashtra, where they've done very well, and they will hope that the next election they come back in Saurashtra and make it their Malwa.
Because if you look at the Congress is above 30% in only half of Gujarat.
You know, I want to go
across. Congress has opened a lot of space for someone else tomorrow.
I want to go across now to the Chief of the Information Technology Cell of the Bharatiya Janata Party, Amit Malviya, joins us. Amit Malviya tweeted, sent some messages about the inaccuracy, the supposed inaccuracy of the India Today Access My India poll. Pradeep Gupta is here. Amit, would you like to congratulate India Today and Pradeep Gupta for having done a fabulous job in predicting your fantastic victory in Gujarat and also in getting Himachal Pradesh right? Both states the only channel to be able to get the trend bang on, the exact poll. Please congratulate us. Amit Malviya, welcome.
Thank you so much, Rahul. And I've known Mr. Gupta for a while, and he's a fine professional. But you know, exit polls are a tricky business. You get some right and you get some wrong. You have managed to get Himachal right, but you haven't obviously got either the MCD or the Gujarat polls right. And I speak for the landslide number that you projected for the MCD poll and the 20% plus vote share, which I'm told that you recalibrated the next day for the Aam Aadmi Party to about 15%. But again, the Aam Aadmi Party hasn't managed to go beyond 12.7%.
Gujarat, he said 151, you've got 158.
So
this is fantastic polling, Amit. You've been involved in polls in Bengal and
range
elsewhere.
Again.
Sorry?
अमित जी आपको
ये तो सही है 151 बोला 158 आ गए आपको तो लड्डू भेजना चाहिए
अमित जी आपको बधाई हो बहुत बहुत जीतने के लिए लेकिन आप रास्ते ढूंढ रहे हैं एक्सेस माई इंडिया और इंडिया टुडे ग्रुप जिन्होंने आम आदमी पार्टी जो कि तीसरे नंबर की पार्टी है उसके अंदर क्या कहा था उसके अंदर सिंगल डिजिट सीट शेयर कहा था सिंगल डिजिट है कांग्रेस का 16 से 30 कहा था 16 है बीजेपी का 151 तक कहा था 158 है अब आप यदि बाल की खाल ढूंढना चाहते हैं तो आप इस विक्ट्री में भी ढूंढ सकते हैं बीजेपी के लिए कि बीजेपी का 158 क्यों है 165 क्यों नहीं है आप ये बताइए एमसीडी में 91 तक दिया आप मुझे लग रहा है इस बात से ज़्यादा खुश हैं अपनी हार के की वजह से और संतावना अपने आप को दे रहे हैं कि आम आदमी पार्टी, आपको अपने हारने का कोई गम नज़र नहीं आ रहा, लेकिन आम आदमी पार्टी की सीटें कम आ गई एग्जिट पोल से, उसकी ज़्यादा खुशी नज़र आ रही है।
नहीं, ऐसा है ना प्रदीप जी, आप प्रोफेशनल हैं, आप गलत भी होंगे तो देश का कुछ नुकसान नहीं होगा, लेकिन चुनाव के परिणाम अगर गलत दिशा में जाते हैं या हमारी इच्छा के अनुरूप नहीं रहते हैं या किसी और दिशा में जाते हैं तो कई बार देश का, समाज का नुकसान हो सकता है। द स्टेक्स आर वेरी डिफरेंट बिटवीन एग्जिट पोल्स एंड रियल पोल्स. यू हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड दैट एंड नॉट एरोगेट टू योरसेल्फ the arrogant right to comment on every outcome and think that you'll be right, because you've not been right in MCD and Gujarat. Let's accept it. And based on your exit poll projections, Rajdeep had eventually brought up the challenger for Mr. Modi, and Arvind Kejriwal is nowhere close to it. Let's accept. He's made inroads into states like
I would like,
Punjab,
Mr. Malviya, you use Twitter.
Leadership,
you use Twitter
which was quite feeble.
You use Twitter to spread
so
fake news. Can you tell me where I said Arvind Kejriwal is the challenger? Please show it to me. Please show it to me. You spread fake news. You show it to me. You see my columns in Hindustan Times, my straight bat blog, where I said BJP will score a big win. AAP will be in single digit. It's on record. You create figments of imagination to stir your supporters, no problem. But today you should credit Pradeep Gupta for getting his poll spot on. Yes, MCD, we did not get the sweep. We predicted a sweep, they didn't get it. That's accepted. But let's give credit to Pradeep today. And let's accept the BJP has won one state, you've lost one. You can be a little graceful today. You've lost one, you won one.
Arey, you've just made history, Amit bhai. Thoda khush ho. Why are you so upset?
MCD also
158. You should be in 7th heaven in Gujarat.
No, AAP is his bugbear. You see,
let him speak.
Amit's bugbear is the AAP.
Go on, Mr. Malviya.
Rahul, let me make my point. The only person who spreads fake news is Rajdeep Sardesai. He was even taken off air for spreading fake news during Delhi riots. So I need not speak about who's the fake news peddler here.
Okay.
Again, I reiterate, when you claim that the Aam Aadmi Party will get 20% and more vote share in Gujarat, and your commentary for the last 2 days is all about Kejriwal being the challenger, you got it wrong. Let's accept it. When you say that there'll be a landslide in MCD,
predicted a 151 seat margin for you, which is what you've got. It's a phenomenal poll, sir.
That you got wrong, and you built a narrative on it.
No, we built no narrative. Our narrative is BJP is India, is the dominant party of Gujarat. That's been the narrative. When we predicted 130 to 151, we predicted, yes, we said AAP could get 20%. We revised that. And in Saurashtra, the AAP has got 20%. So there are about 38 seats when AAP is number 2. And they are the new kid on the block. And it seems you seem more worried about AAP than Congress. And Himachal, where every other poll predicted a BJP win, we predicted a Congress win, and the Congress has won.
I am more worried when the India Today asked the group, without questioning, took those memorabilia from Arvind Kejriwal when he wrote Congress will get 5 seats, BJP will not get more than 20 in MCD, and your anchors and journalists just lapped it up without questioning. I'm more worried about that. I'm more worried
Mr. Malviya, 1 second. Nobody lapped it up. See the you can choose to look at certain clips from there. You can choose to pick out clips. And you can choose to pick and choose certain clips. But sir,
as gospel and keep putting out things. That is the problem.
Sir, the fact is we reported when Mr. Amit Shah in West Bengal predicted 200 seats for the Bharatiya Janata Party. Did you get them? No. We reported when Arvind Kejriwal said the Congress will not pass 5 seats.
But you did not collect them as memorabilia,
Did we report it? Yes.
What Arvind Kejriwal writes and gives to you are memorabilia for you.
The fact
I don't
is,
think that's how journalism is supposed to be.
Smile a little, be a little graceful.
To be questioning if you have an argument against it. I mean, if Arvind Kejriwal says Congress is going to win 5 seats, that's ridiculous. And you lap it up.
Nobody lapped it up.
Why are you getting so worked up? I did not even name you. Were you the journalist who did it?
Sir, I'm in the panel here.
Were you the journalist who did it? I did not question you.
Sir, whether you name me or not, sir, you named my channel.
The memorabilia from
Mr.
him.
Malviya, you named my channel, you named my network.
Okay, Amit Malviya.
Amit bhai,
give us the
you are firing away with your AK-47. You've just won such a big election.
The election was biased. You were unquestioning of Arvind Kejriwal. These are all facts.
Okay,
You can't run away from them.
it is not you
If
versus
you are
us,
not willing
Amit
to
Malviya.
accept it,
You're an
then
intelligent
let's have
person.
a
But tell us the
discussion.
big picture. You've lost one state of Himachal.
No, but also look
no,
at...
one minute.
No, but
He lost one state.
Yes.
He won one state with
He's
a record
he's a very
margin.
committed India Today viewer.
So
he's
what's
a
the
very
big
committed
picture?
India Today viewer. He knows every comma and every full
No, he
stop, which is
WhatsApps me with every detail of my 9
No,
o'clock
it's
show and I
great.
appreciate
We love
it.
the fact that he watches so much.
So I just want to know, what's your big takeaway today? You won one state with a record margin. You've lost one, where the Congress is going to get a... What is the big takeaway for you? The two biggest takeaways today?
Well, Rajdeep, since you want to hear something intelligent, let me tell you. We haven't lost Himachal. The state has a tradition of oscillating or rotating power. We wanted to break that. We succeeded to a very large extent. We are not routed in Himachal like the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party are routed in Gujarat. We are very much in the fray and will be a very constructive opposition. The second takeaway from these elections are, if the way Gujarat has voted for the BJP after 27 years, this is an endorsement for Prime Minister Modi's leadership, because every Gujarat election is a referendum on his leadership. If that is the case, then the opposition, including journalists like yourselves who are embedded in the opposition ranks, need to go to the drawing board and think afresh how to challenge the BJP and counter Mr. Modi. And you, Rajdeep, should resign after 20 years of failing to demolish the BJP in Gujarat. You have been at it since 2002. It is 2022. You should resign, taking moral grounds that you could not defeat the BJP and Mr. Modi in Gujarat. These are the three takeaways, one specifically for you.
You know, that's the last one specifically for me. The interesting aspect is since 2002, when I remember I have the NDTV as the live recording, where I told Yogendra Yadav that the BJP will get a 2/3 to predicting even this time a big win. Preeti Chaudhary, my colleague, will vouch for that because she's just lost a bet to me. I said AAP won't cross 10 seats. Amit Malviya, you know, I appreciate the manner in which you gun for journalists who don't say your line. That's your view. I want to understand from you what happened to the double engine in Himachal. You see, you all go on, you want one size fit all. We give Mr. Modi, Mr. Shah, the BJP full credit for Gujarat. When it comes to Himachal, you say tradition. Somewhere the double engine is not working in certain states. Do you acknowledge that there is an element of anti-incumbency, especially against your state governments, some of your chief ministers? Do you acknowledge it, or is it all sab changa hai?
Rajdeep, like I said, the BJP wants to be the natural party of governance across India and at every levels of governance structure, from parliament to state assemblies to local bodies. And I hope you are around to see that day when we will have a dominating presence across the country and we will make this country a developed nation. And people like you who keep questioning all the good work that our government has done and Mr. Modi has done will have to eventually eat crow. And that is already happening. Look at how Gujarat has voted.
We already have a dominant position. How much more dominant can it be?
Tomorrow, across the country, India will vote tomorrow like this.
Sir, you're losing your voice.
Malviya, at this moment...
We have a lot more to cover. We have southern states to cover. We have eastern states to cover. So we are quite cognizant of the fact that there are new areas where we need to grow. We are not sitting on our laurels, or we are not going on a esoteric Bharat Jodo Yatra. We have a job to do. We have elections to win. We are focused people. We are here to serve the people of this country. And we will do it to the best of our ability.
Amit Malviya, the Bharatiya Janata Party has managed to increase its vote share from about 49% to 53% in Gujarat, a 4% increase, which means even if in a hypothetical situation, Congress and AAP were to ally, they would still not be able to take on the might of the BJP. Is this vindication of the pro-incumbency vote that the BJP was talking about in the campaign, which is now manifested on counting day?
Absolutely. And in a multi-party democracy like ours, if any party manages to get more than 50%, that any coalition won't work. And that is the statistical reality. And today, if the BJP is beyond that threshold mark, even if the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress had come together, it would not have succeeded to dislodge the BJP. And that's been the case in several elections that the BJP has fought in the last few years. And we hope to build on that. And that is why we have this robust mechanism of organization building, cadre, down to the booth, the Panna Pramukh, which some parties, reject with a lot of disdain. Some commentators think that is a figment of our imagination. But look, it really works. And we want it to work in every state, and we are going all out to ensure that that is the case even in states like Bengal, Odisha, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Telangana, Andhra, where we want to expand. We are doing that, and hopefully in the next 5 years or so, you will see the results in these states as well.
You've sounded so angry right through this. Will you smile a bit? I've got some laddus here. I've got Sutar Feni.
आप भेजोगे तो नहीं लेगा. Will Rajdeep send you some laddus? Will you take them, Mr. Malviya?
Can we send them to the BJP office? They're saffron colored as well. They're beautifully saffron colored laddus, specially kept for you.
Rajdeep, you keep them, you have them. I'll send you a box of tissue paper because you will need a lot of them tonight when you weep over your drink as a result of Gujarat.
Lovely.
You know, as somebody who's very instrumental in ensuring that we have phenomenal time spent because of how engaged and committed a viewer you are of our channel. We deeply appreciate the engagement, the time that you spend watching, critiquing what we do. Give me a sense of Himachal Pradesh for a moment. The fact that the Congress, which didn't fight a very spirited campaign, the big leaders didn't go there, and yet somehow they're, Rajdeep's eating your laddus. He said, aapne nahi lena, main kha leta. Okay, now they're at 40, you're at 25. A, our poll was bang on for Himachal. B, this whole Riwaz badlenge, Raj rahega, that idea didn't come through. Where do you think in Himachal the BJP came short?
Rahul, let me take you to Rajasthan. The last time assembly elections happened in Rajasthan, the BJP was a mere 0.5% behind the Congress party, and naturally we finished behind them. And in the last 3 election cycles, every time the Congress has won, they have not been able to cross 100. Whereas every time the BJP has won Rajasthan, when the state has rotated power, we've come back with a big majority there. Even then, we have won the Lok Sabha quite comprehensively in 2019. I give you the example of Rajasthan because Himachal follows pretty much similar tradition. It's a bipolar state with just 2 parties there. It's a small state. It's a very different character of its own. Politics is quite personalized even to the local level, and so it is quite likely that people have stuck to this tradition of rotating power. And if your argument is that no big leader from the Congress campaigned there, then it raises serious questions about Rahul Gandhi's credibility as a leader of the Congress party, that the state that he doesn't go to, the state manages to pull off, and the other states where he went and campaigned, they were in the dumps. But I'm not going to get into that debate because it's a futile one. Like I said, we give all our resources, we put all our people to every election, whether it is the Gujarat, whether it's the Hyderabad Municipal Corporation election or it's the MCD, we will put our entire might and force and our people there because we have them. We have leadership, we have chief ministers in state, we have union ministers, we have former union ministers, we have organizational people, and we use their capabilities. Now, parties which don't have or have reluctant leadership, we can't be responsible for that. But
Fair
coming
enough,
to
Amit
Himachal
Malviya.
specifically,
Amit Shah has
the mandate
tweeted.
Of the people
The Home Minister has
for
spoken for the first time through social media, moment before now, saying, and I'll take our viewers through what he said, and he's one of the key architects of this victory. Outside just the campaign that he ran, the micromanagement of the Home Minister, key ingredient of this big victory. गुजरात ने हमेशा इतिहास रचने का काम किया है. पिछले 2 दशक में मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भाजपा ने गुजरात में विकास के सभी रिकॉर्ड तोड़े और आज गुजरात की जनता ने भाजपा को आशीर्वाद देकर जीत के सभी रिकॉर्ड तोड़ दिए. यह नरेंद्र मोदी जी के विकास मॉडल में जनता के अटूट विश्वास की जीत है. एंड ऑल्सो विक्ट्री नॉट जस्ट फॉर द प्राइम मिनिस्टर, द बीजेपी, बट फॉर द होम मिनिस्टर इन द मैनर इन विच द backroom strategists of the BJP stitched this campaign together.
Amit Shah and Narendra Modi together, particularly in the context of Gujarat, remarkable team. One, the charismatic leader, the other, the micromanager. They started off in 87. We discussed this yesterday, the municipal elections of Ahmedabad, which they won for the first time. They've gone from strength to strength. We are reaching just about the time where we've got to say goodbye. We can say goodbye to Amit Malviya. He doesn't want to smile, doesn't want to accept my laddus. So be it. That's unfortunate.
How are you celebrating, Mr. Malviya? Where's the party tonight? How is the BJP celebrating this 158 out of 182?
We are already moving to Tripura, Nagaland and Meghalaya and looking at Karnataka as the next elections. That's how we are sort of going to celebrate the Gujarat win.
Okay. अच्छा एक जाते जाते well done India today तो बोल दो ना आप. The fact that we got the polls right, grudging respect. Off camera तो grudging respect, on camera तो जो मर्जी बोलना है बोलो. Off camera the fact that despite all the opposition, the poll in Himachal and Gujarat is bang on. You know, I've got lots of messages from many in the Bharatiya Janata Party commending the poll and the coverage and the fact that you stuck to your guns, and this is what independent media must really do. Speak truth to power, hold a mirror, no matter what people may think the truth is, say the truth for what it is. Amit Malviya, thank you for joining us and congratulations on your big victory in Gujarat and something to think about in Himachal Pradesh as well from the voters. Thank you, sir, for joining us on this broadcast. He didn't accept the laddus. You want to give Pradeep Gupta the laddus?
So I'm going to go right round the room because I have to go for lunch. And there's only so much of Gujarati food that I can have in the end. I need my dal chawal as it turns out. Look, we should call Himachal. The Congress is set to win. So this will be their first. So it's 1-1. The BJP, huge reason to celebrate because of that remarkable win. And the Congress also has got an entry back into the race in a way. And MCD and AAP has won. So it's 1-1-1. Yeah. On that note, I'm going to distribute the laddus. Those who want to have them can have. They're saffron colored. So Rajat Sethi, you were a little angry in between. Please have a laddu. It's a great Indian tradition.
Thank you.
Very good. Rahul Srivastav. By the way, in Uttar Pradesh, the Samajwadi Party has much to celebrate because Dimple Yadav has won by an even bigger margin than her late father-in-law Mulayam Singh did in Mainpuri. And Azam Khan is, the Samajwadi Party is winning in Rampur by-election as well.
BJP is winning Kudhani seat in Bihar against JDU.
Okay, Rahul has got a saffron jacket. He's going to have saffron. Ek, says Sheila Ben. There you go.
Pradeep
Gupta ko do.
There are also these dandiya sticks.
I can say दोनों हाथ में लड्डू है.
दोनों हाथ में लड्डू है.
You should have 3 laddus. You got MCD right, Gujarat right, and Himachal right.
मैं कह रहा हूँ ना, because किसी भी पार्टी के दोनों हाथ में लड्डू नहीं है, सबके हाथ में एक-एक ही है.
Okay, the final
MCD
act.
और हिमाचल
The final act. Come on, Pradeep. Let's go. We are in the mood. Let's go. Come. I'll show you something. Come. This is Gujarat.
I hope your dandiya is decent, Rajdeep.
No, my dandiya is terrible. I used to do this in college, which was ages ago.
Good.
So I don't know.
I also don't know.
I'm looking at the stick only, not the.
Bye. See you.
नवली चांदनी में सपने यार के हैं चर्चे चौक में ये तेरे मेरे प्यार के हैं कमर घूमती है अंबर झूमती है आंखें मेरी यहाँ तुझको ही ढूंढती है राजा मैं नवरातों का रानी तू मेरी बने कान्हा मैं तेरा
सो रहा था?
सो ही तो रहा था. सोते हुए जगाना पाप होता है लिया.
ये पाप तेरे मैट्रेस को लगेगा. हर मेमोरी फोम ऑर्थोपेडिक नहीं होता है. असली नींद के लिए स्विच टू ड्यूरोफ्लेक्स. With doctor recommended Duroflex mattresses that have 5-zone full body support. Nothing like Duroflex.
Oh, I wish he came with a mute button.
Oh, you know what?
What?
He does actually.
Really? Presenting Wave Plus by Duroflex. A smart bed with anti-snow mode. Designed for those who take sleep seriously.
Alright, where's my spot?
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Get the
I'm with a group of US Army soldiers who are part of exercise Yudh Abhyas in Auli. Let's speak to them and find out what their experiences have been, what practices they have learned from here, and generally just get a sense of how their last 2 weeks have been. So guys, I mean, can you just share what all have you been through in the last 2 weeks?
Yeah, so we've been through mountaineering. We've been through obviously traps, as you guys saw. We've exchanged different tactics, and we've watched each other conduct operations. So we've learned a lot from each other.
And you know, of course, an exercise like this can be strenuous, it's hard work, but what do you do to unwind?
What do we do to unwind? Well, we had this thing called the icebreaker before the exercise started. So we all had a bunch of food and then songs. So that's what we had, you know, just to get to know each other. And
so, did you dance to Bollywood tunes?
Absolutely.
So which is the favorite one?
Oh, I don't know if I can name it. I don't know.
How about you?
My favorite was Freebird. When they sang Freebird, I liked that one. So that's Bollywood, though.
And I've been hearing, speaking to all of you, you know, off camera, that the food was an exciting aspect as well. So what about that? I mean, Indian food?
Yes, I really liked the roti. That was really good. Upstairs, they cook Indian food, and downstairs is the Americanized. But I like to go upstairs for the Indian food, honestly.
Favorite dish? Anybody? Indian food when it comes to?
We had buttered chicken that we liked a lot.
You
Butter
like
chicken,
butter
garlic
chicken?
naan, super good.
Everyone loved the naan all the time.
Yeah.
They're all about it.
Naan's delicious.
Battery swapping was a real game changer and is a real game changer as we go into other markets, large-scale markets.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
નથી કહેવાનું એ બધું તો દિલ્હીમાં પાટણમાં તો આપણા નરેન્દ્રભાઈ
Welcome back to our continuing coverage here on India Today. BJP's spectacular victory in Gujarat is our top focus story. BJP leads in 158 of 182 seats in Gujarat. And the Union Home Minister, Amit Shah, has just reacted. He's lauded the Bharatiya Janata Party for its spectacular performance in Gujarat. Amit Shah has said Gujarat has always done the work of creating history. He goes on to say, in the past 2 decades, under the leadership of Modi-Ji, the BJP broke all records of development in Gujarat. And today, the people of Gujarat have blessed the BJP and have broken all records of victory. This is a victory of the unwavering faith of the public in the development model of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He then goes on to say what is very interesting. गुजरात ने हमेशा इतिहास रचने का काम किया है. पिछले 2 दशकों में मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भाजपा ने गुजरात में विकास के सभी रिकॉर्ड तोड़े और आज गुजरात की जनता ने भाजपा को आशीर्वाद देकर जीत के सभी रिकॉर्ड तोड़ दिए हैं. Extremely interesting, he says that it is रेवड़ी की राजनीति को रिजेक्ट किया है. गुजरात ने खोखले वादे, रेवड़ी व तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति करने वालों को नकार कर विकास और जन कल्याण को चरितार्थ करने वाली नरेंद्र मोदी जी की भाजपा को अभूतपूर्व जनादेश दिया है. So even in victory, there's a direct attack on the opposition, and I quickly want to cut across to India Today's Dev Ankur Vadhavan, who joins us live from the BJP office in Gandhinagar for more on this. Dev, while also with me, of course, is Milan Sharma, again at the BJP office in Gandhinagar. And Milan, coming to you first. So even in victory, the attack is relentless on the opposition, whether the Congress or the Aam Aadmi Party, Milan.
Well, Gaurav, there were a lot of attempts made by the Congress party also to attack the BJP. But today is a day of celebration for the Bharatiya Janata Party, because looking at the BJP juggernaut and the number of seats that they are pushing and leading on, it remains very clear that Gujarat has chosen BJP and the Modi factor over the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party. And therefore, the press conference that was addressed by C.R. Patil as well as Bhupendra Bhai Patel
also with us on this big story. And Dev, the colors of victory at the BJP headquarters. Also joining us is Aishwarya Paliwal at the BJP headquarters in the national capital. And in a couple of hours, we are told that the Prime Minister will also be there at the BJP headquarters in Delhi. But before that, Dev, bring us colors and festivities at the BJP headquarters after this spectacular victory. 158 of 182.
Well, a massive victory for the BJP, Gaurav. The BJP's core die-hard supporters even had not imagined this kind of a victory for the party. You can see the color out here. This is the BJP office. I would want the camera person to move forward and show you how the entire BJP office, the Kamalam at the Gandhinagar in Gujarat, has been mostly colored with the saffron color. There are BJP workers who have been showing the celebratory signs out here. There are people who had been dancing out here to loud music beats, and all of these workers, you see BJP workers who are out here right now. We'll try to get in a few voices as well. बीजेपी के लिए इतनी बड़ी जीत जो हुई है, किसको श्रेय देंगी आप सबसे ज्यादा?
बीजेपी की इतनी बड़ी जीत हुई है, मैं तो बहुत खुश हूँ और हम मोदी जी के हाथ बढ़ाने आगे जा रहे हैं। अभी जीत ये गुजरात में नहीं, पूरी इंडिया में जीत हुई है। भारत माता की जय।
So clearly, Gaurav, there are people who are dancing out here, who have been, celebrating out here. People who have been out here since about 4 hours ago and who have been maintaining that this entire victory is a victory of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the man who, held a massive campaign for the party, road shows, rallies, public meetings, and all of these workers who have turned up out today at the BJP office maintain that this credit for the victory goes to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, to each and every BJP worker. The kind of incumbency that the Gujarat had been witnessing for the past 27 years. In 2017, Gaurav, the BJP had not won by a huge margin, and it had rung the alarm bells for the party in Gujarat, and that is why the likes of Amit Shah and Narendra Modi did not want to leave any stone unturned in ensuring that the party wins by a huge margin, and that is what they have secured this time round. So clearly the consequences of this victory will not be limited
It's
to Gujarat.
interesting that you say that not even the BJP expected this kind of a result. Of course, some BJP leaders were very clear. It would be interesting, it would be spectacular. Aishwarya, some of the BJP leaders said that they are actually working towards creating history. 2002 was when Narendra Modi won his first election, became Chief Minister, and 20 years later, they wanted to break Madhav Singh Solanki's record of 149. That time, not many believed them, but they appear to have done it, Aishwarya.
Well, they definitely have done it, Gaurav, and because they have done it, we see these kind of celebrations taking place at the headquarters of the Bharatiya Janata Party in the national capital. The band is here, and one of the most interesting pictures, according to me, is the band with the lion and Prime Minister's face on it, showing that he is the lion of the country. Now, we are showing you visuals. Now, this is a place where the Prime Minister will be coming in the next couple of hours, between 6 to 6:30 p.m. and he will be addressing the nation and the supporters of Bharatiya Janata Party from these very stairs. What you see are the supporters, the flag of the Bharatiya Janata Party flying high, the band, the music, the celebration. All these people are now hoping that they will get a glimpse of Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the evening today. Prime Minister expected anywhere between 6 to 6:30 p.m. We'll now move and show you more colors. A huge cutout of Prime Minister Narendra Modi also being brought. Gaurav is telling you the kind of faith that people have in Narendra Modi, and also the kind of faith that people have in the leadership of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Gaurav, all these things are being done to welcome Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Definitely, this is all giving a big boost to the party, to the leaders, and telling them that the people actually have faith. We'll once again show you the visuals of what's happening at the moment. One cutout of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. This is what one can see inside the BJP headquarters. In fact, this lion and Prime Minister's face also visible. of Narendra Modi taking place at the BJP headquarters. Gaurav, this is the mood, and now everyone is anticipating and waiting for Prime Minister Narendra Modi to come to the BJP.
4 hours to go for that. You say he'll be there closer to 6:30. Aishwarya, stay with me. Milan, you travelled across the length and breadth of Gujarat, and it was said that urban Gujarat, yes, BJP will do spectacularly well, but in rural Gujarat, also in Saurashtra and Kutch, it was anticipated that this is where the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party will pose a major challenge for the BJP. That doesn't appear to have happened. Congress with 16, Aam Aadmi Party with 5, BJP with 158. This election, Gujarat, urban or rural, has been one-sided.
Gaurav, you're spot on and bang on, because we were expecting that at least Saurashtra will be where Congress will be able to retain its clout, at least gaining 30 seats, including Kutch and entire Saurashtra region in 2017. As we were just speaking, I think you can hear chants of Modi, Modi right behind me. And that is what has been the biggest factor in this election. When you talk about Saurashtra, we travelled across from Khambhalia to Jamnagar to Morbi to Porbandar to various places of Bhavnagar as well as Rajkot. But we have constantly seen that the Modi factor, and Modi being the son of soil, has been a very core issue in the heart of the voter. And the BJP voter was absolutely vocal, but the Congress voter said that we could support the Congress. First of all, Congress never fielded a CM, and therefore that trust that Congress could have made a government in Gujarat was less. Aam Aadmi Party was doing optics, and Aam Aadmi Party fielded a CM face. But then too, we are looking at very dismal numbers for the Aam Aadmi Party, and of course the mammoth target of crossing 127. We've almost seen more than 150 is the leading seats that the BJP is looking at. So it's a massive credit that has been given by both the Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel as well as C.R. Patil, Amit Shah, who are engineers of the Juggernaut and the double engine machine in Gujarat, crediting Modi for everything that the Gujarat voter relates to at the moment, Gaurav. You can hear behind me, Jai Siya Ram, Jai Shri Ram and Modi.
So is this just Jai Shri Ram or Jai Siya Ram, Dev? Is it just about the Hindu vote coming together? But even on the Muslim seats, and in a while from now, we'll go to those seats where the BJP appears to be leading, Muslim majority seats, dominated areas. Those are seats, out 9 of those seats, 7 Dev, the BJP is leading. So it's clearly more than just the Hindutva or Jai Siya Ram vote that comes the BJP's way this time.
Well, clearly, Gaurav, there are several factors which seem to have come together to ensure this massive, stupendous, more than a, 2/3 victory for the BJP. It seems that it's not just development plank which the BJP worked upon. It's also the fact that Aam Aadmi Party cut into the votes of the Congress, which has suffered a humiliating defeat in Gujarat. It had not, at least for the last 30 years, suffered this kind of a defeat in this state. But despite the fact that the Congress used to claim that there is a massive anti-incumbency, that there is inflation, price rise, unemployment, but despite all of that, it seems that there are different factors which have worked for the BJP in Gujarat. One is that the Patidar Anamat Sangharsh, which one saw in 2015, 16 and then 17 in the run-up to the assembly elections, that was quelled by the BJP. Hardik Patel had switched over, so that had been quelled. On the other hand, the traders who had been, there had been a certain amount of discontent with regard to GST and other, economic policies of the party. Even on that front, Amit Shah had personally pitched in, talked to several of the traders, and that had also been taken care of. And, a certain amount of discontent which had figured in, a certain amount of rebellion, that had also been taken care of. C.R. Patil, the BJP state president, was told to ensure that any amount of discontent does not grow out of hand. So, I can tell you, Gaurav, that if any one party did not take this election in Gujarat lightly, then that was the BJP. On December 1, the date when the first phase of elections were held in Gujarat, on that very day, Prime Minister Narendra Modi held a massive roadshow which ran for almost 50 kilometers. And, at different parts, we saw the kind of appeal, the kind of humane touch and the kind of personal appeal that the Prime Minister was able to establish without any barriers, without any, mediums. And there was a direct connect between him and the people of the Gujarat. And that is how it seems that BJP has
during the course of this broadcast, we will talk about how many seats BJP has not only been able to retain, but regain and take from the Congress. How many seats has the Congress been able to retain or lost to the BJP? And what impact, if at all, has the Aam Aadmi Party had in different parts of Gujarat? But it was, as Devankur Vadhavan was just telling us, a very fierce campaign. Gujarat has thrown a result which truly is historic. It will be etched in history. Now everyone talks about Madhav Singh Solanki's record of 149 seats and said that cannot be broken. But look at the leads that the Bharatiya Janata Party has. That was 149. This is 157 of 182 seats. The BJP, they were clearly favorites in these elections, but they haven't just won Gujarat, they've decimated the opposition. Whatever remains of the opposition is on your television screen. The Congress leading in 17, the Aam Aadmi Party in 5 seats. Remember, the Aam Aadmi Party had said that the Congress will only get 5 seats. That's what Arvind Kejriwal even said in Panchayat Aaj Tak. But the facts are in front of you. The BJP, brute majority now in Gujarat, leading in 157 seats, forming the government for a record 7th time in Gujarat. Of course, the final tally, it appears, would be the highest ever, surpassing the Congress's 1985 tally of 149 seats. Now, as you can see in these images and multiple images of celebrations that are taking place across Gujarat, not just at the party headquarters, but it's as if the state has literally and figuratively been painted saffron. Party workers, they've burst crackers, they're distributing sweets, they're chanting Modi, Modi, they're wearing Modi masks, dancing, they're hard out to celebrate this unprecedented victory. Prime Minister Narendra Modi would be at the Bharatiya Janata Party headquarters at 6:30 this evening. He will be addressing cadres. The oath-taking ceremony is now to be held on the 12th of December, and we are being told that Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, they will fly to Ahmedabad for the oath-taking ceremony. These are images that you see of the Chief Minister. He's of course worked hard, but he's credited both the Home Minister and the Prime Minister for this spectacular victory. You're looking at those images of BJP Karyakartas. Now, these are live images of Rivaba Jadeja and Ravindra Jadeja with her. Again, spectacular victory for Rivaba Jadeja, celebrating her victory. Laddus are being distributed all over. Rivaba Jadeja also, Milan, you spoke to her several times. She was confident of victory despite being a first-timer. We are told she campaigned very hard. Ravindra Jadeja with her, and it was very clear she had an edge from day one. Milan.
Well, absolutely, Gaurav. Rivaba Jadeja, Ravindra Singh Jadeja's wife, was also supported heavily by the previous MLA, Dharmendra Singh Jadeja, who was not given a ticket this time by the BJP from Jamnagar. And despite having that in his heart and mind, the entire BJP machinery and Juggernaut was behind Rivaba Jadeja, and that made her win. In fact, Jamnagar has been a BJP bastion, and the seat that she was contesting from was actually known for BJP's works. And Piramal Nathwani of the Reliance Industries also supported her candidature, which has also led to her husband, Ravindra Singh Jadeja, campaigning for her sporadically in the area of Jamnagar. And remember that particular contest was very interesting because there was a Bhabi Nana discord within the family. where the Bhabi Rivaba was being pitted against the Nanad, who is in the Congress party, campaigning for the Congress party, Nainaba Jadeja, and that seemed to be the interesting point in her candidature. But again, the public has not taken for a Nainaba versus Rivaba contest. They have voted for BJP on the Modi factor. They have voted for BJP on the functioning of the Gujarat government, on the factor of the Modi face and the Prime Minister's face, and that has what has worked in the favor of Rivaba Jadeja. And of course, when we were listening to the trends earlier, she was leading by more than 25,000 votes behind the Congress candidate. But certainly now the final count of the results will actually determine what is the margin of her victory going to be like, Gaurav.
Okay, give me a moment. I have BJP's Shweta Shalini joining me on the broadcast. Shweta Shalini, you must be extremely excited by the results in Gujarat. And since we're staying on Gujarat, tell me what didn't work for the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party in your view.
Gauravji, I think two records were made today. And of course, you have been talking about Gujarat. So obviously, your audience knows about the history that Gujarat has created. But there's another record that has been created by the Aam Aadmi Party in Himachal Pradesh, where they have lost deposit in all 68 constituencies. Now, having said that, let me talk about the real hero of this victory. The real hero of this victory has to be the people of Gujarat, because they have voted for development. They have voted for real leaders. They have voted against freebies, and they have voted for what they wanted, or what they called as stability and security, because they have been seeing continuous improvement in the state. Irrespective of this, if you actually look at the people in Himachal, they are known to vote for every second political party or a government every 5 years. And that's how stability does not continue. Yes, of course,
so
we have
since you mentioned Himachal Pradesh, the Prime Minister's magic that worked spectacularly in Gujarat doesn't appear to have worked in Himachal Pradesh. The rotation happens because this time the BJP had said कि रिवाज बदलेगा, राज नहीं बदलेगा, लेकिन रिवाज नहीं बदला, राज बदल रहा है.
In fact, finally we have to accept defeat. We can obviously learn from it, and we have our reasons. We will work around it. But as a woman, I'm very happy, and I'm looking forward for Priyanka Gandhi to be the Chief Minister in Himachal, and to see how the Gandhi family will lead from the front now that they have the Himachal people have actually given them a chance for a change.
No, so is the BJP now deciding who the Congress's chief ministerial candidate would be in Himachal Pradesh?
No, I'm just hoping. I said, Gauravji, as a woman, I'm just hoping to see Priyanka Gandhi on the chief minister's chair in Himachal Pradesh.
Okay, I'm hoping that Adil Singh Boparai will join us in just a moment. He was to join us on this broadcast, but in a moment we will come to him. But Shweta Shalini, stay with me for a moment. I once again want to come back to Devankur Vadhavan and Milan. Dev, Morbi tragedy, and at that point of time, the analysis was that this couldn't have come at a worse time for the BJP. But looking at results even there, it seems that the voters decided to vote for the BJP despite the tragedy and more than 100 people losing their lives.
In fact, more than 130 people lost their lives in the Morbi tragedy. But out here in Gujarat, at the BJP office right now, it's a celebratory mood right now, Gaurav. You spoke about the Morbi tragedy. I was during the first phase of elections in Morbi itself. I had spoken with Kantibhai Amritya, the BJP candidate from there. And when I asked him that, why is it that only, lower level employees of Oreva group, the group held, or considered to be primarily responsible for the Oreva tragedy, why is it that only the lower level employees were, either arrested or nabbed? And where is the Oreva founder? So he mentioned that the entire case is in a court of law and that the court will take its own decision in the matter. But the fact remains that, this entire morbid tragedy, Gaurav, did not have the kind of resonance that people